Chapter 1: The Knocking Ghost and the Demon Transformation System. Recently, a deranged murderer has emerged in the vicinity of Tianfu Road, with 3 victims reported thus far. The faces of the deceased are gruesomely mangled. Citizens are advised to minimize outdoor activities and remain vigilant for suspicious individuals. A family annihilation occurred in Changhe Community, where 5 innocent lives were tragically lost. The case is currently under investigation, and the surrounding area remains a potential danger. A skinning incident has taken place at Kongzhuang Building. How is it that in Jiangbei City, there are nearly 3 to 5 homicides reported almost daily? In his rented room, Jiang Chun scrutinized the news on his phone, his brow furrowed in concentration. Moreover, the cases are being reported even before they are solved. Could it be that these reports serve an ulterior motive, subtly warning citizens to steer clear of these locations, suggesting that the so-called murderer is not human? A peculiar thought surfaced in his mind, not entirely baseless. As Jiang Chun himself had encountered supernatural occurrence, she was not of this world. He vividly recalled his past life, ending in a battle with cancer, only to awaken in the form of a 3-year-old child in a completely alien realm. Initially, Jiang Chun was elated, believing himself to be the chosen one, granted a second chance at life, destined to reach the pinnacle of success. Yet, it soon became apparent that the world around him was blanketed in heavy snow, devoid of even a single soul. Before Jiang Chun could succumb to the cold, a reclusive old man took him in, instructing him to call him grandfather, assuring him that this would be his home henceforth. Thus, Jiang Chun gained a guardian. However, 2 years ago, just as he was accepted into Jiangbei University of Finance, the old man departed. Do not misunderstand, he did not pass away. The old man left behind a letter, alongside a bank card containing 100,000 yuan, and vanished from the city, the destination of his journey unknown. In the days leading up to his departure, the old man spoke cryptically about some sect in distress. Could he have been bewitched by a ghost? The unusually high number of homicides over the past month instigated ominous associations in Jiang Chen's mind. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, a sound echoed from outside the door. Jiang Chen paused, glancing at the time on his phone. 2:44. Who could be seeking Hong Jie at this hour? The knocking emanated from the opposite side, where his landlord, a woman in her 30s, exuding charm, resided. Knock, knock, knock. In the stillness of the early morning, the sound rang particularly jarring. What if something has happened to Hong Jie? Or perhaps the knocker is suspicious, causing her to hesitate in opening the door? As no one answered, Jiang Chun frowned and rose to his feet, approaching the door. Peering through the peephole, he caught sight of a woman's silhouette clad in a white dress, adorned with dark red block patterns. She continued to knock on the security door, her outstretched hand appearing rather pallid under the hallway lights. Jiang Chun sensed something peculiar about her movement. Her wrist remained stationary, while her entire arm swung, as if mimicking a beckoning cat. Her arm joints seemed unnaturally rigid. After a series of knocks, the woman abruptly ceased, yet she did not depart. Instead, she leaned against the security door, attempting to peer inside through the peephole. What could she possibly want? The woman's behavior was exceedingly strange, stirring a profound sense of foreboding within Jiang Chun. I know you are inside. Open the door, quickly. After glancing a few times, the woman suddenly spoke in a sinister tone, her voice raspy as if a phlegm were lodged in her throat. As she shouted, her pounding on the door escalated to a frenzied assault, nearly smashing it down. Jiang Chen's pupils constricted, and the peculiar sensation in his heart intensified. He deduced that this woman was likely mentally unstable, or perhaps she was the perverse murderer recently reported in the news. Just as he retrieved his phone to call the police, a message arrived. Do not open the door. Hong Jie? Jiang Chun pondered for a moment before typing. What is happening? What is outside the door is likely not human. Hong Jie replied swiftly from the other end. Xiao Chun, you may not be aware, but a terrifying incident occurred in our community about a year ago. A female university student named Sun Fong rented a room in Building 4. Shortly thereafter, a man followed her. Initially, he brought her breakfast daily and sent her flowers, as though attempting to win back his girlfriend. After these gestures bore no fruit, he began to block her doorway, hurling insults and creating a disturbance for quite some time. From his tirades, it became apparent that the two had been in a relationship for 3 years, But Sun Fong had become involved with a wealthy man and sought to break up with him, leading to this chaos. Eventually, a close friend of Sun Fong's arrived. This young lady was sharp-tongued and eloquent, silencing the man with her scathing retorts until he fled in shame. Everyone assumed the incident was over, but that very night, the man returned, seemingly inebriated, and began to pound on Sun Fong's door. Her friend was still present and rushed out, launching into another tirade against him. This time, however, he produced a knife. Sun Fong's friend was paralyzed with fear and turned to flee, but Sun Fong, in a moment of shock, slammed the security door shut, locking her friend outside, indifferent to her pleas for help. Tragically, her friend was brutally stabbed to death in the hallway, while the boy was apprehended by the police. Strangely, 7 days later, Sun Fong was found dead in her rented room. Neighbors from Building 4 reported hearing knocking that night, along with a woman's faint cries for help. However, the troubling fact remained that Sun Fong had died within her own room and would have no reason to knock for aid. This led to a sinister speculation among the residents. Perhaps the one knocking that night was not Sun Fong herself. This incident was tacitly avoided in conversation among the community. But do you know who I just saw through the peephole? Sun Fong's friend. I stood there in shock for quite a while before recalling her face from that earlier disturbance. A person who was clearly dead now stood outside my door, incessantly knocking. Xiaochun, do not come out, I have already called the police. Stay hidden and be cautious. If anything happens to me, you must relay these clues to the authorities. After reading the message, Jiang Chun turned to look at the woman outside the door, a chill racing up his spine. This woman was indeed a person who had already perished. Thus are the red spots on her dress not a pattern, but rather stains of blood from her demise. Suddenly, a sound of unlocking echoed from outside, causing Jiang Chen's pupils to dilate slightly. He observed that the security door opposite had swung open. That can't be right. Since Sister Hong is aware that something is amiss outside, she would never open the door. Peering through the peephole, Jiang Chen discerned that there was no one behind the security door. It appeared to have been opened by some peculiar force. At that moment, the woman who had been facing away from him abruptly turned her head, revealing a ghastly, pallid visage, and flashed an eerie grin at Jiang Chen. Her mouth was agape, exposing teeth stained crimson, with remnants of flesh clinging to them. She has arrived. She has entered. I distinctly did not open the door, yet she has made her way into the living room. Sister Hong sent another message. However, Jiang Chen lacked the composure to read it. For the instant he felt the woman's gaze upon him, a chill surged from his feet to the crown of his head, as if he were being stalked by a beast. Only after the woman stepped into Sister Hong's room did Jiang Chen regain his composure. He wiped the cold sweat from his brow, but was suddenly taken aback to find his left hand as frigid as ice. He examined his hand, only to see a swirling mass of dark energy enveloping it. This appeared to be the specter's mark, signifying that he had been thoroughly targeted. Ha! Having died once, you still seek my life? A flicker of madness danced in Jiang Chen's eyes as he turned and dashed toward the kitchen, intent on opening the gas valve, planning to create an explosive spectacle when the female spirit entered. Though uncertain of its efficacy, given his character, Jiang Chen would never resign himself to inaction. Yet, after taking just 2 steps, he abruptly froze in place. For a clear, mechanical female voice unexpectedly resonated in his mind. Ding! Detecting malevolent presence. Demon transformation system activated. 105-0100. Ding! System activation successful, awarding 100 points of initial ghost energy. Ghosts consume human energy. Demons consume ghost energy. The host can acquire ghost energy by inducing emotional fluctuations in the malevolent presence, which can be used to draw demon transformation cards. Chapter 2. Is it coming? System? Jiang Chen's eyes brightened. My golden finger has finally arrived. He resolutely declared, System, assist me in drawing a demon transformation card. Although he was unaware of its nature, it appeared to be the only means to ensure his survival. Ding. Spending 100 ghost chi allows for the drawing of a 1-star demon transformation card. Will you draw? Yes. As the words left his lips, a series of menacing phantoms materialized before Jiang Chen. A colossal bear clad in sharp armor, a massive black bull with towering horns, and a gray wolf with fur like steel needles. The air was thick with a palpable aura of malevolence, sending chills down one's spine. These specters shifted and morphed until they finally settled upon a creature bearing the head of a tiger and the body of a man. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained a 1-star demon transformation card, Generaline. Jiangchen was momentarily stunned before realization dawned. Generaline. One of the 3 resentful demons from the beginning of Journey to the West. He had long admired mythological tales and had thoroughly read Journey to the West. Well aware that prior to the arrival of the Monkey King, there were indeed 3 demons, Taichushi, Generaline, and Lord Xiangshan, who were notorious for their grievances. They had captured Tang Sung but only consumed 2 of his attendants, temporarily satiated and refraining from harming Tang Sung, until rescued by the Star of White Jupiter. This demon was far from the foolish portrayal in the texts, reflecting on the earlier specter of Generaline with its fierce and bloodthirsty aura, its imposing physique looming over him, and its icy tiger eyes exuding an overwhelming pressure. Jiang Chun felt a wave of terror wash over him, dampening his back with sweat. How to utilize the demon transformation card. Jiang Chun turned his gaze to a virtual panel before him. Host, Jiang Chun Ghost Chi. 0 Demon Transformation Card. Generaline, 1 star. As his eyes fell upon Demon Transformation Card, a line of explanation appeared. 1-star Demon Transformation Card. Recite to activate, allowing the host to gain partial power of the demon for half an hour and randomly draw 1 supernatural ability. Note, after the transformation concludes, the host will permanently retain 10 of the physique and demon power, with a 1 probability of permanently inheriting a supernatural ability. After contemplating for a moment, Jiang Chen stepped outside. His initial ghost chi had already been depleted. He needed to devise a method to exploit this demon transformation card and the ghost before him to amass sufficient ghost chi, or else his future would be fraught with hardship. In 1202, within a bedroom, a woman clad in a wine-red spaghetti-strap nightgown braced a chair against the wooden door, her body pressed against it, trembling uncontrollably. This woman was Hong Jie, who, usually dignified and graceful, now found herself in utter disarray, her hair a tangled mess, drenched in cold sweat, her lips murmuring incoherently. "No, don't come in, please." Her eyes were vacant, teetering on the brink of collapse. Knock, knock, knock. As the sounds echoed from outside the door, a crackling static filled the room, the lights flickering ominously before dimming, then brightening once more. Hong Jie's pupils constricted as the light illuminated the scene. The bedroom door had been opened just a fraction, and a few pale fingers clawed through the gap, accompanied by the frantic voice of a woman on the other side of the door. "Open the door. I know you are inside. Why won't you save me? Please, open the door and help me." The voice, though pleading for rescue, bore a sinister undertone that sent chills down one's spine. The lights flickered and extinguished once more, and amidst the darkness, a knocking echoed. When the illumination returned, Hong Jie's eyes widened in terror, her body trembling in fear. For the gap in the door had widened again, revealing half of a pale woman's face grinning at her. "I see you, let me in." Gazing at the ghastly visage before her, Hong Jie felt her heart nearly cease its rhythm. It was over. Just as despair enveloped her, a sudden footstep echoed from outside. As if someone had rushed in, a shadow darted past the door, and for a fleeting moment, it appeared someone had bolted into the adjacent bathroom, slamming the door shut behind them. The ghostly figure quickly took note of this act of defiance. To dare enter a room and shut the door in her presence was a profound affront to a door-knocking specter. Abruptly, she abandoned Hong Jie, her head twisting rigidly towards the bathroom, her pale arm raised. "Is anyone in there? Open the door." The ghost's voice, raspy and chilling, sent shivers down the spine. Silence lingered for 2 seconds before a deep, robust voice emerged from within. "Sister, do you wish to join me for a bathroom break?" As the words fell, a notification chimed in Jiang Chen's ear. The ghost was taken aback. How disgusting. At the door, the female specter suddenly regretted knocking on the bathroom door. Upon reflection, it seemed odd to knock on a bathroom door while other doors were fair game. In her moment of bewilderment, Jiang Chen audaciously tapped twice on the door, extending an invitation. "Care to join?" The ghost was left flabbergasted. Those 2 simple words inflicted immense damage. Seeing the ghost remain unresponsive, Jiang Chen grew bolder, even opening the door slightly to peer at her, clearing his throat. "Rest assured, my business here is odorless, and I promise. This is my first time doing this with a girl. Care to join?" Staring into his earnest eyes, the pale specter was momentarily stunned, her mouth agape, struggling to find words. "Are you a devil? What sort of bizarre operation is this?" Upon hearing the notifications, Jiang Chen's spirits lifted as he swiftly accumulated 30 points of ghostly energy, realizing his approach aligned perfectly with the System-S requirements. I'm in pain, dear brother. Can you please save me first? The ghost, not one to be trifled with, after her initial shock, let out a sinister chuckle. Suddenly, blood began to drip from her body, revealing gaping wounds on her chest and abdomen, her face marred by numerous cuts, skin peeling back in a grotesque display. The ghost stepped into the bathroom, her chilling aura enveloping the cramped space. Ah, there's a ghost. Jiang Chen, originally squatting on the toilet, suddenly sprang up. His face contorted in terror as he let out a scream akin to that of a victim of violence. The ghost outside the door was momentarily taken aback. What happened to your earlier composure? The ghostly energy surged. It was not that the female ghost was easily swayed. Rather, Jiang Chen had previously displayed an unsettling calmness in her presence, clearly unafraid of spirits. Now, however, his reaction was so extreme that it left the ghost perplexed. Yet, she soon broke into a sinister smile, advancing towards Jiang Chen step by step. Ah, so now you know fear? To her surprise, Jiang Chen did not even glance at her, his face still a mask of horror as he pointed frantically at the mirror ahead. A ghost. There is a ghost there. Dear lady, can you not see? There is a hideous demon in the mirror. Chapter 3. The Roar of the Tsang Tiger. Instant kill. The female ghost paused, bewildered by the mirror. Her rigid head slowly turned. At that moment, Jiang Chen took out a blue light lamp he had prepared earlier and switched it on. It is well known that a significant portion of the terror in horror films stems from oppressive lighting. Thus, when the female ghost glanced into the mirror, she was met with a dim, eerie blue light and a face obscured yet menacingly distorted. She had already revealed her most terrifying visage, intending to frighten Jiang Chen to death. Now, with the added filter, her horror intensified. The female ghost stood frozen, her pupils gradually dilating. Suddenly, she screamed, "Ah!" and leapt into Jiang Chen's embrace, overwhelmed by a profound fear that made her forget her ghostly nature. The knocking ghost was terrified. Fear level increased by 15. Do not be afraid, I will run with you, Jiang Chen urged, suppressing his own terror as he comforted her. He lifted the female ghost in a princess carry and dashed out of the restroom toward the balcony. Upon reaching the balcony's edge, he panted, "Forget it, you must escape first." The female ghost was taken aback, a flicker of gratitude crossing her eyes. If we are to leave, let us leave together. However, Jiang Chen, with a resolute expression, revealed a sorrowful smile and firmly shook his head. One of us must stay behind to confront the malevolent spirit in the mirror. If we leave together, neither of us will survive. As he spoke, he approached the balcony's edge, lifting the female ghost into the air. He gently lowered his head and placed a soft kiss on her pale forehead. One, survive. Previously, he had learned from Hong Jie that Sun Fang's close friend was named Li Yuan. The knocking ghost's heart raced, fear level increased by 20. Jiang Chen's eyes brightened. He had merely intended to test the waters and was astonished by the outcome. Then he released her. The female ghost plummeted from the 12th floor. Bang! A thunderous noise echoed as the concrete ground seemed to shatter beneath her. This was also Jiang Chen's experiment. He had yet to resort to using the demon-slaying card, wishing to ascertain whether an ordinary person could vanquish a ghost. Soon, a prompt echoed in his ears, making it clear that he had failed. The knocking ghost realized this was the 12th floor. He was not urging her to escape, but rather attempting to send her away. You wretched creature. Fear level increased by 30. I curse you to an unworthy demise. The enraged voice of the female ghost resounded from below. Then, Jiang Chen heard a chilling scratching sound, reminiscent of nails scraping against the concrete wall. As he contemplated this, he looked down, and the sight sent a shiver down his spine. Climbing with a horrifying speed was a woman, her body grotesquely contorted and dripping with blood. Hiss. Jiang Chen inhaled sharply. Although he had never encountered other ghosts, he sensed that this knocking ghost was among the more formidable of its kind. Exhaling a long breath, he understood that he could only gamble everything now. Use the demon-slaying card, Generaline. He silently roared within. In the next moment, a tremendous force surged from his chest, coursing through Jiang Chen's limbs and bones. He felt as if magma were roaring through his veins, his muscles swelling with power, elevating his stature to nearly 2 meters. Blood surged with fervor, and the ancient strength enveloping him compelled Jiang Chen to unleash a skyward howl. Ding! He randomly acquired a divine ability, Song Hu's Roar. An epiphany struck Jiang Chen. He sensed a faint black energy flowing within him, the essence of demonic power, while the divine ability served as a conduit for harnessing this power. At that moment, the sound of movement drew near, arriving at the balcony below. Jiang Chun leaned out, and upon seeing the female ghost, his face lit up with joy. Wonderful. You're still alive. I just realized this is the 12th floor. With sincerity etched across his visage, he extended his hand. Quick, let me pull you up. The ghost hesitated for a moment before breaking into a sinister laugh. Sure, go ahead and pull me up. She had dismissed his words, her pale hand reaching out as she intended to let him experience the despair of falling from the 12th floor. As her ghostly hand clasped Jiang Chun's, an intense heat surged through him, akin to confronting a natural enemy. The ghost's hand burned with pain, ghostly energy 10. She paused, sensing something amiss. Yet, Jiang Chun did not afford her a moment to react. He pushed off the ground with his feet, leaping from the balcony, and with a powerful grip, he swung the ghost like a hammer, hurling her downward. Together, they plummeted from the 12th floor, the force of Jiang Chun's descent amplifying their impact, culminating in a thunderous explosion. Boom! The concrete below shattered, creating a deep crater, and the once menacing ghost was reduced to a grotesque mass. Ah! She screamed in agony, her malevolent gaze threatening to consume everything. Jiang Chun offered her no respite. He bent down, his eyes cold as ice, his mouth opening to unleash the demonic energy surging within him, instinctively transforming into a terrifying tiger's roar. Roar! The sound wave enveloped the area, warping the air itself, and the ghost's eyes widened in terror as her form gradually disintegrated into ashes. No! Ding! The door-knocking ghost, evil spirit, has been vanquished. Ghostly energy 99. This notification brightened Jiang Chun's spirits. 99 points of ghostly energy were an unexpected boon. He had opted for lethal force because, after the previous series of encounters, he had already amassed 110 points of ghostly energy, sufficient for one more draw, and now he could draw twice. What does the term evil spirit in parentheses signify? The level of the ghostly entity? Jiang Chun pondered briefly, then turned and ascended. With the door-knocking ghost now obliterated, only a deep pit remained, unlikely to incite panic. Indeed, specialized personnel would likely handle the aftermath. But such matters were of no concern to him. Upon reaching room 1202, he found Hong Jie weakly kneeling against the living room wall, gazing toward the balcony with tear-streaked eyes. Xiao Chen, why are you so foolish? She murmured, having recognized who was outside during Jiang Chun's exchange with the ghost. The individual across the hall has been renting for over a year. She usually spends her time alone, occasionally inviting Jiang Chun to share a meal when she has prepared too much. Their interactions have been minimal, and they are not particularly well acquainted. However, Hong Jie never anticipated that in the face of the terrifying ghostly knocking, Jiang Chun would bravely risk his life to save her. As she dashed out of her, she witnessed a scene that struck her with disbelief. Jiang Chun was leaping off the 12th floor, dragging the female ghost along with him. To Hong Jie, it appeared as if both he and the ghost had chosen to perish together. The thought of such a high jump surely leading to death made her heart ache, and tears welled up in her eyes. Just then, there was a knock on the security door. Hong Jie's body tensed instantly. Relief washed over her when she realized that the figure entering was not the ghost, but a man. However, her relief was short-lived as she recognized Jiang Chun's face, which drained the color from her own. Jiang Chun, are you human or ghost? Jiang Chun paused for a moment, and after a brief hesitation, Hong Jie's face blossomed with joy, radiating warmth akin to a vibrant rose. She rushed forward and playfully squeezed Jiang Chun's arm. How wonderful! You are truly alive. I was just about to feel overwhelming guilt. She noted the firmness of his muscles, admiring them as if he were a champion bodybuilder, revealing hidden depths. By the way, about that ghost. Chapter 4. Have you ever considered giving up? Jiang Chun explained to Hong Jie that he was a ghost exorcist and had already dealt with the female ghost. He then advised her that if anyone inquired, she should say that a passing expert had resolved the matter. He recalled that Hong Jie had already reported the incident to the authorities. In contemporary society, there are no substantiated supernatural occurrences, indicating that the Zhuozhou government must have specialists handling such affairs. Jiang Chun was reluctant to engage with the relevant departments for the time being. After all, it was uncertain how they would perceive someone like him, who possessed supernatural abilities but lived a leisurely life. Upon returning to his room, he promptly drew 2 demon transformation cards. Ding! Congratulations. The host has drawn a 1-star demon transformation card, Red Python Spirit. Jiang Chun murmured, recalling the serpent spirit from Qijua Mountain. As a seasoned mythology enthusiast, he instantly assessed the creature's strength. It should be superior to Generaline. Many online users categorized the red python spirit as the benchmark of combat power in Journey to the West, arguing that it must consume several humans daily to maintain its human form. However, this interpretation is somewhat misguided. The red python maintains a complete human shape, while Generaline and certain minor mountain demons can only transform into a semi-human form. Thus, the red python is not as weak as it may seem. Ding! Congratulations. The host has drawn a 1-star demon transformation card, Worldly Demon King. The second card elicited great surprise from Jiang Chun. The Worldly Demon King commands numerous minor demons, and one could consider him a low-tier boss among combat forces. Notably, the television adaptation classifies the Worldly Demon King as one of the 7 demon saints, which is inaccurate. He should replace the position of the Demon King Yuan. In the original text, the Worldly Demon King was cleaved in two by the returning monkey after mastering his craft. Afterward, Jiang Chun took a moment to sense the power within. The 1-star demon transformation card granted him demonic strength and physique, and he had a premonition that higher-tier cards might allow him to embody the terrifying forms of those demons directly. He recalled the sense of oppression he felt when drawing the demon transformation cards. If those demons' true forms were to manifest, they could effortlessly dispatch the knocking ghost with a mere swipe. He pondered how much ghostly energy he would need to accumulate to unlock the next tier of demon transformation cards. Soon, the overwhelming power subsided, and Jiang Chun tested himself. The residual strength he possessed was equivalent to that of 7 or 8 fully grown adults. Yet, the demonic energy within him had dwindled to a mere thread, and the divine abilities were not permanently retained, given the mere one chance of inheritance. Should he encounter the knocking ghost now, he would likely face. It was unfortunate that the transformation could only last for half an hour. Fortunately, he now had 2 demon transformation cards as trump cards. He wondered how many ghosts existed in this world and whether there were beings more terrifying than the knocking ghost. A sense of urgency stirred within him. Earlier, as he ascended the stairs, he had noticed that the doors of 3 apartments on the 5th and 9th floors stood ajar, revealing the mangled corpses within, victims of the knocking ghost. Had he not awakened the system, he too would have become one of those lifeless bodies tonight. The world is not as tranquil as it appears on the surface. I cannot merely wait for ghosts to seek me out, for the entity that may collide with me could be something truly terrifying. I shall seek out lesser perilous supernatural occurrences to gather more ghostly energy. Once I become sufficiently powerful, there is little to fear from spirits. Jiang Chun murmured to himself, resolutely determining his next objective. He also yearned to seize the opportunity to delve deeper into the other side of this world. The city news segment. Suddenly struck by inspiration, he opened his phone and began sifting through recent reports of homicides. Eventually, Jiang Chun zeroed in on the disfigurement case on Tianfu Road, where only 3 lives had been lost thus far, implying a relatively low level of danger. Tianfu Road was conveniently located near the school he planned to visit after classes the following evening. Glancing at his phone, he noted it was just past 3 o'clock. Jiang Chun returned to his bedroom to continue his slumber. In the midst of his rest, he heard a throng of individuals ascending the stairs, seemingly entering Hong Jie's room before departing once more. Bright floodlights illuminated the building, with people continuously coming and going. This must be the authorities managing the aftermath. The lack of anyone seeking him out suggested that Hong Jie had adhered to his instructions. Furthermore, it indicated that the officials held no significant animosity towards idle supernatural beings. After all, if they truly wished to investigate, they could undoubtedly uncover Jiang Chun's identity. The following morning, around 8 o'clock, there came a knock. Upon opening it, he found Hong Jie clad in a fitted azure dress, bearing an array of breakfast items: beef patties, pan-fried dumplings, congee, and steamed buns, each exquisitely presented, tantalizing his appetite. Unlike the previous night's chaos, the dress accentuated her curvaceous figure, her porcelain skin radiating allure, particularly her elongated fox-like eyes, which exuded femininity. Had Jiang Chun not learned of her age exceeding 30 through their conversations, he would never have believed it. Haha, I wasn't sure what you liked, so I made a bit of everything. From now on, you needn't dine out. Whatever you desire, I shall prepare for you, she declared as she entered and placed the breakfast on the coffee table, effortlessly beginning to tidy Jiang Chun's room. Hong Jie, you needn't be so courteous, Jiang Chun protested. Nonsense. You saved my life. This is merely a small token of gratitude, she retorted. her beautiful eyes narrowing slightly before her expression brightened as she approached him. "By the way, here is something for you." From beneath the breakfast tray, she produced a dark red booklet. Initially, Jiang Chun overlooked it, assuming it was merely a placemat, but he soon noticed the prominent characters inscribed upon it. Property deed. Upon realizing its significance, he could not help but grin subtly. It is worth noting that Jianggan City holds a status akin to a first-tier city in his previous life, and a property in this area could easily fetch several million. To use a property deed as a breakfast mat? This is a small gesture from me. Just take it for now, and we shall handle the transfer later, she insisted. No, this is far too valuable. Jiang Chun declined vehemently. It was not out of a desire to appear virtuous. In truth, he had struggled to purchase property even in second-tier cities during his former life. The crux of the matter was that in this life, he had managed to save a little money. On the other hand, Hong Jie, a woman of modest means, seemed to rely solely on the rental income from her apartment for her livelihood, as she did not appear to have any other source of employment. It was inconceivable for her to take away someone else's means of subsistence merely because she had saved their life. With a sigh, Hong Jie returned to her home. A few minutes later, she appeared with a box, slightly out of breath, wiping the sweat from her brow with the back of her hand. I understand, Xiao Chun. You are not particularly fond of your current residence, are you? No worries. From the 6th floor to the 15th, the entire building is mine. Feel free to choose any unit you desire. If you truly prefer a lower floor, I can arrange for a swap. Upon hearing these words, the usually composed Jiang Chun felt his grip on the chopsticks tremble uncontrollably, nearly choking on the Xiao Mai in his mouth. He gazed at Hong Jie, who was struggling to retrieve the property deed from the box, and sensed an elevation in her aura. He even found himself under the impression that she might soon inquire. Young man, have you ever considered ceasing your efforts? Chapter 5. Lin Yue. To be frank with you, Xiao Chen, I have come to realize that there are indeed ghosts in this world. Having such a formidable ghost hunter residing across from me brings me a great sense of reassurance at night. If it weren't for the fear of being a burden to you, I would have considered moving into your home directly. At this point, a blush crept onto Hong Jie's cheeks, reminiscent of a perfectly ripened peach. Therefore, you must accept this apartment. This time, Jiang Chun did not refuse. After all, the rent here is quite steep, over 5,000 a month, which constitutes a significant expense given his current financial situation. Wonderful. You eat first, and I will tidy up for you. I'll take your clothes to wash. Come by to pick them up in the evening. As she offered the apartment, Hong Jie's face lit up with joy, resembling a youthful girl in her 20s. At 9 o'clock, at Jiangbei University of Finance and Economics, a vibrant array of youthful figures filled the entrance. It was summer, and the sight of long, fair legs was quite alluring, leaving the male students in a daze. Amidst the crowd, Jiang Chun felt a wave of youthful exuberance wash over him, despite having been only 26 at the time of his previous demise. Regrettably, old Zhang was not around, otherwise he would have been utterly astounded. Old Zhang was the elderly man who had taken Jiang Chun in. A rather eccentric figure who enjoyed taking Jiang Chun to sneak peeks at widows bathing or to the back of the town's theater to watch the actresses change costumes. Each time they were caught, he would be the first to flee, leaving the 7- or 8-year-old Jiang Chun to take the blame. After entering the main gate, they walked for over 10 minutes to reach the building of the School of Economics and Management. In classroom 415 on the 4th floor, roll call was being taken. As Jiang Chun stepped in, he was greeted by the cacophony of youthful voices filling the room. He found a seat in the back, poured himself a cup of water from his thermos, and opened the news on his phone regarding the Tianfu Road homicide case. Among the deceased was a passerby, whose body was discarded in a flower bed, while 2 others were residents of an old neighborhood nearby. One was found at the stairwell, and the other in his own home. Rather than being merely discarded, it appeared there was no intention to process the crime scene at all. Such behavior was exceedingly peculiar and did not resemble that of a typical criminal. A perpetrator is not a fool. To avoid capture, one would typically take measures to conceal their actions after committing murder. This left only 2 possibilities: a psychopath or those entities. Furthermore, all the victims had been disfigured, as if the murderer harbored a certain obsession, similar to the door-knocking ghost, who was fixated on knocking to kill, despite being capable of climbing 12 stories unaided. Jiang Chun analyzed the situation and felt a strong inclination towards the possibility of it being a supernatural event. While he was deep in thought, a sudden uproar erupted at the entrance, followed by a few students from his department calling out to him. Jiang Chun, someone is looking for you. It was Lin Yue. When did you get acquainted with the goddess Lin? And even goddess Yang is here. Goodness. Jiang Chun, who is ordinarily unremarkable, has managed to attract the attention of two goddesses. How enviable. How jealous. How infuriating. Come out. They urged, excitement palpable among the male students. The classroom was abuzz, with students straining to catch a glimpse at the door. Jiang Chun was taken aback and looked up to see two women of strikingly different qualities standing amidst a throng of people at the entrance. One of them wore a slightly fitted white blouse paired with a long skirt, exuding an aura of gentle elegance. Yet, beneath her courteous smile lay an unmistakable air of aloofness, suggesting an extraordinary lineage. The other was clad in athletic wear, her delicate features as cold as ice, embodying a goddess-like presence. Lin Yue? Jiang Chun recognized the former. They had been classmates in elementary school, but she had moved away in the 5th grade. And to his surprise, they encountered each other again in university. It was in the library, where both felt a sense of familiarity. After exchanging a few words, they discovered they had once lived in the same town and attended the same primary school. However, after that encounter, their paths diverged once more. He rose and approached the two women, unperturbed by their beauty, and calmly inquired, Lin Yue, is there something you need? She glanced around at the crowd, smiled, and gestured toward the corridor. Shall we talk over there? Jiang Chun nodded, and they moved aside. The girl in sportswear, Yang Chan, subtly furrowed her brow. Jiang Chun, take this. Lin Yue offered a triangular yellow talisman. This is something my mother obtained from the temple. It wards off evil and protects you. Carry it close. And try not to take it off. Hesitating for a moment, she continued, recently, things outside have been tumultuous, with numerous violent incidents. It's best to stay indoors, especially at night. Without allowing Jiang Chun a chance to respond, Lin Yue smiled politely and departed with Yang Chan. After walking a distance, Yang Chan slightly frowned. Wei. There are matters that ordinary people should not be privy to. What you've done may violate the ironclad rules set forth by the Dao Alliance in the underworld. I merely handed over a talisman. That is fortunate, but I must caution you. He is just an ordinary person existing in a realm far removed from yours. Even disregarding the peculiar world you inhabit, your family background alone means he could strive his whole life and still not reach you, Yang Chan remarked. Upon hearing this, Lin Yue fell silent for a moment, then playfully swatted Yang Chan's arm. What nonsense. I regard him merely as a friend. I never implied anything beyond that. Huh. Can an ordinary friend bestow a talisman of such caliber? This item could fetch 2 million in the black market, though it is scarce. Yang Chan retorted with a cold laugh. You must remember, I told you that when my father fell from grace and returned home for refuge, Jiang Chun and I were classmates. Once, he risked his life to save me from human traffickers, sustaining severe injuries in the process. A single talisman pales in comparison to such a debt. Moreover, with the recent surge of malevolent energies, I fear for his safety. You know he is merely an ordinary person who would perish at the slightest encounter with the supernatural. You are worlds apart, Yang Chan said seriously, looking intently at her friend. Wait, I warn you, do not confuse gratitude for love. You are in your prime, with remarkable talent. How many illustrious figures from the peculiar realm pursue you? An ordinary person, no matter how hard they strive, is unworthy of you. Lin Yue remained silent, her eyes betraying a complex mixture of emotions. She did not confide in her close friend that she is perfectly capable of distinguishing between gratitude and infatuation. Yet, the shadow of that youth has long been etched in her heart since her tender years. Alas. Chapter 6. If one offends me, I shall recklessly retaliate on the other side. Jiang Chun glanced at the talisman in his hand. As he touched it with his demonic energy, he sensed a searing heat emanating from it, confirming its high quality. Surely, such an item could not be given away lightly. After a moment's reflection, he recalled a time from his childhood in a remote town notorious for its poor security. Once, he witnessed a human trafficker on a motorcycle abducting Lin Yue. Jiang Chun had never been one to meddle in others' affairs, especially at the tender age of 11. However, the soul within him belonged to an adult, and he could not stand idly by as a young girl was taken away. Thus, he intervened, rushing forward to rescue her. His cries attracting a crowd that frightened the trafficker away, though he himself ended up with a head injury in the process. To him, it was merely a trivial incident. He had not anticipated that it would be remembered until now. The talisman indicated that this world indeed harbored many powers unknown to ordinary people, capable of dealing with nefarious events, though perhaps lacking sufficient manpower. Otherwise, they would not resort to news channels to alert the public. Oh, The concealment of the existence of malevolent entities in Jiuzhou must be connected to the system's earlier statement. Suddenly, Jiang Chun comprehended a crucial point. Demons consume human qi, while monsters feast upon the essence of spirits. This could explain why the ghost that knocked on doors did not simply break in, but instead instilled fear step by step, thus continuously siphoning the life force of the living. If the existence of such sinister occurrences were to be made public, it would surely plunge everyone into chaos, leading to catastrophic consequences. No wonder Lin Yue had hesitated to reveal the truth about spirits, ultimately opting for a subtle warning. Shaking his head, Jiang Chun dismissed these thoughts and returned to the classroom. Upon entering, a commotion erupted. Well, called for a private chat by the goddess Lin, old Jiang, impressive. Incredible. Jiang Chun. Damn, Jiang Chun is now our rival in love. Old Jiang, our friendship is over. Before he could respond, a loud bang interrupted the chatter. Bang. What is happening? Quiet down immediately. Attendance is about to begin. A boy seated in the front row, dressed in designer clothes, turned his head with an impassive expression. All students who met his gaze promptly lowered their heads in silence. In an instant, the classroom fell into complete stillness, with no one daring to utter a word. The boy held the position of the student council's year leader, a title that might not command respect on its own, but he bore another identity, Zheng Xiaoming, heir to the Zheng Group, one of the top 5 conglomerates in Jiangbei City. The influence he wielded was unfathomable, and even a group of university students, yet to enter the workforce, could sense the weight of his presence. After all, just a year ago, 2 individuals who had crossed paths with Zheng Xiaoming had mysteriously withdrawn from the university. After reprimanding the class, Zheng Xiaoming turned his gaze towards Jiang Chun. His eyes shadowed with intrigue, yet his face broke into a smile. Oh, Jiang Chun, I see you know Yue. Her family background is quite remarkable. She is regarded as one of the goddesses among the second-generation elites in Jiangbei. My father is an old acquaintance of hers, and there is a gathering in a few days that Yue will attend. Would you care to join us, Jiang Chun? Upon hearing this, Jiang Chun was momentarily taken aback, nearly suppressing a laugh, because he understood that Zheng Xiaoming was undoubtedly an obsequious sycophant. If they were truly familiar, he would not have arrived at the classroom door without even a greeting. He merely responded with a perfunctory acknowledgement, having no intention of engaging with the child. Observing this attitude, Zheng Xiaoming's expression darkened further, and he sneered. Heh, I seem to have forgotten that you might be busy. The last time I saw you, you were working at a milk tea shop. How industrious. Is it true that Jiang, coming from a less privileged background, needs to earn his own tuition? Jiang Chun cast a sidelong glance at him. Although he felt no internal turmoil, if he were indeed a student struggling to support himself while studying, such public ridicule would render it difficult for him to hold his head high among his peers in the future. Sometimes, I find myself rather envious of people like you, who wake up each day thinking about how to strive forward. Your lives are so fulfilling, Zheng Xiaoming continued. He did not behave like those brainless rich second-generation heirs who would immediately ask, do you know who my father is? Instead, he skillfully wielded his advantages, each remark striking at the opponent's vulnerabilities, leaving them feeling cornered. As for why he targeted Jiang Chun, the reason was simple. The circle of second-generation elites in a city is small, and future marriage prospects would likely remain within that circle. Thus, Zheng Xiaoming felt a sense of displeasure at being eyed by someone from outside his social stratum, whom he considered an inferior. I should be the one envying Zheng Xiao. Jiang Chun chuckled. Zheng Xiaoming was momentarily taken aback, his lips curling into a sardonic smile. This boy was somewhat perceptive. Every day, you sweet-talk your father, wag, and everything comes your way. Life must be so comfortable for you. Jiang Chun's next words caused the atmosphere in the classroom to freeze. Sweet-talking and wagging your tail was tantamount to saying that Zheng Xiaoming was akin to a dog, was it not? The last person to call Zheng Xiaoming a fool had dropped out over a year ago. Classmates who knew that individual said their parents had lost their jobs. The family was facing foreclosure, and the parents were embroiled in divorce. Jiang Chun's words were far more cutting than 100 mere insults. The entire classroom fell silent, all too aware that Zheng Xiaoming was on the verge of exploding with rage. By the way, Zheng mentioned he knows Yue, but she seemed to not even glance your way just now. That girl is far too impolite. I shall certainly have a word with her later. Jiang Chun maintained a smile, casually adding fuel to the fire. He had always been this way. If one did not offend him, he would not offend them. But should they provoke him, he would retaliate fiercely. Jiang Chun. Zheng Xiaoming ground out the name through clenched teeth, his face a stormy shade. He had not anticipated that the usually taciturn individual from their department could deliver such piercing remarks, rendering him utterly discomfited. At that moment, a group of boys from the back row exchanged glances and rose to approach, all members of the basketball club, tall and imposing as they surrounded Jiang Chun, gazing at him coldly. Do you know who you've offended? Coming from the countryside, you clearly lack experience. One day you will understand that some individuals are simply beyond your reach. Hurry up and apologize to Zheng Xiao. Crushing someone like you is as easy as squashing an ant. Jiang Chun subtly moved his joints. Unless absolutely necessary, he would refrain from bullying children. However, since they had approached him, he did not mind assuming the role of a life mentor, imparting a dose of societal reality. What on earth is happening? A man dressed in a suit, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses and meticulously styled hair, entered the room. It was Sun Jibing, the counselor from the economics department. Jiang Dehai. Yen Hu, Jiang Chun, return to your seats. Sun Jibing shouted, his expression quite displeased. Then, turning to Zheng Xiaoming, his demeanor softened slightly. Xiaoming, you should also take your seat. Let's begin the roll call. Chapter 7. Am I beautiful? After the roll call, Sun Jibing adjusted his glasses and announced, I have some delightful news to share. Recently, our school is organizing a summer gathering for all departments. While other faculties are pooling their own funds and seeking venues, Mr. Zheng Tiance, the father of Zheng Xiaoming, has generously sponsored our department with a 2-day trip to the Zheng family's luxurious summer resort, completely free of charge. Upon hearing this, everyone erupted with excitement. We shall gather on the playground the day after tomorrow after lunch, as our department has chartered a bus for us all to travel together. At the end of the roll call, I propose that we all applaud to express our gratitude to Xiaoming. Sun Jibing cast a warm smile towards Zheng Xiaoming, only to notice that the latter's expression seemed rather grim, as he didn't even glance in his direction. In the back row, Jiang Chun paused, sensing that something was amiss. Typically, individuals of Zheng Tiance's stature would possess knowledge beyond the grasp of ordinary people. It was peculiar that he would willingly sponsor such a large-scale event during these tumultuous times. Contemplating further, Jiang Chun focused his eyes glowing slightly as he scrutinized Zheng Xiaoming. In the next moment, his gaze sharpened. He noticed 2 dark handprints on Zheng Xiaoming's shoulder, as if he had been grasped by some unseen entity. There was something amiss. He furrowed his brow, pondering, before shaking his head. Given that he had recently had a conflict with Zheng Xiaoming, it would be unwise to dissuade everyone from attending, as it might reflect poorly on his character. Ultimately, he decided to accompany them merely to observe the situation. After the roll call, he spent the morning resting in his shop, browsing recent news about heinous crimes on his computer. The milk tea shop that Zheng Xiaoming mentioned was actually owned by Jiang Chun himself. As a time traveler, he had not achieved anything earth-shattering, yet he had utilized the initial capital left by old Zhang to open several small shops on campus, amassing a fortune of around $1 million with a steady income. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to rent a place costing $5,000 a month. Of course, his efforts over the years paled in comparison to the value of the apartment gifted by Hongjia. After attending 2 classes in the afternoon, he took a taxi to Tianfu Road around 7 in the evening. By the time he arrived, night had fallen, and the adjacent old neighborhood was dimly lit, with only a few households showing signs of life. Jiang Chun scanned the area and, feeling emboldened, stepped out of the taxi. Host, Jiang Chun, Ghost Energy, 9 Demon Transformation Cards, Red Python Spirit, 1 star. Worldly Demon King, 1 star. He entered a building and knocked on the door of room 101. Who is it? Came an elderly voice from within. But the door remained shut. Sir, could you please tell me which unit Zhang Mimi resides in? Jiang Chun inquired. Earlier that morning, while searching the forums for news about the disfigurement case, he discovered numerous discussions, one of which claimed to be from a resident of the Tianfu Road neighborhood, revealing that a woman had died in the area before the disfigurement incident. However, the individual only mentioned the woman's name and the manner of her death, Zhang Mimi. Her body was disfigured. Upon hearing the name, the elderly man fell silent for a moment before replying, I don't know. I've never heard of her. You should leave quickly. Things have been quite unsettling in the neighborhood lately. Be cautious. After uttering this, the old man's footsteps receded, and he walked away. Having consecutively denied it twice, he was evidently concealing a tumult of emotions within, undoubtedly aware of that name, yet seemingly hesitant to elaborate. At the entrance, Jiang Chun stroked his chin, his expression pensive. Surely, even a deceased neighbor would not warrant such a taboo, would they? Perhaps it was prudent to inquire further. Jiang Chen proceeded to knock on the doors of 2 more households. Upon hearing the name Zhang Mimi, their faces paled as if confronting a forbidden topic, hastily shutting their doors without uttering a word. I must be in the right place. Perhaps Zhang Mimi resided in this building during her lifetime, and something must have transpired posthumously to instill such trepidation among the neighbors. He lifted his gaze towards the dimly lit corridor. Despite the sweltering summer heat outside, a chill pervaded the building, accompanied by an odor reminiscent of a hospital. In such an aged complex, not a single security guard was in sight, and it was unlikely that any property management conducted regular sanitation. So, where did this scent of disinfectant originate? With lingering doubts, Jiang Chen ascended further, reaching the 4th floor, where he noticed a door ajar. Through the old iron security gate, a young girl sat, eating from a bowl. "Little sister, why are you eating in the corridor?" Jiang Chen asked with a gentle smile as he approached. The girl shot him a glare. "Uncle, you scared away my friend." "Friend?" Jiang Chen replied, perplexed, for there was no one else in the corridor. "Yes, he was just here eating, but you came up and frightened him away." As soon as she finished her sentence, a woman's voice reprimanded from within. "Yao Yao, who are you talking to?" A woman donned in an apron emerged, casting a glance at Jiang Chen. Upon recognizing his unfamiliar face, her brow furrowed. "What are you doing in our building at this hour?" "Ma'am, I'm searching for someone." "Do you know Zhang Mimi?" Upon hearing this name, the woman's expression shifted, and she waved her hand dismissively, as if swatting away a fly. "I don't know her, just leave." She was about to shut the door but paused, letting out a sigh as she cautioned, "Take my advice and leave this place quick. Things have been quite unsettling in the neighborhood lately. If you hear someone ask you, 'Am I beautiful?' just ignore it and flee." Jiang Chen's gaze sharpened. "Why?" "Because if you say she is not beautiful, that woman will go mad and kill you." The woman spoke sternly. "And if I were to praise her beauty?" With a sinister chuckle, the woman replied, "Do you truly believe that complimenting a disfigured person will earn their goodwill? No, you would only deepen her insecurities. And at that moment, she would transform you into a reflection of her own visage." With a sudden bang, the woman pulled her daughter away and firmly closed the door. "Thank you, sister," Jiang Chen nodded, turning to glance at the several cosmetic advertisements plastered on the corridor wall. He had begun to formulate a hypothesis regarding this grim incident. Continuing his ascent, upon reaching the 5th floor, he discovered another door slightly ajar, from which a faint yet unmistakable scent of blood wafted. Something dreadful had occurred. He approached and pushed against the door, finding it heavy. With a determined shove, it swung open. Bang! A corpse fell forth. It appeared that the body had been propped against the door. When someone opened it, they would be confronted by a horrifying sight. Jiang Chen felt little fear as he crouched down to observe. He discovered that it was a man's corpse, devoid of any visible, except for a face that had been brutally mutilated. He had been savagely killed and undoubtedly endured immense suffering before his demise. Jiang Chen murmured to himself when suddenly he heard hurried footsteps ascending the staircase. In the next moment, a woman rushed down. She wore tight denim jeans and a white shirt, her fair and delicate face rivaling that of Lin Yue. However, her expression was one of sheer panic. The fabric on her shoulder was torn, revealing a gash that emitted a faint dark aura of resentment. "Is she alive?" Upon seeing Jiang Chen, the woman furrowed her brow and pulled him out of room 502, forcefully shutting the door behind them. "If you wish to survive, do not utter a word." She opened the wooden door between the 2 rooms, leading to a small water valve chamber, a place typically visited only to check the water meter. "Hurry inside." With considerable strength, she dragged Jiang Chen in and shut the wooden door, retrieving a yellow talisman from her back pocket. She recited a few incantations and affixed it to the door. "May the supreme clarity protect us, and the cavernous mystery conceal our spirits." Jiang Chen watched as the talisman emitted a faint yellow glow, seemingly creating a barrier between them and the outside world. "You, be silent." The woman swiftly covered his mouth. "This talisman can only mask the life force of the living. If you wish to live, do not speak." No sooner had she finished speaking than a woman's maniacal laughter echoed through the corridor. "Ha ha ha, am I beautiful? Don't run away. I just want to know if I am beautiful now." The sound of footsteps indicated that someone was descending from the 6th floor. Chapter 8. As Jiang Chen entered the water valve room, he noticed a heavy footfall approaching rapidly, accompanied by the pungent odor of disinfectant. Soon, it reached the 5th floor corridor. "Ah, so you've hidden yourself here." A resounding knock echoed from outside. Bang, bang. With 2 powerful blows, the security door was shattered. Jiang Chen felt a twitch in his eyelid. With his remaining strength, if he were to confront this specter, he would likely be struck down instantly. The female ghost entered room 502, but found no one inside. Hee, too cunning. I must extract your answer. She dashed out again, heading straight down the stairs. In the cramped water valve room, the two individuals exhaled in relief. The woman was relieved that the ghost had temporarily retreated, while Jiangchen was struggling to contain his panic. My name is Chen Shui. You may consider me a specialist in handling supernatural events, or simply refer to us as extraordinary individuals. Chen Shui released her grip on Jiangchen's hand, and in the dim light, a faint blush appeared on her delicate face. As for my previous rudeness, I want to apologize. After all, I just saved your life. From now on, stay close to me. You still have a glimmer of hope. With that, she pushed open the wooden door. The talisman paper affixed to it fell and spontaneously ignited in midair, turning to ash. We should. Chen Shui began, but abruptly halted, her expression darkening. For at the corner of the pitch-black staircase from the 5th to the 4th floor, a blood-soaked woman brandishing a knife was peering in, her face so utterly disfigured that it bore no recognizable features, yet it seemed to smile. So, you were hiding here. Now, tell me, am I beautiful? Her chilling, raspy voice sent shivers down the spine. Chen Shui maintained her composure, her fingers forming a sword-like gesture as she grasped a yellow talisman, chanting urgently, Heaven and earth, the profound source, cultivating for eons, proving my divine power. Golden light talisman. At that moment, the female ghost, wielding a dagger the length of her forearm, lunged forward. If you don't speak, do you think I'm not beautiful? She rushed towards Chen Shui, the dagger poised to strike. Chen Shui's fingertip glowed with golden light as it collided with the dagger. Clang. The sound of metal meeting metal rang out, causing the ghost's dagger to fly from her grip with a shriek, crashing against the stairs. Impressive, Jiangchen thought, astonished to witness the existence of such mystical arts. However, in the next instant, Chen Shui stumbled backward, colliding with Jiangchen. He felt an overwhelming force surge through him, slamming him against the wall, nearly causing him to spit blood. Ah! Chen Shui gasped in pain, clutching her shoulder. The earlier blow had torn her. More critically, the ghostly aura was seeping in. She needed to expend her vital energy to contain it, and after activating the golden light talisman, she had no energy left to fight. Damn it, a medium-level evil spirit should have been easily dealt with. Who knew there would be another ghost in this cursed place? Chen Shui's face was filled with frustration as she glanced back at Jiangchen. I'm running low on energy. In a moment, I will hold it off with all my might. You need to rush downstairs and contact the security office. Have them summon the extraordinary individuals. Do you understand? Jiangchen nodded. At this moment, the female ghost had risen, once again grasping the sharp knife, advancing towards the two individuals. Upon discovering Jiangchen, a glimmer of delight crossed her face. Ah, so there is another handsome young man. Do you find me beautiful? Jiangchen glanced at her, replying, Dear sister, you are indeed quite lovely. Alas, Chen Shui, unable to intervene in time, felt her expression darken. By answering her question, you have doomed yourself to her relentless pursuit. Indeed. The ghost's laughter turned colder. Oh, you truly consider my appearance beautiful? Shall I transform you into something akin to myself? As she spoke, blood inexplicably began to drip from the knife she held, a foreboding sign of her intent. Why resort to such actions? Each person is a unique flower, dear ghost. Your thoughts are too extreme. Jiangchen shook his head. Yet, without such a demonstration, how can you prove that you genuinely find me beautiful? The ghost wore a mocking grin. That's simple. Jiangchen's eyes seemed to glimmer as he grasped the ghost's icy wrist. Elbow, come with me inside. The ghost momentarily froze, and upon regaining her composure, her ghastly visage stiffened. What purpose lies in entering? Are you moving too quickly? The ghostly energy surged by 10. Come now, dear ghost. Allow me to delve deeper into your beauty. Jiangchen insisted, pulling her along, his fervent gaze leaving even the disfigured specter momentarily stunned. Why is he looking at me like that? Does he truly wish to harm me? After all, I am a ghost. The ghostly energy surged by 20. Beside them, Chen Shui was equally bewildered. She could never have anticipated the situation would unfold in such a manner. At that moment, seeing the ghost remain motionless, Jiangchen stepped, encircling her with his arms and exhaling warm breath near her neck. What is this? Feeling shy? The disfigured ghost shivered violently, leaping back like a startled kitten. What? Is he toying with a ghost? Is he a demon? The ghostly energy surged by 30. Of course, this was merely an instinctive reaction born of confusion. Once the ghost regained her composure, she suddenly seized Jiangchen's arm. Very well, we shall enter, but should your feelings not be sincere, I shall gradually mar your entire visage. Together, the man and ghost entered room 502. No sooner had they entered than the ghost pressed Jiang Chun against the wall, her grotesque face adorned with a sinister smile. I forgot to mention, since you profess to love me, you surely wouldn't mind becoming something similar to me, would you? Sighing, Jiang Chun lamented. This ghost was not as easily fooled as the leaping specter. He had only accumulated 60 ghostly energies this time and would require a transformation card. Nevertheless, he knew that at the very moment of a ghost's complete demise, there would be an abundance of ghostly energy to harvest. Utilizing the transformation card, Red Python, Jiang Chun's form began to shift, muscle swelling, skin hardening like steel, and his blood surged like a boiling furnace, the potent demonic energy coursing through him. Ding! Randomly acquired divine ability, giant power of the demon python. The ghost's expression faltered as she noticed that the man before her seemed to tower a few inches taller. The wrist she had seized now felt impossibly hard, accompanied by a sharp, stinging sensation, especially the gaze of the other party, which suddenly turned fierce. As if from a docile little rabbit, it had transformed into a top-tier predator in an instant. Jiang Chun's lips curled into a smirk, his inner confidence swelling. He fixed his gaze on the ghostly woman brandishing a sharp knife. Dear ghost sister, why such an obsession with appearances? Humph. You people merely stand idly by, oblivious to the pain. Wait until you become as hideous as I am. Then you will truly understand the malice in others' eyes. The ghost trembled uncontrollably, madly raising the sharp knife, lunging towards Jiang Chun's face. I understand now. You lack confidence in your appearance. Jiang Chun wore an expression of enlightenment. It's quite simple. I am a rather amateur physician and can assist you in permanently resolving this issue. Theoretically, with a minor surgical procedure to remove the tissue above the neck, no one would care about your looks anymore. His words left the ghost momentarily stunned. Such a miraculous surgery? No, wait, removing tissue above the neck. Doesn't that mean my head would be severed? You vile creature. Ghostly rage 30. I shall slay you. The ghost's face twisted with venom. Jiang Chun extended a hand, and with terrifying strength, he grasped the ghost's severed wrist, crushing her bones with a nearly brutal grip. The sharp knife fell, which he caught, and with a swift motion, he struck. Thud! A head rolled to the ground. Chapter 9. The Underworld, Tao Alliance, and the Hell App. With a resounding thud, the disfigured ghost met its demise, granting an increase of 99 in ghostly energy. As the head of the female specter was severed, her body slumped to the ground, rapidly undergoing decay. Typically, ghosts do not perish so easily. However, with a single stroke, Jiang Chun infused his strike with demonic energy, resulting in the immediate obliteration of the female ghost's soul. Outside, Chen Shui heard the sound of the head hitting the ground, her pupils dilating in shock. Her delicate fists clenched tightly, and her charming visage contorted with a mixture of fury and anguish. He sacrificed himself to save me. The bravery it takes for an ordinary person to confront a malevolent spirit is unimaginable. She began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Jiang Chun's seemingly frivolous and exaggerated actions were, in truth, a means of crafting an opportunity for his own survival. With gritted teeth, tears unbidden streamed down her cheeks as she cast a determined glance at room 502. I will avenge you. She turned to run downstairs, but after descending 2 flights, it seemed she made another resolute decision. She retrieved a jade dagger hanging from her neck and turned back. Very well, since you died for me, I cannot allow myself to escape alone. Chen Shui entered room 502 with an air of lethal intent. To her astonishment, she found Jiang Chun, whom she believed to be lifeless, crouching on the floor, patting the face of a male corpse, eagerly calling out, "Wake up, brother? Aren't you a ghost yet?" He then pondered aloud, could it be that one must wait until the 7th day to transform? Never mind. I shall return to seek you out in a few days. Chen Shui was momentarily speechless. Casting a glance at the remains of the disfigured ghost, her beautiful eyes widened in surprise. So you are indeed a remarkable individual. It seems I underestimated your capabilities. To dispatch an average malevolent spirit with such decisiveness suggests that your strength rivals my own. Jiang Chun turned to Chen Shui and expressed his previously prepared remarks. Oh, I am not well versed in the realm of extraordinary beings. I have only been in this grand city for 2 years, having lived with my grandfather prior to that. He never spoke of such matters before he passed. If you do not mind, could you enlighten me? He offered a disarming smile. Upon hearing this, Chen Shui paused. Then a realization dawned upon her. So that is it. Your situation is quite common. The depths of Jiuzhou's heritage run deep, with exceptional individuals residing in seclusion. Their descendants often enter the city. Unfamiliar with the world of the extraordinary, Chen Shui organized her thoughts. Currently, the Dao Alliance and the Underworld are the two most powerful factions. The Dao Alliance governs all extraordinary beings, while the Underworld possesses its own cultivation system. By the way, they have jointly launched a Hell app, which should contain all the information you seek. I shall send you an invitation code. Grateful for his life being saved. Chen Shui proactively assisted Jiang Chen in downloading and registering for the Hell app, an internal software within the realm of extraordinary beings, accessible only with a specific invitation code. There you go. Also, you can take a photo of this ghost's remains. After reporting it on the Hell app, you will earn points, which serve as the currency within the realm of the extraordinary. Thank you. Jiang Chen nodded slightly, opening the application. The interface adorned in ominous red and black hues, exuding a distinctly eerie ambience. Within, there was a dedicated entry for photography. Upon entering, instructions appeared, indicating that a mere photograph would suffice. The app possessed an innate ability to discern the level of a ghost, subsequently allocating corresponding points. With a click, the photo was uploaded, and after a brief minute, a notification chimed. Ding. Jiang Chen observed that 50 points had been credited to his account. The app featured a transaction marketplace, where individuals sought various exchanges, and points could be exchanged for an array of magical artifacts and talismans. This knife, for instance, might barely qualify as a ghostly weapon. Practitioners like them seldom utilize such items, yet they could fetch a handsome price from the Ikai, who were willing to pay generously for them. Chen Shui elaborated further, but abruptly glanced toward the hallway. We should leave this place. There may be a ghost lurking in the building. No sooner had she spoken than she noticed the man before her displaying an inexplicable excitement. Where's that ghost? He inquired eagerly. Chen Shui replied, Why are you so agitated? I suspect it is at least a superior malevolent spirit, possibly even a top-tier one. I'm severely injured and have almost no combat capability. Recklessly confronting it would leave us with minimal chances of success. However, upon hearing Chen Shui's concerns, Jiang Chen shook his head resolutely. You are right, Chen Shui. We could flee, but what about the living residents in this building? My grandfather taught me that with great power comes great responsibility. In such perilous circumstances, I cannot abandon the inhabitants. He urged, You should leave. I will confront that ghost. His demeanor radiated a sense of noble resolve as he rose and exited, leaving behind only the silhouette of his broad back. Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Chen was acutely aware that his transformation card had but 18 minutes remaining. To squander this opportunity without accumulating more ghostly energy would be a grave misstep. Moreover, against a disfigured ghost, he had not even utilized his with the strength bestowed by this transformation card, he would undoubtedly be more than capable of facing another ghost. Should true danger arise, he would undoubtedly flee faster than anyone else, akin to old Zhang. Yet, to Chen Shui, the young man's figure seemed to grow more formidable. And as she regarded him, a sense of inadequacy washed over her. I must say, Jiang Chen, you are a person worthy of admiration. Well, my life was originally saved by you tonight. If we are to take risks, I shall accompany you. With that, she followed suit. The duo ascended to the 6th, where Jiang Chen noticed the door to room 602 ajar, a strong scent of disinfectant wafting from within. A small sign at the entrance read Angel Beauty Salon. Hidden within the residential building, this clandestine beauty clinic was likely where Zhang Mimi had undergone a botched cosmetic procedure, her lingering obsession upon death transforming her into a malevolent spirit. This aligned closely with his prior suspicions. He had previously identified this salon through his investigations and had set a trap within, awaiting Zhang Mimi's arrival. Chen Shui then interjected. Just as I was about to resolve her, another ghost attacked me, striking a blow to my shoulder. It seemed intent on causing both Zhang Mimi and me to suffer defeat. After delivering its strike, it fled, and I barely caught a glimpse of its form. Jiang Chen nodded thoughtfully, first venturing into the beauty salon to conduct a thorough search, yet yielding no results. Upon emerging, the two individuals fixed their gazes upon room 601, which was securely closed, hinting at the possibility of another occupant within. Adjacent to this room was the location frequently frequented by Zhang Mimi, making its tranquil occupancy rather suspicious. Exchanging a knowing glance, they approached and rapped on the door. A series of footsteps echoed from within, followed shortly by a woman's voice inquiring, Who is it? The owner of the abode, cautious in the late hour, refrained from opening the door. I am from the security office. Chen Shui stepped forward. producing an identification card and sliding it through the gap of the door. "Oh, a police officer, is it? What seems to be the matter?" The woman responded. "We have received a report regarding a violent incident in this building. Please cooperate with our investigation," Chen Shui stated. "Oh, very well," the woman replied. And this time she offered no further words. The sound of the door unlocking followed. As she opened the door, Chen Shui turned to Jiang Chun to elucidate. Before addressing supernatural occurrences, one can apply for various social credentials via the Underworld app, facilitating our inquiries and dealings with the elusive. Chapter 10. A wave of nausea surged within the heart of the specter. Soon, the door creaked open, revealing a woman in her 40s clad in an apron. Her face adorned with a scattering of freckles. She appeared to have been cooking, her hands slick with grease. Wiping her hands on the apron, she offered a sly smile, saying, "Please, come in. The building has been rather unsettled lately, and everyone is being cautious. There's no need for concern." Chen Shui replied with a professional smile as they stepped inside. The woman brought forth 2 cups of hot water and placed them on the coffee table, inquiring, "What has transpired?" "It is just my son and me at home. It shouldn't concern us, should it?" "Your son? Might I call him out?" Chen Shui seemed to ponder something. "My son is only 8. He cannot possibly be involved in any wrongdoing." The woman's expression darkened slightly. "Please do not misunderstand. It is standard procedure for every household to register their members to ensure there are no outsiders." Chen Shui fabricated an explanation. The woman nodded in understanding and retreated to a side room. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Shui cast a peculiar glance at Jiang Chen, saying, "I previously inquired about the residents using the police station's credentials and discovered, aside from Zhang Mimi, there is another peculiar individual in this building. Many have seen a small boy who often crouches in the shadows of the corridor, facing away from others while eating." Jiang Chen's eyes flickered as he recalled what the little girl had mentioned about her friend. "Moreover, I learned from the nearby police station that the previous 3 victims had various limbs and internal organs missing to different extents," Chen Shui added. At this revelation, Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed. The victim from room 502 had only facial injuries, while the body remained intact. The signature of the faceless specter was to damage only the face. This indicated that something else had severed those body parts. "I apologize. Yang is rather shy. Perhaps you could inquire with him in his room?" The woman emerged from the side room, her expression apologetic. "Very well," Chen Shui nodded. "I shall return to cooking. You 2 have worked hard. Please stay for dinner," the woman said as she moved towards the kitchen. Jiang Chen and Chen Shui proceeded into the side room, where a small boy was bent over a table, scribbling away. His complexion was pallid, as though he had not seen sunlight in a long while, and a faint, foul odor emanated from him. Chen Shui signaled to Jiang Chen to be cautious. She was nearly certain that this boy was the one who had ambushed her. Jiang Chen concentrated his demonic energy, observing tendrils of black resentment emanating from the boy. However, he had previously attempted to discern such energy throughout the 5th and 6th floors of the building, finding similar manifestations. He turned to Chen Shui, who appeared to be experiencing the same effect. The demonic energy could not directly identify a specter attempting to disguise itself. "Little one, have you been in this room the entire time?" Chen Shui attempted to inquire, as she too was unable to ascertain the boy's nature, hoping to elicit a revealing response. Yet, the boy merely glanced up at her momentarily before lowering his gaze, remaining silent. "We are friends of your mother. You need not be afraid," Jiang Chen said with a warm smile. Upon uttering these words, the little boy suddenly looked up and fixed his gaze upon him, earnestly stating, "Are you referring to that woman outside? She is not my mother." This revelation left Jiang Chen and Chen Shui momentarily speechless. It couldn't be. There was a family portrait outside featuring that woman and the child. Was he attempting to deceive us? Chen Shui whispered. Jiang Chen nodded, having also observed the family portrait. Yet his expression deepened with intrigue as he deliberately inquired, "Little one, are you in a disagreement with your mother, hence making such a claim?" "No. She used to be my mother," the boy replied, his demeanor surprisingly grave. "One night, while my mother was washing her hair in front of the bathroom mirror, when my father approached, she suddenly lifted her head and asked him to peel an apple for her. My father complied and went to fetch a knife and an apple while I watched television on the sofa. I dared not inform my father. Only the mother in the mirror lifted her head, while the real mother neither looked up nor expressed a desire for an apple." "What?" Chen Shui was taken aback. Jiang Chen's gaze flickered. The woman's earlier behavior had indeed been peculiar. Moreover, upon hearing the commotion downstairs, she had not shown the slightest curiosity upon their arrival. "My father has a habit of peeling an apple in one continuous strip, and that night he succeeded. Once the apple was peeled, he handed it over. And this time the mother outside the mirror turned to receive the apple, while the mother within the mirror continued to wash her hair. As the boy continued, Chen Shui's expression shifted. I dared not say anything, for my father seemed oblivious to any abnormalities. 2 days later, he vanished. That afternoon, my mother cooked an abundance of meat dishes, yet I could not bring myself to eat even a morsel. Subsequently, my mother would occasionally go out and return with more meat, but I could no longer trust her cooking. When hunger struck, I would scavenge for food in the downstairs trash bin and secretly consume it in the hallway before returning home. At times, Lu Xiaoyao from room 402 would share a morsel with me. My mother seemed aware of my actions, yet she never paid them any mind, continuing to prepare copious meat dishes. After hearing the boy's account, Chen Shui pulled Jiang Chen aside. What are your thoughts? He is likely not lying. Jiang Chen replied solemnly. I've heard of an urban legend. If one peels an apple in front of a mirror at midnight without breaking the skin, they may encounter a mirror ghost. If the process is mishandled, the mirror ghost can possess the individual, usurping their life, while their soul becomes eternally trapped within the mirror. I have also heard such tales, Chen Shui nodded. However, we must verify this further. Jiang Chen led her outside to the bathroom of the residence, and both were taken aback to find faint traces of adhesive on the wall where the mirror once hung, now absent. In that instant, they confirmed their suspicions. For this too was part of the mirror ghost legend. To prevent the soul of the possessed from returning, it shatters the very mirror that summoned it. Dinner is ready. Yang, you two officers from the security bureau, please prepare to eat. The woman emerged from the kitchen, carrying several plates, each laden with an array of dishes, all predominantly meat, evoking a sense of overwhelming indulgence at first glance. Jiang Chen and Chen Shui approached, and the little boy also joined them. None of them reached for their chopsticks. Is it not to your liking? The woman chuckled, her demeanor warm and inviting. Why isn't anyone eating? Please, dig in. Jiang Chen surveyed the spread before him and sighed. I apologize, but I have rather discerning tastes when it comes to food. The woman paused, her smile faltering slightly as she replied, what does this young gentleman prefer? I can prepare something for you. High-quality ingredients are often best complemented by the simplest of cooking methods. Dear lady, are you capable of making large intestine sashimi? Jiang Chen inquired. The woman's mouth moved, momentarily at a loss for words. Large intestine, sashimi? A wave of nausea washed over the mirror ghost, its ominous aura intensifying. Chapter 11. A glimpse of the viscera. A barely perceptible smile tugged at the corner of Jiang Chen's lips, and he was now 100% certain that the woman was up to something. Little brother, we are out of intestines at home. Shall we change the dish? In the face of such a predicament, the woman displayed an unusually good temper. Jiang Chen pondered for a moment, then let SF steak. All right. You all eat first. I will prepare it for the little brother. The woman turned and entered the kitchen. The atmosphere at the dining table felt somewhat peculiar. Chen Shui and the little boy named Yang exchanged glances with Jiang Chen, astonished that despite his handsome features, his taste was so peculiar. Before long, the woman emerged from the kitchen with a plate in hand. Chen Shui glanced over and felt her stomach churn. On the plate lay a piece of meat, barely seared, with blood seeping from its surface. The most alarming aspect was that the meat still had its skin, adorned with fine hairs, resembling no edible meat she was familiar with. The woman smiled knowingly as she placed the plate before Jiang Chen. Little brother, I wasn't sure how well you wanted it cooked, so I took the liberty of preparing it rare. I hope you will like it. With that, she fixed her gaze on Jiang Chen's face, seemingly searching for a hint of trepidation. Jiang Chen leaned in for a closer look and indeed wrinkled his brow, waving his hand in mild disgust, as if the sight of the dish had startled him. The woman was about to say something when Jiang Chen sighed. What a waste. Such fine steak, cooked to such a degree. Auntie, do you not realize that the essence of enjoying steak lies in savoring its true flavor? Any excessive cooking is merely superfluous. Alas, do you even know how to cook? His words left the woman momentarily speechless. Is it overcooked? Why not just hold the cow and gnaw on it? Jiang Chen thought to himself, sensing her intent to make things difficult for him. This time, the smile on the woman's face faded, her expression visibly darkening. Forget it. I won't eat it. Auntie, let me be frank. Your culinary skills would leave even a dog wanting a cigarette. Jiang Chen said politely. The woman clenched her teeth, glaring at him with fierce intensity. If you can't speak nicely, then keep your mouth shut. The tension increased, and she maintained her composure, her voice chilling as if to suggest that if they dared to refuse her cooking, they wouldn't be leaving this room today. Very well. I shall give you one last chance. Jiang Chen suddenly picked up the little boy and pointed at him. You can fry a child, right? Unwanted kids shouldn't be thrown away. Dip them in egg wash, coat them in breadcrumbs, and fry until golden brown. The neighboring children will be envious. Yang Yang glanced at Jiang Chen, feeling that he might burst into tears at any moment. He had thought he had encountered two saviors, but it turned out they were even stranger than his mother. Chen Shui opened her mouth, but words failed her. The woman's expression darkened completely. In room 602, the lights flickered ominously, casting a cold shadow over the air, and the three of them felt as if they were trapped in an ice cellar. Chen Shui's face paled. Such a heavy aura of resentment. This is a top-tier malevolent spirit? Are you playing with me? The woman's face gradually transformed into a ghastly shade, her fingernails elongated grotesquely, and her body twisted into an unnatural deformity. Her head tilted at an odd angle, arms contorted backward, and her pupils reduced to mere whites. One may indulge in food indiscriminately, but one must be cautious with words. So many witnesses are present. Dear sister, I never intended to toy with you. This is coercive consumption. The officers from the Public Security Bureau are here as well. I advise you against breaking the law. Jiang Chen slammed his hand on the table, indignation spilling forth. His provocative statements momentarily halted the woman, who was exuding an aura of terrifying death. Coercive consumption? Others use their mouths for sustenance. You, wretched creature, seem to use yours solely to vex others, do you not? The ominous notifications chimed incessantly in Jiang Chen's ears, igniting a spark of delight within him. Since acquiring the system, he had pondered strategies to unsettle spirits, and it seemed he was finally making progress. This encounter had yielded over 100 units of ghostly energy. Die. The woman's emaciated hand, resembling a desiccated claw, struck down with her long, sharp nails gleaming ominously. Jiang Chen retaliated, seizing her wrist. A thunderous collision erupted as their hands met, revealing that this mirror spirit possessed strength rivaling his own in transformation. Look into my eyes. As they grappled, the woman's sinister voice pierced through the tension. Jiang Chen instinctively lifted his gaze, seeing his own reflection in her sunken eye sockets. He felt an eerie force attempting to extract his soul from his body. Be cautious. The mirror spirit employs vile tactics. She will seize your body. Chen Shui warned loudly while fumbling for talismans in her pocket. Jiang Chen furrowed his brow, no longer willing to wait. Serpent of the demon python. He unleashed his supernatural power, a torrent of demonic energy surging through his right arm, inflating it dramatically, amplifying his strength to an astonishing degree. And he struck out with a mighty blow. The woman attempted to block him. With a sickening crack, her arm shattered under the force of his strike. Jiang Chen exerted further strength, gripping her shoulder and yanking forcefully. With a sickening rip, a portion of her shoulder and upper body was torn away. Blood and flesh sprang forth. Chen Shui, poised to intervene, stood in shock, her lips parted in disbelief. Jiang Chen's brutal combat stance was utterly staggering. Had she not been forewarned, she might have believed him to be the true malevolent spirit. A piercing scream erupted from the woman. The mirror spirit, racked with agony, contributed an additional 95 units of ghostly energy to Jiang Chen's tally. He was taken aback. This was the first time he had physically torn a spirit apart using demonic power without it disintegrating into nothingness. Be careful, this is a top-tier evil spirit. Far more challenging to vanquish than ordinary ones. Chen Shui cautioned urgently. In the next moment, she sensed a shift in Jiang Chen's demeanor upon hearing her words. His eyes gleamed with fervor, and an uncontainable excitement lit up his face. Is that so? How terrifying. Then stand back. I shall engage her in a life and death struggle. As Jiang Chen's words fell, his large hand, reminiscent of a fan, swiftly grasped the woman, and with a sharp sound, he brutally severed her left arm. The woman glared at him fiercely. Is this what you call a desperate struggle? The ominous energy surged, enhancing Jiang Chen's already formidable physique to an almost terrifying extent. The woman, who previously matched him in strength, now found herself utterly at his mercy. Faced with this monstrous man, fear crept onto her face, and she turned to flee into the hallway. Jiang Chen chuckled and pursued her. Oh, dear ghosts, don't run away. Didn't you wish for me to gaze into your eyes? Stop right there. I not only wish to see your eyes, but also your innards. Upon hearing such predatory words, Chen Shui instinctively licked her lips and took a deep breath, overwhelmed by an impulse to flee. She was terrified at the thought that upon his return, he might indeed wish to examine her insides as well. Chapter 12. The path to the underworld is wide. May your journey be smooth after washing the dishes. Lu Miao lingered by the door, her expression tinged with worry. The unfamiliar young man had disregarded her advice and ascended the stairs late at night, while others might be oblivious. The residents of the building were vaguely aware that something was amiss on the 6th floor. However, 2 previous neighbors who had warned outsiders had inexplicably met their demise, leaving her hesitant to articulate her concerns too clearly. Sighing, Lu Meow shook her head, fearing the worst for the young man. Not long after he had gone upstairs, there were several loud sounds, resembling the hacking of something. She understood that by morning, the law enforcement and coroner would likely be arriving to remove a body. Suddenly, urgent footsteps echoed outside, as if someone were hastily leaping down the stairs. Lu Meow froze, quickly pressing her eye against the peephole to peer outside. Could he still be alive? After a brief 3 seconds, a terrifying figure came into view. The left shoulder, along with a large portion of flesh, was missing, exposing internal organs, while the right arm had similarly vanished, seemingly torn off with brute force. It was a female ghost, her long black hair dripping with eyes devoid of color scanning the surroundings. Lu Meow's body stiffened, every hair on her neck standing on end. A ghost, a ghost. A wave of paralyzing fear threatened to drive her to madness. Her mouth opened to scream, yet the sound was lodged in her throat. She felt as though she would be torn apart by the ghost that would soon burst through her door. However, the descending specter merely cast her a fleeting glance before continuing her reckless flight down the stairs, her form appearing somewhat disheveled. Lu Meow was left utterly bewildered, questioning whether it was merely her imagination that had detected a hint of panic in that terrifying ghost. What could she possibly be afraid of? No, she had already become a ghost. What could still frighten her? Lu Meow found her conjectures utterly absurd. Just then, heavy footsteps echoed from, accompanied by a man's maniacal laughter. Ha ha ha, Sister Ghost. Don't waste your energy. You can't escape. The voice struck Lu Meow as somewhat familiar. In the next moment, a towering figure descended from the 5th floor, and upon recognizing his face, Lu Meow was dumbfounded. It was him, the young man from before. He was chasing after the ghost? Lu Meow trembled, her mind racing to comprehend the absurdity of a living person pursuing a ghost in the dead of night. Was the world truly this insane? Sister Ghost, don't panic. You've only eaten a few people. It's no big deal. Just stop and come back with me to give a statement, and we'll let you go. Jiang Chen shouted as he pursued her. The ghost, racing for her life, wore a grim expression. I believe you, not a chance. You, a living person, speak more like a ghost than we do. Ghostly energy 30. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen grew even more exhilarated, reveling in the banter with the ghost. Sister Ghost, could we discuss the circumstances of your demise? Mirror Ghost. Silence if you cannot speak. The ghostly aura increases by 50. Sister Ghost, when a person dies, do they truly experience a flashback of their entire life? Sister Ghost, have you ever committed an act that wronged your husband? As I chased her down to the 1st floor, no matter how much Jiang Chen taunted, the female ghost did not exude any further ghostly energy. With a deep sigh, he cast a lingering glance at her. Sister Ghost, though I am reluctant to part with you, every gathering must eventually conclude. Farewell. Upon hearing this, the female ghost, poised to escape the corridor, displayed a flicker of joy. Could it be that this scoundrel has shown mercy and intends to let her go? Suddenly, a tremendous crash resonated from behind, as if the stairs on the 1st floor had collapsed. The ghost was momentarily stunned, instinctively turning back, only to see her already contorted face twist even further in horror. The staircase had crumbled under the recoil of Jiang Chen's leap. Is this truly a human? You must be a monster. The mirror ghost was profoundly shocked, with ghostly energy surging to 66. Jiang Chen summoned the immense strength of a legendary serpent, launching himself into the air. As he soared, his right arm unnaturally swelled, and with a powerful punch, he struck the terrified face of the female ghost. Farewell. The road to the underworld is wide. Travel well. With a resounding crash, a skull was utterly crushed. Ding. The mirror ghost, evil spirit, has perished. Ghostly energy 99. The headless corpse of the ghost slowly toppled, oxidizing and decaying, releasing a foul stench. Jiang Chen stood nearby. It seems that a top-tier evil spirit can withstand 3 strikes infused with demonic power while I am in a 1-star transformation state. Quite impressive. A single ghost has granted me an abundance of ghostly energy. He glanced at his status panel. Host, Jiang Chen, ghostly energy, 889, transformation card, Chaos Demon King, 1 star. Regrettably, the ghostly energy has yet to surpass 1,000. With a mere encounter with another ghost, I should be able to surpass that threshold. Jiang Qin's eyes sparkled with anticipation, sensing that perhaps upon exceeding 1,000, he might acquire an even more formidable transformation card. If a one-star card can dominate evil spirits, how terrifying could a stronger transformation card be? A flicker of excitement stirred within him. He had previously perused the Underworld app. The levels of malevolent spirits are categorized as follows: Grievance E, Evil Spirit D, Fierce Spirit C, Bloodied Fierce Spirit B, Malevolent Soul A, Ghost King S. Among these, Grievance is the weakest, showing no inclination to harm others. Yet, ordinary individuals encountering a grievance can still meet their demise. In truth, the number of ordinary people succumbing to grievance each year in the 9 provinces surpasses that of all other spirit levels, due to an overabundance of grievances, particularly after successive bursts of negative energy that heighten the world's gloomy atmosphere, increasing the likelihood of grievances manifesting. The Underworld app even features powerful individuals who assert that under current conditions, after a few more waves of negative energy surges, any person who departs this world will transform into a grievance. Evil spirits, however, are even more dangerous, actively seeking to harm others, as exemplified by the Knocking Ghost who, despite dying in Building 4, ventured to Building 1 to kill. Furthermore, without special enhancements, evil spirits are nearly indestructible. Firearms and explosives prove futile against them. Upon reaching the level of a malevolent spirit, it becomes imperative to engage extraordinary individuals, for otherwise, such entities will continue to claim lives, growing increasingly powerful. Once they have taken enough souls, their malevolence deepens, and transforming into a vengeful ghost becomes a significant dilemma. At this tier, even the extraordinary beings will tread carefully. Only a select few masters can contend with such threats. After returning, I must seek out a low-risk incident to swiftly accumulate 1,000 units of ghostly energy. A sense of urgency welled up within Jiang Qin. Previously, he believed that even the door-knocking ghost was frightful, unaware that it was merely a lower-tier specter. The peril of this world exceeds his wildest imaginations. Have you resolved it? Came Chen Shui's voice from behind. Indeed, Jiang Qin nodded. Shall we depart directly? The commotion and destruction we caused were considerable. We can leave without issue. When you report to the Underworld app, the cleanup crew is likely already on their way. Recently, the surge of Yin energy has left the Underworld short-staffed. Though they lack only the extraordinary and the Yin officials, ordinary personnel are still ample. Chen Shui smiled. Her gaze towards Jiang Qin warm and friendly. She recognized that he had dealt with a top-tier malevolent spirit. Understanding that even among the younger generation of the extraordinary in Jiangbei City, Jiang Qin had secured a notable standing. Shall you ride in my car? She proposed as they exited the community gate. Not seeing any other vehicles, she extended the invitation. She retrieved her keys from the back pocket of her jeans and pressed a button twice, igniting the taillights of a red Porsche 918 parked by the roadside. Upon recognizing the emblem, Jiang Qin's lips twitched. A new model, worth millions. Is she truly a wealthy heiress? Seemingly aware of his gaze, Chen Shui blushed slightly. Though our family of extraordinary beings is not widely known, our heritage far surpasses that of many renowned entrepreneurs in the city. Of course, even as a family, we do not indulge every descendant with such wealth. This car is primarily a result of my own earnings. You must understand that points in the underworld hold significant value. If you're interested, the Chun family is acquiring them at 10,000 per point. Remarkable. Jiang Qin glanced at his phone. The Underworld app takes considerable time to evaluate ghostly entities, and notifications had already chimed in. A top-tier malevolent spirit merits a staggering 150 points, equating to over 1 million. However, he did not allow himself to be overly exhilarated, as after his enlightenment through Hong Jie's property certificate, he found himself less desperate for wealth, not too starved. Very well. Ultimately, Jiang Qin accepted the offer and entered the wealthy heiress's luxurious vehicle. His intention was not merely to ride, but to further comprehend the intricacies of the extraordinary world along the way. Chapter 13. The deceased patient. The Crimson 918 raced through the urban streets, while Chen Shui's denim-clad legs, long and shapely, were prominently displayed in her driving posture. As she focused on the road ahead, her peripheral vision continually assessed Jiang Qin. To possess such prowess at a young age suggests not only innate talent, but also the influence of an exceptional mentor behind him. Jiang Qin, would you be so kind as to share some details about your grandfather? Perhaps he is a venerable figure in the realm of extraordinary beings, which could assist you in tracing your lineage, Chen Shui inquired. Her curiosity was piqued, but her intentions were sincere. Individuals of Jiang Qin's caliber if nurtured by a prestigious family, could achieve even greater heights in the future. Jiangchen shook his head. The old man forbids me from discussing his matters. He knows well that old Zhang is merely a mortuary worker, not some esteemed figure. Nevertheless, Jiang Chun refrained from speaking indiscriminately. Each time he clandestinely observed the widow, old Zhang would earnestly caution him to remain silent if ever caught. Upon hearing this, Chen Shui's expression shifted, a realization dawning upon her. It seemed that Jiang Qin's grandfather indeed held some renown. His repeated admonitions were likely meant to shield his grandson from the entanglements of the extraordinary realm's rivalries. She, being an astute woman, refrained from further inquiries once she grasped this. I've heard you mention that the two largest factions in the 9 provinces are the Underworld and the Tao League. How is it that there are 2 enforcement agencies in the realm of extraordinary beings? Jiang Chun articulated his confusion. It's quite simple. In any territory, there is either no leader, leading to a free-for-all, or there is a single dominant authority. One mountain cannot accommodate 2 tigers. Indeed, there was a time when the Tao League governed all extraordinary beings, addressing supernatural incidents across various locales. Chen Shui nodded. Approximately a century ago, the underworld suddenly rose to prominence, having undergone several name changes throughout history. Demon Suppression Bureau, Exorcism Guard, until it was eventually renamed the Underworld in modern times. Assuming the responsibilities of the Tao League, Jiang Qin was taken aback. They lost their dominant position and yet breathed a sigh of relief? Huh. It appears you are rather uninformed about the extraordinary realm, Chen Shui replied, shaking her head. Extraordinary beings and prominent families stand above ordinary mortals. Yet they bear the weight of pressures unimaginable to the average person. Each time there is an outbreak of malevolent energy. The chaos in the living forbidden zone claims the lives of extraordinary individuals to restore order. The living forbidden zone? Jiang Qin glanced at his phone, where a pinned notification from the Underworld app read, Outbreak of malevolent energy, potential early disturbance in the forbidden zone. All C-level extraordinary beings are to proceed to defend. Those lacking sufficient strength should hunt malevolent spirits to alleviate the manpower shortage in the underworld. This aligned with his previous conjecture. The plethora of violent incidents reported in the news stemmed from the inadequacy of personnel in the department handling supernatural affairs. However, he remained unaware of the specifics regarding the living forbidden zone. The Underworld app contains a detailed introduction. You can peruse it later. In simple terms, the living forbidden zone is a place that connects to a realm of terror. There are 6 such zones globally, designated with the serial code SSS, Chen Shui stated solemnly. Jiang Qin's expression shifted with astonishment. He understood that the threat level E to S was designated to determine the strength of extraordinary beings and malevolent spirits. The most terrifying existence at the Ghost King level is classified as S. The 3 S's of the realm of the living signify that, in the eyes of all extraordinary beings, its threat surpasses that of the Ghost King by 2 levels. The Ghost King already represents a national catastrophe, while SSS might imply the annihilation of the world. By the way, in 4 days, I have a collective mission. Jiang Chun, would you be interested? Chen Shui suddenly asked with a glint of mischief in her eyes. A collective mission? Jiang Chun turned to her. Yes, some large-scale supernatural incidents require a group to handle. This time, it is a task led by a member of the Qin family who is among the strongest of the younger generation in Jianbei City. Additionally, this mission is classified as D in threat level, indicating the presence of multiple malevolent spirits, with a possibility of encountering a formidable ghost, which raises concerns about its danger level. Have you considered it? Jiang Qin pondered briefly before nodding. All right, call me when the time comes. Whether through the Underworld app or from news reports, the strength of ghosts cannot be determined with absolute certainty, posing inherent risks. If someone could ascertain a ghost's power and still escape alive, it is highly likely they could eliminate that ghost directly. Acting alongside a group of extraordinary beings undoubtedly mitigates risks, and Jiang Chun was naturally willing to participate. Excellent. I will come to fetch you then. Chen Shui's eyes sparkled with delight. Jiang Qin's lack of background, coupled with his association with her, implicitly indicated a close relationship with the Qin family. This was a little scheme of Chen Shui, as she sought to draw Jiang Qin closer. Shortly after, the vehicle stopped outside the Yuan community. Upon returning home, Jiang Chun took a shower, lay on his bed, and opened the Underworld app. He began searching for suitable supernatural incidents, intending to gather 1,000 ghostly energies as soon as possible to see if he could unlock a more powerful transformation card. Incident name, the patient long description. Ever since that patient arrived, the hospital has grown increasingly abnormal. Several critically ill patients have died overnight, and a nurse on duty committed suicide in the stairwell. The most horrifying aspect is that the corpses have vanished from the morgue. When the doctors reviewed the surveillance footage and compared the number of individuals entering and exiting the hospital, they uncovered a terrifying truth. The bodies were still hidden within the hospital. Threat level, D. Task type, solo. Basic reward, 100 points. Ultimately, Jiang Chen locked onto this incident. The D threat level suggests a high probability of encountering a top-tier malevolent spirit, yet the absence of a collective task designation indicates that, based on all available information, there is only one such spirit. However, most extraordinary beings, upon reading the description, might opt to seek another task. The disappearance of numerous corpses implies that there are multiple spirits within the hospital. Either a C-level expert has passed through, or a group is required for safety. Nevertheless, this incident precisely aligned with Jiang Chen's needs. The transformation card in his possession could be regarded as a trump card. Handling too simple a supernatural event would be a waste. He decided to rest and planned to attend class before heading out tomorrow. Jiang Chen lay upon his bed, his eyelids growing increasingly heavy, succumbing to a deep slumber. Chapter 14. Disturbance in the Forbidden Zone at the break of dawn the following day. The campus of Jiangbei University of Finance was alive with the vibrant energy of youth, as young men and women basked in the refreshing summer air. Among them was Jiang Chen, who reveled in the invigorating atmosphere. Each encounter with the supernatural had him teetering on the brink between life and death, despite his extraordinary audacity. The weight of a lingering melancholy shadowed his heart after two such incidents. Only amidst this thriving scene could he find solace for his spirit. The previous night, while perusing the peculiar forum on the Underworld app, Jiang Chen had stumbled upon discussions regarding the toll such experiences exact on extraordinary individuals. Those who interacted with ghosts often found themselves embroiled in unimaginable bloodshed, frequently witnessing the darkest facets of human nature. Over time, this could lead to significant psychological, with many extraordinary beings succumbing to madness. Consequently, after confronting supernatural events, some would indulge in raucous revelry at bars for days on end, while others sought solace in meditation at Zen temples, and a few even immersed themselves in exhaustive study materials. The methods of catharsis were as varied as they were time-consuming. Yet, having lived two lives, Jiang Chen found his psychological burden to be comparatively lighter than others. A stroll around the university campus alleviated the remnants of his inner turmoil, even igniting a curiosity about how much spectral energy the next ghost might bestow upon him. After completing his circuit, he made his way toward the lecture hall of the School of Economics, aware that the second major class was about to commence. The pathway was bustling with students. Suddenly, sharp honks pierced the air, startling many. A group of students turned in anger, only to have their expressions shift when they recognized the sleek Ferrari approaching. They refrained from uttering curses, silently yielding the way instead. Inside the car, Zheng Xiaoming gripped the steering wheel with one hand. Leaning casually against the open door with the other, a cigarette delicately held between his fingers, ash cascading in the wind. He paid little heed to the students, the front of the car almost brushing against a few as it advanced slowly. However, this brazen display did not incite discontent. Rather, excited shrieks erupted from several females. "Wow, is that Zheng Xiaoming from the School of Economics? How domineering. I absolutely adore him. He has the air of the Zheng Group. Destined to be a formidable CEO, what a presence. If only I could be his girlfriend. I'd even accept being dumped. Who wouldn't he want that? After all, being cast aside by Zheng is akin to being gilded." Walking along the roadside, Jiang Chen chuckled quietly at these remarks, shaking his head in bemusement. Materialism existed in every realm, yet witnessing such pliable avarice as displayed by these young women was a novel experience for him. At that moment, Zheng Xiaoming's gaze fell upon Jiang Chen, relishing the admiration from the surrounding girls and the envy simmering in the boys. However, his countenance darkened slightly. As Zheng's displeasure became apparent, any student caught in his line of sight hastened their steps, eager to vacate the vicinity. Unperturbed, Jiang Chen continued his leisurely stroll. Upon noticing Zheng's glance, he raised his hand in a casual greeting. "Hey Zheng, did you drive over yourself? Did your mother not accompany you to school today? Aren't you afraid of getting lost?" Upon hearing these words, Zheng Xiaoming took a deep breath. He was taken aback by the audacity of this individual, who, having already provoked him, now dared to instigate further trouble. "Jiang Chen, you are quite something." After a few fleeting expressions of anger and contemplation, he uttered this remark and drove away. A group of students nearby looked on in astonishment, clearly recognizing that Zheng Xiaoming had suffered a hidden defeat, yet could not retaliate. As fellow students of the prestigious financial university, they were somewhat familiar with the notorious reputations of several super-rich second-generation heirs on campus. Zheng Xiaoming had always been perceived as a formidable character, so it was surprising to witness him being confronted by an ordinary student who could only walk to school. Many cast curious glances at Jiang Chen, realizing he was unfamiliar and likely not one of the more discreet affluent heirs. Only the students from the economics department recognized him as a classmate with a low profile, who had seemingly clashed with Zheng Xiaoming the previous day during roll call. This could potentially lead to an irreconcilable feud. They feared he might suffer a fate worse than Huang Tao and Zhang Yuan. Alas, this student was far too bold. Why must he provoke such conflict? Perhaps he was unaware of Huang Tao's dire outcome. Only when faced with expulsion and the loss of his parents' jobs would he come to regret his actions. Zheng Xiaoming was indeed too arrogant. Was there no way to negotiate a peaceful resolution? Must he insist on confrontation, only to realize the foolishness of his behavior when it leads to ruin? As a few students whispered amongst themselves, Jiang Chen suddenly turned his head and flashed a smile in their direction, causing their faces to pale and cold sweat to break out. In that moment of being observed by Jiang Chen, they felt as if they were prey in the sights of a merciless beast, poised to strike and deliver a fatal blow. Once the students regained their composure, they exchanged fearful glances, hastily lowering their heads and daring not to utter another word. Simultaneously, they began to grasp why Jiang Chen would dare to challenge Zheng Xiaoming. After all, the latter was a wealthy heir, while this seemingly unremarkable classmate was not to be underestimated. Jiang Chen chose not to engage with the group, and had they not pushed him, he would have paid them no mind. However, reflecting on the residual power from his previous transformations, he realized that even without the aid of his transformation cards, he could now contend with vengeful spirits of the lowest tier. He sensed that the abilities he retained, alongside his physical prowess and demonic strength, endowed him with a fierce and intimidating presence akin to that of a true creature of the night. A mere glance from him could potentially intimidate the weaker spirits. Upon arriving at his destination that evening, he contemplated putting this newfound power to the test. As he entered the teaching building, the morning classes concluded swiftly, though he had scarcely paid attention, instead engrossed in the Underworld app from his seat in the back. By the end of the lesson, Jiang Chen had garnered a deeper understanding of the living realm's forbidden zones. The sequence of the 9 provinces' danger zones was classified as SSS-2, codenamed Fengdu, recognized as the most terrifying forbidden zone within the nation's borders. The SSS-1 sequence, Land of Dreams, located in the heart of the ocean, required international cooperation for suppression during times of turmoil. The turmoil cycle for SSS-2, Fengdu, was 10 years. Yet only a little over 8 years had passed since the last upheaval, and there were already signs of a surge in sinister energy at the periphery of the Forbidden Zone. It is essential to recognize that each eruption of ominous energy heralds impending turmoil within the Forbidden Zones, typically occurring within 3 to 6 months thereafter. The past 2 years have indeed been tumultuous for the 9 provinces. Jiang Chen took a deep breath. He observed that not only had the true living Forbidden Zones encountered issues, but even certain pseudo-forbidden zones designated as SS had also exhibited unusual changes. For instance, 2 years prior, the pseudo-forbidden zone SS-08, known as the Blood City, experienced an early upheaval within the territory of the 9 provinces. The Netherworld and the Dao Alliance were unprepared, resulting in significant losses. Ultimately, they had to summon 6 reclusive S-rank kings to forcibly suppress the chaos. Nevertheless, these matters are not my concern at present. Jiang Chen put away his phone and stepped out to dine. Chapter 15. The once dazzling youth old Jiang. Over here, over here. As Jiang Chen entered the cafeteria, he immediately heard someone calling his name. Looking over, he recognized a few of his former dormitory mates. Although he had moved out in the latter half of his freshman year, they still shared a certain camaraderie. The one waving was an ostentatious fellow clad in designer attire, sporting a flamboyant hairstyle that resembled aluminum foil, making exaggerated gestures towards him. Jiang Chen pretended not to recognize him and proceeded to get his meal, choosing a table to sit alone. However, the flamboyant man was relentless, dragging along a somewhat taciturn classmate dressed in black, and made his way over. The remaining 2 roommates, including a student who had taken over Jiang Chen's former bed, merely nodded in his direction with apologetic smiles. Jiang Chen reciprocated with a nod. He refrained from approaching them, not wanting to put them in an awkward position. After all, He held no fear of Zhang Xiaoming, but many of his peers still held an apprehensive regard for him. "What is the matter? You rebellious brat, is that how you greet your father?" The flamboyant man, named Li Jie, exclaimed as he approached with flair. "Get lost." Playing role reversal with Dad again, Jiang Chun replied, exasperated. The quiet man, Zhao Eru, sat down without uttering a word, continuing to shovel food into his mouth. It was evident that beneath his plate lay 2 empty trays, indicating his hearty appetite. Jiang Chun understood that Zhao Eru was not afraid of association. It was simply his nature to be reticent and eat voraciously. When they had first shared a dorm, Zhao had been bullied into buying items by an overbearing senior. And it was Jiang Chun who had stepped in to help him. "Have I gotten myself into trouble recently?" Jiang Chun mused aloud, glancing at Li Jie with a furrowed brow. "What is the matter?" Li Jie feigned shock. "Others might fear Zhang Xiaoming, but I, Li Jie, have no reason to be afraid of him. I simply missed roll call that day. Otherwise, how could he have bullied my son?" "Get lost." "Your father has made that brat's position abundantly clear," Jiang Chun retorted, feeling quite helpless. He knew that Li Jie was not boasting. He too was a second-generation heir, not to be underestimated. It was no mere coincidence. Jiangbei University of Finance is one of the foremost financial institutions in the nation, particularly the School of Economics and Management, which is renowned for cultivating managerial talent. It is common for affluent families to send their offspring there. Thus, the economics department was indeed a haven for many second-generation elites. What left Jiang Chun speechless was that while Zhang Xiaoming drove luxury cars, indulged in the company of beautiful women, and could easily ruin the lives of a few classmates, that was the true mark of a second-generation heir. Li Jie, on the other hand, behaved like an excitable husky, seemingly harboring the grand ambition of adopting his dormitory mates as his sons. "Why did you bring Eru along if you're not afraid?" Jiang Chun inquired again. Before Li Jie could respond, Zhao Eru, who had been immersed in his meal, suddenly looked up and flashed a wide grin, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. "I'm not afraid either," he said. As their eyes met, Jiang Chun felt a sudden jolt within him, his breath quickening, a natural instinct when confronting danger. "You." Jiang Chun's gaze flickered, but he ultimately nodded in agreement, choosing not to elaborate further, perhaps due to a lack of exposure to this world. Zhao Eru's concealed depth went unnoticed even after half a year of cohabitation. The aura he projected seemed to surpass that of the top-tier demon from the previous, leaving Jiang Chun with a profound sense of unease. "Old Jiang, call me daddy, and I shall resolve this matter for you," Li Jie remarked with a playful grin. Jiang Chun cast a sidelong glance at him, too apathetic to retort. "I can assist if it comes to a fight," Zhao Eru said, devouring his meal with fervor while speaking in a mumbled tone. To the untrained ear, his words may have seemed casual, but those familiar with him understood that he always followed through on his commitments. "Enough of you two. Have you ever witnessed me falter?" Jiang Chun waved his hand dismissively. Upon hearing this, Li Jie nodded in agreement, recalling that in their 2 years of acquaintance, he had never seen Jiang Chun stumble in any endeavor. This was hardly surprising, as Jiang Chun had navigated the complexities of society for several years in his past life, and with 18 additional years of experience in this new existence, he had weathered countless storms. If his problem-solving skills were lacking, that would indeed be remarkable. "Well then, if you change your mind, feel free to reach out to your father." Li Jie began, only to be suddenly distracted by something in the distance. He glanced several times before urgently signaling Jiang Chun. "Over there, look quickly. It's your goddess Lin." Jiang Chun remained silent, yet instinctively turned his head. Not far away, Lin Yue was settling down with a meal, and upon noticing him, she flashed a radiant smile and nodded in acknowledgement. Jiang Chun returned the gesture, a silent greeting before he resumed his meal. Li Jie enthusiastically waved in her direction before turning back to Jiang Chun, his expression filled with dramatic dismay. "Goodness, Jiang Chun, you are an absolute disgrace in the realm of flirtation. Such a splendid opportunity, and you merely show me this? The goddess herself greeted you, and you do not seize the moment? Why not join her, ask for her WeChat, and express your feelings? Ugh, don't ever claim to be my friend. The master of seduction, Li Shao, when we go out." Jiang Chun chose to ignore this foolishness, recognizing Li Jie's tendencies towards social awkwardness. Meanwhile, Yang Chan observed the scene with a furrowed brow. This guy is utterly oblivious. "Yue, you were so proactive in greeting him, and all he did was nod?" Lin Yue paused, unable to suppress a smile. "Didn't you just say yesterday that I should keep my distance from him? Humph, your talents, beauty, and family background are far beyond what such a person deserves. His indifference to your overture is simply arrogant." Yang Chan scoffed. All right. Lin Yue replied with a hint of resignation, understanding that her friend meant no malice, merely had a sharp tongue. By the way, I heard that this guy has gotten into trouble with Xing Xiaoming. That fellow is no good, Yang Chan continued, a playful glint in her eye. I've already asked my father to handle that matter. Lin Yue nodded in response. You can assist this time, Yue, but I must caution you. Even someone like Zheng Xiaoming can find himself in a desperate situation. If you draw too close to him and those from prominent families become aware, it could lead to dire consequences, Yang Chan said earnestly. Upon hearing this, Lin Yue let out a long sigh. I understand. I just cannot fathom how that once resplendent youth, who seemed impervious to any challenge, has now. Perhaps he excels within his own realm. Yang Chan, unusually refraining from contradiction, responded, Yet, Yue, we both know that this world is merciless. No matter how exceptional he may be, he cannot compete with the offspring of the affluent, especially when there are powerful families and extraordinary individuals above him, realms that ordinary people can only aspire to. Chapter 16. Urgent Matters at the Morgue. After finishing his meal, Jiang Chun ascended to the second floor of a tea shop, seeking solace in a brief nap upon the plush sofa. The afternoon unfolded with yet another lecture. During class, he discreetly accessed his mobile device to gather information regarding Bayer Road Hospital. This venerable institution, having stood for decades, is situated in the eastern outskirts of the old city and remains the largest medical facility in the vicinity. A few days prior, a family had brought in a man whose visage was gruesomely marred, half of his face a bloody mess. Upon inquiry, the attending physician learned that the man had suffered injuries from a falling construction apparatus at a worksite. With this understanding of the trauma, the medical team promptly wheeled him into the emergency room. During this process, the emergency physician noted a peculiar detail. The man's hands and face were chillingly cold. However, upon observing the ice packs applied to the wounds, he dismissed any further concern. The emergency intervention concluded in under a minute, as the electrocardiogram revealed that the man had long since ceased to exhibit vital signs. Moreover, during the on-site autopsy, the emergency physician stumbled upon a horrifying revelation. The man's body temperature plummeted below 20 degrees Celsius, indicating a time of death exceeding 48 hours. This was a patient who had been deceased for quite some time. The doctors and nurses present in the emergency room were engulfed in a cold sweat. Particularly, the emergency physician was baffled, having previously witnessed the man's hands twitching and heard faint groans of agony escaping his lips. Suddenly, a thought struck him, prompting a hurried dash outside, only to discover that the family who had brought the man in had already departed. He promptly reported the incident to the local authorities, yet the patient's relatives were nowhere to be found. Subsequently, the hospital had no choice but to transfer the corpse to the morgue. During this grim process, they uncovered another oddity. Beneath the man's ordinary clothing lay a hospital gown, suggesting he had been a patient at some medical facility. This gown bore an unusual design. Typically, hospital attire features blue and white vertical stripes, while prison garb is characterized by horizontal black and white stripes. This patient's attire, however, was adorned with blue and white horizontal stripes, evoking a foreboding sense of ill omen. A long-deceased patient arriving at the hospital, no one could fathom the implications of this occurrence. Yet, once the body was consigned to the morgue, the matter was considered concluded, with the remainder handed over to the authorities. In the ensuing day, Bayer Road Hospital witnessed an unsettling surge in critically ill patients, as doctors and nurses succumbed to mysterious deaths. It soon became apparent to the hospital's upper management that something was amiss, prompting them to contact the authorities once more, who escalated the matter to the Netherworld. Logging it into the Underworld app, a patient presumed dead, accompanied by a bizarre hospital gown. Jiang Chun murmured to himself, diligently noting key details. After class, Jiang Chun hailed a taxi to the old district. Although referred to as old, the area thrived with activity. Indeed, in recent years, 2 towering skyscrapers had risen in the heart of Jiangbei City. As the vehicle navigated the streets, bustling shops lined either side, but upon veering into a side, the atmosphere shifted to one of desolation. A sign stood by the roadside. Hospital ahead, vehicles proceed with caution. Upon reaching the entrance, Jiang Chun alighted, and the security guard merely glanced at him, asking for no identification. Entering through the gates, he was greeted by a magnificent camphor tree to his left, while a row of coniferous pines graced the right side. Along the path, several trash bins emitted pungent odors of disinfectants and medications. The hospital comprised 3 buildings. After a moment's contemplation, Jiangchen made his way towards the main structure. The workday has come to an end, the registration desk is empty, and the rooms on either side are all closed. The corridor lights remain illuminated. Upon ascending to the second floor, Jiangchen encounters a hurried nurse, clutching a stack of medical records. "Good evening, nurse," he calls out. The nurse jumps slightly, turning her head with a displeased expression, and responds impatiently, "It's late at night." "Don't shout so suddenly. The emergency doctor is on the third floor. Go there yourself." "Oh, I'm not looking for a doctor. I merely wish to inquire about the location of your hospital's morgue," Jiangchen replies with a smile. Upon hearing this, the nurse's expression stiffens. It is indeed unsettling for anyone to have someone suddenly ask them about the morgue in the dead of night. "Excuse me, could you please tell me? I have an urgent matter to attend to in the morgue," Jiangchen continues, attempting to soften his demeanor. However, his smile only serves to heighten the nurse's alarm. "What urgent matter could there possibly be at the morgue at this hour? Are you in a hurry to lie down?" Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, she screams and hastily retreats upstairs. Jiangchen, left with no choice, follows her, calling out, "Nurse, please don't be afraid. I have no connection to the recent reports of a murderer." His words only exacerbate her fear, prompting her to flee even faster. By the time Jiangchen reaches the third floor, he observes her sprinting towards the opposite end of the corridor, likely attempting to evade him by descending from another staircase. It appears that the nurse has decided she cannot remain in the hospital tonight. "Nurse, slow down. Wait for me." Jiangchen yells again, then chuckles and shakes his head, refraining from pursuing her further. Some truths are best left unspoken, yet it is evident that the hospital feels particularly perilous this evening. Scaring her away might indeed be for her own good. The emergency room on the third floor is brightly lit. Jiangchen steps inside to find a middle-aged doctor in a white coat absorbed in his phone. Noticing Jiangchen's entrance, the doctor looks up and asks, "Are you here for a consultation?" "I'm not here for a consultation. I want to ask you where the morgue is located," Jiangchen responds. The doctor hesitates, cautiously inquiring, "Are you here to handle that matter?" Jiangchen is taken aback. "You know? Well, I've signed a confidentiality agreement. The authorities mentioned that someone would be coming in the next few days," the doctor replies with a relieved smile. "That's a relief. We've been quite on edge these past few days. By the way, my name is Zhang Wenba." Jiangchen, he nods in acknowledgement. "Please take me there." "Of course. The morgue is located beneath the inpatient department. We first need to retrieve the keys from the first floor." As they walk through the corridor, Jiangchen prompts, "Could you elaborate on this matter? Although there is information available on the app, it cannot compare to the insights of someone who has experienced it firsthand. Since the patient arrived on the 18th, the first to pass away was one of my patients," Zhang Wenba sighs. Jiangchen understands that the so-called patient from the 18th refers to the enigmatic individual whose peculiar hospital gown bears the number 8. "My patient is an elderly gentleman who underwent the excision of a benign soft tissue tumor. He also has some cardiac issues, and due to his advanced age, he falls into the category of critical condition. However, he has been recuperating in the hospital for half a month, and his condition is gradually improving. He may be able to transfer out of the intensive care unit next month." Zhang Wenba continued, yet 3 days after the elderly man vanished from the morgue, he suddenly presented with multiple organ failure and succumbed to death despite resuscitation efforts. From a medical standpoint, this is utterly preposterous, as his ailment should not have led to such complications. Chapter 17. The locked door of the morgue. Zhang Wenba spoke with an unusual expression. "Do you know what the family of the deceased elder conveyed to me before and after his passing?" Jiangchen inquired. "What was it?" The elder's son, who was keeping watch, recounted that 2 nights prior, as he leaned over his father's hospital bed, he was on the verge of slumber when he suddenly noticed his father staring at him, motionless. The intensity of that gaze was unsettling. He attempted to speak, yet his eyelids grew heavier, and he succumbed to sleep. When he questioned his father the following day, the elder remained reticent. That night, the son remained vigilant, feigning sleep while observing his father. He soon realized that the previous night's experience was not a figment of his imagination. His father wore the same expression once more, his eyes wide and unblinking, fixated on him. The son felt an increasing sense of unease, sensing that his father was not gazing at him, but rather something behind him. What could possibly be lurking there? As he contemplated rising, an overwhelming drowsiness engulfed him. Despite his resolve to remain awake, he was powerless against the encroaching sleep. In a dreamlike state, the son faintly perceived a light footfall, reminiscent of someone walking on tiptoe. Upon waking, he discovered a series of faint impressions of toes on the tiled floor. The intensive care unit consisted of single rooms, and the door had been locked from the inside. Could it be that his father had tiptoed behind him? Yet, given his frailty and illness, it was implausible for the elder to perform such an action. And the question lingered. Why would he do so? The son grew increasingly perplexed and fearful, recalling tales that only those possessed by spirits or lacking vitality would walk on tiptoe. That day, he approached me, sharing his story. I presumed he had been under immense stress from caring for his father for too long, and offered him some casual words of comfort. Another day passed, and he returned, visibly shaken. He recounted how he had requested a needle from the nurse the previous night, intending to verify his suspicions. As he neared sleep, he pricked himself, just enough to lift his eyelids. To his horror, he beheld his father rising from the bed, walking on tiptoe in a peculiar manner, circling the room twice before opening the door and fleeing. Though he tried to intervene, his weariness rendering even the prick of the needle on his thigh ineffective. Yet upon awakening the next morning, he found his father peacefully lying in bed. That very afternoon, the elder succumbed to organ failure, and later that night, his body mysteriously vanished from the morgue. Jiang Chen's gaze flickered. He recalled that every hospital door featured a glass window, suggesting that perhaps the elder's gaze was not directed at his son, but rather at someone beckoning from outside. Furthermore, on the night of the elder's disappearance, another patient in the intensive care unit also experienced a disturbing event. Their family reported that in the early hours, the patient awoke to find her husband staring intently at the door, as if recognizing a long-lost friend. This middle-aged patient had been engaged in chess matches with the recently deceased elder for the past 8 or 9 days. 2 days passed, and the middle-aged patient suddenly succumbed to a severe lung infection, despite all attempts at resuscitation. Zhang Wenbo, increasingly engulfed by fear, took a deep breath, glancing around as if wary of an ominous figure lurking nearby. The two descended to the first floor to retrieve the keys and made their way toward another building. During this journey, Zhang Wenbo added, moreover, a female nurse in the inpatient department also encountered misfortune. We observed on the corridor surveillance that she was walking when her attention was suddenly drawn to something by the fire escape stairs. She approached it, and the following day, she contracted a rare viral flu and, tragically, could not be saved. Jiang Chen contemplated this revelation, noting a disturbing commonality. All the deceased, patients and medical staff alike, had succumbed to illness. Indeed, we witnessed on the surveillance that there seemed to be someone waving from behind the fire escape door. It's likely the nurse was beckoned by them, Zhang Wenbo remarked as they entered the inpatient department and summoned the elevator to the basement level 3. Additionally, the administrator of the morgue had perished, a discovery I made first. Once inside the elevator, Zhang Wenbo shared another troubling detail. Jiang Chen scrutinized him closely. Outside, there had been ample time. Yet he had deliberately withheld this information until they were confined within the elevator. That night, while on duty, old Lu, who managed the morgue, sent a message stating that a body had begun to emit a foul odor, requesting the on-call nurse to bring some disinfectant and deodorizers down. It was nearly midnight, and the nurse, frightened, sought my assistance since I had nothing pressing to attend to. When I arrived at the morgue, however, old Lu was nowhere to be found. Assuming he had stepped away for a moment, I waited, but when no one appeared, I called his phone. Standing in the morgue, the phone rang suddenly behind me, startling me greatly. Turning around, I discovered the sound emanated from beneath the white sheet covering one of the gurneys. A cold sweat broke out across my body. I thought it might be old Lu's prank, a cruel joke to play at such a late hour, and I was furious enough to consider smashing his phone. Yet, when I lifted the sheet, I was met with the sight of old Lu's lifeless, rigid body. My training in autopsy allowed me to ascertain instantly that he had been dead for at least 15 hours. Who, then, had messaged the nurse? In that moment, terror paralyzed me, and I fled with all my might. As Zhang Wenbo concluded his tale, he observed Jiang Chen's expression, expecting to see a hint of fear. Instead, Jiang Chen's countenance remained tranquil, as he regarded Zhang Wenbo with an inquisitive intensity. Under Jiang Chen's gaze, Zhang Wenbo felt an unsettling chill, as though being scrutinized by a predatory beast, prompting him to avert his eyes. They proceeded down the corridor, the ambience growing increasingly chilling, perhaps due to the dim lighting. How peculiar, the door is ajar. No wonder it feels so cold. At the end of the hallway lay the morgue, its double doors swung open. Zhang Wenbo approached and remarked, "There are refrigeration units here. Once the door is open, the cold air escapes." Jiang Chen stepped into the morgue. With Zhang Wenbo following closely behind, shutting the door with a deliberate motion. Jiangchen turned his head, perceiving the other party's actions as exceedingly unusual. Despite being aware of the impending issues within the hospital, they boldly entered the morgue and even dared to close the door? I was merely concerned about the cold air escaping, Zhang Wenba explained with a stiff smile. As Jiangchen approached, he noticed the swift shifts in the other's a hint of a cold smirk appearing at the corner of their eye. Ah, have you finally realized? With a decisive click, Jiangchen locked the morgue door. Upon witnessing this, Zhang Wenba's expression froze, rendered speechless. The lowly corpse demon stood bewildered, questioning, why lock the door? Afraid the body might escape? Ghostly Aura 3. Chapter 18. After taking 5 steps, Zhang Wenba struck the corpse 18 times, his expression fluctuating between light and shadow. He had closed the door to confine the living individual before him among a heap of corpses, anticipating that the other would eventually realize that he, too, was surrounded by the dead. However, when the other party voluntarily locked the door from within, a sense of passivity began to creep into Zhang Wenba's mind. Why would he lock the door? Was he perhaps intending to violate me? The mere thought of this possibility caused Zhang Wenba to involuntarily retreat a couple of steps. The lowly corpse spirit felt a chill, and the ghostly energy surged by 5. Jiangchen regarded the doctor with keen interest. It seemed the man had not lied. He had indeed witnessed the death of the morgue's caretaker. The only untruth he had uttered was that he had not fled that night, but rather had become one of these corpses. How intriguing. Jiangchen had been on the verge of taking action, but upon receiving a system prompt, he merely patted the man's shoulder, casting an appreciative glance in his direction. This was the first time he had encountered a spirit so willing to offer ghostly energy. Zhang Wenba, on the other hand, was increasingly terrified. The way the other looked at him seemed to brim with admiration. What did this mean? We are both men. After all, ghostly energy 9. This was already the maximum ghostly energy that resentment could provide. Jiangchen turned his gaze to survey the morgue. It was colder here than in the corridor, with corpses lying on beds covered by white sheets. 3 beds still bore their sheets, yet there were no bodies present. What is the meaning of these 3 beds? Jiangchen inquired. Zhang Wenba glanced over, deliberately widening his eyes in disbelief. How can this be? After the bodies disappeared, no one dared to touch their beds. There should be 9 empty beds here. He stepped back, pressing his back against the wall, his voice trembling as he said, They have returned. Returned? Jiangchen murmured, suddenly stepping forward. Then good, let them come back. This time, not a single one shall escape. These fierce words left Zhang Wenba dumbfounded. Ghostly Energy 6. Ghostly Energy 4. The series of prompts indicated that the entities lying here were also startled by Jiangchen's declaration. He lifted a white sheet, revealing a middle-aged man with sunken eyes and a pallid complexion, clearly deceased for several days. His eyes were tightly shut, yet the corners of his mouth curled into a strange arc, a semblance of a smile. Normally, after death, the muscles lose their power, rendering such an expression impossible. This scene was undeniably peculiar. Slap, slap. 2 resounding slaps landed on the man's face, and the arc at his mouth began to falter. Ghostly Energy 8. Brother, are you awake? Jiangchen called out. The middle-aged man gritted his teeth and opened his eyes, his voice chilling. Aren't you afraid of me? What is there to fear? We are all corpses, after all. Jiangchen pointed to a nearby empty bed. That is my bed. Today marks my 7th day after death, and I have just risen. The middle-aged man. You, on the other hand, are quite strange. Jiangchen stared intently at the middle-aged man, clicking his tongue in wonder. What is so strange? The man asked, taken aback. How many days have you been dead? For days. Why do you ask? Indeed, it is generally understood that one must wait until the 7th day to rise from the dead, yet you have only lingered for 4 days. Your corpse may very well be in a state of disarray. Jiangchen's demeanor was grave. The other corpses, lying beneath white shrouds, twitched at the corners of their mouths. Are we not already corpses? How could there be any further issues? The atmosphere thickened with an otherworldly energy. However, the onlooker's clarity brought seriousness to the middle-aged man. Master, what does this mean? The 7th day is a natural law of returning souls. Your premature return could adversely affect your descendants' future, not to mention the potential repercussions for your own reincarnation. The middle-aged man pondered, having heard such notions before. The 7th day is indeed the night of return. Master, how can this be resolved? A hint of urgency crossed his face. This is quite simple. Jiangchen rummaged through his bag, retrieving a dagger of modest length. A weapon seized from a disfigured spirit, now classified as a spectral artifact. When I act shortly, do not resist. The blade enters cleanly. And the return awaits 3 more days. Do you understand? Jiang Qin's expression was solemn. Feeling the dreadful malice emanating from the blade, the middle-aged man's eyes widened. This was undoubtedly an artifact wielded by a spirit far more formidable than himself. He sensed that should this dagger pierce him, his soul would be instantly shattered. For heaven's sake, do not resist. Is this mere deception? The spectral energy surged. At that moment, the middle-aged man grasped the gravity of the situation. As the dagger lunged forth, his expression hardened, ready to retaliate. But Jiang Qin was already too close, and in a swift, unanticipated strike, the vengeful spirit had no chance to evade. With a swift thrust, the dagger pierced the heart of the middle-aged man. Jiang Qin twisted it viciously, displaying utmost cruelty. Ding! A low-level corpse spirit, vengeance, has perished. Spectral energy 9. Jiang Qin's eyes gleamed. His foundational strength was now sufficient to eliminate a vengeful spirit. As for the man's innocence, he had already assessed the situation. His eyes, charged with demonic energy, revealed strands of dark malice. Only spirits that have taken lives exhibit such a condition. The spectral energy surged once more. The notifications continued, and Zhang Wenba, along with the other lifeless bodies, displayed expressions of terror. Had they so swiftly eliminated one of their own? Jiang Qin glanced around, noting that his spectral energy had now exceeded 950. Quite impressive. Although the energy from vengeance was an order of magnitude lower than that of malevolent spirits, the sheer quantity of vengeful spirits compensated for it splendidly. Excited, he lifted another corpse covering. Beneath lay an elderly man in a peculiar position, lying on his side, clutching the edge of the bed as if he had attempted to rise, but, upon witnessing Jiang Qin's brutality, chose to feign death instead. Smack! Smack! Jiang Qin delivered 2 resounding slaps. Low-level corpse spirit, you wretched soul. Spectral energy 8. Wake up, old man. Awaken at once. Jiang Qin shouted, delivering slap after slap without mercy. Smack! Smack! After enduring more than a dozen slaps, the old man opened his eyes, his face contorted in agony. He feared that if he closed them again, the young man before him might strike him down. What do you intend to do? The old man queried ominously. Nothing much. It's just past 9 o'clock, and you should take your sleeping pills and rest, Jiang Qin explained. The old man responded with disbelief. You woke me up just to take sleeping pills? You've already plundered all the bamboo shoots from the mountain. As the old man was about to voice his indignation, his eyes widened in shock as he gazed down at his chest, where a sharp dagger was embedded. The young man before him continued to smile, his demeanor ever warm and soothing. My dear sir, he said, I suddenly remembered that I forgot to bring the sleeping pills. This is merely a physical means to induce sleep. Do not be afraid. Just close your eyes and drift away. Pierced by the ghostly energy, the old man's fading consciousness became increasingly hazy as he listened to the young man's voice, which resembled a demonic whisper, before he succumbed to eternal slumber. Ding! Low-level corpse spirit, grievance, has perished. Ghost energy 9. Ghost energy 5. Uncertain whether it was merely Zhang Wenba's, he perceived the sound of collective gasps in the morgue. He began to understand why the other party had locked the door. They truly feared that this group of corpses might escape. Damn! Are you really that formidable, alive and kicking? Just 5 steps into the morgue, and you've slapped the corpses 18 times. Chapter 19. 2 stars, Master Deer's strength as the elder lay slain. Zhang Wenba could no longer contain himself. His previously normal complexion gradually morphed into a ghastly shade of blue, exuding a potent stench of decay. Do not wait any longer. If this continues, he will kill us all one by one. His low growl stirred several white cloths, revealing a series of corpses that rose, their chilling aura causing the temperature of the morgue to plummet, sending shivers down one's spine. They gazed ominously at Jiang Qin. Why must you force us? A middle-aged woman spat, her face twisted with resentment. We merely wish to continue existing in this manner. What wrong have we committed? An elderly man croaked. Jiang Qin cast an indifferent glance at the vengeful spirits. You desire to live, so the living must perish? This statement momentarily stilled the aggrieved specters, leaving them It was a grim truth that spirits fueled by resentment, if not allowed to harm the living and siphon their life force, would dissipate within days. Thus, their desire to remain as spirits inevitably led to the demise of a few innocents. Humph! Do not waste words with him. Let us kill him and make him one of us. Let us see if he can still stand and speak without pain. Zhang Wenba tore at his own face, ripping away half of his skin to reveal the putrid flesh beneath. his resentment surpassing that of the other spirits. He was the first to lunge forward, followed closely by the rest of the spirits, their malicious eyes gleaming with intent to devour Jiang Chun alive. Jiang Chun gripped his knife tightly, recalling his transformation into a demon and emulating the combat experience of the fiends. He bent low, evading Zhang Wenba's flawed assault, and swiftly drove his blade into the opponent's back, twisting it with force. In the morgue, blood and flesh splattered, dismembered limbs crashing against the glass door, creating a scene both gruesome and brutal, enough to send chills through even the most unconventional observer. Before long, and Jiang Chun emerged, panting heavily, a shroud in hand to wipe the blood from his blade and clothes. Finally, I have surpassed 1,000. He glanced at the system notification, his face lighting up with joy. Congratulations, host. Your ghost energy has exceeded 1,000 points, unlocking the ability to draw from the 2-star demon transformation card. In this battle, Jiang Chun refrained from transforming, understanding that wielding great power without mastery could lead to disastrous consequences, much like giving a firearm to a 5-year-old who might injure himself before harm. Jiang Chun was consciously striving to harness the enduring strength granted by his previous transformations, ensuring that when he utilized higher-tier transformation cards in the future, he would do so with greater finesse. System, assist me in drawing a 2-star demon transformation card. Jiang Chun silently commanded. Is it acceptable to expend 1,000 ghost energy to draw from the 2-star demon transformation card? Despite his preparations, Jiang Chun could not help but feel a pang of discomfort. Even capitalists would weep at such a price hike, tenfold, no less. Yet, he understood that while the cost was exorbitant, the power of the 2-star card would undoubtedly surpass that of 10 1-star cards combined. Draw, Jiang Chun declared firmly, drawing in progress. In an instant, the accumulated malevolent energy dissipated, and before Jiang Chun appeared a series of spectral figures more terrifying than those encountered when he drew a 1-star. There were goats with horns akin to great swords, humanoid spiders the size of houses, azure pythons crackling with thunder, and an ominous yellow fox with captivating, otherworldly eyes. Merely being scrutinized by these phantoms caused Jiang Chun's body to tense. He sensed he was in the presence of the most elite predators. The monkey had previously carved a path through its foes with ease, yet that was merely a monkey. These monsters held dominion in their respective realms, each one a formidable entity. Jiang Chun inhaled deeply, a flicker of anticipation igniting within him. With an ample supply of malevolent energy, might he draw the monkey once more? The phantoms shifted and finally settled upon a towering figure with the head of a deer and the body of a man, clad in a Taoist robe. Ding! Congratulations. The host has drawn a 2-star monster card, Deer Force Celestial. Jiang Chun's eyes sparkled with intrigue. A deeper understanding of Journey to the West revealed that the 3 national masters of the Carriage Delay Kingdom were no mere mortals. They cultivated their powers through their monstrous forms and possessed considerable Taoist skills, venerating the 3 Pure Ones, thus earning the right to refer to themselves as disciples of the sages. The Tiger Force Celestial was well-versed in the 5 Thunder techniques. It would burn talismans and follow the proper protocols to summon rain, requiring approval from the Jade Emperor. The trio appeared somewhat inept in their expedition, primarily due to their choice of opponents, notably the monkey or the golden cicada, who could withstand such challenges. Jiang Chun recalled that the Deer Force Celestial was also capable of summoning rain and wondered if it possessed the 5 Thunder techniques as well. As he murmured this thought, something suddenly struck him, and he focused on the monster card, which soon revealed a line of text. 2-star monster card. By silently invoking its power, the user may obtain a portion of the monster's strength for half an hour and randomly draw 2 abilities. The host may choose to transform one body part into a monster, gaining tremendous power. Note: transformation incurs significant costs and may lead to premature termination, so please use with caution. Note 2. After the transformation concludes, the host retains 10% of their physical prowess and monster power, with a 1% chance of permanently inheriting an ability or the transformed body part. 2 abilities and transformation? Jiang Chun's eyes lit up. He hadn't anticipated that the 2-star monster card would possess such enhancements over the 1-star variant. Though uncertain of the effects of transformation, the phrase tremendous power was enough to convey its significance. Furthermore, the strength of the Deer Force Celestial could not be compared to that of mere chaotic fiends. As the star level of the monster cards increased, he would undoubtedly draw increasingly formidable creatures. Yet, he pondered, just how powerful could he contend with using a 2-star card? As he continued to muse, Jiang Chen walked through the corridor on the third underground level. The sound of his footsteps echoed eerily in the silence, amplifying the sense of isolation. Upon reaching the midpoint of the corridor, he pressed the elevator button, and soon, the metallic doors opened. He entered and selected the first floor. Although he had dealt with the corpses in the morgue, the lingering resentments remained, and he had yet to encounter the possibly formidable 18th patient, who might be a top-tier malevolent spirit. From the information he had gathered, he deduced that the entity had likely retreated to the intensive care unit. With determination, Jiang Chen resolved to search each floor, ascending from the first. As the elevator doors were about to close, a slender, pale hand suddenly reached in from the outside, getting caught in the middle. The doors gently reopened, revealing a nurse who entered the elevator, cradling a stack of medical files. In her haste, she nearly dropped the documents. With a gentlemanly demeanor, Jiang Chen stepped forward to assist her, inadvertently brushing against the nape of the nurse's neck with his other hand during the process. Chapter 20. The Transformation of Demons, the Mischievous King of Chaos. Thank you. The nurse entered, nodding in appreciation, although she was clearly panting, as if exhausted from running. Jiang Chen felt no warmth emanating from her. It's all right. Jiang Chen smiled faintly and complimented her. Miss Nurse, your skin is truly exquisite. I dare say it would rival anyone who has been deceased for 3 days. The female nurse retorted. If you're not good at giving compliments, perhaps you should speak less. She had intended to say something, yet Jiang Chen's praise left her momentarily speechless, plunging the elevator into a heavy silence. After a brief pause, the nurse cleared her throat and spoke up. By the way, handsome, have you ever heard of a certain taboo? What is it? Jiang Chen inquired. It is advisable not to use the hospital elevator at night, for you can never predict whom you might encounter within it, particularly those bearing a black tag. If you happen upon one, it is best to flee the elevator immediately. Why? Because in the hospital, only the corpses in the morgue are adorned with such black tags, inscribed with the names of each deceased soul. The nurse's expression turned somewhat sinister. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen furrowed his brows, his demeanor growing increasingly grave. Noting this, the nurse smirked coldly. Is that tag solely black? Personally, I find such a gloomy color rather unappealing. I wonder, would it be permissible to bring my own tag when the time comes? Jiang Chen's next words rendered her smirk frozen. The smile of a corpse gradually fades. After all my effort to create a terrifying atmosphere, you choose to discuss this? Ghostly Aura 30. Jiang Chen observed her with renewed interest. Realizing she was indeed a malevolent spirit, the nurse found herself momentarily at a loss for words, and the atmosphere within the elevator thickened with tension. After a while, she seemed to recall something and ominously proposed. Handsome, would you like to see what such a black tag looks like? With curiosity etched upon his face, Jiang Chen replied, I would, but you aren't a corpse, so where would you procure a tag? The nurse's smile grew even more sinister as she began to touch her neck. Once, twice, thrice. Where on earth is my tag? At that moment, Jiang Chen suddenly leaned closer, rummaging through his bag, producing a cacophony of plastic clattering, before revealing a large handful of black tags strung with red threads, displaying them before the nurse. Beauty. Is this what you were searching for? The nurse's eyes widened in shock. Goodness. So many tags. Did you rob the morgue? Ghostly Aura 90. She could not help but step back, pressing her body against the elevator wall as if Jiang Chen had cornered her. Just then, the elevator doors opened at the second basement level. A doctor holding a black plastic bag stood outside, and upon witnessing the scene, he exchanged a suggestive wink with Jiang Chen, then cleared his throat and approached. Jiang Chen glanced at the black plastic bag in the doctor's hand. Noticing his gaze, the doctor explained, I assure you, I'm not here to steal anything. There's a patient in distress, and I came to retrieve some medical supplies. In my haste, I simply grabbed a random bag. Jiang Chen remained skeptical. He distinctly heard the sound of liquid sloshing within the bag, accompanied by the unmistakable scent of formaldehyde. At that moment, the female nurse leaned close to Jiang Chen's ear and whispered, He is deceiving you. The medical equipment room is on the first basement level, while the second basement level houses the organ refrigeration facility designed to share cold storage with the third floor. It's possible that the bag he carries contains human organs. As if he had caught wind of the nurse's words, the male doctor suddenly fixed his gaze on the two, his expression a twisted mix of mockery and I believe I overheard you discussing my bag. Are you so eager to uncover its contents? You may regret it after seeing. With that, he stepped closer, seemingly intent on forcing them to look inside his bag. Throughout this exchange, Jiang Chen remained silent, as the nurse and doctor orchestrated a relentless pressure upon him. Since you were so curious, I shall oblige. The male doctor declared ominously, loosening his grip on the bag's opening. Instantly, a pungent odor of medicinal fluids, intertwined with a nauseating stench, filled the elevator. Jiang Chun glanced down, horrified to see various organs suspended in liquid within the bag, one of which bore bite marks. The doctor grinned coldly, the scent of formaldehyde wafting from his mouth, while the nurse mirrored his sinister demeanor. Caught between them, Jiang Chun paused for a moment before suddenly speaking up. My dear doctor, allow me to pose a question. How much does it cost to transplant a kidney? Approximately 250. 000. The doctor replied reflexively. Then do you know what you are carrying in that bag? Jiang Chun queried. The doctor looked bewildered. Money, Jiang Chun exclaimed, patting the doctor on the shoulder. I must criticize you here, carrying a bag of money in front of me this late at night. Don't you realize I've already clocked out? He said this while pulling a stocking from his bag, slipping it over his head with a resigned expression. However, since I find you somewhat likable, consider this a friendly gesture. I will take this overtime shift today. Just remember to promote me when you get the chance. Jiang Chun's antics left both the doctor and the nurse momentarily stunned. What overtime? What is your profession? Spirit Energy 20. Spirit Energy 25. Ding. The elevator reached the ground floor. Jiang Chun had nearly finished putting on the stocking and turned to the doctor with a smile. Next time there is an opportunity, remember to seek me out for collaboration. With that, he suddenly snatched the black plastic bag and dashed out of the elevator. The doctor and nurse were left in a state of shock. After a moment of stunned silence, the nurse hesitantly suggested, is there a possibility that his profession is a robber? Damn, the doctor exclaimed, yanking open the already closed elevator doors. Why didn't you say so earlier? Quick, let us chase him. The two raced out. But Jiang Chun had already sprinted down the corridor and into the fire escape. Yet the doctor and nurse were frighteningly fast, catching up in the blink of an eye. The nurse, quicker on her feet, was the first to reach the stairwell. The lights in this area were inexplicably out, and in the darkness, a glimmering knife, imbued with a chilling malevolence, lunged from a concealed angle, akin to a venomous snake poised to strike at its prey's vital lifeline. The blade pierced the nurse's heart. Yet her pallid visage bore a chilling smile. My heart has long succumbed to decay. Would you care to extract it for a closer inspection? The raspy tone sent shivers down one's spine. In the next moment, Jiang Chun's expression shifted drastically as he realized the sharp knife had only penetrated half an inch before becoming lodged. Not only that, but the nurse suddenly struck out, aiming for his chest. A wave of terrifying dread enveloped Jiang Chun. At that moment, he felt something in his pocket radiating warmth, the talisman gifted by Lin Yue, emanating a faint golden glow. Upon contact with the golden light, the nurse's hand recoiled as if stung by a venomous serpent, her flesh seared and charred. Jiang Chun furrowed his brow and seized the opportunity to retreat, but alas, the malevolent spirit moved with astonishing swiftness. The nurse's eyes gleamed with malice as her decaying hand struck his chest with a resounding thud. Bang! Jiang Chun was hurled backwards, crashing against the corner of the stairwell, blood spurting from his mouth as he felt several ribs fracture. Looking down, he saw a black handprint on his chest, exuding a chilling aura. He sensed a bizarre power emanating from the imprint, as if an invisible hand had gripped his heart, slowing its rhythm with each passing moment. At this rate, he would not survive the night. The death certificate would likely state a sudden cardiac event as the cause of demise. This is the true horror of malevolent spirits. Once ensnared by their curse, death becomes an inescapable fate. It seems you two are afflicted by a condition akin to mine, the nurse taunted, stepping closer with a mocking and frigid demeanor. Behind her, a doctor picked up a plastic bag from the floor, retrieving a scalpel, his gaze flickering between Jiang Chun's chest and abdomen, as if contemplating the dissection of his very insides. Indeed, even the most rudimentary of malevolent spirits remain just that evil. With my current capabilities, I am far from a match for them. Jiang Chun wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, shaking his head in resignation. The nurse and doctor approached slowly, revealing their grotesque states of decay, reveling in the terror they inflicted upon the living. What they could not hear was Jiang Chun, in the depths of his heart, silently reciting a few words. Transform the demon. Chaos Demon King. Chapter 21. The curse of physical death. A vast and overwhelming power surged through Jiang Chun's limbs, visibly elevating his physique. His muscles swelled, and an aura of terrifying strength enveloped him. This transformation surpassed his previous two metamorphoses into a demon, manifesting an evident enhancement in power. As he clenched his fist, he assessed that his current physical form and demonic energy were akin to that of General Yin, but at double the might. This was indeed remarkable, affirming Jiang Chen's earlier judgment that the chaotic Demon King, as a minor leader, possessed a strength incomparable to that of General Yin or the likes of the Red Python. Ding! He had randomly acquired a divine ability, the Heavenly Blade of Chaos. A wave of enlightenment surged within Jiang Chen. Rising to his feet, his gaze turned fierce, exuding an aura as formidable as a beast that had broken free from its cage. Under his intense scrutiny, the female nurse felt a surge of panic, halting her advance. She noticed her lingering handprint on him dissipate, as if confronted by a celestial adversary. Was he also a ghost? How else could he have instantaneously grown several centimeters and dispelled her curse? This was the nurse's initial thought, but Jiang Chen's next move clarified her mistake. With a thunderous crash, the concrete floor fractured beneath him. Utilizing the immense recoil, Jiang Chen's muscular form lunged forward, instantly appearing before the nurse. His bloodthirsty gaze bore down upon her, instilling a terrifying sense of dread. No, this was not a ghost. It was a monster. In that fleeting moment, her heart sank, leaving her devoid of any will to resist. A large hand stealthily brushed against the nurse's head. Suddenly, a horrifying realization dawned upon her, and her expression transformed into one of sheer terror. No. Please, no. Crack. Her skull shattered like a watermelon under the force of his grip. Ding. The doctor, wielding a scalpel and inching closer, was frozen in shock at the scene unfolding before him, his previously mocking demeanor replaced by sheer horror. You. His hand trembled, rendering him incapable of uttering a coherent word. Ding. The doctor was engulfed in extreme fear, gaining a ghostly aura of 90. Jiang Chen cast a brief glance at the notification, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he uttered a single word, run. The doctor's eyes widened, and with a sense of liberation, he discarded the black bag in his hand and fled desperately up the stairs. Knowing he was marked for death, he chose to ascend rather than escape outside, believing there might be salvation above. Jiang Chen mused, his heavy footsteps echoing on the staircase as he pursued him relentlessly. The blade scraped against the stainless steel handrail, producing a series of jarring sounds. Jiang Chen resembled a relentless specter, pursuing the doctor without mercy. He was terrified that his own head would meet the same fate. The doctor, pale with fear, wished fervently for extra legs to hasten his escape. He never anticipated that merely stepping out at night to harm someone would lead him to such a perverse creature. The horrific image of the nurse's demise was indelibly etched in his mind, delivering continual psychological torment. Ding. Throughout this ordeal, the notifications of acquiring ghostly energy resounded incessantly. Ascending to the third floor, Jiang Chen discovered, for reasons unknown, that his adversary had ceased to contribute any more ghostly energy. Shaking his head, he remarked, I regret to inform you, dear doctor, that by all appearances, your demise is imminent. The doctor, momentarily taken aback, pondered whether he had been cursed. Such a malevolent power, the ability to bring about death with mere words. With this thought, a thick aura of resentment enveloped him, a shield against the curse. In the next instant, Jiang Chen propelled himself forward with force, akin to a cannonball, leaping behind the doctor. With a swift motion, he plunged his dagger deep into the man's body, yanking it downward with ferocity. The doctor's form was violently cleaved in two, his eyes widening in disbelief. Damn. A physical death curse. With a chime. Jiang Chen glanced at his status panel. His previously dwindling ghostly energy surged back to 630. Before this, he had only garnered a little over 200 from slaying a common malevolent spirit. It seemed his mastery of the ghostly arts was rapidly advanced. There remained room for improvement, as he contemplated the recent encounter, recognizing that there were indeed more effective methods to employ. Without succumbing to arrogance, he considered that during his next confrontation, he might experiment with a more visually striking technique, such as evisceration. He then lifted his gaze toward the upper staircase, noting that all the lights in the fire escape were extinguished, save for the faint, eerie glow emanating from the emergency exit sign, barely illuminating the path ahead. This was quite unusual, for in a large establishment like a hospital, the fire escape lights were routinely inspected each day. A faint cough echoed from a floor above, drawing Jiang Chen's attention. Frowning, he gripped his dagger tightly, advancing cautiously. He positioned himself against the wall, casting a wary glance upward, ever vigilant for potential ambushes lurking in the shadows. With each step up, the cough grew clearer, as if a gravely ill person awaited him just one level above. Amidst the coughs, a raspy male voice beckoned, Come here, hurry, come here. The voice seemed to resonate with an irresistible allure, reminiscent of a long-lost friend, compelling him to seek out its source. A glint of menace flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes, and he concentrated his demonic energy, dispelling the dangerous thought that had momentarily crossed his mind. For a fleeting moment, he had found himself inexplicably drawn to discover who was calling him. I've encountered top-tier malevolent spirits before. They do not possess such enigmatic abilities. This cannot be a top-tier malevolent spirit. Jiang Chen's expression shifted subtly. Had it been, he would have turned on his heel and fled. Yet now, gazing at the dormant 2-star transformation card within his panel, he licked his lips, rising onto his toes, and stealthily ascended the stairs. As he reached the corner of the staircase, he caught sight of a young man clad in a hospital gown, hunched over. One hand clamped over his mouth to stifle his cough, while the other waved through the glass of the staircase door, beckoning into the corridor. Hasten here, come quickly. It has been so long. In the illuminated corridor, Jiang Chen discerned an elderly man, his face a mixture of confusion and anticipation, slowly making his way towards the stairwell. Is that you, my dear companion? Have you come to fetch me? The old man, frail and unsteady, bore an expression of tears and laughter, evidently overwhelmed with emotion. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, rose onto his toes, tensing every fiber of his being, regulating his breath, akin to a leopard poised for the hunt, inching closer along the wall. As the elderly gentleman approached the stairway, Jiang Chen stealthily maneuvered behind the young patient, clearly observing the 2 digits emblazoned on the patient's attire, 18. Just as Jiang Chen began to elevate the sharp blade, preparing to abandon all decorum, the young man's head abruptly twisted towards him, while his body remained motionless, adopting a terrifying stance. The young man's visage was strikingly handsome, yet his features were oddly mismatched, one eye larger than the other, an incongruous nose and mouth, and ears that were asymmetrically positioned. He appeared as though his face had been grotesquely stitched together. Particularly unsettling were his eyes, which exuded a profoundly suppressed madness. The expression of the patient labeled 18 remained unchanging, yet it felt as if he was perpetually smiling. When he finally curled the corners of his mouth, that silent laughter became even more pronounced. Hee, did you truly believe I had not noticed your presence? The man's voice dripped with an insatiable scorn. At that moment, Jiang Chen, who was anticipated to exhibit terror, confusion, panic, and shock, unexpectedly burst into laughter. You discovered me, yet still allowed me to approach? What a fool. A terrifying darkness glimmered upon the blade, an overwhelming intent to annihilate saturating every inch of the stairwell. Delicate, shallow traces began to appear upon the surrounding walls, as if an invisible blade was rampaging through the space. The smile on patient 18's face froze. Heavenly blade of chaos. With a single stroke, he unleashed his fury. Chapter 22. Ward 7. A thunderous crash reverberated through the stairwell as a terrifying blade intent wreaked havoc, colliding violently with patient 18's body. It effortlessly tore through his raised arms, cleaving him in two with a devastating force. Though he did not perish immediately, his expression was a mixture of fear and resentment, as his limbs flailed desperately, unleashing a surge of vengeful energy. Yet the power of that strike was not yet spent. The frenzied blade intent surged within him, transforming into a formidable tearing force that gradually shredded patient 18's very soul. This man, a menace to countless lives, finally succumbed to a maddened wail. Patient 18's agony was palpable, his spirit imbued with a ghastly energy. The air was thick with his suffering, resonating with a chilling aura. 3 consecutive notifications echoed, culminating in the final chime. Ding. Patient 18, half-step malevolent spirit, has perished, gaining 99 spirit energy. To Jiang Chen's astonishment, the half-step malevolent spirit proved to be exceedingly extraordinary. Despite being slain by his full-force strike, it still managed to generate a significant amount of spirit energy upon death. Had he not been so hasty and instead opted for a more gradual torment, he might have harvested even more spirit energy. However, Jiang Chen felt no remorse. He was unaware of his opponent's true strength. Having successfully approached, he believed a decisive, full-powered strike was the safest course of action. A moment of hesitation could have led to his own demise. Patient 18's visage contorted with malice as he fixed his gaze upon Jiang Chen, uttering his final words. After my death, you shall inherit all my afflictions, perishing in the same manner, your corpse grotesque, your soul forever shackled. As Jiang Chen beheld the body before him, slowly oxidizing and decaying into a darkened state, a frown creased his brow, and he instinctively covered his mouth with a hand. Cough, cough. Upon opening his palm, he found it stained with crimson blood. He sensed his heart racing, as if he were succumbing to a dire cardiac ailment, while two painful spots in his abdomen flared with agony. His left hand spasmed involuntarily, while his right lost all strength, as though afflicted by muscular atrophy. In an instant, Jiangchen found himself gravely ill, his body involuntarily hunched over, a cough escaping his lips. A chill coursed through him. Was this the curse of a half-step malevolent spirit? Even in his demonic form, he had fallen prey to its effects. Jiangchen increasingly felt vindicated in his earlier decision. A decisive strike had been the only way to eliminate patient 18 without leaving any repercussions. Cough, cough. He found himself coughing again, though his demeanor remained composed. A surge of demonic energy flooded through him, invigorating his limbs as tendrils of dark mist escaped his body. He sensed his condition rapidly improving. Once he confirmed that the curse had been entirely dispelled, he surveyed the scene before him. The stairwell door lay shattered, a horrific blade mark etched into the wall. In the corridor, the elderly man, previously ensnared by malevolent influence, lay unconscious, his fate uncertain. Jiangchen approached to ascertain the man's continued existence, escorting him back to the ward. Afterward, he returned to capture photographs for the Underworld app. Shortly thereafter, a notification appeared, granting him 450 points, 3 times that of a top-tier malevolent spirit. The remaining matters will be handled by designated personnel. Just as Jiangchen was about to depart, he suddenly turned his head to gaze at the corpse labeled 18. It was then that he noticed something peculiar, despite the individual being undeniably deceased. There lingered a trace of resentment emanating from the body. Something was amiss. Jiangchen recalled something and approached, pulling aside the hospital gown to uncover an object. It was a bloodstained medical record. Hospital, 7th Ward name. Liang Yuquan ID. 18 condition. Self-perception disorder. Upon seeing the condition listed, Jiangchen paused, for according to his observations, patient number 18 exhibited at least a dozen ailments. Why was there only a single condition noted on the medical record? He continued reading. Detailed condition. The patient has suffered from severe self-perception disorder since childhood, believing himself to be afflicted with numerous ailments. Despite not being ill, he incessantly coughed, with the most severe incident resulting in the expulsion of his intestines. His family took him to several hospitals, yet there was no significant improvement. Rather, his condition worsened. Initially, he merely believed himself to be ill, but gradually, he began to perceive others as sick as well. One day, while his family was inattentive, he mistakenly thought his 1-year-old sister had a fever and placed her in the freezer to cool her down, inadvertently causing her death. Following this, the patient was admitted to a psychiatric hospital. However, no doctor could alter his distorted perception. After a grave medical incident, the patient was transferred to our hospital, where his condition experienced notable improvement. Summary of condition. Am I the ill one, or are we? Jiangchen could not help but take a deep breath, finally understanding how this individual could cause so many to perish under the guise of various ailments. It turned out that this was not merely a specter of illness. His curse was to impose his own cognitive disorder onto others, leading them to believe they were unwell, thereby triggering genuine physical responses that resulted in their demise. The so-called medical incident was perhaps not as straightforward as it appeared. Perhaps Liang Yuquan had perished since that incident. Only in death could one be admitted to this hospital. What, indeed, was this 7th ward? Jiangchen muttered to himself, dark thoughts creeping into his mind. He glanced again at the medical record. 2 words sending a shiver down his spine. Development. This hospital claimed that after patient 18 was admitted, his condition showed remarkable development. Was this a psychiatric hospital, or a facility dedicated to creating mental illness? As he continued to read, Jiangchen's gaze instinctively shifted upward, his pupils dilating slightly, his expression growing increasingly peculiar. The bloodstained medical record bore his name, becoming increasingly familiar to his eyes. Patient Jiangchen, he murmured, watching in disbelief as the record transformed into his own. What could this mean? Am I now, like the former patient 18, destined to become an inmate of the 7th ward? Jiangchen then noticed that the bloodstains in the upper left corner of the record gradually faded, revealing a number, 30. He opened his phone and searched for the 7th ward on the Underworld app, and indeed, relevant cases emerged. Upon reviewing the document, Jiangchen discerned that the numeral in the upper left corner of the case represented the days. Once it reached 0, the individual possessing the medical record would inevitably enter the 7th ward. This process was profoundly bizarre, leaving them unaware of how they had crossed the threshold. Most of those who ventured into the 7th ward never returned, and even those who emerged alive often succumbed to madness or mysteriously vanished within days. Nonetheless, It was noted that among the selected individuals, the strongest possessed only AC rank, suggesting that this enigmatic ward might not be as perilous as initially feared. The underworld also issued a related statement, affirming that, based on credible speculation, the Seventh Ward did not harbor any entities beyond the bloodstained garments. Upon reaching this point, Jiang Shen felt a sense of relief. Armed with the demon transformation system, he was confident in attaining a blood garment-level prowess within a month. After all, in merely 2 or 3 days, he had evolved from an ordinary individual to one capable of contending with malevolent spirits. Moreover, a place that unmistakably reeked of ghosts was, to him, a veritable reservoir of ethereal energy. The mere thought of this ignited a spark of excitement within Jiang Chun's eyes. Chapter 23. Returning home to draw cards subsequently, Jiang Chun scoured the hospital and its surroundings, ensuring there were no lurking threats. He hailed a taxi, and as the vehicle departed from the street adjacent to the hospital, 3 SUVs approached head-on. Although the occupants were clad in casual attire, Jiang Chun could still perceive the palpable intensity emanating from them. They appeared to engage in casual conversation or idly survey their surroundings. Yet their seating arrangements and positions were meticulously coordinated to enable immediate action, forming an effective combat formation. Each individual's gaze was as sharp as that of a hawk, ever vigilant for the slightest disturbance around them. Jiang Chun swiftly deduced that this was a cadre of true elites. Though they were ordinary individuals, they undoubtedly represented the pinnacle of strength among their kind. Given suitable equipment and terrain, each could take on 100 foes, and it would not be an exaggeration to refer to them as warriors of unparalleled caliber. He surmised the identities of these individuals. At the forefront of the convoy was a striking woman clad in a black leather jacket, who, upon noticing Jiang Chun's direction, scrutinized him closely, seemingly confirming something. She then solemnly announced over the vehicle's intercom, "Salute." The entire vehicle's occupants sensed the significance of the moment and turned their gazes towards Jiang Chun and the taxi, their expressions reflecting excitement and admiration, standing tall and rendering a military salute. They understood that it was precisely such extraordinary individuals, battling malevolent forces on the front lines, who made their current peaceful existence possible. These remarkable figures confront horrors that ordinary people can scarcely fathom, delving into the darkest recesses of human nature and facing immense risks, teetering on the brink of life and death as they confront inhuman monstrosities to safeguard the tranquility of the world. They are deserving of great respect. Jiang Chun reciprocated the salute with utmost seriousness. In truth, he held a deeper admiration for these aftercare personnel, for the sites of supernatural incidents often harbored lingering dangers. It required immense courage for a group of ordinary individuals to undertake such aftermath duties. Yet, this was the reality of Jiuzhou, or rather, the entirety of the Blue Star Nations. Extraordinary individuals are woefully scarce. Jiang Chun, having gleaned insights from the Underworld app, understood that within Jiuzhou, the power structures of the Dao Alliance and aristocratic families progressed at a lethargic pace. Some began their training from a young age, emerging into the world in their 20s with barely D-level strength. In the past, this might have been inconsequential. But given the current concentration of malevolent energy in the world and the frequency of supernatural occurrences, the progress seemed exceedingly sluggish, often resulting in a deficit. This was also why Chun Shui previously remarked that the emergence of the underworld had relieved the Dao Alliance. Jiang Chun had gleaned some understanding of the underworld's system through various posts. It was a form of expedient method, sealing spirits within the body and utilizing their power against other spirits. However, the mortality rate was alarmingly high. Even the most mentally resilient Special Forces soldiers faced a staggering 90 fatality rate. Consequently, the underworld established a stringent selection process, complemented by 2 to 3 years of specialized training, before attempting to allow prospective Inchai to seal spirits within themselves. Overall, the underworld was also understaffed. Thus, it resorted to employing ordinary individuals as aftercare personnel. In reality, the mortality rate for these aftercare workers was not significantly lower than that of extraordinary individuals, which was a lamentable truth. Before long, Jiang Yuan community came into view. Jiang Chun ascended the stairs to take a shower, and now it was quite late. He had initially intended to order takeout, but from the other room came the sounds of cooking and the enticing aroma of food. Hong Jie seemed to have grown accustomed to Jiang Chun's late returns. Upon hearing him open the door, she began preparing dinner. Jiang Chun, feeling no need for false modesty, approached, for he found Hong Jie's cooking quite delectable. As he entered, the door ajar, he saw Hong Jia bustling in the kitchen, her face blossoming into a radiant smile upon noticing him. Ah, Xiaochen is here. Just a moment. Dinner will be ready soon. Today I've prepared several nourishing dishes to replenish you, as you've been working tirelessly these past few days. I promise you'll feel invigorated. As she spoke, Hong Jia's words slipped out, and she quickly blushed, exclaiming a couple of playful paws to dismiss her inadvertent phrasing. Jiangchen glanced at her, her silhouette clad in an apron, her figure elegantly curvaceous, and he couldn't help but clear his throat. During dinner, seemingly to ease the earlier awkwardness, Hong Jia initiated a conversation by playfully patting Jiang Chen's arm. You're quite sturdy. Do you ghost hunters emphasize physical fitness? Jiang Chen nodded. Some do, some don't. He was taken aback by her inquiry regarding his well-being. Was she perhaps contemplating a more personal approach? That mischievous wealthy woman. Haha. So does that mean you are allowed to pursue romantic interests? Hong Jia probed further. Jiang Chen was taken aback by such a pointed question. Noticing his hesitation, Hong Jia paused, her cheeks flushing a deeper shade of crimson as she recognized the ambiguity of her question. She quickly clarified, no misunderstandings, please. I merely wish to inquire if you have a girlfriend. If not, I'd like to introduce you to someone. A sigh of relief escaped Jiang Chen. He was still young, and at such a pivotal juncture in life, it would be difficult to resist temptation. Thankfully, Hong Jia did not press him further, otherwise, he might not have left the room tonight. What? I don't have a girlfriend, but I'm only a sophomore. Jiang Chen, usually exuding confidence, found himself in an uncharacteristically awkward position, prompting Hong Jia to stifle her laughter. Ha ha ha, I said a girlfriend. Not that I'm setting you up for a blind date. Don't worry, the girl is about your age and quite beautiful. I'll introduce you to when the time comes. Hong Jia waved her hand grandly, embodying the role of a matchmaker. After dinner, upon returning home, Jiang Chen glanced at his system panel. Host, Jiang Chen, Ghost Qi. 1026, Transformation Cards. Dear Power Immortal, 2 stars. After vanquishing patient number 18, his Ghost Qi had surpassed 1,000 once more. However, Jiang Chen contemplated and decided against drawing a second 2-star transformation card. Instead, he intently focused, System, draw 2 1-star transformation cards. Tomorrow he would be visiting the Zheng Group's villa, and it was evident that something was amiss with Zheng Xiaoming. He needed to prepare adequately. But drawing only 2-star transformation cards without encountering sufficiently formidable adversaries would be a waste. Ding, congratulations host, you have drawn a 1-star transformation card, Special Scholar. Ding, congratulations host. You have drawn a 1-star transformation card, Sea Dragon. Chapter 24, Inhabitants of 2 Worlds. Upon observing the extracted demon transformation cards, Jiang Chen nodded slightly. The specialized agent held little significance. His strength was comparable to General Yin. However, given his current foundational prowess as a demon transformation specialist, his potency likely surpassed that of the embodiment of the Crimson Python. The Sea Dragon was indeed commendable, though not for sheer strength. According to the descriptions from Journey to the West, it was merely a minor demon under the command of the Golden Horn and Silver Horn, likely of a strength equivalent to General Yin. The primary distinction lay in its nature as a water creature, though its true form was scarcely detailed. It was certainly not a dragon. Yet, should it encounter a water ghost, its utility could surpass that of the Chaos Demon King. These 2 cards would suffice. Jiang Chen then retrieved his phone and accessed the Underworld app. In the previous battle, the might of the Chaos Celestial Blade had proven overwhelmingly terrifying. Upon his return, he discovered that the malevolent aura on the blade had been violently shattered by its own intent, rendering it mere scrap metal. He opened the marketplace, intending to procure a suitable weapon. The categories included talismans, ghostly artifacts, magical instruments, and elixirs. The marketplace was richly diverse, with brief descriptions and shipping origins for each item, resembling a certain online shopping platform. Most goods were sourced from the underworld, with the Daoist Alliance facilitating sales alongside individual vendors. However, due to a 5-transaction fee imposed by the Underworld app, one frequently encountered private sellers in quirky forms, offering various items. While such transactions could circumvent fees, many individuals often fell victim to scams, including elaborate traps set by celestial beings. Jiang Chen, naturally, opted for the legitimate channel, primarily because he lacked sufficient strength at present. In the future, once his abilities were formidable enough, he contemplated the prospect of deliberately engaging in traps set by celestial beings, thereby seizing their wares. It must be said, The system's selection of hosts was not arbitrary. Given Jiang Chan's disposition, he was undoubtedly suited for a mischievous mindset, as he even sought to manipulate human sentiments. He navigated to the magical instruments section, which was categorized into 4 grades: inferior, medium, superior, and exceptional. His current points only sufficed to acquire an inferior magical instrument. Yet he felt no disappointment, for even items of that grade were inherently remarkable. For instance, within ghostly artifacts, only objects imbued with the profound grievances of malevolent spirits held a chance of becoming inferior-grade artifacts. This was why Chen Shui had emphasized that the blade had attained the level of a ghostly artifact, advising Jiang Chun to keep it safe. He decided to postpone his selection until after his return from the Zheng clan manor. After perusing for some time, Jiang Chun ultimately relinquished the endeavor, realizing that the finest inferior magical instruments and ghostly artifacts often exceeded 1,000 points. The remaining options were likely only as potent as the shattered blade. Utilizing overly powerful techniques might result in their destruction, which was not a burden he could afford. As for talismans and elixirs, he refrained from making any purchase. The effectiveness of talismans was significantly diminished without genuine energy to act. The lower-tier elixirs primarily served to dispel malevolent aura or calm the mind, effects Jiang Chun could easily achieve using his demon powers, rendering them unnecessary. Regrettably, his demonic energy could not activate talismans. Jiang Chun felt a twinge of regret, recalling the golden light talisman used by Chen Shui, which wielded considerable power. However, Master Lu Li is also a practitioner of the Tao. I wonder if, after transforming the demon, he will be able to learn the skill of utilizing demonic energy to activate talismans. Jiang Chun murmured, his eyes brightening momentarily. Then, he ceased his thoughts and fell into a deep slumber. The following morning, at the entrance of Jiangbei University of Finance and Economics, on the 3rd floor of the October CAF by the window, Lin Yue sat before an ancient tome, her gaze lost in the outside world, entranced. A young man arrived on a bicycle, parked it, casually slung his backpack over his shoulder, and walked into the school. Lin Yue watched him depart, and as a thought crossed her mind, a subtle smile graced her lips. A delicate, white hand waved before her eyes, accompanied by Yang Chan's teasing voice. All right. Stop staring. Your little admirer has already entered the school. Lin Yue turned to glare at her friend, indignantly retorting, stop talking nonsense. Despite her protests, a faint blush crept onto her cheeks, as if someone had uncovered her little secret. My dear Miss Lin, your eyes are nearly popping out. And you still say I'm talking nonsense? Yang Chan, clad in yoga pants and a shirt paired with a sun-protective jacket, settled onto the opposite bench, crossing one long leg over the other, her expression rife with scrutiny. I must ask, could it be that you have genuinely taken a liking to this boy? What exactly does he possess that warrants such concern from you, Miss Lin? Even Yang Chan could not suppress her curiosity. Lin Yue's demeanor resembled that of lovesick individuals pining for unattainable affection. She had come here early in the morning, spending over an hour just to catch a glimpse of Jiang Chun for mere seconds. Lin Yue took a sip of her coffee. Stop your ridiculous chatter. Recently, he has gotten into trouble with Zheng Xiaoming. Though my father has spoken to Zheng Xiaoming's father, these second-generation heirs have grown accustomed to their arrogance and might very well resort to underhanded tactics. So, our esteemed Miss Lin has abandoned her morning training to play bodyguard for him? Yang Chan asked, her face a mask of mockery. After I was abducted, I was left with psychological scars and was afraid to attend school for a long time. It was only after he began waiting for me at the alley that I found the courage to go to school each day. A hint of nostalgia flickered across Lin Yue's exquisite features, her lips involuntarily curving into a smile, recalling a memory that was both painful and unforgettable. I knew it. There's definitely a story there, Yang Chan mused, but soon her expression turned serious. Yue, I understand your feelings, but you two belong to different worlds. Your affection will not bring him happiness. It will only lead to disaster. A mere Zheng Xiaoming can make him suffer immensely, necessitating your protection. But do you realize that even the slightest gesture from one of your suitors would wield tenfold the power of Zheng Xiaoming? Wake up. The egrets in the sky can never be lovers with the ants on the ground. Upon hearing these words, Lin Yue fell silent, her gaze drifting out the window as she sighed softly. It was not Yang Chan's words that occupied her thoughts, but rather the memory of the last investigation into Jiang Chen's innate talent, which had yielded a disappointing result, inferior, with no potential for cultivation whatsoever. As dark omens loomed and chaos approached, The lives of ordinary people indeed seemed less significant than those of ants, Lin Yue lamented inwardly. She comprehended that her feelings for Jiang Chun were not necessarily romantic. However, she deeply cherished the kindness he had bestowed upon her. She wished to leverage her own resources, even at a considerable cost, to ensure his entry into the realm of extraordinary individuals. Despite his seemingly limited talent, she intended to seek the assistance of her esteemed mentor. Yet, the constraints of mediocrity extinguished all possibilities. Noticing Lin Yue's despondency, Yang Chan shifted the conversation. By the way, Wei Wei, there's a collective mission in 3 days. Are you planning to attend? This time, it's led by Qin Zhe. It is said that this third young master of the Qin family has already mastered the basics of Xingyi Quan, achieving the pinnacle of D strength. He is one of the leading figures of the younger generation in Jiangbei City, having independently managed 3D-level solo incidents. Coupled with this collective mission, such an impressive record might even allow him to join the martial sect this year. A flicker of admiration shone in Yang Chan's eyes. With Qin Zhe at the helm, and with you, Yu Wei, this task will undoubtedly be a piece of cake. Moreover, experiencing the prowess of such young heroes may lead you to realize that an ordinary person holds little merit. Chapter 25. Arrival at the Manor, the Peculiarities. Qin Zhe. Lin Yue reflected for a moment and shook her head. No, I've already taken on another D-solo mission. I have no time. Her tone was somewhat frosty, and Yang Chan refrained from further comments. After all, aside from not being a scion of a prominent family, Lin Yue was also a leading figure among the younger generation in Jiangbei City, more than capable of handling D-level incidents without needing to hitch a ride with a convoy. Jiang Chun had 2 classes in the morning, and after finishing his lessons and having lunch, he received a notification from his instructor Sun Jibing in the department group that everyone should gather at the square to wait for the bus. Upon his arrival, he was unexpectedly surprised to find Li Jie there as well. This fellow was usually busy chasing girls, often skipping classes, making this appearance rather rare. Oh, the illustrious young Master Li has graced us with his presence. Are you here to mooch off the vacation manor? Jiang Chen teased. Bah! Li Jie exclaimed, his anger flaring. But then a glint of mischief crossed his eyes. I'm merely concerned that you, ungrateful wretch, might meet with misfortune in the wilderness. As your father, I must protect you. I could take on 10 of you, Jiang Chun retorted, speechless. Heh, Li Jie leaned closer, winking. No wonder you're still single, Jiang Chun. A vacation, a gathering, the great outdoors, and so many female classmates around. What a splendid opportunity. Look, this is all my hunting ground. He pointed flamboyantly, as if to declare that this was his empire. Remarkably, the majority of the female classmates he pointed to were not incensed. Instead, they shyly smiled and waved back at him, greeting Li Jie. As the gathering approached completion, a luxury vehicle appeared in the distance. The driver opened the door, and Zheng Xiaoming stepped out, instantly captivating the attention of numerous girls. Lu Shu, please take the car back. I'll ride the bus with everyone, Zheng Xiaoming stated, and the driver drove away. His affable demeanor further elicited gasps from several girls. Truly, Zheng Xiao is so polite. Are you serious? Someone couldn't help but exclaim. You know nothing. Although Zheng Xiao is usually domineering, his courtesy towards the household staff reveals his refinement. He is both gentle and fierce, exactly my type. Indeed, Zheng Xiao must manage the student council. He cannot be too lenient. This is merely a glimpse of his true character. While I'm not a suitor of Zheng Xiao, let us be fair. We're heading to the vacation manor sponsored by his father. Let us keep our comments in check. Exactly. Some people are quick to bite the hand that feeds them. A remark from a male student, are you serious? Instantly drew a swarm of female classmates towards him. Jiang Chen, observing from a distance, couldn't help but twitch his lips in amusement. He contemplated the idea of hiring a group of female classmates to vent their frustrations at ghosts. Perhaps it would yield a wealth of ghostly energy. Before long, the bus arrived, and everyone boarded. Under the blazing sun, the air-conditioned bus buzzed with excitement, as a throng of students chattered animatedly, all eagerly anticipating the upcoming 2.5 days of vacation. After all, this is the resort under the Zheng family's banner, reputed to be quite luxurious. Spending a night there would cost an astronomical sum, and even among students from well-off families, few have had the opportunity to visit such an establishment. Li Jie nestled beside an attractive girl, causing her to giggle incessantly. Jiang Chun sat in the back row, with Zhao Eru beside him, resembling a wooden stake, arms crossed, seemingly indifferent to everything. Jiang Chun cast a few glances at Zheng Xiaoming in the front row, his gaze tinged with curiosity. compared to the day before. The palm print on Zheng Xiaoming's back had faded somewhat. This was rather unusual, as grievances, if left unaddressed, tend to intensify, potentially leading to dire consequences. Was there an esteemed figure behind Zheng Xiaoming, aiding him in dispelling a curse left by a malevolent spirit? This thought crossed, accompanied by a hint of doubt. If he were indeed cursed, why embark on a vacation? Could he not wait until the curse was resolved? There were questions. But having arrived, clarity would soon follow. Jiang Chun decided against further contemplation, closing his eyes to rest and conserve his energy. After more than 2 hours, the vehicle exited the city, with blooming flowers and fragrant wild grasses lining the roadside, accompanied by the continuous chirping of cicadas, heralding the essence of summer. The bus traveled for nearly 3 more hours, passing through a tunnel, and ahead lay a refurbished road flanked by numerous ornamental trees. In the distance, a large resort came into view. Its ancient wooden architecture harmoniously melded with modern glass roofs and gray-white stone walls, exuding an air of aristocratic grandeur. A group of students, worn from the long journey, straightened up in excitement, gazing around and snapping photos upon seeing this scene. The bus came to a halt in a parking lot at the end of the road, which had been specifically constructed by the Zheng family for the resort. Nestled against the mountains, it provided shade from the scorching summer sun, and the parking area was adjacent to an artificial lake. As everyone disembarked, they immediately felt a refreshing breeze wafting through, a stark contrast to the heat outside, as comfortable as if air conditioning were in operation. How exquisite! This was indeed what a true summer retreat should be. The natural shade created by the terrain, trees, and water was a testament to the art of indulgence. What kind of life did the Zheng family lead? If one could marry into the Zheng family, the latter half of one's life would surely be one of luxury. A chorus of girls cast sidelong glances. Zheng Xiaoming offered a modest smile, remaining silent. It was hard to tell whether it was the joy of being out for leisure or some other reason, but he had shed his usual arrogance, even taking the initiative to introduce himself to the group. The excavation of this lake alone involved an investment exceeding 50 million. Swimming was permitted, and the resort provided swimming goggles and swimsuits for everyone to try. Upon his conclusion, a group of resort staff, already waiting, led by a middle-aged man, exclaimed in unison. The entire staff of the Zheng Group's elegant summer resort warmly welcomes young Master Zheng and his classmates. Ha. Thank you, Sun Jibing replied, his face beaming with smiles as he led the applause. The sound of clapping echoed as everyone, eager to impress, excitedly surveyed their surroundings. I am the head of the villa. You may call me Steward Zhang or Uncle Zhang. Please follow me as we first settle our luggage in the accommodations. Dinner is also being prepared. A middle-aged man approached, initially smiling and nodding at Zheng Xiaoming, before turning his gaze towards a group of students. Under Steward Zhang's guidance, the group walked along the path beside the artificial lake, crossing a wooden arch bridge, until they arrived at a building on the left side of the villa, adjacent to the lake. The architectural style here is both quaint and elegant, with all structures crafted from wood, and several of the finest rooms are situated right by the water's edge. Every corner has been meticulously cleaned, and the air is filled with the scent of exquisite incense. The students were all quite excited, clamoring to stay in the lakeside rooms. A few girls even approached Zheng Xiaoming, playfully expressing their desire to occupy the Lakeview accommodations. Amidst the crowd, Jiang Chun bore a peculiar expression. He noticed something amiss. The houses were excessively pristine, particularly on the water-facing side. It would be quite normal for a little moss to appear in such a location. In fact, it could enhance the scenery. Yet, every exterior surface was spotless, the paint seemingly as fresh as new. Something felt off. Was the paint indeed new? Were these fragrances meant to mask the scent of freshly applied paint? Why had the lakeside been repainted? Had something emerged from the water? Jiang Chun muttered to himself, a plethora of unsettling speculations bubbling to the surface of his mind. Chapter 26. The name on the employee badge. Zheng Xiaoming summoned Butler Zhang and exchanged a few words, to which the latter responded with a smile and a nod, indicating his understanding. Subsequently, he arranged for several female classmates to occupy the finest rooms by the lakeside. The remaining students, though somewhat disappointed, recognized that it was their prerogative, and thus refrained from voicing any objections, each selecting their accommodations, typically sharing rooms of 2 to 3. Jiang Chun, Li Jia, and Zhao Eru chose a room situated at the corridor's exterior. After placing their luggage, Butler Zhang led the group to dinner, which was held in a striking glass-roofed, gray-white dining hall, featuring a lavish spread of exotic delicacies. Poster passed, the students dispersed in small groups, buzzing with excitement as they explored their surroundings. Some ventured to the lakeside pavilion for photographs, others considered swimming, while a few admired the flora and fauna. The resort was expansive, and it wasn't too long before the students had scattered widely. Jiang Chun, too, intended to take a stroll. As he stepped outside, he turned to Li Jie, inquiring, "What are you up to?" The latter, having already caught the attention of a girl along the way, was behaving out of character by trailing behind. "Old Jiang, there's something amiss here," Li Jie replied, his demeanor serious rather than playful. "Oh," Jiang Chen responded, taken aback. If it had been Zhao Eru who sensed something, he would have found it plausible, but Li Jie was merely an ordinary individual. What could he possibly discern? While I was in the restroom at the dining hall, I inadvertently overheard two individuals whispering next door. They were speaking in hushed tones, seemingly plotting to assassinate someone. Initially, I thought perhaps a classmate was merely jesting, but their detailed planning indicated otherwise. They spoke of waiting until all were asleep at night, stealthily entering the victim's room, covering their head with a blanket, and then stabbing their neck with a knife. The more I listened, the more horrified I became. They even discussed dismemberment and burial, having meticulously crafted an alibi. As Li Jie recounted this, he observed Jiang Chen's intrigued expression and couldn't help but mentally chastise him for being morbidly fascinated. "You seem rather exhilarated by such a terrifying tale, old Jiang. Do you believe I'm fabricating this?" "Please, continue," Jiang Chun replied with a demeanor of earnest anticipation. Li Jie hesitated, opening his mouth as his eyelids twitched involuntarily, a clear sign of his intense anxiety. "What I'm about to reveal may shatter your understanding of the world after 20-something years. Are you truly prepared to hear this?" Jiang Chun patted his shoulder reassuringly. "Come on, Xiao Jie, just spill it. I've faced far greater storms in life." Zhao Eru approached and gave Li Jie a supportive pat on the shoulder, silently conveying his solidarity with Jiang Chen's sentiment. Li Jie, feeling slightly relieved by their banter, finally stammered, after listening for a long while. "I finally discerned the name of the intended victim. Do you know who it is?" "Li Jie, the person they intend to kill is me." At that moment, I had yet to perceive the gravity of the situation. Rather, I was increasingly convinced it was merely a prank orchestrated by my classmates. I dashed outside and forcefully pushed open the door of the adjacent stall, only to find it utterly vacant. Initially, I thought I had mistakenly entered the wrong stall, but a quick glance revealed that all 6 stalls in the restroom were open. I scoured every corner of the restroom, ultimately arriving at a chilling conclusion. There was no one else present in the restroom but me. The most terrifying discovery was that the stall ahead was inscribed with a multitude of red characters spelling out the word death. These characters were grotesquely distorted, their strokes bizarre, as if someone had scratched them into the surface with their nails. Once Li Jie finished speaking, he breathed heavily, his countenance grave and serious as he gazed at his 2 classmates. He then noticed a glimmer of intrigue in their eyes. "Interesting. It seems you have caught the attention of some malevolent entities," Zhao Eru remarked with a nod. "Impressive. To provoke 2 ghosts at once is quite remarkable," Jiang Chen exclaimed. Giving a thumbs up, Li Jie responded, "Are you even capable of conversing? Do you also believe I've encountered a ghost?" he said solemnly. "It's highly probable," Jiang Chen nodded, concentrating his mystical energy in his eyes, revealing a faint trace of black resentment emanating from Li Jie. However, the color was not too dark, suggesting the issue was not overly severe. "But rest assured, I possess some knowledge about exorcising spirits." Upon hearing this, Li Jie's eyes widened with excitement. "I knew it. Old Jiang, you're incredibly capable in so many areas. You even know how to deal with this. Quick, teach me." "It's simple. These 2 ghosts mentioned they would come to kill you tonight. You should commit suicide by jumping into the lake to catch them off guard," Jiang Chen suggested. Li Jie was left speechless. "Old Jiang, can you act like a human being?" Zhao Eru interjected, his voice deep and resonant. "I actually have a more reliable plan." Li Jie sighed in relief, thinking that at least Eru was dependable. "Didn't they say they would wait until you fell asleep tonight to quietly kill you? Just don't sleep tonight. Keep yourself entertained until dawn, denying them the opportunity," Zhao Eru proposed. Li Jie pondered for a moment, considering that it might indeed be feasible. However, he quickly encountered another concern. "So, if I can just endure through tonight, I will be safe?" Zhao Eru shook his head. "No, once haunted by a ghost, one is never truly free. But you need not worry. As long as you refrain from sleeping in the future, they cannot harm you," Li Jie replied. "If I must never sleep, I won't even need to wait for the ghosts to harm me. I'll just drop dead from exhaustion myself." "So you wish for me to do away with myself, leaving no head for the ghosts to claim, correct?" Stick with Eru or me, and you won't die? Jiangchen remarked, suddenly moving forward as he noticed an employee sweeping the bridge over the artificial lake. The individual's actions were peculiar. Holding the broom by its end and reaching out to sweep the edge of the bridge, seemingly preferring to exert greater effort rather than approach the water's edge. Jiangchen walked closer, while Zhao Eru exchanged a meaningful glance with him, leaving Li Jie standing in contemplation. Hello, beautiful. Allow me to introduce that gentleman over there. He is the heir of the Li group. He just mentioned to me that he finds you quite lovely and hopes to make your acquaintance. However, upon hearing Jiang Chun's words, the young female employee lifted her gaze towards the lakeside, when she noticed Li Jie adorned in luxury brands. A comparison with the renowned tycoon of Jiangbei City instantly led her to conclude that this could indeed be the true young Master Li. But what is the catch? She hastily inquired. Alas, it appears that your sweeping skills suggest a lack of intellect, Jiangchen sighed. Is that what you meant? The employee did not take offense. Rather, she offered an explanation. There is a reason for this. Did you know that a woman once perished in this lake? Since then, several others have inexplicably drowned here, leading everyone to believe that a vengeful spirit is claiming souls. By the way, could you share my WeChat with young Master Li? Jiangchen nodded. One must entice the wolf to capture the cub. In order to extract useful information, he would need Li Jie to make a sacrifice. With that, he opened his phone, revealing the QR code. The name reads me, he chuckled. Did young Master Li truly say I am beautiful? The employee's eyes sparkled with excitement, momentarily forsaking her composure. Meanwhile, Jiangchen scrutinized the WeChat information, his brows furrowing. Sun Dai? The name tag on the employee's chest clearly read Lu Ho Hot. Chapter 27. The Shadowless made noticing Jiangchen's puzzled gaze directed at her employee badge. Sun Dai hesitated for a moment, glancing around to ensure no one else was present before whispering, You mustn't speak of this to anyone, or I might lose my job. In truth, we were only recently transferred here, and thus our uniforms and badges had yet to be replaced, still bearing the names of former employees. According to Supervisor Wu, the previous batch of workers had been dismissed for their mistakes, yet whispers circulated that they had not been dismissed at all. At this point, Sun Dai refrained from elaborating. Oh, if they weren't dismissed, what could it be? Did they perhaps perish? Jiangchen jested. Sun Dai's eyes remained fixed on him. That's your own speculation. I haven't divulged more. Ding. The notification of a new friend request sounded, startling Sun Dai as she spotted Li Jie in the distance, waving at her with a slight smile. To her surprise, she had indeed added a wealthy young gentleman. Overjoyed, Sun Dai advised Jiangchen. Let me give you a word of caution. Once night falls, refrain from wandering outside and return to your room to rest. The rooms near the lake are unsafe. Ensure your door is securely locked, preferably barricaded. Why? Jiangchen inquired. 3 days ago, a guest went missing from one of the lakeside rooms. I awoke early that day and noticed the exterior wall of one room was marred by scratch marks, as if something had crawled in through the wall. Those marks were later painted over by Steward Zhang, so most people are likely unaware of the incident. As for why you must lock your door, it is because a cleaning lady recently vanished. She used to work with me at a Zhengnon hotel and often took high-end toiletries and tissues after guests departed. One night, she saw a door ajar and wanted to check if the guest had left early, hoping to be the first to enter and gather items. However, when she peered through the crack, she encountered a drenched female ghost. She rushed back that night to share her story with us, but we dismissed it, attributing her words to her age-induced fantasies. Who could have anticipated that the very next day, the cleaning lady was missing? What makes it more terrifying is that on the night following her disappearance, while we were asleep, it seemed someone attempted to push open our door. Fortunately, we had locked our dormitory door that night. When we awoke the next morning, a colleague from the adjacent dormitory was missing. Her roommate reported hearing the sounds of a door opening and closing, but no sound of anyone getting out of bed. You understand what this implies. Sun Dai. The other party was about to say more when a stern voice echoed from afar. A middle-aged woman in a suit, resembling a lobby manager, approached. Wu Jie. Sun Dai trembled in fright. Chatting during working hours, slacking off, and disturbing guests. Your bonus for this month is forfeited. Don't let me catch you doing this again. Wu Jie exuded a commanding presence. After a few sharp words, Sun Dai could only lower her head and return to sweeping the floor in a dejected manner. Afterward, Sister Wu gazed at Jiangchen, her expression far from pleasant, yet she managed to force a perfunctory smile. Ah, please do not mind this guest. These employees are merely rural girls who tend to speak out of turn. I hope we have not disturbed your rest. It was evident that the management of Zheng's mountain villa maintained a professional demeanor, able to express frustration towards their subordinates, but required to greet guests with a warm smile. "No trouble at all," Jiang Chun replied, casting her a brief glance before turning to leave. He did not rush to defend Sun Dai, for such actions would only lead the supervisor to superficially assure the guest that no punishment would befall the employee. However, her decision, once made, would undoubtedly be enforced. Otherwise, her authority among the staff would significantly diminish. As he walked away, he opened WeChat and sent Sun Dai a red envelope of 3,000 yuan to compensate for her loss. He then glanced at the sky, which had turned dark. "Let us return to the guest room," he said. Li Jie had already entangled himself with two spirits. It would be wiser to head back. In room 106, Jiang Sini, feeling dizzy from the car ride, had returned early to rest after dinner. As she dozed off, she was suddenly roused by the sound of the door creaking open. "Who has returned? I distinctly locked the door. How did I not hear the key turn?" She turned in bed, puzzled, and peered towards the door. The room was dark, but the corridor was illuminated, allowing her to see a beam of light seeping through the crack of the door. Raising her gaze, she discerned a pair of furtive eyes, the corners lined with wrinkles. "Who is it? The housekeeper?" She recalled that upon her earlier return, a housekeeper had indeed been bending down to clean the corridor. Relieved, she thought perhaps the woman had accidentally pushed the door open. Jiang Sini pulled the covers over her head, intending to fall back asleep. But just as she closed her eyes, she noticed a detail that banished her drowsiness. Someone stood by the door crack. Why did I remember the light being a complete beam, without any shadow of the housekeeper? She hesitated for a few seconds, peeking out from under the covers to assess the situation. The housekeeper remained by the door crack, scrutinizing the room with ill intent, and the light on the floor was indeed unbroken. Jiang Sini's eyes widened, an icy chill creeping up from her core. A horrifying thought struck her when the villa staff had welcomed everyone. Most of the female employees were quite young, the oldest being a woman resembling a supervisor, yet her face bore no evident wrinkles. At that time, Steward Zhang had stated that all the staff were there to welcome everyone. If he were not lying, it would imply that the woman outside was not a villa employee at all. Or perhaps she had been, but was now deceased? The more Jiang Sini pondered, the more fear enveloped her. She clutched the covers tightly, her body trembling and her heartbeat quickening. "Is anyone there?" Suddenly, the woman outside called out, her voice hoarse and dry, laced with a hint of malice. Jiang Sini dared not respond. "Is anyone there? Is anyone there?" the housekeeper repeated several times. Finally, a sinister smile crept across her face. "If no one is here, I might just come in." Jiang Sini's heart quivered, caught in a dilemma. To remain silent would invite intrusion, yet to respond would inevitably reveal her presence. A sardonic smile graced her lips as she thought, if the guest departs, I shall seize the opportunity to retrieve my belongings. The woman's smile widened as she gradually pushed the door open wider. Jiang Sini's heart raced. She realized that the other party's gaze was unmistakably fixed upon her, lying on the bed. The item she claimed to seek, could it possibly be her own head? A suffocating dread enveloped her, rendering her breathless. "No, please, do not enter," Jiang Sini fervently prayed in despair. At that moment, Jiang Chun, Li Jie, and Zhao Eru also arrived outside the guest room corridor. Chapter 28. Playing football, humans and ghosts. What is this ant doing? Is she attempting to steal from the guest room? Li Jie instantly spotted the sneaky woman crouched by the door. Beside him, Zhao Eru bared his teeth. What she desires to steal is not merely the guest's possessions, but their very lives. What does that mean? Li Jie turned to Zhao Eru, only to suddenly pause. Where's Lao Jiang? Zhao Eru remained silent, gesturing subtly with his chin ahead. Li Jie lifted his gaze and saw Jiang Chun, adopting a demeanor even more furtive than the ant, stealthily inching closer to her along the wall. It appeared he was clutching something in his hand. What does he intend to do? Li Jie was momentarily dumbfounded. Zhao Eru remained quiet, equally perplexed by Jiang Chen's actions. Throughout their journey, he had discerned that Jiang Chen was indeed a person of peculiar abilities, albeit not particularly formidable, with his physical prowess barely reaching D-. The ant ahead exuded a heavy aura of resentment, a genuine malevolent spirit, and a mere D-level individual stood little chance against such a foe. Death was almost certain. Zhao Eru took a few steps forward, ready to intervene, harboring little hope for Jiang Chun. Meanwhile, the ant wore a sinister smile as she slowly pushed the door open. Inside, Jiang Sini was breathing heavily, her heart racing to the brink of escape, drenched in sweat, her face streaked with tears. She had been frightened to tears. The half-visible face of the ant was pale, emanating a putrid stench that would reveal to anyone that she was no living being. A ghost. A ghost. Who can save me? Please save me. Jiang Sini silently pleaded in desperation. The aunt's smile grew wider, deliberately inching the door open, her nostrils flaring as if inhaling something. The malice surrounding her intensified. This was the method by which ghosts grew stronger. Aunt! A thunderous crash resounded, nearly deafening the aunt's ears. The aunt's hand trembled violently, nearly losing her wits, as she stumbled back several steps. Her eyes widened in shock at the sight of a young man brandishing a large megaphone. You! She raised a trembling finger at Jiang Chun, her whole body quaking with rage. The aunt, consumed with fury, felt her ghostly energy surge by 50. What is wrong with you? You nearly scared me to death. But before the aunt could unleash her tirade, Jiang Chun thrust the megaphone back into her face, bellowing. Aunt, what were you just doing? Were you spying on our male classmates while they bathed? The megaphone was turned to maximum volume, the sound nearly deafening the aunt. Ghostly energy surged by 30. Aunt, you truly are old in years but young at heart. The aunt was a whirlwind of embarrassment and fury. Ghostly energy surged by 45, gritting her teeth. She glared at the young man before her. You can speak as you wish, but is it appropriate to aim such a megaphone at someone's face? Suddenly, a sinister thought crossed her mind, and she smirked meaningfully at Jiang Chun. Then, with a snap, the aunt's head fell to the ground, crashing onto the corridor floor, her face adorned with a wicked grin. Hee hee, young man, do continue shouting at my head through that megaphone, will you? This bizarre scene was sufficient to frighten many into a heart attack. Jiang Chun stood still for 2 seconds, lost in thought, before his eyes suddenly brightened. He discarded the loudspeaker and swiftly picked up the head of the old woman, dashing out into the corridor. The old woman was momentarily stunned, an ominous premonition stirring within her. Her headless corpse staggered forward in pursuit, yet without a head, walking became a challenge. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun had already reached the corridor. Disregarding the astonished expressions of Li Jie and Zhao Eru, he tossed the old woman's head high into the air and infused all his strength into his right foot, delivering a powerful kick as the head descended. With a resounding thud, the head soared through the air like a soccer ball, arcing over the artificial lake and landing in the parking lot across the way. The old woman was consumed by furious rage, her ghostly energy surging by 75. She never anticipated that her head would not only fail to terrify her assailant, but would instead be snatched away, exclaiming in disbelief at his audacity. Li Jie and Zhao Eru stood frozen, their minds racing with the incredulity of the situation. At that moment, the headless corpse emerged, stumbling forward like a headless fly, desperately seeking its missing head. Li Jie swallowed hard, realizing that a headless body still had the ability to move. Was this not a ghost? Just as he contemplated fleeing, he saw Jiang Chun approach, suddenly crouch down, and extend a leg. In an instant, the already unsteady corpse was tripped, crashing heavily to the ground. It seemed infuriated, flailing its limbs in an attempt to grasp its assailant. However, Jiang Chun had already distanced himself, leaving the creature to grasp at nothing. Forced to rise and continue its futile quest for its head, Jiang Chun approached once more, crouching and extending his leg again. With a series of fluid movements, he tripped the old woman once more. Li Jie marveled at Jiang Chun's audacity. His fear dissipated as he witnessed such an unconventional method of dealing with a ghost. Zhao Eru beside him twitched at the corners of his mouth, astonished to see a person tackle a ghost in such a manner. Thus, Jiang Chun tripped the headless corpse 5 or 6 times, and as the old woman ceased to emit any further ghostly energy, he finally unleashed a powerful punch, channeling his formidable energy to obliterate the remnants of the wicked spirit. Ding! Jiang Chun glanced at the notification, realizing that this ghost had bestowed upon him nearly 400 points of ghostly energy. This was quite remarkable, considering that in terms of strength, the old woman was akin to the nurse he had encountered before, one of the weakest types of evil spirits. Not bad, not bad, he murmured. He understood that this was a stroke of luck. The old woman had foolishly allowed her head to fall, significantly diminishing her power and providing him with an unexpected advantage. Old Jiang, you're incredible, Li Jie exclaimed, equally thrilled. Zhao Eru's expression was one of quiet intensity, absorbing the lesson. Jiang Chun waved his hand, poised to make a quip and bask in his triumph, when a cacophony erupted in the distance. He turned to investigate, spotting a group of students, Sun Jibing and Supervisor Wu Jie gathered in one location. What had transpired? He decided to approach and find out. Jiang Chun chose not to concern himself with Jiang Sini for the time being. Her room was not situated by the lake, and the ghostly matron had perished. thus posing no immediate threat. Chapter 29. The entangled scissors. A cluster of students gathered anxiously, their expressions fraught with concern. Sun Jibing, the counselor from the economics department, wore a grave demeanor as he demanded, "What are you saying? Zhao Qian has vanished. How could a living person simply disappear?" Before him stood a student clad in denim shorts, alongside another in a short skirt, both visibly distressed. The girl in denim pointed toward the opposite bank of the lake, explaining, "When we strolled over there, we encountered a gardener trimming the trees. Zhao Qian has always had a penchant for gardening. She expressed her desire to learn from him. So we went off to explore elsewhere. When we returned, she was nowhere to be found." The girl in the short skirt added, "Moreover, the gardener has also disappeared, and the potted plants he had been trimming were removed as well, which led us to suspect that Zhao Qian may be in peril. Have you made any calls?" Sun Jibing asked, his anxiety palpable. He had led the group out, and if a student was in danger, it would spell significant trouble for him. We've tried calling, but no one answered. Several students replied, "Mr. Sun, please remain calm. I've already dispatched the staff to search for her." Given the gravity of the situation, Supervisor Wu arrived promptly as well. She hesitated before glancing at the two girls. "But are you certain it was a gardener you encountered?" "Yes. He was wearing the uniform of your resort and wielding a large pair of shears as he pruned the trees," the girl in denim affirmed with conviction. "However, we do not employ a full-time gardener. Typically, we hire a professional gardener every 3 months for trimming, and the last session was merely 2 weeks ago." Supervisor Wu's revelation deepened the pallor on everyone's faces. "So, you're suggesting that the gardener was an imposter?" The implication of a nefarious individual grew more alarming, particularly with a girl missing in such desolate surroundings, leaving everyone to dread the potential horrors that might have transpired. At that moment, Jiang Chun, who had been silently observing, stepped forward, his keen mind catching on to a critical detail. If the perpetrator sought to abduct a female student, why would they also take the trimmed potted plants? "Zhang Lu, what did the potted plants you saw look like?" he inquired. The group turned to Jiang Chen, puzzled by his sudden interjection. Yet, Zhang Lu, already on edge, instinctively responded. "They were tall, decorative trees, at least the height of a person. It must have been a tree. Other plants could not possibly grow that tall." "A height of a person?" Supervisor Wu, upon hearing this, instinctively raised her voice. What did she know? Jiang Chen fixed his gaze upon her, but she hesitated, reluctant to divulge further information. "Supervisor Wu, my student has gone missing at your resort. You must provide an explanation. Share what you know immediately, or law enforcement will be compelled to question you." Sun Jibing seethed. His eyes locked onto Wu with the ferocity of a cornered beast. Though he usually maintained a level of composure, the safety of his student was at stake. The evident reluctance of Wu to speak only fueled his rage. A group of students turned their attention to the unfolding confrontation, their anxiety mounting. Supervisor Wu normally treats her subordinates with an iron fist, akin to a formidable tigress, unyielding and combative. Yet, confronted by a throng of outsiders demanding answers and scrutinizing her, a flicker of trepidation surfaces within her. After all, she cannot withhold bonuses from these individuals. With one of their companions missing, the prospect of impulsive actions looms ominously. "Calm down, everyone," I interject. "We don't have any towering trees here. Most of our greenery consists of small potted plants. Furthermore, the last horticulturist who visited here met with an unfortunate incident. He perished at the villa." As she spoke, her gaze flitted nervously around the surroundings, and she whispered, "Please help me keep this confidential. If Butler Zhang learns of this, my career is over." A horticulturist had died at the villa? The revelation sent a shiver through the group. However, what connection did this have to Zhao Qian's disappearance? "Supervisor Wu, are you suggesting that my student was taken by a ghost?" Sun Jibing's countenance darkened. Is this really the time for jokes? Rather than chastising his demeanor, Supervisor Wu regarded the assembly with a wry smile and shook her head. "You do not understand. The circumstances surrounding that horticulturist's death were peculiar. On the night of his demise, he was trimming the willows by the lake when his scissors accidentally fell into the water. Initially, he went to the tool room to retrieve a magnet for fishing it out, but then he returned for swimming goggles, telling the tool room manager that the scissors were likely ensnared by aquatic plants and that he would have to dive in himself to retrieve them. However, he never returned after leaving the tool room, and we discovered his body in the water the following day. Do you grasp the strangeness of this incident?" As the students furrowed their brows, Sun Jibing's eyes widened in terror, uncertainly stating, "If my memory serves me right, for safety reasons, Lakes designated for swimming must be free of aquatic vegetation. Indeed, our villa adheres to the highest standards. We clear the weeds every 2 days. It is impossible for any vegetation that could ensnare objects to grow beneath the surface. Supervisor Wu replied solemnly. That horticulturist's death was indeed mysterious. After he passed, a series of strange occurrences transpired at the villa. Several guests and employees went missing, and some claimed to have seen these missing individuals at night transformed into potted plants. At her words, a chill swept through everyone present. Such a terrifying tale lurked within this place. But these are merely rumors. Since my arrival, I have not heard of anyone encountering misfortune. Supervisor Wu forced a smile. Do not worry. The villa staff will surely locate your classmate. As she spoke, Jiang Chen suddenly cast a piercing glance across the lake, seemingly having discovered something. Without alarming anyone, he stealthily made his way over. Meanwhile, on the opposite side, a girl in a short skirt was bound to a wooden post, the base of which was embedded in a large pot filled with soil, as if she had been transformed into a potted plant. This girl was none other than Zhao Qian, trembling uncontrollably. In her line of sight were 7 or 8 other potted plants. But unlike her, these figures had long since succumbed to death. Some corpses were decayed and putrid, while others bore gruesome, mutilated remains. A middle-aged man, wielding a large pair of shears, meticulously tended to a potted plant, occasionally glancing back at Zhao Qian with a piercing gaze. His eyes, reminiscent of a venomous serpent, instilled a profound terror within Zhao Qian, causing her to tremble violently at his mere glance. Her face was streaked with tears, and she repeatedly cried out, "Help me, save me, please." Her voice was weak and feeble, for she had been calling for over half an hour. Yet her 2 companions who had previously traversed this path seemed oblivious to her plight. "There's no need to shout," the middle-aged man replied, snipping off a finger with a decisive snap of the shears. Turning to Zhao Qian, he added, "Once I have transformed you into a most exquisite masterpiece, I shall return you to your friends for their admiration." His tone was surprisingly gentle, exuding the poise and grace of a horticultural master, yet to Zhao Qian's ears, it was more terrifying than a devil's whisper. Chapter 30. The potted plant behind This one is nearly complete. Next, I shall trim away the superfluous branches. The horticulturist cast a satisfied glance at his creation before him, a woman's corpse, its ears and fingers severed, clad in the attire of a Qingya villa employee. He then turned his gaze towards Zhao Qian, surveying her as if contemplating how to transform her into a suitable potted plant. Zhao Qian, having already wept to the point of exhaustion, found the act of dismemberment less terrifying. After all, when fear reaches its zenith, all that remains is numbness. Yet, at that moment, a shiver coursed through her, her body trembling violently as the horticulturist's gaze fixated on a certain part of her. It felt as though she had been cut there, amplifying the horror deep within her. "No. Please, don't." The horticulturist approached with scissors the length of a grown man's forearm, the cold metal gliding down Zhao Qian's arm to her fingertips. The scissors slowly closed, their sharp edges slicing through her delicate skin. Zhao Qian gasped, her mouth agape, quick breaths escaping her lips, her pallid face beaded with sweat and tears, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Crack! The horticulturist had merely clipped a segment of her nail, yet Zhao Qian erupted into a frenzied scream. Ah! 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 Her voice escalated from a piercing shriek to a hoarse cry, as if her throat might tear. Ha ha ha! The horticulturist erupted into maniacal laughter, his hand caressing Zhao Qian's long, dark hair, inhaling deeply as if savoring its essence. "Fear not, I shall proceed step by step. First the nails, then your fingers." Meanwhile, Jiang Chen arrived at the location where Zhang Lu had mentioned Zhao Qian had vanished. It was an open space, devoid of anything. A ghostly wall? He concentrated his demonic energy, and tendrils of dark mist manifested before his eyes, revealing bizarre potted plants, each affixed with a wooden pole, with bodies bound to them, arms splayed, presenting a grotesque tableau. Without light, one might easily mistake them for some peculiar ornamental trees. Before the grotesque potted plants, a middle-aged horticulturist wielded large scissors, trimming the nails of a girl on the verge of psychological collapse, her throat emitting hoarse screams. Zhao Qian. Jiang Chen's expression darkened, and he rose onto his toes, stealthily inching forward. He had barely taken a few steps when the horticulturist seemed to sense something, abruptly turning his head. Yet, his gaze fell only upon his own morbid creations, oblivious to any suspicious presence. Perhaps I am overthinking it. The horticulturist turned back to his grim task. Unbeknownst to him, Concealed behind one of the potted plants, a young man stood with arms outstretched, perfectly hidden. These potted plants might prove useful. Jiang Chen murmured to himself. Such a mad notion would never cross the mind of an ordinary person, for these so-called potted plants were nothing but horrific corpses. He picked up one of the plants and cautiously advanced. As Jiang Chen took 5 or 6 steps forward, the gardener turned his head in confusion. Yet his gaze fell solely upon his own potted plants. What was happening? He felt an inexplicable sensation, as if something lurked behind him. A sense of unease gripped the gardener, his spirit darkening with a surge of ghostly energy. He observed the surroundings for a few moments, but to no avail. Thus, he turned back to continue pruning Zhao Qian, having already trimmed her 7th fingernail. Jiang Chen lifted the corpse and pressed onward. If he were to save her, he needed to approach the spirit stealthily. During this process, he silently chanted, "Transforming demons, special envoy." A chime resonated, and he randomly acquired the divine ability, Mighty Bull Demon Fist. Crack, crack. The gardener finally finished trimming all 10 fingernails and smiled faintly at Zhao Qian, grasping one of her fingers as he slowly positioned the scissors. As the icy blade neared her skin, Zhao Qian felt a shiver run down her spine and instinctively recoiled. Yet, bound as she was, escape was impossible. "Please, don't. I beg you, don't." At that moment, the gardener felt a sudden pang of dread, prompting him to swiftly turn his head, yet he again beheld nothing but his familiar potted plants. What a nightmare. Why was I feeling fear? Could it be that something sinister was indeed watching me? Anxiety coursed through the gardener as his ghostly aura increased. He meticulously scrutinized the plants once more, counting them to confirm their numbers. Everything appeared in order. Each pot had been crafted with care, devoid of any foreign objects. Perhaps I am overthinking, he mused, but just as he turned back, a chilling realization struck him. If memory served, he had arranged the pots at a considerable distance. Why? Then, was one now merely a meter behind him? The gardener felt a chill run down his spine, his aura spiking further. He hastily pivoted, and this time his eyes widened in terror. A large, letter-shaped plant stood almost directly against his back, and most alarmingly, its appearance was entirely unfamiliar. This was not one of his creations. What manner of creature was this? Jiang Chen grinned, refraining from further conversation, and shouted 5 words, "Mighty Bull Demon Fist." With a fierce swing, he unleashed a powerful blow. The gardener barely had time to raise his scissors in defense. The fist collided with the blade. Boom! The overwhelming force struck like a heavy truck, contorting the gardener's body grotesquely, bending him into a shrimp-like shape. But it did not end there. Jiang Chen pressed down with his fist, forcefully driving the gardener into the concrete floor. With a resounding crash, the gardener's chest was obliterated into a gruesome pulp. Ding! The gardening ghost, evil spirit, has perished. Ghostly Energy 99. The harvest of ghostly energy was not substantial, yet Jiang Chen's primary intention was to save Zhao Qian. And thus he felt no significant regret. He glanced over at her. She bore only minor injuries, her nails trimmed, and a few cuts from the scissors marked her hands, faint traces of ghostly energy lingering upon them. He extended his hand, channeling his demonic energy into the other's body, effortlessly dispelling the malevolent aura. Yet, the other person appeared dazed, clearly shaken and terrified. When Jiang Chen grasped her hand, her body trembled in fear as if overwhelmed by dread. "Zhao Qian, are you all right? Do you still recognize who I am?" Jiang Chen waved his hand in front of her, anxious that this child might be driven to madness by fright. After several minutes of being in a stupor, she finally regained her senses and burst into tears. "Jiang Chen, it was you who saved me, right? It's dead, isn't it? It was a demon. Thank you so much, sob sob." Jiang Chen nodded. Her ability to cry was a relief. He picked up a pair of scissors to free her from her bindings, and she immediately collapsed in a heap, fortunately caught by him. "Do not be afraid. Let us move forward. Our classmates are over there." Chapter 31. Never look back. When Jiang Chen returned with Zhao Qian, a large crowd of students had already gathered in the open area outside the guest room. Given the gravity of the situation, Sun Jibing had promptly messaged everyone to return. Amidst the buzz of conversation regarding the evening's events, Zhang Lu suddenly screamed, "Qian Qian, how wonderful that you're back." Upon hearing this, Sun Jibing, who was counting heads, swiftly turned around. His breath hitched in relief as he spotted Zhao Qian, and he strode over with purpose. "Zhao Qian, how are you? Did anything happen? Are you hurt?" A throng of students quickly surrounded them. Seeing so many classmates, Zhao Qian wiped her tears, her sobs intensifying as she stammered, I'm fine. Jiang Chen saved me. I encountered a psychopathic murderer, but he didn't harm me. Thankfully, Jiang Chen arrived just in time. The revelation of a psychopathic murderer sent shivers through the crowd. They cast astonished glances at Jiang Chen, who had remained inconspicuous until now. It was astonishing that he had been so formidable at such a critical moment, rescuing Zhao Qian from the clutches of a killer. How are you feeling? Do you need to go to the hospital? Sun Jibing cast a grateful glance at Jiang Chen, realizing that without him, his responsibilities might have spiraled into chaos. He then turned to Zhao Qian. No, I'm okay, Zhao Qian replied, shaking her head. If you're fine, why not get off Jiang Chen? Jiang Sini remarked softly from the side. Having been saved by Jiang Chen earlier, she had now regained her composure and stood with her classmates. While everyone believed Zhao Qian had faced a murderer, she understood that what she had truly encountered was a horror far beyond mere homicide. Ahem, well? Zhao Qian's cheeks flushed. It had taken her about 7 or 8 minutes to walk from the opposite bank, and in truth, she had already regained her strength. Yet, after such a terrifying ordeal, leaning against Jiang Chen provided her with an undeniable sense of security, which is why she had hesitated to release her grasp. Once she finally let go, she discreetly glanced at Jiang Sini, only to find her staring intently at Jiang Chen, for reasons unknown to her. A cold snort escaped her nose. In the crowd, Li Jie gave Jiang Chen a thumbs up, realizing this lad had finally woken up to his charm, managing to attract the attention of 2 young women. Notably, both were not the type to seek out extravagant accommodations from Zheng Xiaoming. One hailed from a respectable family, while the other, though from a modest background, was a diligent student renowned for her academic prowess in the institute. Sun Jibing then began fervently sending messages in the group chat, urging everyone to return. After counting the heads and finding a shortage, he dialed several students' numbers, growing increasingly anxious. Finally, nearly 20 minutes later, nearly all students had returned. However, after tallying the numbers, Sun Jibing's expression darkened considerably. After making several more calls without success, he solemnly stated, 3 students are missing, Yang Ji, Zhao Xiaodong, and Zhang Xiaoming. Does anyone know where they might be? Teacher. It seems Zheng Xiaoming went with Butler Zhang as soon as they entered the estate. A student pointed towards the direction of the entrance. Sun Jibing, being an adult, could draw some inferences despite his foolishness. Upon hearing the news, he responded with a curt HM, then turned to inquire, what about Yang Ji and Zhao Xiaodong? Their phones are unreachable. Does anyone know? A male student raised his hand. I recall Zhao Xiaodong mentioned feeling abdominal pain right after dinner and went to the restroom. Since Yang Ji has a close relationship with him, he should have accompanied him to wait. Sun Jibing nodded. Everyone, please gather here and do not disperse. Zhang Chong, keep an eye on your classmates. He assigned the class monitor to oversee the group while he approached Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, I must trouble you again. Shall we go to the restaurant to check? Jiang Chen shook his head and turned to Zhao Eru. Should I go, or will you? Zhao Eru pondered for a moment. There are many people here. I will stay. His meaning was clear, asserting that his strength was better suited to protect a larger group. All right. Jiang Chen turned to leave. Sun Jibing attempted to follow, but was stopped by Zhao Eru. Teacher, it would be best if you remained here. Your presence would only complicate matters. Sun Jibing, realizing the truth in this, and nodded, very well. As Jiang Chen made his way to the restaurant, he encountered the hurried manager Wu. Upon sighting Jiang Chen, she quickly inquired, have you found your classmates? Jiang Chen nodded. Wonderful. Manager Wu sighed in relief, evidently unaware of many developments. Tell me everything you know. What exactly has transpired at this resort? Jiang Chen called out to her. At this moment, he was in his transformation state, his gaze exuding an oppressive intensity, particularly in the shadows, resembling a beast poised for the hunt. A mere glance sent a chill coursing through Manager Wu's veins. Her plump figure trembled, and with a face of dread, she replied, indeed, many events have unfolded here. For instance, the previous group of employees all met untimely ends, and I only transferred here a little over 20 days ago. I am aware of the gardener's death, and there have been several suspicious fatalities at the restaurant. One deceased was the former night watchman, who was responsible for securing the resort's doors and lights after midnight before retiring for the night. However, during one of his rounds, he stumbled upon a murder in the foot massage parlor on the 2nd floor of the restaurant. It is said that upon opening the door, he only saw the victim's corpse. In a panic, he fled downstairs to summon help, but as he ran, he felt an unsettling presence behind him, as if footsteps were trailing him. He repeatedly glanced back, but saw no one until he reached the glass doors outside. Using the reflection, he looked behind and was met with a horrifying scene. The murderer had been following him all along. Once discovered, the assailant swiftly took the life of the night watchman. This account was relayed to me by another security guard from the previous staff, who claimed to have witnessed the entire ordeal from the monitoring room. However, not long after, that guard also perished in the restaurant, his neck twisted backward in a most unnatural manner. Upon reaching this point, Supervisor Wu cast a glance around, seemingly filled with a sense of trepidation. After all that has transpired, do you still dare to remain here? Jiang Chen scrutinized her. To be candid, the lure of wealth is a powerful motivator. The Zheng family has promised me a bonus of 500,000 for a month of service here. Supervisor Wu offered a shy smile. Moreover, since that incident, a new eerie tale has emerged among the staff at the villa. It is said that if one hears an extra set of footsteps while heading to the dining hall at night, one must not look back. It is better not to notice. However, if one does become aware of the entity trailing behind, it will relentlessly pursue and ultimately slay you. Chapter 32. The Ghost of Conspiracy and Murder. It was recalled that over 10 days prior, two guests had met their untimely demise on the path from the restaurant to their rooms. Upon examination of the bodies, it was revealed that they were armed with a weapon, seemingly prepared to conspire against someone. However, en route to their rooms, they inadvertently fell into the lake and drowned. Supervisor Wu continued, his words hanging in the air. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes, glancing at the placid lake under the night sky, its surface shimmering quietly. Several eerie tales surrounding the villa appeared to be connected with the ghost residing in the lake. The housekeeper had been slain after encountering the water ghost. The gardener had perished in the lake, and now those two conspirators had also drowned within its depths. This water ghost was likely no ordinary spirit. Perhaps all the secrets of this villa were entwined with her presence. Zheng Xiaoming and Steward Zhang had ventured into the mountains. Undoubtedly, the events of the night were intricately linked to them. What could their motivations possibly be? Jiang Chen murmured to himself, dismissing Supervisor Wu as he headed towards the restaurant. Outside the villa, no lights illuminated the surroundings. The night was as dark as ink. The closer he approached the restaurant, the colder the air became. It was evident that there was more than one ghost lurking here. Upon pushing open the glass door, Jiang Chen stepped inside, immediately assaulted by the metallic scent of blood. He fumbled through the darkness, inadvertently tripping over something at his feet. Shining the light from his phone downward, he was met with the sight of a severed human hand. As his gaze traveled upward, he beheld a lifeless face, eyes wide in terror, a knife protruding from the neck, the body clad in the uniform of a villa employee. Thick, congealed blood pooled on the floor. Jiang Chen reached out to touch it, still warm to the touch, indicating the victim had likely perished not long ago. This individual had probably fallen victim to the two conspirators. It seemed they would first conspire loudly beside their target before ultimately delivering the fatal blow. Li Jie had also attracted the ire of these two ghosts. It was likely that he too would meet a grim fate tonight. Yet, at present, it appeared the two specters had yet to act against him. They were likely still within the restaurant. Jiang Chen extracted the knife from the employee's neck, gently closing the wide-open eyes before making his way toward the restroom. As he reached the corridor leading to the restroom, a heavy panting reached his ears, accompanied by a cautious voice calling out, Old Yang, where are you? Are you still alive? Damn it, this wretched phone. Why won't it connect at a critical moment? I don't want to die yet. The voice, though seemingly filled with anger, was laced with suppressed fear. Jiang Chen recognized it as Zhao Xiaodong, a well-liked classmate who often lent a helping hand to others, moving books or guiding newcomers. He took a few steps forward and spotted Zhao Xiaodong pressed against the wall, frantically tapping at his phone, sweat glistening on his brow as he cast anxious glances around. Evidently on high alert. The restaurant's power had apparently failed. The darkness enveloped them, illuminated only by the faint glow of Zhao's phone. The silence of the corridor was unnerving, and Zhao Xiaodong's expression grew increasingly fearful, for he understood he was not alone, or rather, those two were far from human. As Jiang Chen gazed into the past, he discovered that the light from Zhao Xiaodong's phone illuminated a ghastly, pallid face in the surrounding darkness, fixated on him with malevolent intent, while Zhao remained blissfully Zhao Xiaodong. Jiang Chen cried out. Startled, Zhao looked up, exclaiming, Who's there? It's me, Jiang Chen, he replied, deliberately raising his voice as he strode forward. During this exchange, he noticed the ghastly face turn to cast one last penetrating glance at him before retreating into the shadows. Indeed, Jiang Chen mused, the malevolent spirits prefer to operate in secrecy. Once discovered, they momentarily abandon their sinister intentions. He realized that there existed a discernible pattern to the actions of these malevolent entities, and understanding this would enhance his ability to confront them effectively. Jiang Chen, What are you doing here? Zhao Xiaodong stammered, a flicker of turmoil evident in his eyes. Finally, he spoke gravely. Don't come any closer. Go find a teacher and call the police. There is a ghost. Although he was aware that such words might frighten away the only living person present, Zhao Xiaodong felt compelled to voice his fears. On one hand, his inherently good nature prevented him from dragging a classmate into peril during such a dire moment. On the other, only if Jiang Chun fled to summon help or the police would he have any chance of survival. Yes, I understand, Jiang Chun replied, his reaction surprising Zhao. Approaching, he regarded the somewhat dazed Zhao Xiaodong and inquired, what transpired? Speak clearly. Huh, you, Zhao Xiaodong began, but upon meeting Jiang Chun's piercing gaze, he involuntarily shook, suddenly grasping the gravity of the situation. He quickly recounted, earlier, while I was in the restroom, I unexpectedly overheard two individuals conspiring next door. They seemed to be plotting to murder someone, mentioning the need to cut the power first, so they could strike from behind in the darkness. The more he listened, the more alarmed he became, as their plan was meticulously detailed, including methods for disposing of the body and fabricating an alibi. Jiang Chun nodded. This aligned closely with what Li Jie had previously mentioned, indicating they were indeed dealing with the same malevolent spirit. But do you know who their intended victim is? Zhao Xiaodong gasped, eyes wide with terror. It's me. They said they were going to kill Zhao Xiaodong. Initially, he thought it was Yang Ji playing a prank and called out to him, but as soon as he spoke, the voices next door ceased. When he called Yang Ji, he claimed to be wandering on the second floor, having not waited for him in the restroom. Hastily, Zhao Xiaodong pulled up his pants and exited, only to discover something chilling. And do you know what I found? Jiang Chun interjected. There was no one in the restroom, but the adjacent stall was covered in the word death. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xiaodong's eyes widened in horror as he stared at Jiang Chun, exclaiming, holy crap. Are you a ghost too? Jiang Chun replied, enough. If I were a ghost, I would have eliminated you long ago. What did you do next? Zhao Xiaodong pondered for a moment before continuing. I felt a surge of fear and rushed out of the restroom, but just as I did, I heard a loud click, like the sound of the power tripping, and then all the lights went out. The two scheming specters have indeed set their plan into motion. They have cut off the electricity, intensifying my fear. Yet, before I could dash outside, a knife struck my back. In my panic, I recalled their threat to slay me from behind, prompting me to press myself against the wall, which has allowed me to endure until now. Jiang Chun couldn't help but nod, casting a surprised glance at Zhao Xiaodong. An ordinary individual has managed to survive at the hands of these malevolent spirits by understanding their lethal patterns. The other party exhibits remarkable composure and a courage that surpasses that of most. In summary, Zhao Xiaodong is indeed a person of potential, destined for significant achievements in the future. You have done well. Now take 2 steps forward, Jiang Chun instructed. Zhao Xiaodong took a deep breath, scrutinizing him for a long while, and finally, with gritted teeth, he nodded. All right. He chose to place his trust in Jiang Chun. Stepping away from the wall, he revealed his back, where a wound lay, neither shallow nor deep, emanating a faint aura of resentment. He suppressed the pain and advanced 2 steps. He anxiously turned his head, glancing back. After 2 minutes, no blade emerged from the shadows. Zhao Xiaodong finally exhaled a sigh of relief, the tension in his heart dissipating. It seems that the scheming spirits refrained from striking in the presence of others. Jiang Chun murmured, placing a hand on Zhao Xiaodong's back to dispel the lingering resentment. Then he moved forward, instructing, stay close. Jiang Chun intended to investigate the restroom, curious about the sinister plot those 2 spirits were concocting to end his life. Chapter 33. First one, then another. The 2 entered the restroom and chose a private stall, waiting in silence. In the dead of night, the place was deserted, shrouded in darkness due to the power being cut. Zhao Xiaodong's face was a portrait of anxiety, his words trapped in his throat. Earlier, in a daze, he had instinctively followed along, but only now did he ponder the absurdity of rushing into a restroom he knew was haunted. Jiang Chun's actions seemed recklessly mad. Suddenly, faint rustling sounds emerged from outside, as if 2 individuals were stealthily entering the adjacent stall. 2 men, their faces ashen, hands tucked into their pockets, seemingly clutching some weapon. Upon entering the restroom, they cast a glance at the stall next door, smirking, and were about to speak when a voice suddenly echoed from the other side. Have you heard? Typically, such a phrase would precede some explosive news, causing the 2 men to perk up, eagerly pressing their ears against the restroom wall to listen intently. However, the voices on the other side soon lowered to a whisper, leaving only indistinct murmurs that eluded their understanding. Curiosity piqued. They leaned closer, straining to catch every word. Moments later, the voices ceased, only to be replaced by another person's exclamation. Really? This is too shocking. Damn it. What are you all talking about? The two men felt a surge of anxiety, desperate to rush over and grasp the full story. Murderous spirit Zhou Hai was in a frenzy, his ghostly energy surging by 20. Murderous spirit Zhang Jingguo. What is this? There is something even more outrageous. A higher voice echoed from the other side. All of their attention was captivated, ears pressed against the wall, striving to hear every syllable. Yet again, it devolved into hushed whispers. There is even more to this. Today has truly opened my eyes. Then came another voice, filled with astonishment. What the hell? Ghostly energy 40. The two men were on the verge of exasperation, scratching their heads, eager to uncover the revelation that could elicit such astonishment. However, the topic at hand seemed trivial in comparison. Another voice chimed in, leading to another round of whispering. The riddle master perished. Ghostly energy 80. If the two spirits were not already deceased, their faces would surely be flushed with urgency and frustration. Can you believe it? Such a thing would be hard to believe if spoken of. The situation escalated. The incident involving Class 3 truly sensational. As the suspense was relentlessly built by Jiang Chen, the two spirits contributed a total of over 600 ghostly energy, torn between their irritation and an insatiable desire to discern the discourse on the other side. Damn it, I can't take it anymore. As they contemplated making their escape, holding the heads of the two individuals opposite them, in an unexpected turn of events, the conversation next door shifted to a chilling plot of murder. Jiang Chen, are you truly going to do this? Zhao Xiaodong's voice trembled with hesitation and fear, a genuine reflection of his apprehension. Moments earlier, Jiang Chen had audibly declared his intent to kill two people, one named Zhang Jingguo and the other Zhou Hai. So, how do you plan to execute this? Zhao Xiaodong recalled Jiang Chen's previous instructions and inquired. Upon hearing this, the two spirits next door paused momentarily, then erupted into mocking laughter, pressing their ears against the bathroom wall, eager to hear how a living person intended to slay them. It's quite simple. First, we kill one, then we kill the other. Jiang Chen responded, his strategy astonishingly straightforward. Zhao Xiaodong's jaw dropped in disbelief. What a brilliant plan, he thought, recalling the last time he had heard such absurdity. Yet, in an instant, the spirit named Zhou Hai's smile froze on his face as a spring knife pierced through the bathroom wall, impaling his skull. The surge of demonic energy erupted forth, instantly tearing apart the malevolent spirit's remaining essence. Ding! The scheming spirit Zhou Hai, malevolent spirit, has perished. Ghostly energy 99. Zhang Jingguo, sensing the impending danger, immediately raised his head. Suddenly, the bathroom wall exploded with a crash, with splintering in all directions as a massive hand reached through. In the midst of Zhang Jingguo's terror-stricken gaze, it grasped his neck with a vice-like grip and yanked him to the other side of the bathroom. The grip was as unyielding as iron, rendering him utterly helpless. A boy gazed at him with a smile, yet his eyes bore the ferocity of a malevolent spirit. Without wasting words, Jiang Chen snapped Zhou Jingguo's neck with a decisive crack. The body became lodged in the wall, the head dangling grotesquely by the flesh of the neck, swaying ominously. Ding! Zhao Xiaodong let out a piercing scream. The sheer visual impact of Jiang Chen's ghostly extermination would be etched in his memory for a lifetime. Jiang Chen, you can exorcise spirits. We should go find Yang Ji. He may be in danger, as I've been unable to reach him on the phone. Zhao Xiaodong took several deep breaths, gradually regaining his composure, his voice quivering. Jiang Chen cast a glance at Zhao Xiaodong, noting that despite the harrowing ordeal, he hadn't fled in terror. Though he was panting heavily, he still managed to think clearly. He had not misjudged his classmate's potential. He possessed a courage beyond the ordinary and a calmness that surpassed most. Where is he? On the second floor. The last time I spoke with him, he mentioned he had gone upstairs. However, I recall that when we entered, there was a no entry sign on the staircase leading to the second floor, indicating it was sealed off. Knowing Yang Ji's character, he wouldn't willingly trespass into a restricted area. Something must have happened. Zhao Xiaodong analyzed. Jiang Chen nodded, recalling what Supervisor Wu had mentioned regarding the deceased night guard. The circumstances surrounding his death were linked to the foot massage parlor on the second floor of the restaurant. If you hear any additional footsteps behind you later, inform me immediately, Jiang Chen remarked as he ascended the staircase. Chapter 34. 1, 2, 3 In the pitch-black corridor. The only sounds that reverberated were the distinct footsteps of Jiang Qin and Zhao Xiaodong, accompanied by Zhao's attempts to control his tremors and gasping breaths. As they ascended to the second floor, a series of loud thuds echoed through the hallway. The sound initially raced toward the end of the corridor before abruptly retreating. Drawing nearer to their position, Jiang Chun raised his hand, signaling Zhao Xiaodong to step back a couple of paces, while he cautiously peered around the corner, faintly discerning a shadow in the darkness, accompanied by shouts. "I see you. Don't run, stop." It was Yang Ji's voice. Zhao Xiaodong murmured, an inexplicable sense of unease welling up within him. Has he lost his mind? In the dead of night, within an unlit, deserted building, what could he possibly be pursuing? Jiang Qin glanced around a few times before suddenly instructing, "Take a deep breath, brace yourself, and try not to be overly tense." He then whispered something else before stealthily entering a room adjacent to the staircase. Moments later, a tall figure came sprinting down the corridor, quickly spotting Zhao Xiaodong. He raised a security baton, seemingly scavenged from somewhere, ready to strike. "It's me, Zhao Xiaodong. Yang Ji, have you lost your mind?" Zhao Xiaodong exclaimed urgently. The other paused momentarily, taking a few steps closer to scrutinize him, before lowering the baton. "Oh, it's you. What are you doing here?" Zhao Xiaodong thought to himself. Has he completely forgotten? "I came to use the restroom and told you to wait outside. Now you're asking me how I ended up here? I just happened to pass by. By the way, why are you running around like a lunatic?" Zhao Xiaodong inquired. "Well, I just found this on the first floor. And when I looked up, I saw a murderer sprint past me, so I chased after him," Yang Ji replied, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Zhao Xiaodong's sense of strangeness intensified. Wouldn't he, a rational individual, flee upon encountering a murderer? Yet here he was, pursuing. He scrutinized Yang Ji closely, sensing an unsettling unfamiliarity emanating from his longtime friend, as if something were amiss with his demeanor. At that moment, Yang Ji scratched his head and murmured, "Weird, I distinctly saw him running up here, yet I've searched everywhere and can't find him. Where could he have gone?" As he spoke, he took a couple of steps, his body tilting slightly. Suddenly, Zhao Xiaodong's eyes widened in horror, and he gasped sharply. Previously, he hadn't noticed, but now he saw that an elderly man in a security uniform was following closely behind Yang Ji, mirroring his movements, scratching his head in a similar manner. The distinction was that while Yang Ji wielded a security baton, the security guard held a gleaming knife. No wonder Yang Ji claimed he couldn't find the person who had run up. That figure had been lurking right behind him all along. Zhao Xiaodong clenched his fists, his nails digging into his skin, utilizing the pain to force himself to remain composed. Despite his efforts, his lips quivered as he said, "Yang Ji, I think I just saw someone dash towards that restroom. Perhaps you should check it out?" "Really? That is wonderful," Yang Ji exclaimed excitedly, brandishing the security baton and racing down the left corridor with a series of loud thuds. Zhao Xiaodong felt his legs weaken. The old security guard's eyes were devoid of color, with sunken cheekbones that suggested the flesh beneath his skin had rotted away. Before departing, the guard turned and cast a glance in his direction, a smile, if it could be called that, etched on his aged face. It was clear he had taken notice of him. Yet, a sudden thought struck Zhao. He leaned against the wall as he ventured out, just in time to see Yang Ji sprint past the first room on the left. In the shadows, another figure stealthily emerged, closely trailing the guard, mimicking his every move. This individual, too, wielded a sharp knife. Damn it, Jiang Qin was utterly insane. Following a ghost so closely, one must possess some form of mental instability to engage in such recklessness. Zhao Xiaodong's legs felt even weaker now. Initially, Jiang Qin had instilled a sense of security within him, but as their encounters grew more frequent, it became evident that the terror Jiang Qin brought was no less formidable than that of a vengeful spirit. Yang Ji reached the end of the corridor, where the main power switch for the dining hall had been pulled, plunging all the rooms he passed into darkness, save for the bathroom, which was brightly lit, featuring a large mirror above the sink. Cautiously, Yang Ji glanced into the bathroom, raised the security baton, and tiptoed, intent on catching the murderer off guard. Behind him, the guard and Jiang Qin mirrored his actions. The scene transformed into an eerie tableau. The three of them moved forward, all on tiptoe. As they passed the mirror, Yang Ji caught a glimpse of something out of the corner of his eye, a flicker of doubt stirring within him. How peculiar. It felt as though there was more than just him reflected in the glass. He took another couple of steps, and the guard behind him momentarily hesitated, pondering the same strange notion. How odd, it seemed as though there were more than just the two of us in the mirror. The ghostly presence felt a pang of suspicion, the atmosphere thickening with dread. Unable to resist, Yang Ji turned to gaze into the mirror, and upon seeing the reflection, he froze in shock, his pupils dilating. It was you. Before he could finish his thought, he was interrupted by the guard's sinister voice. Haha, you've been discovered. Then I shall have to eliminate you. The guard raised the knife high, aiming for Yang Ji's back. At that moment, however, an unsettling sensation gripped the guard, prompting him to glance at the mirror. In the next instant, he was petrified. In the reflection, a young man stood behind him, knife raised, wearing a grotesque grin. There's someone behind me? This is madness. The dread intensified within him. Ah, you've been discovered. It seems I must silence you. Yuchen taunted, suddenly plunging the knife down, piercing through the guard's back and into his heart. The guard emitted a grotesque sound, as if blood had lodged in his throat, and astonishingly, he did not succumb immediately. He twisted around violently, swinging the knife towards Jiang Chun. Die, filled with resentment. A punch suddenly broke through the guard's body, sending chunks of flesh splattering onto Yang Ji's face. The towering figure of nearly 2 meters let out a scream akin to one subjected to violence. Chapter 35. The ferocious gaze of the diamond, and the bowed heads of all beings. This single punch is likely to leave Yang Ji with a lifelong psychological scar. However, following that anguished scream, his mind finally began to clear. He cast aside the security baton in his hand, and as he reflected upon his previous actions, a chill ran down his spine. I must have been out of my mind, pursuing a figure who is potentially a murderer to the second floor, and allowing it to follow me for such a prolonged period. Thankfully, Jiang Chun, as Yang Ji gazed at the sharp knife in front of him and Jiang Chun, who had penetrated the body of the security guard, he suddenly realized that he might not yet be out of danger. He retreated a few steps, pressing his back against the wall, and looked at Jiang Chun in terror. Jiang Chun sensed that his current appearance might indeed be somewhat intimidating, especially since his classmate had just experienced a supernatural event. Thus, he offered a comforting smile. However, the fine droplets of blood splattered across his face, coupled with his current posture and that eerie smile revealing his stark white teeth, created a startling visual impact. It was as though a psychopathic killer, having just committed murder, was directing a threatening expression at a witness. Yang Ji was nearly driven to madness by fear. Fortunately, Zhao Xiaodong arrived just in time, and after some explanations, he managed to calm him down. During this process, a notification rang in Jiang Chen's ears, filling his heart with joy. Ding! The transformation has concluded. Congratulations to the host for permanently inheriting the divine ability, the Mighty Bull Demon Fist. Finally, a stroke of good fortune. Jiang Chen's eyes sparkled. The Mighty Bull Demon Fist, while not as powerful as the heaven-slicing blade, excels in versatility. Though it is termed a martial art, its primary function is to enhance the instantaneous explosive power of the body. For instance, when he previously dispatched the scheming ghost with the sharp knife, it was this very explosive force that allowed him to do so with such swiftness and decisiveness. Moreover, if I am not mistaken, this divine ability may possibly be combined with other abilities, which is one of the distinctive features of the Mighty Bull Demon Fist. Jiang Chen murmured excitedly, then led the two towards the guest room area. Upon their arrival, the atmosphere was undeniably unsettling. A group of students huddled together, trembling in fear, their terrified gazes fixed upon the lake ahead. Zhao Eru stood before them, his expression grim. It seemed that something had transpired here, the air thick with a faint scent of blood. What has happened? Jiang Chen approached. Jiang Chen, Zhao Qian exclaimed, as if seizing a lifeline. Hastening over with her skirt swaying, something horrifying just occurred. An employee from the lodge was crossing the bridge when, all of a sudden, he clutched his throat. His face contorted in agony, as if he were drowning. His complexion grew increasingly flushed, and ultimately, he collapsed on the bridge, flailing his limbs. At that moment, Zhao Eru dashed out, but just halfway across, we witnessed a drenched woman crawling up from the lake. Her face was ghostly pale, her hair a chaotic tangle resembling aquatic weeds, a truly terrifying sight. The woman was calling out someone's name as she rushed towards us. We were startled by the woman's piercing cries, feeling as though our mouths and noses were submerged in water, rendering us breathless and on the brink of suffocation. Fortunately, Zhao Eru returned, enveloped in a faint golden aura that forced the woman back into the depths. Shortly after she submerged, a pallid, emaciated hand dragged a worker from the bridge down into the water, and soon after, a crimson surge erupted from the lake, exuding a heavy scent of blood. Jiang Chen grasped the situation. The water spirit in the lake could no longer contain itself. The other spirits in the villa seemed to be connected to her. indicating that this particular water ghost was indeed formidable. Nevertheless, Zhao Eru's strength was remarkable, capable of driving her back into the lake, preventing her from causing harm. As he pondered how to confront this water spirit, Zhao Eru suddenly turned his head sharply towards the entrance of the mountain path, his gaze becoming dangerously intense. "Who goes there?" A familiar voice responded, dripping with amusement. "Ah, what discerning eyes. I did not expect to find such a youthful expert among a group of students." A figure approached leisurely. Sun Jibing, gritting his teeth, exclaimed the identity of the newcomer, Butler Zhang. Even he could deduce that the bizarre events of the night were likely orchestrated by the Zheng family. Zheng Xiaoming had indeed ensnared him thoroughly this time. The other students, after a moment of shock, wore expressions of deep displeasure. "Damn it, that scoundrel Zheng Xiaoming. If I encounter him again, I will surely flay his skin. Rest assured, dear students, you shall not have the opportunity to meet Zheng Xiaoming again." Butler Zhang said with a smile, drawing nearer while retrieving an object from his breast pocket. It was a palm-sized porcelain jar, which he opened, releasing a billow of black mist that coalesced at his feet into the form of a grotesque infant. The infant bore a sinister visage, with dark veins visibly coursing beneath its skin, elongated teeth, and pitch-black pupils. A ghostly servant. Zhao Eru's expression darkened further. "You are a member of the ghost refining?" "Indeed, I am Zhang Xianhai of the ghost refining sect," Butler Zhang replied, advancing towards the crowd, the ghostly infant trailing behind him, emitting a sound that was both a laugh and a wail, its long tongue licking in delight as it surveyed the students. "Are you not afraid of the underworld and the Dao League going mad after such slaughter?" Zhao Eru challenged. "The surge of Yin energy will preempt their response. They will be too preoccupied with their own affairs," Butler Zhang stated calmly, his demeanor unperturbed. Their exchange left the students' hearts racing. It was evident from Zhao Eru's words that he did not possess absolute confidence in confronting Butler Zhang. Enough of this banter. "So, Zhao's prodigy, you are worth 500 points to me in the Dark Alliance. Ghost Infant, eliminate him." With a whoosh, the infant transformed into a stream of black mist, darting towards Zhao Eru at an astonishing speed. Dragon and elephant wisdom, bind evil and transform calamity. Zhao Eru clasped his hands together, reciting a mantra. In his wide, tiger-like eyes, golden characters flickered momentarily as his arms swelled, a layer of golden light enveloping his fists. With a powerful punch, he struck forth. With a resounding crash, the ghostly infant was shattered, yet Zhao Eru's expression shifted dramatically. His forearm bore 4 or 5 deep gashes, emanating a faint wisp of dark energy. A half-step into becoming a malevolent spirit. His tone was laden with gravity. "Huh, you are not lacking either," remarked Steward Zhang, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. "At such a young age, you are but a step away from Class C. It appears I underestimated you. Killing you would yield me at least 1,000 points." "Killing me?" Zhao Eru's typically honest visage now displayed an uncommon defiance. "Do you truly believe this little creature is my adversary?" With a commanding presence, he declared, "All golden radiance, converge upon me." As he stepped forward, a metallic sheen gradually enveloped his form, and with each stride, the sound of his bones and joints echoed like the clash of gold and iron. With the fury of the diamond, let all beings bow low, kill. He grinned, his movements shifting from a walk to a run, chanting Buddhist verses yet exuding an overwhelming aura of malevolence. For the first time, Steward Zhang's countenance revealed a change. A disciple of the Dragon Elephant Temple? Chapter 36, The Sea Dragon. A loyal and righteous Jiang Qin. Upon hearing the name Dragon Elephant Temple, Jiang Qin's gaze flickered with surprise. The Dao Alliance's 6 giants, with such formidable backgrounds? It is worth noting that when Qin Shui initially invited him to that collective mission, she spoke of the remarkable strength of the young Master Qin, suggesting that upon completing this task, he might have a chance to join the martial sect. The martial sect is, after all, one of the 6 giants of the Dao Alliance. Although it is said that the cultivation methods of the Dao Alliance have become outdated, they remain lofty peaks that ordinary extraordinary individuals can only aspire to. If the aristocratic families represent the pinnacle of worldly power, then the Dao Alliance embodies the zenith of the realm of extraordinary beings, still standing equal with the underworld despite its decline. The significance of the 6 major powers that govern the Dao Alliance is, without a doubt, profound. Moreover, Jiang Qin had long harbored a thought. Could the ancient and enduring power of the 9 provinces, which has persisted for thousands of years, truly be so simple? The apparent decline of the Dao Alliance might conceal deeper, more profound reasons. He, a disciple of the Dragon Elephant Temple, Killing you would be immensely profitable. After his initial astonishment, Zhang Xianhai broke into a sinister smile. He pricked his finger, allowing his blood to drip onto a clay pot, murmuring incantations under his breath. Meanwhile, the ghostly infant, previously being relentlessly beaten back by Zhao Eru in his diamond body state, suddenly exhibited a strange blood-red hue in its pupils, its energy surging, enabling it to contend fiercely with Zhao Eru. At that moment, the tranquil lake's surface erupted with a splash, intermingled with the indistinct voice of a woman. "Return my life. Return my life." A ghostly woman, her skin swollen and glistening, crawled from the lake, her face twisted with resentment. A mirthless smile gracing her lips as she focused on a group of students. Zhao Eru's expression darkened. This was precisely the scenario he dreaded. With a half-step ghost lurking in the water, Zhang Guanjia's appearance left him preoccupied, putting the safety of the students at risk. Why? Why must you treat me this way? The ghost's resentment was palpable as she advanced towards the students, her arms hanging limply, her head tilted at an unsettling angle, her elongated eyes devoid of pupils, presenting a ghastly visage that sent shivers down spines. The group of students, along with several staff members from the mountain villa, shrieked in terror. Some, suddenly gripped by anguish, clutched their throats and gasped for air, resembling drowning victims. At that moment, Zhao Eru spotted Jiang Chun returning, and his expression brightened. Jiang Chun, amidst the crowd. Jiang Chun had long been poised to act, nodding resolutely. All right. He sprang forward with urgency, murmuring, "Transformed demon. Sea dragon." Zhao Eru, entangled in combat with the ghostly infant, was left utterly astonished by this scene. What on earth are you doing? His intention had been for Jiang Chun to lead the students to safety. After all, a half-step ghost could slaughter this group of students in mere minutes. Yet, Jiang Chun charged headlong into the fray, which was utterly reckless. That was a half-step ghost. Was a D-grade extraordinary individual truly seeking death? Don't go. How foolish. Zhao Eru was about to shout something, but the ghostly infant lunged at him, its hand reaching menacingly for his eyes. He could only muster all his strength to confront his opponent, unable to spare a moment to warn others. Suddenly, a notification chimed. Randomly acquired skill, minor water manipulation. A surge of clarity rushed into his mind. In that fleeting instant, Jiang Chun charged at the female ghost without a hint of hesitation, growling, "Mighty bull demon fist." The ferocity of his explosive power coalesced within him as he lunged, forcefully colliding with the female ghost, sending her crashing back into the lake. And he plunged into the water alongside her. The ghost was momentarily taken aback. "Am I not a water ghost? Have you lost your mind, throwing me into the water?" Sun Miling, the water ghost, was struck with astonishment, her ghostly energy spiking by 30. Upon entering the water, the female water ghost transformed into a gliding fish, her emaciated arms grasping Jiang Chun's leg with tremendous force, dragging him toward the lake's depths. It felt as if a 1,000-pound stone were tethered to his feet. "Ha ha ha, you chose to come down here yourself." The ghost chuckled ominously. Meanwhile, a group of students outside stood frozen in disbelief. "Jiang Chun, he threw the ghost into the lake to save us." They marveled at the usually reticent classmate who revealed such profound loyalty. Some students clenched their fists in determination. Jiang Chun is a good person. Tears welled in the eyes of several female classmates. Jiang Chun. Jiang Sini attempted to rush towards the lake but was restrained by Sun Jibing and a few others. "Don't go. He is sacrificing himself to hold back the ghost. Buying us time to escape. We cannot let his efforts be in vain." Sun Jibing's eyes glistened with unshed tears. "Classmates, run. We must not waste Jiang Chun's sacrifice," he urged through gritted teeth. "Damn it, Lao Jiang," Li Jie shouted frantically, held back by Yang Ji and several male classmates. They all understood the ghost's terrifying nature and recognized that Jiang Chun's actions were a selfless act of bravery. They quickly turned and fled away from the lake. But just then, a thunderous roar erupted, akin to a high-explosive shell detonating, sending tremors through the ground beneath them. Water splashed over 10 meters high, and some students who had yet to turn around witnessed this miraculous scene unfold. What just happened? Did someone throw a bomb into the lake? They wondered, eyes wide with disbelief. Is that the female ghost from before? Many students gaped in astonishment as they watched the previous female ghost soar into the air amidst the splashing water, her form riddled with countless cracks. Her chest caved in as if struck with immense force, her face a gruesome sight, a mask of blood and flesh. What transpired beneath the water? Where was Jiang Chun? A collective gasp echoed as they stood in stunned silence. At that moment, they saw a head break the surface of the lake, followed by the entire figure of Jiang Chun, as if he were ascending in an elevator, rising effortlessly from the depths, standing upon the water's surface as if it were solid ground. He gazed up at the descending ghost with an expression devoid of emotion, his eyes resembling still waters, and extended a hand, fingers splayed. 5 torrents of water, as thick as arms, surged forth from the lake, ensnaring the ghost's limbs and lifting her 2 to 3 meters above the water's surface. Wow, so cool. Is Jiang Chun a celestial being? He must be the legendary cultivator. How astonishing. Some students could not help but exclaim, while many others were rendered speechless, utterly shaken by the scene before them. This moment would undoubtedly be etched in their memories for a lifetime. The water ghost, Sun Miling, felt her heart tremble in terror. With a ghostly aura of 99, just moments ago, at the bottom of the lake, she had witnessed this youth launching an uppercut towards her. In the next instant, it felt as though she had been struck by a cannonball, her chest caving in as she was propelled out of the water amidst a spray of droplets. The malevolent energy she had accumulated was largely dispersed by that singular blow, leaving her heart filled solely with fear. After a brief pause, the water ghost Sun Miling experienced a wave of humiliation, her ghostly aura now at 50. A notification echoed in Jiang Chen's ear, momentarily startling him. He turned to glance, suppressing a cough. The female ghost was suspended in midair, bound by the currents he had manipulated, her form resembling an inappropriate pose. He pondered for a moment. Then with a sweeping gesture of his hand, he stretched her body further apart. Ghostly energy surged to 80. Chapter 37. Why? Why do you all help him? The female ghost struggled desperately in midair, her voice laced with resentment. Jiang Chun stood upon the water's surface, unfazed, gazing at the ghost with an air of indifference, seemingly contemplating her judgment. This demeanor sparked admiration among a group of girls, their hearts racing and cheeks flushed. So handsome, so incredibly handsome. From the moment he acted, Jiang Chun had uttered not a single word. In less than 5 seconds, he had thoroughly subdued the terrifying female ghost, a man of few words yet fierce presence. However, as he faced away from the crowd, no one noticed that he was currently panting heavily. He had just executed the minor water technique to perfection, creating a highly pressurized water sphere and unleashed a powerful blow akin to a bull's strength, striking the ghost with a force that felt like an explosive shell. This strike, a fusion of 2 formidable powers, was further amplified by Jiang Chen's own substantial strength, bolstered by 60% of his demon energy and his transformed state. Consequently, the blow was devastating, nearly incapacitating the ghost. Yet, it had cost him a significant portion of his energy, leaving him drained. After catching his breath and regaining some strength, Jiang Chun resumed his advance across the water, intent on completely resolving the issue with the ghost. At that moment, the ghost's expression grew increasingly sorrowful as she cried, "Zheng Xiaoming, why? Why does everyone help you? No one believes me. Zheng Xiaoming, return my life." Jiang Chun halted his steps, looking up at the ghost. "You just mentioned Zheng Xiaoming." Upon hearing this name, the ghost became more agitated, screaming frantically, Kill you, Zheng Xiaoming. I will kill you." After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Chun turned and strode purposefully toward Zhao Eru's battleground. The ghost was nearly incapacitated by his earlier blow, posing little threat now. A conjecture surfaced in Jiang Chen's mind. Perhaps this girl had met her demise at Zheng Xiaoming's hands, transforming into a ghost seeking vengeance, while Steward Zhang was somehow aiding Zheng Xiaoming in dispelling the ghost's wrath. Naturally, he could not assist Zheng Xiaoming in resolving such a significant dilemma. "Eru, how do we proceed? Should we eliminate the ghost first or deal with the person?" Jiang Chun inquired succinctly. Having recently entered the realm of extraordinary individuals with virtually no experience, he sought Zhao Eru's insights, especially since Eru had previously mentioned Steward Zhang's background, indicating some level of familiarity. As Zhao Eru battled the ghostly infant, he caught a glimpse of the earlier spectacle, his heart stirred by tumultuous waves of realization. He had underestimated his classmate, who had proven to be an extraordinary talent on par with himself. "The ghostly infant is weak. I will hold it off. Finish it," Zhao Eru declared fiercely. Jiang Chun nodded in agreement, unleashing his demon energy without hesitation as he charged towards Steward Zhang. The latter, still reeling from the staggering events, turned pale. He had not anticipated encountering 2 young prodigies, each a mere step away from C rank, in this desolate, haunted place. It was truly outrageous. Zhang Xianai felt he must have overlooked some vital omen before stepping out. Without further resistance, he shouted, ghostly infant, entangle them, and promptly turned to flee. However, the most formidable aspect of Jiang Chun was his physique. With astonishing speed that left Zhao Eru speechless, he swiftly closed the distance to Butler Zhang and delivered a powerful punch. The terrifying force of the punch caused a sharp pain to shoot through Butler Zhang's back. Gritting his teeth, he shouted, "No, you cannot kill me. I possess the blood talisman of the Dao Alliance." In the distance, Zhao Eru's expression shifted, and Jiang Chun, seize him. I shall deliver the fatal blow. Jiang Chun, ever obedient and well-fed, nodded in agreement. Very well. He then transitioned from a punch to a grip, seizing Butler Zhang by the nape of his neck. In the next moment, a resounding crack echoed as Jiang Chun noticed that Butler Zhang's head had tilted at an unnatural angle, lifeless and irrevocably so. He was taken aback. Goodness, my strength exceeded my intention. In his transformed state, he found it difficult to regulate his power. Moreover, he mused that the notion of a frail physique was relative to extraordinary individuals. Surely, his opponent should have been superior to an average person. Little did he know that Butler Zhang's bones were almost brittle, crumbling under the slightest pressure, far weaker than an ordinary person. The ghostly infant was consumed by fury. Its malevolent aura surged to 99. It regarded Jiang Chun as a mortal enemy, its hatred intensifying to 99. A series of notifications, and Jiang Chun comprehended the gravity of his actions. He had slain its master. Suddenly, his pupils constricted, and he retreated hastily. A blood talisman emerged from Butler Zhang's corpse. Despite his precautions, the talisman moved with astonishing speed, affixing itself to his left forearm in the blink of an eye, forming a faint red symbol of death. What on earth is this? Jiang Chun attempted to erase it with his demonic power, only to discover his efforts were in vain. Do not waste your energy. This is connected to a ghostly sovereign and cannot be removed. Zhao Eru, from a distance, shouted, "Hurry and assist me in dealing with this wretched creature. It has gone completely berserk." Indeed, following Butler Zhang's demise, the ghostly infant descended into madness, trading injuries as it clawed at Zhao Eru, who had torn off one of its arms, leaving behind bloody scratches on his body. No longer hesitating, Jiang Chun strode forward decisively. The ghostly infant immediately locked its malicious gaze upon him. Passing by a group of students, Jiang Chun snatched a bottle of mineral water from a girl, then took a few more steps forward. With a powerful grip, he crushed the bottle, sending water splattering everywhere. As his other hand formed a loose grip, the sprayed water began to flow back in a peculiar manner, coalescing into a water sphere that continuously compressed, its volume diminishing while the pressure increased exponentially. Ultimately, he held a water sphere the size of an infant's fist in his palm. Seeing this spectacle, Zhao Eru, rushing toward the ghostly infant, seemed to have an epiphany. His pupils contracted, and he hastily retreated. However, the ghostly infant showed no inclination to evade. As the two approached each other, Jiang Chun raised his hand high and brought it down. The surging demonic energy culminated in an explosion as the water sphere detonated. Boom. A tremendous roar reverberated as the ground shook violently, creating a deep crater, and a portion of the ghostly infant's lower leg was blown away. The remainder of its body reduced to mere fragments. Ding! Jiang Chun replicated his previous underwater strike, and the already gravely injured ghostly infant was instantly obliterated. Its soul shattered. His demonic energy was nearly depleted. Nevertheless, he remained unperturbed. Should danger arise, Zhao Eru could intervene. If he encountered an insurmountable challenge, he could always transform into the demon deer, drawing upon the might of the great master. This is the advantage of having a hidden card. Jiang Chun could unleash his wildest impulses, and if his demonic energy ran out without vanquishing his adversary, he could simply employ another transformation card, instantly restoring his vigor. Of course, this would require the consumption of ghostly essence. He glanced at his status panel and noted that what he lacked the least of was ghostly essence, 2720. This was Jiang Chun's total ghostly essence at present, and his harvest tonight had approached 2,000, which was nothing short of extraordinary. Chapter 38. Humans and spirits. All the students held their breaths, staring in awe at Jiang Chun. Moments ago, he had strolled forward, effortlessly crushing a bottle of water in his grasp, summoning the splattered droplets to coalesce into a sphere, ultimately slapping it down upon the ghostly infant. The entire sequence unfolded with an elegant fluidity, seamless and uninterrupted. This composed yet formidable demeanor sent the hearts of the female students racing, while the male students gazed on with admiration. Zhao Eru inhaled deeply, the faint golden light surrounding him gradually dimming. He approached, casting a glance at Jiang Qin's left forearm, his expression growing solemn. It's my fault for not warning you sooner. Practitioners of the ghost refining sect cultivate spirits at the expense of their own physique, rendering them weaker than ordinary individuals. You've now attracted considerable trouble. Trouble? Jiang Chun inquired, his gaze drifting to his classmates nearby. Some knowledge, he mused, could only bring harm to them. Zhao Eru understood and nodded, leading the way to the lakeside. At that moment, the female ghost remained suspended in midair, ensnared by the water currents, presenting an embarrassing posture. Ahem, Amitba, Zhao Eru, filled with youthful vigor, found himself momentarily dry of mouth at this sight, quickly reciting a Buddhist chant as he averted his gaze. Simultaneously, he cast a peculiar glance at Jiang Chun, pondering if his friend might be some sort of nefarious figure, executing such sinister and audacious maneuvers. Are you familiar with the Dark Alliance? Zhao Eru queried. Jiang Chun nodded. I came across a post yesterday, but I lack in-depth knowledge. A faction of extraordinary individuals believes that those endowed with immense power should completely dominate the ordinary populace to satiate their desires. They employ their supernatural abilities to commit heinous acts, assaulting women, robbery, murder. They spare no evil. These individuals are pursued by the Dao Alliance in the underworld, becoming akin to pariahs for an extended period. In a bid for self-preservation, rogue figures from various nations banded together to form the Dark Alliance. The post Jiang Chun had read suggested that the alliance had ties to a certain ghost king, surpassing the limits of humanity. Every few years, official forces from different nations unite to launch a major crackdown on the Dark Alliance. Yet, it persists tenaciously. For ordinary practitioners, provoking the Dark Alliance often leads to catastrophic consequences. It seems you're aware of the Dark Alliance, yet you are not well acquainted with the Blood Talisman. Otherwise, you wouldn't be so impulsive, Zhao Eru remarked, shaking his head. The Blood Talisman is issued by the headquarters of the Dark Alliance, designed to protect its talents. This includes promising prodigies and those with unique abilities. Although Zhang Xianhai is quite aged, he has managed to refine a ghost infant, a formidable ghost servant with immense potential. It is likely for this reason that he is entitled to a Blood Talisman. Now I understand, Jiang Chun replied, acknowledging the validity of Zhao Eru's words. As a fellow practitioner on the brink of achieving the fierce ghost level, the fact that the female water ghost had hesitated to approach the shore due to Zhao Eru's intimidation indicated his formidable prowess at this level. The ghost infant, capable of contending with him, indeed possessed an unparalleled ferocity compared to ordinary spirits. I have heard from the elders at the temple that the Dark Alliance's Blood Talisman originates from the power of a ghost king. Below the royal level, there is almost no possibility of erasure. Those marked by the blood symbol shall ascend to the Dark Alliance's hunt list. Upon slaying an individual from this list, members of the Dark Alliance shall be awarded tenfold points. The value of these points is comparable to that of the Underworld app. Zhao Eru, with a worried glance towards Jiang Chun, remarked, you and I are of the same age. Possessing such prowess at a tender age is alarming. Should you be slain, the points amassed would likely be around 3,000, and multiplied tenfold, that amounts to 30,000. This is a bounty akin to that of a pseudo-B-level master. Members of the Dark Alliance below B-level would go mad for such a prize. Upon your return, swiftly seek the protection of your ancestral clan. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chun furrowed his brow. He too desired protection, yet the crux of the matter was that he had no clan to speak of. In this world, his only kin was likely old Zhang, who was merely a mortuary worker, undertaking the most arduous and thankless tasks. What kind of influence could he possibly have? However, Jiang Chun consoled himself. His worth was still manageable. Being a pseudo-B-level, he was merely a half-step away from true mastery. He mused that the power of a 2-star transformation card was at least at the level of a fierce ghost. With a few more transformations, or by drawing a 3-star transformation card, he could evade the Dark Alliance's pursuit. After all, those who would seek to kill him for 30,000 points would not be exceedingly formidable. In any case, be cautious when you venture outside lately, Zhao Eru advised. Then cast his gaze upon the female ghost ahead. She too is a soul in torment. What do you mean? Jiang Chun could discern that Zhao Eru seemed privy to certain truths. Zhang Xianhai was employing a forbidden technique to alleviate Zheng Xiaoming's resentment, and the necessity of such a method indicated that this female ghost had met a tragic end at Zheng Xiaoming's hands. Jiang Chen's pupils constricted. Previously, he had perceived Zheng Xiaoming as merely arrogant, never suspecting he was capable of such heinous acts. Ah, human nature is invariably more depraved than one can imagine, Zhao Eru remarked, patting Jiang Chen's shoulder with the air of a seasoned veteran. What shall we do with her? Should we dispatch her directly, or allow her the chance for revenge first? Jiang Chen inquired. At this, Zhao Eru's mouth fell agape, a look of astonishment crossing his features. I thought you might show mercy and wish to release this female ghost, only to impart a lesson upon me? Jiang Chen scoffed. I do entertain such notions. Zhao Eru chuckled, scratching his head. Through their conversation, he inferred that Jiang Chen had only recently entered the realm of the extraordinary and sought to expose him to the harsh realities of the ghost exorcising world. Yet, he had not anticipated that Jiang Chen's thoughts were far more ruthless than his own. Back in my day, I failed to grasp this crucial point, Zhao Eru sighed, a note of melancholy in his voice. Jiang Chen, remember this. Humans are humans, and ghosts are ghosts, except in some exceedingly rare circumstances. If a ghost does not harm anyone within 7 days, it will perish. Once it harms its first victim, no matter how benevolent or innocent it may have been in life, it transforms into a monster. It may sound cruel, yet it is a truth every extraordinary individual must remember. Should you forget, there shall come a day when you will pay dearly in blood for it. Jiang Chen seldom witnessed Zhao Eru's seriousness. He usually appeared dull and simple-minded. At this moment, however, he resembled an injured lone wolf, his reddened eyes intensely fixed upon him as he articulated each word with deliberate weight. Eru you? Zhao Eru waved his hand dismissively. It is nothing. I failed to remember this phrase in my youth, and a senior brother paid the price for my forgetfulness with his life. Chapter 39. Bringing a woman to accompany you. After listening to Zhao Eru's words, Jiang Chen nodded slightly and gestured with his hand. The water currents lifted the female ghost before him, and she opened her mouth, unleashing a fierce roar at him. With a swift motion, Jiang Chen employed the minor water binding technique, ensnaring the ghost's arms and legs in the flowing water before hoisting her onto his shoulder. Though he had resolved to eliminate this specter, he first wished to ensure that Zheng Xiaoming faced the consequences of his actions. Zhao Eru, witnessing this scene, grasped his intent. Zhang Xianhai's nefarious sorcery, known as the substitute death method, involved luring individuals targeted by ghosts near a cluster of the living, masking their presence so that the ghost would turn its wrath upon the nearby souls. Each life extinguished would diminish the ghost's hatred towards the intended victim. However, this method had a flaw. The targeted individual could not stray too far, which meant Zheng Xiaoming was likely lingering near the mountain's entrance. Let us proceed, Jiang Chen affirmed, carrying the female ghost forward. Zhao Eru followed closely behind. As they traversed through the crowd, onlookers recoiled in terror at the sight of the horrifying female ghost. But Sun Dai abruptly covered her mouth, her eyes widening in shock. Jiang Chen caught sight of this moment and beckoned to her. She, quick-witted, understood that the lives of everyone at the manor that evening rested in the hands of these two youths. Without hesitation, she rushed over. Do you recognize this female ghost? Jiang Chen inquired. Indeed, Sun Dai replied, her lips pressed together, her expression complex. Her name is Sun Miling. She hails from the same village as I do. We were selected by the Zheng group to attend training and subsequently worked as waitresses at Zheng's hotels. Jiang Chen was already aware of such practices. High-end hotels often impose stricter requirements on the appearance and demeanor of their staff than those for flight attendants. Thus, numerous large conglomerates would dispatch personnel across the regions to scout talent. It was entirely plausible that both Sun Dai and Sun Miling, possessing looks that could be rated a 7 or 8 out of 10, were chosen. One day, Sun Miling excitedly informed me that she had been selected to work at a resort with a salary increase of over 2,000, Sun Dai continued. After that, she never contacted me again. I didn't think much of it at the time, considering that certain positions within the Zheng group indeed required confidentiality. There had been colleagues who, upon joining, had their phones confiscated. One night, as I slept, I suddenly felt an overwhelming pressure on my mouth and nose, struggling to breathe. I jolted awake to find my phone illuminating with a long message from her. She expressed her good fortune, stating that shortly after arriving at the resort, she encountered Zheng's young master, who was quite charming and pursued her ardently, showering her with gifts and granting her several days off at the behest of the supervisor. However, by the third day, Zheng Xiao lost his patience. During a meal, he drugged her, violating her against her will. Terrified, she sought help from the resort's supervisor, hoping to retrieve her phone to report the incident. Yet, upon learning the situation involved Zheng Xiao, he adamantly refused to assist her. She caused a commotion at the resort, making sure everyone was aware of what transpired. That night, the supervisor convened a meeting with all employees, attempting to persuade them to remain silent. After that, not a single person was willing to speak on her behalf. Zheng Xiaoming's behavior became increasingly outrageous. Ultimately, it seemed he grew weary of the situation and bound her, casting her into the lake to instill fear. Tragically, she truly drowned. Upon hearing this revelation, every person present widened their eyes and clenched their fists, astonished that Zheng Xiaoming could stoop to such depravity. I was filled with dread after hearing this. If Sun Miling's words held truth, then she had perished. How then could she have sent me a message? Sun Dai spoke, her voice trembling with anxiety. Furthermore, my phone was inexplicably drenched, as if it had been submerged in water, and I sensed a presence standing in the corner of the room. Overcome with terror, I buried my head under the covers until dawn. When I checked my phone again, that message had vanished. Later, I inquired with my superior about Sun Miling's condition, receiving the response that she was well. I dismissed it, considering that night merely a nightmare. Little did I know it was reality, and that Qingya Villa was, in fact, the site of her demise. Sun Dai cast a complex gaze at her former friend. A mixture of anguish, regret, and fear reflected in her expression. Upon realizing this, Jiang Chun connected the dots. The claw marks outside the guest room had only been noticed by Sun Dai, which could not have been mere coincidence, but rather a warning from Sun Miling. Astonishingly, it was a ghost retaining a semblance of humanity. Zhao Eru exclaimed in surprise. Jiang Chun, you cannot eliminate her. This ghost is unique and holds significant value for the underworld. In what manner? Jiang Chun inquired. Generally, the actions of ghosts are malevolent. Yet this water ghost seemed intent on guiding her friend to uncover the truth of her demise. This indicated that, deep within her subconscious, a fragment of humanity persisted. Although she remained a monster, she was invaluable to the underworld. The mortality rate for ghostly beings when being sealed by the underworld officials could drop by over 40%. Jiang Chun, upon hearing this, was taken aback. He had long understood that the mortality rate for becoming an underworld official was exceedingly high, often reaching 90%. Viewed in this light, this female ghost was indeed extraordinary. Let us check the Underworld app for the Jiangbei City Underworld Bureau's contact number and request assistance. This could yield significant results, Zhao Eru suggested. Jiang Chun nodded and, after opening his phone, dialed the number. It rang once before being answered by a woman's voice. Hello, Jiangbei City Underworld Bureau. I am at Qingya Villa, where a ghost with remnants of humanity resides, possessing the strength of a half-step malevolent spirit. The operator on the other end brightened with delight, exclaiming, Understood. We will dispatch an official underworld agent immediately. Please hold. Jiang Chun refrained from specifying the exact location, as he had previously utilized the Underworld app to upload several photographs, which included the coordinates of this site. As soon as he mentioned the villa, the operator comprehended precisely where he referred to. Having completed this, Jiang Chun ventured toward the mountain. Everyone speculated about the forthcoming events. Some timid souls remained behind, while a few brave individuals, gritting their teeth, chose to follow. With Zhao Eru present, Jiang Chun felt no need to deter them. Together, they could confront a severely weakened female ghost and ensure their safety. As a few individuals approached and turned into the mountain's entrance, they beheld a lavish motorhome parked there, adorned with several talismans that concealed the presence of its occupants. That scoundrel Zheng Xiaoming truly knows how to indulge. Yang Ji exclaimed with indignation. Indeed. He leaves us at the villa to be fed to ghosts while he revels in luxury, Zhao Xiaodong added, his teeth clenched in frustration. The expressions of several students mirrored their discontent. Stay here and don't come too close, Jiang Chun commanded, striding forward with purpose. He yanked open the motorhome's door with sheer force, shattering the lock and flinging the door wide with a resounding bang. Inside, Zheng Xiao, who was wearing headphones and engrossed in a film, turned in astonishment. At first, he recognized Jiang Chun and his face registered surprise. You little rascal actually survived. Uncle Zhang, kill him for me, he barked. Just as the words left his lips, he noticed the violently opened door, and suddenly, realization dawned upon him. His pupils dilated as he pointed at Jiang Chun. Wait you. At that moment, Jiang Chun grinned oddly at him. Zheng Xiao, feeling a bit lonely, are we? I've brought a woman to keep you company. A sense of foreboding welled within Zheng Xiaoming. In the next instant, Sun Miling was unceremoniously tossed inside. Upon seeing the woman he had drowned just over a month ago, Zheng Xiaoming's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression twisting in horror. No, Uncle Zhang, save me, please. Sun Miling's terrifying visage turned to face him, and upon spotting Zheng Xiaoming, an overwhelming aura of resentment erupted from her. Zheng Xiaoming, I have finally found you. Her voice, infused with rage, carried an eerie blend of laughter and sobs, sending chills down the spines of the students who stood at a distance. Chapter 40. The conclusion of the Mountain Lodge journey and reflection on Gain's Jiang Chun, ever considerate, kindly assisted a person and a ghost in closing the door of the camper. Soon, the entire vehicle began to sway. If one were to disregard Zheng Xiaoming's heart-wrenching cries, this scene might have appeared somewhat ambiguous. Blood dripped steadily through the crevices of the compartment. Ultimately, it seemed as if Zheng Xiaoming's spirit had utterly shattered. He shouted incoherently while desperately banging his head against the door, as if he believed that death would be preferable to his current plight. I never intended this. Why must it be this way for me? Nearly 10 minutes later, accompanied by a desperate scream, the area fell into a profound silence. A group of students felt a mix of fear and exhilaration. Zheng Xiaoming, that wretched soul, must be finished. Jiang Chun instructed several individuals to return first, before he and Zhao Er opened the door, revealing a scene reminiscent of hell. Zheng Xiaoming's body was nowhere to be found. Only blood and flesh splattered across the walls of the vehicle. Sun Miling was also missing. Suddenly, a chilling gust of wind howled, bringing with it a biting cold from above. The female ghost had concealed herself well, hiding in the corner by the door, intending to catch the two off guard. Yet, who among them was not a cunning fox with a millennium of experience? Both men had anticipated this. Zhao Eru erupted in a burst of golden light, while Jiang Chun rolled up his sleeves. Eru, shall we? Let us do it. They exchanged glances, determined not to show leniency to this ghost. They rushed inside, closed the door, and delivered a sound thrashing. Zhao Eru, shouting about a monk's compassion, swung his glowing fist mercilessly at the ghost's face. Jiang Chun, unwilling to be outdone, empowered his palm with the formidable bull demon fist, landing several resounding blows. What a situation. After seeking vengeance, she still wished to harm us. This could not be overlooked. From this encounter, his understanding of ghosts deepened. Even a specter retaining a modicum of humanity should not be presumed harmless. Those who entertain such notions in the face of horror will undoubtedly perish within 3 days. When the two men returned to dragging the nearly lifeless ghost with them, professionals had already arrived. A figure descended directly from a helicopter, soaring from a height of over 100 meters, far more extravagant than Jiang Chen's leap from the 12th floor. Boom! A terrifying explosion echoed as the lake erupted in colossal waves. As the waters dispersed, the individual took a few steps forward. She appeared ghostly, a fleeting shadow. And soon a woman with long, flowing hair stood at the water's edge, clad in a black, form-fitting combat suit, untouched by a single droplet. From the Jiangbei City branch, the C-Class team member, Incha Sule, quickly fixed her icy gaze upon Jiang Chen and Zhao Eru, her expression devoid of emotion. Come with me. She gestured slightly and moved aside. The helicopter was still gradually descending. At a certain height, a rope ladder dropped, and a group of soldiers in special operations gear landed one by one. They approached the students to confiscate recording devices for inspection and to have everyone sign confidentiality agreements. The seemingly rough handling was, in fact, sufficient, for even in the absence of a terrifying resurgence, there are always those who fabricate supernatural tales. As long as there are no concrete evidences, no matter how convincing the narrative may sound, it fails to incite any significant uproar. Furthermore, with a confidentiality agreement in place, 9 of ordinary individuals would refrain from reckless behavior. At this juncture, Jiang Chun and his companions arrived at the guest room corridor. Sule extended a hand towards the female ghost, Sun Miling. Yet peculiarly, she was still over a meter away from her. However, as she moved, the shadow beneath her suddenly elongated, seizing the ghostly figure. Jiang Chun and Zhao Eru instinctively took 2 steps back, casting wary glances at this woman. They had noted earlier that her fall had been cushioned by her shadow enveloping her body, and at that moment, they distinctly sensed an aura of chilling malevolence emanating from Sulei's shadow, tenfold more terrifying than Sun Miling. It appeared as if another entity resided within her shadow. A palpable sense of dread gripped them both. Observing their reactions, Sule cast a cold glance in their direction but chose to remain silent. She seemed to scrutinize Sun Miling with her shadow and subsequently nodded in affirmation. Indeed, a trace of humanity lingered. She intended to take this ghost away, and soon the underworld would grant them corresponding reward points through the Hell app. With that, she did not seek their opinions. Instead, turning to depart with Sun Miling in tow, Zhao Eru and Jiang Chun remained silent. Throughout the encounter, her demeanor was as frigid as if they owed her a debt, yet she possessed the merit to be so haughty, despite appearing not much older than the two. She was already a sea-level expert. There was no need for envy. Such power came at a cost. Zhao Eru, noticing Jiang Chun's unwavering gaze ahead, offered a word of comfort. Jiang Chun smacked his lips, commenting on her rather alluring figure. Su Lei's steps faltered ever so slightly. Ghostly energy 500. Zhao Eru gasped, glancing between Su Lei and Jiang Chun, breaking into a cold sweat at the thought of her wrath. He feared that if she were to become irate, she might very well eliminate them both. Once Su Lei had distanced herself, he dared to give Jiang Chun a thumbs up. You're bold. To flirt with a ghost officer like that, you'd better pray not to encounter her in a supernatural incident, or you'll be in deep trouble. Jiang Chun, unperturbed, found his spirits lifted. After all, a mere utterance had garnered him 500 ghostly energy. He realized that despite his arduous efforts to vanquish two malevolent spirits, his rewards were paltry in comparison. He even contemplated pursuing this icy beauty for further conversation. Fortunately, he dismissed such an inappropriate notion. Though her demeanor was somewhat brusque, it was not worth the effort to irritate her repeatedly. It seemed that even a ghost sealed within the body by a ghost officer could still yield ghostly energy. He could delve into strategies for capitalizing on the ghost officer's abilities upon returning. The subsequent events unfolded simply. Su Lei first took Sun Miling back to the bureau via helicopter to report. The remaining personnel then awaited the bus alongside Jiang Chun and his companions. The vehicle was dispatched from the underworld, arriving after several hours. The group boarded and immediately succumbed to slumber, reassured by the presence of a fully armed Special Forces soldier. A wave of relief washed over them. After a series of harrowing events, they could finally rest, anticipating their return home by morning. On the journey, Jiang Chun meticulously assessed the spoils of this venture. First and foremost, he had amassed over 3,200 ghostly energies. Sufficient to draw 3 2-star demon transformation cards, his most significant gain. Next, he considered the points accrued. 5 malevolent spirits had yielded a total of 300 points. And the elimination of the Dark Alliance member Zhang Xianhai, along with the ghostly infant, had garnered an additional 1,600 points. However, this latter achievement was a joint effort. Thus he and his partner each received 800 points. The most substantial points came directly from the underworld, amounting to a remarkable 3,000 points. Jiang Chun did not intend to keep it all to himself. He initially planned to share half with Zhao Eru, but the latter insisted on taking only 1,000 points. After all, without Zhao Eru's timely warning, the female ghost would have been dispatched much earlier, resulting in far lesser earnings. In total, Jiang Chun's rewards from the underworld app amounted to 3,100 points. Coupled with his previous accumulation, he realized he was on the verge of affording some of the more economical mid-grade magical artifacts. It is worth noting that typically, individuals below D rank consider themselves fortunate to possess even a low-grade artifact. Generally, only those of C rank are able to procure mid-grade artifacts, while B rank masters can utilize high-grade ones. Artifacts below the rank of sovereign essentially have no usage threshold. The stronger the artifact one wields, the more formidable their combat prowess becomes. Chapter 41. Next time for sure. In the early dawn, as the bus halted outside the Jiangyuan community, Jiang Chun rose to disembark. A throng of classmates greeted him warmly, their gratitude palpable, for their survival that night rested solely upon Jiang Chun and Zhao Eru. Suddenly, someone remarked that this was the Jiangyuan community, where many residences were available for rent. Li Jian nodded in acknowledgement, noting that old Jiang indeed still rented a place. Upon learning this, several students from affluent backgrounds immediately conspired to pool their resources to purchase a property in Jiangbei City as a token of appreciation. Moreover, a glimmer of excitement lit up the eyes of some young women, as Jiang Chun's humble background seemed to bridge the gap between him and them. For instance, Zhao Qian boldly added Jiang Chun to the departmental group chat. Her inaugural message read, "Classmate Jiang, do you have time next weekend? I've reserved 2 spots at the Sky Restaurant. After dinner, we could stroll around the Jinlong International Center, where I'd love to buy you a few outfits. And later, we could catch a movie at the Global Cinema. If you're fond of cars, there's a 4S dealership nearby." After sending the message, Zhao Qian bit her alluring red lips, already contemplating how to ask her mother for money upon returning home. As Jiang Chun walked a few paces, he noticed the message. Despite his usual stoic demeanor in the face of adversity, his lips twitched involuntarily. The essence of a wealthy woman pursuing a younger man wafted through the air, more potent than the scent of a stack of property deeds from back in the day. Most strikingly, Zhao Qian, a young lady who dressed exquisitely and possessed a pure and radiant appearance, coupled with a commendable figure, was undoubtedly a beauty. Surely, it couldn't have come to. Then a thought struck Jiang Chun. Zhao Qian came from a single-parent household, with her mother being a formidable woman, an executive at a foreign enterprise. This realization led him to surmise that she likely lacked romantic experience, mimicking her mother's manner of speaking to express her feelings. To spare the young girl's feelings, Jiangchen responded gently, "Next time for sure." On the bus, Zhao Qian's beautifully arched eyebrows furrowed in concern. Next time? Did that mean he was unavailable this weekend and could only go next weekend? She contemplated seeking advice from Zhao Jie on how to navigate this situation. As she pondered, she opened a WeChat message and explained her predicament. Although labeled as Zhao Jie, this was actually Zhao Qian's mother. Their bond was so strong that they often referred to each other as sisters. Thus, when Zhao Qian encountered a crush, she instinctively turned to her mother for guidance on how to express her affections, which led to the advice she had just received. In response, her mother sent a voice message. This is a classic case of playing hard to get. This is how men operate. Don't worry, Qian, next week. Your sister will drive you to see him. In a spacious bedroom of an upscale community, a woman clad in a delicate camisole reclined languidly, one hand clutching her phone. Her elongated, beautiful eyes betraying a hint of caution. Having suffered at the hands of men, she was determined not to allow her daughter to tread the same path. The previous advice, filled with nuances, was not lost on her. Seasoned by years in the business world, her emotional intelligence was too astute to overlook the blatant testing involved. To his surprise, the other party replied that they would come next time, which indirectly indicated an agreement. This suggested that he was a rather cunning little scoundrel. Deep down, she was already contemplating how to unveil his true nature and help her daughter see the reality of the situation. On the other hand, Jiang Chun, after replying, did not anticipate that this would lead to a minor misunderstanding due to the absence of the phrase "next time for sure" in this world. He pressed the elevator button to ascend, returned home, took a shower, and fell into a deep sleep. Despite possessing supernatural powers and a robust physique, Jiang Chun was not invincible. Even the cultivators in novels had to solidify their foundation before they could fast. After chasing ghosts with a blade all night, he was indeed feeling a bit worn out. At school, Sun Zhibing had already agreed to help everyone take a day off to recuperate. Jiangchen slept soundly from the early hours until the late afternoon of the following day, awakening refreshed. He recalled that in 2 days, he was to participate in a collective mission and needed to make some preparations. System, please draw 2 1-star cards and 1 2-star card. Given Jiang Chen's current foundational strength, he could easily handle lower-tier evil spirits and could manage slightly weaker mid-tier spirits, but when facing higher-tier ones, he would have to flee. If he encountered top-tier evil spirit, escape would be impossible. In critical situations, he would still have to rely on the transformation cards. But using a 2-star transformation card when not facing formidable spirits would be excessively wasteful. Thus, he decided to prepare 2 1-star cards. Additionally, as he was currently quite affluent, he drew an extra 2-star card for unexpected situations. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have drawn a 1-star transformation card, Tiger Vanguard, Binbo Erba. These 2 were very basic monsters, not particularly noteworthy. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have drawn a 2-star transformation card, Guji Gong. This card caught Jiang Chen's attention momentarily. It wasn't that this entity was particularly powerful. In fact, this spirit was considered relatively weak in the context of Journey to the West. However, it was a rare plant-based spirit, which might prove significant in critical moments. This spirit had no notable background, merely a tragic fate of being eliminated. Jiang Chen shook his head. The so-called Guji Gong was actually a cypress spirit from Thorny Ridge, recognized alongside Fuyun Old Man, Lin Kongzi, and Shiba Gong as the 4 immortals of Thorny Ridge. They had once captured Tang Sung merely for tea and conversation, hoping to match him with an apricot tree spirit, but ultimately that endeavor failed without any forceful means. In the end, they were slain by Zhu Beiji with a single swipe. Of course, Jiang Chun didn't believe the 4 had done anything wrong in this instance. In his youth, he had indeed harbored such thoughts, thinking that the monsters in Journey to the West with backgrounds could be forgiven while those without should be easily dispatched. This indicated that the 4 protagonists were not virtuous characters either. Yet, as he experienced more, Jiang Chun developed a different understanding. There is a saying that aptly applies here. Children argue about right and wrong, while adults discuss reality. Upon reflection, in the brutally competitive world of Journey to the West, where strength reigns supreme, these powerless, backgroundless spirits daring to provoke the four protagonists were essentially courting death. If they were eliminated, who could they blame? After drawing, Jiang Chun perused the offerings in the Underworld App Store. He initially intended to select a magical artifact, but soon discovered that his accumulated points were only sufficient to procure the most inferior middle-grade items. For an individual of D-grade caliber, these artifacts could indeed be considered treasures. However, after a prolonged selection process, Jiang Chun felt that they all appeared excessively fragile, such as the demon-dispelling mirror, a 50-year-old peachwood sword, the soul-capturing bell, the jade balance dagger, and the fire cicada staff. Upon viewing their images, he was struck by the sensation that should he unleash his 2-star transformation, he could effortlessly crush these items with a mere exertion of force. It seemed prudent to save his points for a more worthy artifact, especially since he could still utilize ghostly tools, and he had a blade to employ in the meantime. On this occasion, he also brought back a spring knife, a product of those two scheming spirits, which barely qualified as a great item. Subsequently, he wandered into the elixir section and discovered several useful items. Among them was a lower-grade medium elixir known as Spirit Gathering Pill, which could aid extraordinary individuals in swiftly replenishing their true energy, as well as assist in the rapid recovery of Yin energy for the Yin emissaries. Although he was uncertain whether this particular concoction could restore demon energy, its modest price of 50 points per vial prompted him to purchase one to test its efficacy. Additionally, he encountered a remedy called blood coagulation powder, priced at 100 points per vial. The description claimed that applying this medicine to knife wounds within a depth of 3 centimeters would result in the regeneration of new flesh within 2 hours, a truly remarkable assertion. He decided to acquire a vial of this as well. In these times, it is essential to be well equipped with a supply of red and blue potions. Chapter 42. The Black Market and the Array. As dawn broke the following day, the entrance of Jiangbei Financial University buzzed with excitement. Numerous students passing by instinctively slowed their pace, their eyes fixated on a particular spot. Some were so captivated that they halted entirely, gathering on the roadside to observe. A brand new crimson Porsche 911 was parked outside the school gates, a true luxury vehicle worth millions. Those with a discerning eye understood that the cars typically driven by affluent students paled in comparison to this magnificent machine. Yet, it was not merely the opulence of the car that drew attention, but rather its occupant, clad in form-fitting jeans that accentuated her long legs and a simple white t-shirt. Her hair pulled back into a ponytail, she exuded a refreshing and composed aura. Her exquisite features rendered onlookers momentarily speechless. Oh my, is this goddess one of our students? How come I've never seen her before? She is absolutely stunning, rivaling even the enchanting Yue. Though their temperaments were distinctly different, their academic prowess was undoubtedly comparable. This mesmerizing sister radiated a unique charm. Standing beside her instilled a profound sense of security and tranquility. Heavens, I wish I could approach her for her WeChat, but alas, I'm a girl. A group of students buzzed with speculation. Inside the car, Chen Shui appeared composed, though a faint blush crept across her cheeks. Usually preoccupied with supernatural occurrences, she seldom adorned herself. On a whim, she had opted for light makeup that day, unaware it would spark such fervor. No girl would be indifferent to the compliments and admiration showered upon her. Chen Shui seemed nonchalant, yet her ears were perked up, attentively listening. However, as the crowd grew, she began to feel slightly overwhelmed, glancing in the rearview mirror as if searching for someone. Before long, a figure ambled into view, leisurely munching on a bun while sipping soy milk. Chen Shui sighed with relief, though a hint of annoyance flickered within her. It took him so long only to have gone to buy buns. A glimmer of mischief sparkled in her eyes. As Jiang Chen approached the 911, she honked twice, and the window descended slowly. Chen Shui leaned out slightly, her expression taking on a playful edge. Little Jiang, why haven't you visited me these past few days? Have your wings grown? Was the money I gave you last time too generous? She chided him playfully, seeking a minor revenge against Jiang Chen. Nearly spitting out his soy milk, Jiang Chen exclaimed, "What is happening lately? One girl after another seems to awaken their affluent tendencies. Is there an alluring buff for wealthy women that comes with my system?" He grimaced, feeling utterly exasperated. The irony was that if he confided in his friends about this predicament, they would neither sympathize nor empathize, but rather envy him. Coughing to clear his throat, Jiang Chen, upon hearing the excited gossip around him, hastily opened the car door and took a seat. "Let us go, Sister Chun. I have class in the second period this afternoon. If we don't hurry, I fear I'll be late." As the crowd observed Jiang Chen's flustered demeanor, they erupted into laughter, only to be abruptly silenced by his words. Unable to suppress their amusement, they raised their thumbs to Jiang Chen in begrudging admiration. Indeed, who could rival such audacity? It was no wonder that such a strikingly beautiful, wealthy woman had taken notice of him. However, upon reflecting on this, many felt a pang of envy stir within them. How could they possibly mock someone when faced with such a dazzling heiress? The true jesters were they themselves. As the sound of the 911 faded into the distance around the street corner, a group of students wore expressions of mixed emotions. On the third floor of October CAF, seated by the window, Lin Yue reclined in a brown wicker chair. The cup of coffee before her had long gone cold, untouched, while she clutched a magazine, her gaze unwaveringly fixed outside. Once the 911 had departed, she calmly lifted the now cold coffee to her lips, tilting her head back to drain it all in one go. This was the most bitter black coffee, unsweetened, even more acrid than traditional Chinese medicine. Yet, not a flicker of emotion crossed Lin Yue's face as she set the magazine aside and rose to leave. The cover bore numerous indented fingerprints, a testament to her restless handling. As she descended the stairs, she dialed a number. "Xiaochan, I am considering purchasing a car. Could you advise me on which model surpasses the 911 in both price and quality?" Meanwhile, within the car, Jiang Chun observed the flustered Chen Shui and shook his head in resignation. He had no intention of showcasing flamboyant maneuvers. However, it was indeed she who had initiated the playful banter. "Wasn't it supposed to be at 9? You arrived early," he remarked, attempting to ease the tension. She had messaged him in the early hours, hinting at a piece of good news without revealing specifics, merely suggesting a meeting at 9. With a lack of engagement that morning, Jiang Chun had agreed. "Umph." Chen Shui pouted, casting him a reproachful glance. "Is it wrong for me to arrive early?" Jiang Chen responded. "You, with your seasoned driving skills at such a young age, should perhaps refrain from indulging in such flirtatious banter." Chen Shui, feeling a bit flustered, had graduated and considered herself Jiang Chen's senior. She had approached their interaction with the intent of teasing a younger peer, only to find herself outmaneuvered. Naturally, her expression bore the weight of her embarrassment. Having lived 2 lives, Jiang Chen was keen to spare the young lady any further discomfort. "Indeed, I am at fault for not being more studious. Might you enlighten me about where you intend to take me, Sister Chen?" At the mention of this title, Chen Shui's cheeks flushed anew, but upon recalling the matter at hand, she regained her composure. "The black market, have you heard of it?" Jiang Chen's interest piqued at this revelation. He was well aware of such places, where clandestine transactions transpired, evading the scrutiny of both the underworld and the Dao Alliance. In every city, these locales emerged, allowing peculiar exchanges to occur, where one could utilize currency or even credits from the underworld. The black market operated with its own methods, ensuring that the points exchanged during transactions remained untraceable by the forces of darkness. However, the complexity of such methods often leads the black market to stipulate that transactions occur once every 7 days. On the opening day, many individuals bring forth their accumulated treasures, resulting in a bustling atmosphere. Furthermore, without the guidance of an acquaintance, it is generally impossible for outsiders to access the black market. Jiang Chun was taken aback to discover that Chen Shui possessed such connections. Had he known earlier, he would not have purchased the elixirs. Instead, he might have saved his points to procure a suitable magical artifact from the black market, as its prices are undoubtedly significantly lower than those in the underworld app marketplace. However, it was now too late, as 2 bottles of elixirs had already been delivered to him by designated personnel. Shortly thereafter, Chen Shui parked the car in a vibrant commercial street, behind which lay a luxurious residential community. Upon entering, she presented a card, allowing them to pass through the gate. Once inside the community, Jiang Chun followed Chen Shui in circles without entering any building, and eventually exited through a back door. Just as he was filled with confusion, he noticed a dramatic transformation in his surroundings. Beneath the towering skyscrapers, there existed a hidden area reminiscent of a street from the 1990s, lined with stalls and thronged by people, resembling a bustling morning market. Yet, every individual who emerged from this place possessed a worth that would astonish anyone. Jiang Chen's gaze flickered as he realized that Chen Shui's previous detour was not without purpose. Only by traversing these specific paths could one reach this location after exiting the back door of the community. This was the legendary Formation? Chapter 43 Yang Ziyun. Zhao Sanlong Jiangchun had gained a new perspective, experiencing the marvels of the formation. In a fleeting moment, the world spun around him, and he stepped from a modern, upscale community into a realm reserved for extraordinary individuals. Here, take this. Chen Shui handed him a black mask. Are you not going to wear it? I am a member of the Qin family. Jiangbei City is our territory. According to the rules of the aristocracy, we do not wear masks in the local black market. It serves as a proclamation of our sovereignty, indicating that we fear no entanglements in this place. Chen Shui replied with confidence. She then produced a strip of cloth, binding it around her left arm, on which was emblazoned the archaic character Fortune. Indeed, this was the case. Originally, individuals at the stalls nearby were casting glances in their direction, curious if the newcomers were easy prey. However, upon seeing the Chun family insignia, they all averted their gazes, refraining from harboring any ulterior motives. Jiang Chen nodded and donned the mask. While Chen Shui had the backing of a prominent family, he did not. His only connection was an old man, half buried in the ground, whose whereabouts were unknown, leaving him in uncertainty about whether he was alive or dead. The thought of the old man brought a frown to Jiang Chen's face. In recent days, he had contemplated whether to report a missing person to the authorities. But he recalled the old man's ramblings before he departed, speaking of some impending calamity within a sect. What if he were associated with a faction of the Dark Alliance? Reporting him would essentially mean exposing him. Let us go for a stroll. If you wish to purchase anything, be sure to inspect it thoroughly. Although prices in the black market may be cheaper, there are many pitfalls. Chen Shui called out, striding forward with her long legs. Jiang Chun followed her toward a stall. After over an hour of browsing, he had gained a preliminary understanding of the black market. The wares for sale were bizarre and varied. Magical tools, talismans. Elixirs were merely the basics, and there were even peculiar items like female ghost-themed thigh-high stockings and other eccentricities from skilled practitioners. However, the prevalence of counterfeit goods was alarming. Jiang Chun had initially set his sights on a finely crafted steel broadsword, adorned with intricate runes. The stall owner activated it with his vital energy, causing the blade to ignite in a ghostly blue flame, distorting the air with its high temperature, clearly a formidable weapon. The proprietor claimed it was a mid-grade magical tool, priced at 3,000 underworld credits or 40 million Jojo coins, significantly cheaper than the underworld app marketplace. Yet, when Chen Shui approached, the vendor immediately conceded defeat, chuckling as he retracted the item. The Chen family was not to be trifled with. They were far more formidable than any local ruffian. This is a common tactic in the black market. The vendor placed a ghostly fire talisman on the sword, which can indeed produce exaggerated heat for a brief moment. However, once you take it home, it will turn to worthless scrap. Chen Shui elucidated. Jiang Chen nodded, acknowledging her wisdom. He had discerned some issues earlier, preventing himself from being deceived, but Chen Shui was indeed quite astute. Sensing he was on the verge of being duped, she had set aside her own interests to assist him. Indeed, Chen Shui lifted her chin slightly, exuding the demeanor of a capable leader. In this place, just stick with me, and I assure you will not fall victim to any scams. As she spoke, she gestured, if you wish to purchase mid-grade artifacts, do not waste your time at these stalls. Instead, seek out the shops with proper storefronts. Even the lower-grade items are scarce here, and few can present mid-grade artifacts. Just as they contemplated continuing their exploration, a sudden commotion erupted ahead. A throng of individuals approached, each adorned with an ancient character for Yang on their left arm. At the forefront stood a young man clad in an immaculate white suit, a sword slung casually across his back, his hands tucked into his pockets, nonchalantly surveying his surroundings. A faint smile playing on his lips. He resembled a jaded scion of wealth, yet only those with extraordinary perception could sense the formidable aura he exuded. As he passed, the crowd parted in deference. Yang Ziyun, Chen Shui whispered, pulling Jiang Chun aside to the street. He is the strongest of the Yang family's current generation and the heir to the family head. In the entirety of Jiangbei City, he stands as one of the leading figures among the youth, possessing both terrifying strength and talent. Observing Chen Shui's grave expression, Jiang Chen opened his mouth, sensing an oddity in the atmosphere. How could this modern world resemble a fantastical tale of horror? Turning his head, he noticed a gathering of extraordinary individuals nearby, quietly discussing his exceptional talents and limitless potential for future achievements. Desiring to blend in, Jiang Chen pondered briefly before joining the chorus. Indeed, what a formidable presence. This young man, with such prowess at his tender age, possesses astounding talent and is destined to achieve remarkable greatness. His words resonated with conviction, drawing several approving glances. Even Yang Ziyun paused momentarily, casting a look of appreciation in Jiang Qin's direction. Such praise would warm anyone's heart. Chen Shui's lips curled slightly. She had initially worried that Jiang Qin, a newcomer to the world of the extraordinary, might act rashly in his youthful exuberance. After all, geniuses like him often appeared calm but harbored rebellious spirits, unwilling to bow to anyone. She feared that encountering someone as significant as Yang Ziyun might provoke an impulsive rivalry. To her relief, Jiang Qin's social acumen was astute, and he quickly garnered favor from the Yang family heir. "Ah, you flatter me," Yang Ziyun replied, his demeanor ever so serene, as he acknowledged Jiang Qin with a slight bow before continuing on his way. Jiang Qin, noticing a familiar figure in the Yang entourage, recognized her as Yang Chan, his friend Lin Yue's close companion, clad in a sky-blue tracksuit. Before the Yang family could drift too far, another group entered the black market. At the forefront was a fair-skinned youth, playing with a butterfly knife, brazenly scanning the extraordinary individuals around him. Anyone who caught his gaze felt a chill run down their spine, as if they were being scrutinized by a venomous snake. Zhao Sanlong, the youngest among the D-pinnacle masters of Jiangbei City, Chen Shui informed Jiang Qin. In previous times, he would have been regarded as the foremost genius of this generation. However, it is rumored that his elder brother has returned in recent years, a figure who has been training at the Longxiang Temple since childhood, likely possessing unfathomable depth. Though few have seen him, the Zhao family boasts 3 prodigies, each with immense potential. The gravity in Chen Shui's eyes surpassed even that of Yang Ziyun. Jiang Qin was taken aback. Zhao Eru Sanlong? Could he possibly be the brother of Zhao Eru? As Zhao Sanlong passed through this area, he cast a lingering glance at Jiang Qin, his gaze sweeping across the surroundings. He was subtly assessing the aura of everyone present, searching for their vulnerabilities, a trait characteristic of an assassin. When he focused on Jiang Qin, a sudden jolt of awareness surged within him, reminiscent of a hunter encountering another hunter. It felt as though a fierce tiger was concealed within his adversary's frame. This sensation was not merely a reflection of strength, as there were seasoned C-grade masters present. Yet none of them evoked such a primal sense of threat in Zhao Sanlong. How intriguing! A barely perceptible chuckle escaped his lips as he moved forward. Chapter 44. Master Lu and the Young Drum. Today, the black market buzzed with an air of anticipation as numerous groups passed through, some hailing from local prominent families, while others were affiliated with obscure sections. Chen Shui meticulously highlighted 2 of these factions. One was the Chen family, led by a young girl donned in a gray-white training outfit that exuded a sense of contemporary fashion. Her icy gaze deterred anyone from meeting her eyes. Chen Xiaoyu, her talent rivaling that of Zhao Sanlong, had familial ties to the Maoshan sect, mastering the art of talismans. In a confrontation, Zhao Sanlong might not stand a chance against her, Chen Shui remarked, nodding in acknowledgement of the greetings from several youths within the Chen entourage. Jiang Qin observed that neither the accompanying middle-aged man nor Chen Xiaoyu cast their gaze in their direction. Chen Shui added, in the younger generation of the Chen family, I rank only in the 2nd or 3rd tier. By blood, Chen Xiaoyu is my cousin, though we are not particularly close. Jiang Qin understood. Individuals like Yang Ziyun, Zhao Sanlong, and Chen Xiaoyu, all roughly his age, if not slightly younger, had already reached the D-peak. Among those he had encountered, only Zhao Eru's talent could overshadow them. After all, being capable of dealing with half-step malevolent spirits, he was already a pseudo-C-level expert and a standout among his peers. This is Qin Zhe from the Qin family, who will be accompanying us on the next mission, Chen Shui remarked, glancing at a newly arrived group. Jiang Qin followed her gaze. The leading youth, clad in casual attire and sporting a radiant smile, frequently exchanged greetings with various acquaintances, appearing to have an extensive social network. In stark contrast to the previous 3 talented heirs, he seemed like a carefree youth. However, as Qin Zhe approached, Jiang Qin narrowed his eyes slightly. He had never encountered such a vivacious and cheerful individual among the extraordinary. To Jiang Qin, those like Zhao Sanlong, who displayed a cold demeanor, seemed far more typical for individuals constantly confronting the darker facets of humanity, bloodshed, and terror. Beware, for what is unusual often conceals danger, he murmured to himself. Suddenly, the creaking sound of a door opening pierced the air, igniting an uproar among the crowd on the street. The door is open. It's open, they exclaimed. It's Master Lu. She's opening her door today. There must be something extraordinary. No wonder the young masters and mistresses from the prominent families had all converged here simultaneously. Jiang Qin was taken aback. What event could possibly incite such excitement among a congregation of extraordinary individuals? It was indeed Master Lu. Chen Shui's voice unconsciously rose in excitement. Let us go take a look. Master Lu is a disciple of the Lingbao sect, one of the foremost crafting masters in Jiangbei City. Her establishment rarely opens, but when it does, it signifies the sale of something truly sensational. Lingbao sect. The mere mention intrigued Jiang Chun as he moved forward. It was one of the 6 giants of the Taoist Alliance, renowned for its prowess in producing magical artifacts. On the streets of the black market, most extraordinary individuals set up stalls, with merely 10 establishments lining the street, each commanding astronomical rents. A particular shop has long been associated with a singular individual, yet she seldom opens its doors. It is said that for every 10 days the black market operates, this shop manages to open just once, and that is considered fortunate. Nevertheless, no one dares to utter a word of criticism, for she is Master Lu, a renowned artisan capable of crafting high-tier magical artifacts. In terms of status, she holds a position akin to that of a B-class master. At last, Master Lu has emerged. What remarkable treasures will she unveil this time? As the crowd clamored, a woman stepped out from behind the shop. Her hair was disheveled, and dark circles under her eyes suggested she had endured several sleepless nights. However, as she appeared, the collective breath of the onlookers caught in their throats. This Master Lu, devoid of makeup, possessed an innate allure reminiscent of smoky hues. Her long eyelashes framed enchanting eyes, and her slightly pursed lips exuded a natural, seductive charm. Though she appeared to be in her 30s, the passage of time had only bestowed upon her an air of elegance and the captivating allure of a mature woman. For a moment, the spectators were left in a state of astonishment. Lu Yunju's beautiful eyes were slightly askew, seemingly accustomed to the gazes of the surrounding men. With her delicate, fair fingers, she gently tapped the counter, presenting an item before them. This is my recent creation, which I have named the Demon Sound Drum. A high-tier magical artifact. She paused before continuing. The materials used for this artifact are quite unique, procured during my time at the Lingbao sect. When the skin is held close to the ear, one can hear an unusual sound. Once crafted into an artifact, its abilities become even more extraordinary. So I urge everyone to exercise caution as I demonstrate its effects. Upon hearing that it was a high-tier magical artifact, the crowd's excitement surged. For such items are rarely available for purchase. As Lu Yunju elaborated on her creation, their gazes intensified with fervor. Master Lu, we are ready. Please proceed with the demonstration. Indeed, after the demonstration, please reveal the price, so I may let go of my hopes. Very well, I ask that you all maintain your focus, and those of weaker strength should step back. Lu Yunju surveyed the surroundings before picking up a small, palm-sized green drum from the table. With a delicate flick of her finger, she infused it with a mere whisper of her vital energy. An indescribable, peculiar sound instantly enveloped a radius of 4 to 5 meters, leaving all the extraordinary individuals momentarily stunned, as if their minds had momentarily crashed, their bodies frozen in place. Although this state lasted but half a second, in the realm of combat among the extraordinary, even a fraction of a second can yield significant consequences. I just heard whispers of demons in my ear. My goodness, it plunged me into a trance. If an enemy were nearby, it would have been disastrous. This artifact is utterly monstrous. Some individuals were overwhelmed with excitement, while others remained composed, evaluating the situation with clarity. For instance, Yang Ziyun turned to the middle-aged man beside him. Uncle Zhang, what do you think? I too experienced a fleeting moment of disorientation in the midst of battle. It could prove perilous, the middle-aged man responded gravely. Yang Ziyun pondered thoughtfully. Some young scions, similarly, immediately sought the opinions of the nearby sea-level experts. If even they were affected, it signified the formidable nature of this artifact, justifying the expenditure of a substantial sum for its acquisition. At that moment, Jiang Chun in the crowd suddenly lowered his head, retrieving his phone as if to peruse messages. In truth, he aimed to conceal his emerald-hued pupils. Just a moment ago, he was the only one who had not succumbed to a state of daze. However, his condition was even more peculiar. At the instant the drumbeat resonated, something within him seemed to stir, propelling him into an exhilarating state akin to being under the influence of a stimulant. Was it the power of the legendary creature, the Tachushi? What connection could this bovine spirit possibly have with the drum? Were it an ordinary individual, they would likely be engulfed in profound confusion. Yet Jiangchen was different. As an ardent enthusiast of ancient myths from the 9 provinces, his pupils dilated slightly, quickly leading him to a plausible explanation. No. She had just mentioned that the hide used to craft this drum emitted bizarre sounds when held to the ear, a characteristic shared by several mythical creatures. However, If one were to add another factor, relating to the Techushi, the connection became glaringly apparent. The thunderous beast of the Shanhaijing, Kuei Nyo. A faint speculation arose within Jiang Chen's heart. It was likely that the drumhead was crafted from the hide of a beast possessing a trace of Kuei Nyo's bloodline. Furthermore, the Techushi too bore a slight lineage from this fierce creature, creating a resonance that catalyzed the transformation of his own bovine spirit power. In light of this, it became evident that this object was indeed a prized possession. Jiang Chen's pupils returned to normal as he lifted his gaze towards the azure-hued drum, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. The next moment, Lu Yunju announced, "According to the rules of the black market, let us proceed with secret bidding. Starting at a base price of 10,000 underworld points." Goodness! The starting price was a staggering 10,000 points. The eagerness in Jiang Chen's eyes vanished in an instant. On the way to the secret bidding, Chen Shui had mentioned that when several individuals coveted the same item, they would write their bids in their palms, adding their offer to the base price set by the vendor, with the highest bidder claiming the prize. This streamlined process was both efficient and straightforward. It also served to prevent minor skirmishes from escalating into violent confrontations. Although the denizens of the black market possessed the strength to quell any disputes, the clandestine nature of the venue meant that any significant disturbances could attract unwanted attention from the authorities. Hence, nearly all black markets adhered to this practice of secret bidding. Chapter 45. We will all return after death soon. Those interested had all written down their bids and approached Lu Yunju to reveal them. Jiang Chen observed that 8 individuals had made offers, including the 4 scions from prominent families, Chun, Yang, Zhao, and Qin. Additionally, there were 2 middle-aged men wearing masks, exuding an aura of danger that suggested they were sea-level experts. 2 individuals from a hidden sect also participated. Distinguished by their unique attire, one group donned bright yellow robes while the other wore training uniforms adorned with the name of a martial arts school on their backs. After Lu Yunju carefully reviewed each bid, she pondered briefly before ultimately directing the small green drum towards the Qin family. The Qin family has bid 21,500 points from the underworld. This artifact shall be sold to them. By announcing the price, she aimed to ensure that the remaining bidders accepted the outcome with good grace. The crowd glanced in astonishment towards the Qin family. Bids exceeding 20,000 points were typically reserved for pseudo-high-grade artifacts. While the small drum was indeed extraordinary, it seemed the Qin family was quite willing to part with their resources. Our young master has undertaken a collective mission and urgently requires a formidable artifact. We appreciate everyone's interest, remarked a middle-aged man from the Qin entourage with a grin and a slight bow. No wonder, after this mission, Qin Xiao would likely ascend to the ranks of the martial sect, right? Such an opportunity warranted the expenditure of extra points. A sea-level expert complimented. The Qin family is truly affluent, with money to spare, grumbled another, visibly displeased. Regardless, the artifact had been sold. Lu Yunju then presented several medium-grade artifacts, which were quickly snatched up by eager bidders. Jiang Chen had his eye on a particular item, yet its price was exorbitantly high. It appeared that due to Lu Yunju's involvement, even in the black market, the prices exceeded those of the underworld app marketplace. He realized he needed to accumulate more points from the underworld. It was no wonder they said the impoverished excel in literature while the wealthy thrive in martial pursuits. Such items for combat were indeed exorbitantly priced. However, after a half-day of browsing, he did not leave empty-handed. He spent 100 points to acquire a jar of Yin Qi. This substance, collected from the bodies of ghosts or the most sinister places, was typically purchased by Yin envoys to enhance their strength. Yet, there existed a rarely utilized alternative, healing ghosts. He imagined a scenario where, upon encountering a formidable malevolent spirit, he could inflict a wound, administer the Yin Qi as a remedy, and then strike again. A cyclical process that might yield an abundance of ghostly energy. This was Jiang Chen's optimistic envisioning. The actual efficacy would remain to be tested. As noon approached, the two had nearly concluded their exploration of the black market and decided to exit. Jiang Chen intended to treat Chen Shui to a meal, but to his surprise, she hurried off after purchasing a plethora of talisman materials, eager to prepare for the following day's mission. It was evident that she was quite anxious about participating in the D-collective task. Ultimately, Jiang Chen took a cab back to school. The afternoon consisted of only one class. Upon its conclusion, he meandered around the campus before returning home. That evening, during dinner, Hong Jie's brow was furrowed, her mind seemingly adrift. Jiang Chen had noticed her preoccupation over the past few days and inquired, "Is something troubling you?" After much hesitation, Hongjie said. Xiao Qing. You mentioned that you are a ghost exorcist. May I request your assistance for a ritual? Feel free to speak your mind. There's no need for such formality. Hongjie, Jiang Chen replied. The other party, a pampered heiress, not only cooked for herself daily, but also managed her own laundry and cleaning, naturally expecting to reciprocate the kindness. Sighing softly, Hongjie continued, Xiao Qing, you might not be aware, but my family dynamics are rather intricate. Her recent melancholic demeanor was not an intentional ploy to garner Jiang Chen's attention, but rather a genuine struggle within her. 10 years ago, my father wished for me to marry the son of an old friend, as this business alliance was crucial for our family's enterprise. However, I have always yearned for my own happiness and refused outright. That business deal ultimately fell through, leading to significant losses, and in a fit of anger, my father cast me out. It was my mother who discreetly purchased most of this building for me, enabling me to establish a foothold here. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen's initially sympathetic gaze morphed into one of astonishment, his lips twitching slightly. Damn. Even in adversity, one can afford to buy half a building in Jiangbei City. If not for my awakening system, I might never have the means to acquire even a decent apartment here. What right do I have to pity her? Wait, Hongjie. What is your surname? Jiang Chen inquired thoughtfully. Hongjie bit her lip, feeling inexplicably shy as she replied, My birth name is Gu Hongjie. I prefer not to have my family mentioned, so since I arrived here, I've only allowed others to call me Hongjie. The Gu family? Jiang Chen asked. Yes. Hongjie nodded. Jiang Chen's expression grew peculiar. The last time he had seen a box filled with property titles, he had merely regarded her as a wealthy woman. He had not anticipated the extent of her wealth. The Gu family was indeed one of the foremost financial empires in Jiangbei City, surpassing even the Zheng and Li families. And it would not be an exaggeration to call them the local sovereigns, apart from a few extraordinary clans. As the daughter of the Gu family's patriarch, Hongjie's status meant that acquiring half a building or even the entirety of Jianyuan community would be a trivial endeavor. However, I have long severed ties with my family. Hongjie remarked with a slight pout, her dissatisfaction evident. For 10 years, he has never once visited or even called me. Is that what one would expect from a father? Jiang Chen chuckled lightly, unsure of how to respond. My mother recently called to inform me of a series of bizarre occurrences at home. My brother and sister-in-law have encountered various misfortunes, and my father has been gravely ill for days. The most esteemed doctors from across the 9 provinces have come, but are at a loss. A wise individual suggested that this is not merely an illness, but rather an affliction by malevolent entities. My father invited this person to our mountainside villa for an inspection, but that very night, the expert vanished. The following day, he was found deceased, his body ominously hanging from a tree. My father subsequently sought the help of various so-called specialists, yet to no avail, leading him to choose to relocate. However, even after moving to a different residence, the strange occurrences persist. Ultimately, he fell gravely ill, leaving his family no choice but to seek someone capable of resolving the matter. He proclaimed that upon his recovery, he would soon retire, and whoever could address this issue would become the next leader of the company. Consequently, my siblings and I spent considerable sums to enlist external help, and my mother urged me to give it a try. I had never contemplated inheriting the family business, but Gu Hongjie bit her lip, expressing her concern. I do not wish for my mother to face danger as well. It is said that several individuals have already perished within the household, and it seems we may have encountered something sinister. After listening, Jiang Chen grasped the situation. All right, when shall we go? My second and third brothers have also sought the assistance of many experts. I shall not compete with them. If they can resolve it, splendid. If not, I will consult my mother tomorrow, and we will proceed together. She knew that Jiang Chen was indeed a person of genuine skill, having previously vanquished a terrifying female ghost, sending her plummeting from the 12th floor, leaving nothing but a gruesome mess. Thus, he was regarded as their final ace. Very well, Jiang Chen nodded. Coincidentally, he had a task scheduled for the following day. After finishing his meal, he returned to his room and opened his phone to review the task information previously sent by Chen Shui. Event name, Xianyang Middle School description. Ever since that student's demise, her name has been inscribed upon the desks, her likeness drawn in the books. And everyone hears her voice at midnight. Do not be afraid. We will all return after death, will we not? Threat level, D. Task type, collective. Base reward, 180 points per person. Chapter 46. The nameless female student Jiang Chen spent over an hour poring over a document authored by a criminal psychology profiler. The expert had synthesized school records and fragments of information relayed by an eccentric individual prior to their demise, resulting in a comprehensive analysis. The document prominently highlighted 3 prohibitions established upon entering Xiangyang High School. 1. The name of a certain individual must not be mentioned. 2. No one is permitted to ascend to the top floor of any building. 3. No school or class rules may be violated. The document, however, refrains from revealing the name in question. This is due to the fact that the eccentric individual, upon entering Xiangyang High School, encountered only a plethora of ominous words on a desk, and the few books he flipped through bore nothing but a vague outline of a female student. Even more perplexing is the fact that all official school documents, both printed and online, exhibit the same erased name. Some school administrators vaguely recollect that there indeed existed a girl who tragically lost her parents in a car accident, and her relatives were unreachable, leaving her in a dire situation in a rented home. A girl who had just begun her high school journey found herself trapped in a hopeless predicament. After deliberation, the school decided to support her education and granted her permission to reside in the dormitory during the winter and summer breaks. Yet, regardless of how hard school leaders and teachers tried to remember, they could not recall the girl's name. What remained etched in their memories was that a series of bizarre occurrences at Xiangyang High seemed to have originated from the girl's untimely death. However, no one could articulate the manner of her demise. Nonetheless, the expert, relying on the scant information available, ventured a plausible hypothesis. It was suggested that the girl, driven to the precipice by a group of individuals, was mysteriously pushed off the balcony, resulting in her tragic fall. The motivations behind such actions were convoluted. Following the death of her parents, the girl's demeanor altered drastically. She often muttered unsettling phrases, proclaiming that the deceased could awaken and that death was merely a new beginning. Her dormitory mates began to ostracize her, isolating her further, and this was merely the beginning. Eventually, the entire class of girls turned against her, and someone, for reasons unknown, assigned her the moniker the Madwoman, inscribing her name alongside the term Madwoman in various locations around the campus. Consequently, it became widely known throughout the school that there was a Madwoman in Class 4 of the second year, referred to as XX. One evening, the girl stealthily made her way to the flower bed to burn joss paper in remembrance of her parents on the anniversary of their death. That night, she was apprehended by a patrolling security guard and taken to the disciplinary office. Though the director empathized with her plight, he adhered to a strict code of conduct and issued a formal reprimand, marking her record with a significant infraction, perhaps by mere coincidence. On the very night she received her reprimand, a well-liked classmate suddenly suffered from acute appendicitis and was rushed to the hospital. While it was common knowledge that such sudden illnesses were beyond one's control, a group of students began to whisper otherwise. Someone initiated the rumor that XX had cast a curse upon her classmate, insinuating that her peculiar behavior hinted at malevolent sorcery. A stone cast into a tranquil lake stirred up a tempest, culminating in a group of students bringing XX to the balcony, perhaps with the intention of frightening her into revealing the so-called truth. Ultimately, whether by accident or design, someone pushed XX over the edge, resulting in a tragic incident. After reading this, Jiang Chun felt a profound admiration for the psychological profiling expert, as he perceived that the deductions made, the logical reasoning, and the understanding of children's psychology were all impeccably executed. This narrative must closely align with the factual truth. Moreover, there exists a chilling aspect to ponder. Why did a girl with a good reputation immediately come to be associated with XX after her affliction? Does this imply that the girl suffering from appendicitis had previously engaged in detrimental actions against XX, such as being the first to label her as insane or to inscribe XX's name throughout the campus? Jiang Chun narrowed his eyes in contemplation, never hesitating to attribute the greatest malice to human nature, especially after witnessing a series of supernatural occurrences. The malevolence of spirits often stems from humanity. Thus, which is more malevolent, humans or spirits? Aside from the terrifying legend of the ghost haunting the school, the documentation contained other information. But Jiang Chun did not delve deeply into it. As the material was extensive and difficult to retain in its entirety, it was more prudent to focus on key points. The following day, he had no classes and slept until noon, taking time to eat and rest. Around 8 in the evening, accompanied by the roar of a sports car, Chen Shui arrived, and Jiang Chun descended to join her in the vehicle. Xiangyang High School is situated in the southern part of Jianbei City, where the new and old commercial districts converge, surrounded by towering edifices, especially vibrant at night, with dazzling neon lights and bustling crowds. However, The school is not located in the heart of the city. Otherwise, even with insufficient manpower, this task could not have lingered until now. After driving for a while towards the quieter outskirts, they stopped outside an old park, cordoned off for construction to prevent entry. An elderly security guard approached, his gaze sharp. Carrying a flashlight. Entry is prohibited. Construction is dangerous. He barked at the two. Good evening. We are here on official duty, Chen Shui replied. Displaying the interface of a government app. The guard's demeanor became more serious as he produced a device to scan Chen Shui's phone. After verifying the result, he straightened and rendered a crisp salute. Thank you for your hard work. You too. No need to be so tense. There are benches nearby for resting, Chen Shui replied. The guard nodded and resumed his vigilant patrol, flashlight in hand, scanning the surroundings. This was a soldier's instinct. During sentinel duty, one must remain standing, regardless of the urgency, to maintain the utmost alertness. As they traversed the park, an eerie silence enveloped them. Upon exiting the park, they followed a river for over 100 meters until a school came into view. With its white walls and red roof, the building appeared quite new. Xianyang High School had been established only about a decade ago, but had been forced to close due to a series of bizarre incidents. By the time Jiang Chun and Chen Shui arrived, several figures were already waiting outside the school gate. Huh, you're late, Chen Shui remarked as she approached. We just arrived. Someone nodded in response. Most people merely turned their heads to observe the two individuals without uttering a word. Qin Xiao had yet to arrive. A silence enveloped the scene. As this was their first collaboration, and each person bore a hint of wariness. After a brief wait, several others arrived in succession, among whom was Qin Zhe, who still donned casual attire and exuded an air of relaxation. Upon his arrival, he began introducing everyone. These two are my cousins, Qin Hai and Qin Feiyang. They possess D and D level abilities respectively. He indicated towards a robust young man and another wielding twin short daggers. The crowd's interest was piqued. The addition of another D member undoubtedly enhanced their chances of success. This is Lu Kai. Qin Zhe continued with the introductions. For those he did not recognize, he offered a knowing glance accompanied by a smile, which was quite evident. Jiang Chun nodded, introducing himself, Jiang Chun, D-level ability. After a round of introductions, he grasped the general composition of the team, the three brothers from the Qin family, along with Lu Kai and two other middle-aged men, whose abilities were modest. Only Lu Kai was D, while the other two were D-level. However, the trio exuded an aura of ferocity, clearly survivors of harrowing experiences, indicating that their danger could not be solely assessed by their power. Following that, it was he and Chen Shui. Additionally, a beauty from the Yang family had yet to arrive. Let us wait a moment, as our scheduled time is 8:30, and she is likely punctual. Qin Zhe stated with a smile, his cheerful tone reminiscent of a refreshing spring breeze, suggesting he could easily get along with anyone. However, Jiang Chen noticed that among the group, Lu Kai and another middle-aged woman both lifted their heads to glance at Qin Zhe, their expressions laden with unspoken significance. Earlier, during introductions, Qin Zhe had mentioned that he had found the three through the Underworld app forum and did not know them well. Chapter 47. This is a distorted love. As the clock approached 8:30, a figure clad in a purple tracksuit sprinted towards them, slightly breathless. Apologies, everyone. There was a traffic jam on the way. It's quite all right. A fleeting glimmer of displeasure flickered in Qin Zhe's eyes. Yet his countenance remained adorned with a warm smile. Please, allow me to introduce you. Yang Chan, D-class strength. Very well. I shall now delineate our strategy for addressing this incident. Qin Zhe spoke with assured confidence, as though he had meticulously devised the plan beforehand. According to the three clues provided, there are three particularly perilous spirits at Xianyang High School. Firstly, there is the unnamed female student, the greatest taboo of this institution. Secondly, the director of education, whose punitive actions indirectly led to the demise of the female student. It is likely that he subsequently endured an unspeakable fate, transforming into a fearsome specter. Thirdly, there is the girl who pushed her. The female student perished in the teaching building, while the girl who pushed could have died in the girls' dormitory or within the teaching building. The director is most likely to be found in the vicinity of the teaching building. Therefore, the teaching building is the most dangerous, followed by the girls' dormitory, and lastly, the few wandering spirits on campus, such as the ghostly security guard and the specter running on the playground. We will divide into three groups. I, Qin Hai, and Qin Feiyang will head to the most perilous teaching building. Lu Kai and his group will proceed to the girls' dormitory. Lastly, Chen Shui, Your sole responsibility will be to identify the spirits roaming the campus. Does this arrangement meet with your approval? After a moment of contemplation, everyone nodded in agreement. No one criticized Qin Zhe for opting to split the team. In fact, this is often how collective tasks are organized. The reasoning is straightforward. When 8 or 9 D-class individuals stand together, even the most formidable spirits would hesitate to confront them. Which reckless ghost would dare to reveal itself? Furthermore, this assignment is classified as D, indicating that, under normal circumstances, the most formidable specter would merely be a top-tier malevolent spirit or a half-step ghost. A trio comprising a D expert is more than capable of overpowering a top-tier malevolent spirit, and even if they encounter a half-step ghost, they can endure until reinforcements arrive. Admittedly, Qin Zhe's only questionable decision was to group Jiang Chun with 2 D-class novices. However, he had previously stated that the teaching building posed the greatest danger, where the 3 most fearsome spirits of the school might converge. Jiang Chun and his companions had little room to voice their discontent. Well then, let us proceed. Should we encounter any danger, raise the alarm, and all will come to our aid. Qin Zhe gestured towards the button on his collar, which served as a walkie-talkie. Each of them was equipped with this device, specially designed to withstand the influence of ghostly magnetic fields to some extent. Let us move ahead. Lu Kai nodded in agreement and stepped into the campus. Soon, only Jiang Chun and his 2 companions remained. Qin Zhe certainly knows how to organize things. He himself is at the pinnacle of D, yet he has taken 1 D with him and left me with 2 novices. Yang Chan remarked, her brow furrowed in dissatisfaction. Chen Shui, however, was well aware of Jiang Chen's capabilities. She cast a cold glance at Yang Chan. If you wish to abandon this mission, you may do so now. Jiang Chun and I alone are sufficient. She was reluctant for anyone else to witness Jiang Chen's potential as a dark horse, fearing that it would only increase the competition. Chen Shui, your temper remains as fierce as ever. Do you truly consider yourself the young lady of the Chen family? Yang Chan scoffed, indicating that they were familiar with one another. However, as soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly froze, peering into the darkness at Jiang Chen, scrutinizing him closely. Her pupils widening in astonishment. Earlier, her nervousness from being late coupled with the encroaching darkness had prevented her from recognizing him as someone she knew, an acquaintance she could scarcely have anticipated. Are you the boy Lin Yue fancies? What are you doing here? No, wait, you are also an extraordinary person? Her face was awash with surprise. No, I am not an extraordinary person, Jiang Chun replied with a playful grin, his tone teasing. I am merely someone from a different world than yours. Upon hearing words that had originally escaped her own lips, and realizing that Jiang Chun had heard them, Yang Chan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Her cheeks tinged with crimson. Yet, almost immediately, she huffed in annoyance. What's so impressive about being extraordinary? At your age, still stuck at D rank. Without the backing of a prestigious family, you and Wei Wei remain from 2 different worlds. You would do well to abandon any hope. Jiang Chun was taken aback. If he were a ghost, he imagined a system notification would appear at this moment. Confusion painted his face, ghost energy 99. It seemed this young woman had misconstrued something. However, Jiang Chun was not one to elaborate unnecessarily. Why should he go to great lengths to clarify when she had made a mistake? His philosophy was simple. If one offends me, I shall retaliate in kind. After pondering for a brief moment, a complex expression of just the right kind of regret flickered in his eyes as he gazed at her. But even if I were to give up on Wei Wei, she still would not be inclined towards women. Yang Chan, allow me to offer you a piece of advice. Do not persist in this futile. What you have is a distorted affection. Yang Chan was taken aback. You dare? Without affording her a moment to react, Jiang Chun grasped the stunned Chen Shui and proceeded into Xiangyang High School. Once inside the school gates, Chen Shui finally regained her composure and approached with an inquisitive expression. Jiang Chun, was everything you just said true? Wow, this is sensational. Yang Chan, that wild girl, actually fancies Lin Yue? Jiang Chun, recognizing he was a grown man and had already retaliated once, decided it was unnecessary to continue engaging with a young girl. He smiled and shook his head in denial. However, upon seeing his expression, Chen Shui's eyes sparkled with realization, and she excitedly slapped her thigh. I understand now. This is monumental. You wouldn't dare to speak carelessly about it, would you? I get it. This is the juiciest gossip. Yang Chan has feelings for Lin Yue. No wonder she dresses so androgynously and spends all her time with her. Gossip is indeed a woman's innate skill. And as Chen Shui continued to weave a web of deductions, she completely disregarded Jiang Chun, engrossed in her own thoughts. Jiang Chun listened in astonishment. Behind them, a piercing scream echoed, reminiscent of a slaughtered pig. Ah, Jiang Chun, what on earth did you say to her? I'm not a mere pawn. I will fight you both. Jiang Chun replied, You may find this hard to believe, but I said nothing. All of it was merely her conjecture. At that moment, Yang Chan entered with an air of pride, declaring that her personal feelings would not interfere with the mission. She asserted her prowess, stating that she was close to a D rank and the strongest here, thus commanding the others to heed her directions. Qin Shui gasped in shock, clutching her chest. What do you intend to make me do? Yang Chan's forehead nearly bulged with veins, her small tiger teeth clicking with irritation. Let me reiterate, I do not fancy women. As the trio stepped onto the campus, the temperature noticeably dropped. Outside, the air was stiflingly hot, yet as they crossed an iron gate, the surroundings instantly turned cool. The campus was littered with debris, emanating a musty odor, as if those who once occupied the space had left in haste, neglecting even the final cleanup. To the right stood several academic buildings, while ahead lay the dormitory area. Tasked with overseeing the campus, they made their way towards the left side, heading for the playground. Passing numerous flower beds adorned with various plants, they observed an unsettling amount of blackened patches, as if something had been burned there. Be cautious, Yang Chan warned, taking the lead with a sense of responsibility. The demise of that girl began by burning paper near the flower beds, where a security guard discovered her. Shortly after her death, that guard also met an untimely end. It is said that since then, people often encounter a security guard burning paper at the flower bed, only to find that he is paying homage to them. Those individuals returned home not long after, and all succumbed to various misfortunes. Jiang Chen nodded slightly. Though Yang Chan was peculiar, often rambling about two worlds and swans versus toads, her forthright nature was commendable. Chapter 48. It was said that Director Ma. The three of them cast vigilant glances around, aware that any specter associated with that female student would likely be exceedingly fearsome. Fortunately, until they exited the flowerbed area, nothing unusual transpired. Their fortune seemed favorable. It was most logical to confront the spirits on the playground first, and then deal with the ghostly security guard last. Yang Chan let out a sigh of relief. The records indicated that the ghostly guard had never been spotted outside the flowerbed area. However, various spirits roamed the playground, and should they encounter the guard while those entities approached, the trio would be in grave danger. The night was enveloped in darkness, and they could only vaguely discern a patch of grass surrounded by a plastic track and two soccer goals. Here, a student had died, reportedly from a heart attack after being punished by Director Ma Hong to run 10 laps. Subsequently, several students who jogged alone at night mysteriously perished on the playground. Yang Chan glanced at her phone, briefly outlining the ghost they were about to confront. Witnesses reported seeing students running before their deaths, accompanied by a vague silhouette, seemingly engaged in animated conversation with them. The records hypothesized that running within a certain radius on the playground would attract the spirit of the deceased student, who would entice individuals through conversation, causing them to disregard their physical exhaustion until they ultimately ran to their demise. Qin Shui also examined her phone. The strength of this ghost was not specified, yet its peculiar abilities suggested it was likely a malevolent spirit, posing a significant threat. Both women wore somber expressions. Even those adept at D would not underestimate the terror of any malevolent spirit, as these entities were known for their cunning and ferocity. A decision was needed on who would lure out the ghost. Who will go? Yang Chan inquired. This was the most perilous task, and no one was eager to confront an unknown malevolent spirit alone. Let us draw lots, Qin Shui suggested. No need. I'll go, Jiang Chen declared, rising to his feet. However, one thing. When you see me signaling, only then can you act. Remain here and do not move. I will draw the ghost back. With that, he strode into the darkness of the playground, leaving the two with only the sight of his broad silhouette. In a fleeting moment, Yang Chan was reminded of her father. Pa, what am I thinking? Just a shameless little thief who loves to show off. Jiang Chen began to run on the plastic track, a pungent odor lingering in the air, whether it was due to neglect or past events on the playground. He could not tell. After completing a lap and a half, he noticed another set of footsteps behind him. He turned to glance back. Qin Shui and Yang Chan remained at the edge of the playground, frantically signaling him with their expressions, seemingly trying to convey something. He maintained his composure, and soon, the figure behind him caught up and spoke. It's quite rare to see someone jogging at this hour. I'm pleased to meet a fellow runner. Jiang Chun turned his head to see an unremarkable male student dressed in sportswear, his smile warm and approachable. You're too premature in your joy. with sudden force. Jiang Chun propelled himself forward, leaving behind the student with a frozen smile. How dare you? Ghostly Energy 25. After sprinting swiftly around half the track, Jiang Chun turned his head and discovered that the male student had reappeared beside him. He narrowed his eyes. It seemed that mere speed would not suffice to rid himself of the specter. Fear not, my classmate, the male student said with a disarming demeanor. I am no villain. Meeting at this late hour is fortuitous. How about we run together and engage in a conversation? Jiang Chun, feeling a fog of confusion enveloping his mind, instinctively responded. What should we talk about? The male student, sensing his vulnerability, smirked slightly and inquired, What do you enjoy doing in your spare time? Girls, Jiang Chun replied succinctly. Ah, quite the delightful hobby, the male student remarked, his expression momentarily faltering. However, if we continue this conversation, our world may cease to exist. Is there anything else? I also relish discussing the gossip of others, Jiang Chun pondered aloud. What a coincidence. I share that interest, the male student replied, brimming with confidence. I am well versed in nearly all matters concerning our school, so feel free to ask. Really? Jiang Chun's curiosity was piqued. I have heard that our school has a director named Ma Hong, known for his strict enforcement of rules and merciless punishments. He is said to have a fiery temper and is unofficially dubbed the living Yama. Rumor has it that he is lacking in certain abilities. Are you aware of this? Upon hearing the initial part, the male student nodded vigorously in agreement, but his eyes lit up with excitement upon hearing the latter half. He chuckled. Indeed, that is the truth. Is it true, Sun Jiming? Are you suggesting that Director Ma is genuinely lacking in that regard? Can you elaborate? Jiang Chun's astonishment escalated as his voice rose, echoing across the playground. Lower your voice, Sun Jiming exclaimed, his face paling. If Director Ma hears you, he might well have my bones for breakfast. He was taken aback by Jiang Chun's brazen manner. Discussing gossip so openly was rather audacious. Jiang Chun's ears buzzed with the sound of ominous warnings as the male student's fright became palpable. Quickly, tell me, Sun Jiming, how do you know about Director Ma's abilities? Lower your voice. Director Ma patrols the school every night. If he catches wind of this, we're finished. Sun Jiming urged urgently. Let us change the subject. Oh. I have also heard that the second-year Class 4 teacher is quite timid. When a student died, she witnessed the entire incident but was too frightened to testify when prompted. Is this true? At this, Sun Jiming's lips curled into a faint smile. You certainly know how to pick your topics. These are all matters I dare not delve into. He replied, a hint of resignation in his tone. I have heard that a girl once perished at our school, cast down from a height to her demise. Do you know her name? Sun Jiming was nearly paralyzed with fear, exclaiming, Let us discuss our class teacher instead. Indeed, she was the sole witness to the entire incident. Yet she remained tight-lipped, too afraid to utter a single truth. In the end, she met her fate in the office, her eyes gouged out, her mouth sewn shut. The assailant appeared to convey a chilling message. Since you choose to ignore the truth, your eyes serve no purpose. If you refuse to speak for me, you shall never speak again. Soon after, even more horrifying events transpired. A teacher lost her ability to articulate, and all that remained for her was to resort to corporal punishment of the students. From that day forth, in the evenings, the teaching building would often reveal a woman with hollow eye sockets and a stitched mouth. Those unfortunate souls who encountered her would meet a gruesome end within the classroom. Upon finishing his tale, Sun Jiming witnessed Jiang Chun produce a large speaker from behind, pressing the button to cease the recording, then clicking to play the previous one. His words echoed throughout the campus, reverberating in the air. From a distant building in the teaching area, a pair of vacant eye sockets gazed ominously at Sun Jiming, emanating a chilling intent that sent shivers down his spine. Unable to contain himself, Sun Jiming shuddered violently, casting a pained glance at Jiang Chun. Damn it! You really brought a speaker, he exclaimed. You ought to be a performer. Being a mere dog would be far more fitting. Filthy creature. Ghostly Energy 95. Chapter 49. If there's no one around, I might just step in. On the playground, Sun Jiming, notorious for dragging others into exhausting conversations and running them into the ground, felt his legs weaken as he sensed a murderous intent emanating from the direction of the teaching building. The female homeroom teacher and that girl were tied to a horror far beyond his comprehension. Sun Jiming had no doubt that had he been in front of her moments ago, he would have been torn to shreds by now. The mere thought of such a chilling scene made his legs tremble, causing his pace to slow. Come on, brother. You can't falter after just a few laps. Are we in recovery training here? Jiang Chun, brimming with vitality, turned back and waved enthusiastically at him. Sun Jiming opened his mouth, overwhelmed with emotions. He could never have imagined a day when this running ghost of a person would be urged to speed up by someone else. Keep going, Sun Jiming. Running is akin to life. When you feel like you can't go on, it signifies you are ascending a great peak. Once you surmount this mountain, you will behold a more splendid vista. Reach the summit and let the world hear your voice. Jiang Chun held a megaphone aloft, delivering an inspiring stream of motivational words that stirred the blood. However, Sun Jiming felt little enthusiasm. Instead, a buzzing filled his ears, nearly deafening him. As Jiang Chun thrust the megaphone almost into his face. Enough. I've had it with you. Sun Jiming's face twisted into a malevolent expression as he shed his pretense, dark resentment radiating from his being. He lunged toward Jiang Chun, having given up on the idea of exhausting this living person through running, though this meant he would miss out on absorbing the essence of life from him. He could no longer tolerate the audacity of this living being. Sun Jiming feared that if he didn't act soon, he would be driven mad. Jiang Chun felt a shiver run down his spine at the casual, yet threatening grasp from Sun Jiming. Harnessing his demonic power, he retreated swiftly. With a swift motion, Sun Jiming's grasp met only air, his expression darkening further as he prepared to advance once more. At that moment, Jiang Chun smiled and shouted, "Strike!" From the depths of the universe, the source of all energy, through endless eons, I certify my divine prowess. Golden Light Talisman. Chen Xuejiao's commanding voice rang out, a brilliant golden radiance illuminating the darkness behind Sun Jiming. His pale eyes widened. When had someone approached from behind, seeking death, Sun Jiming had no time to ponder. Swiftly turning around, his hand imbued with resentment as he attempted to counterattack. But just then, a whip-like kick surged from the shadows, accompanied by a thunderous crack of wind. With a resounding thud, Sun Jiming's right arm was shattered. Yang Chani stepped back gracefully, while Chen Shui pressed the golden talisman against Sun Jiming's chest. With a thunderous explosion, a gaping hole was blasted in his chest, dissipating much of his resentment. At that moment, Jiang Chun burst forth from behind him, a spring knife infused with demonic energy piercing into the back of Sun Jiming's head, twisting fiercely. Ding! Li Jiming's body began to decay and darken, collapsing onto the ground. Although the three had never collaborated before, they seemed to share an unspoken connection, swiftly vanquishing a formidable evil spirit. For individuals of D class, this was quite an impressive achievement, and excitement illuminated their faces. The two women cast their gazes toward Jiang Chun. While they had mentioned cooperation, it was primarily Jiang Chun who guided the rhythm of the battle. He had first executed a series of deft maneuvers to disorient the spirit, then signaled the others to stealthily approach during a moment of distraction. Throughout this process, Sun Jiming was incessantly tormented by Jiang Chun's noisy distractions and psychological pressure, completely overlooking the two women. Ultimately, this led to what could be deemed a perfect collaboration. Jiang Chun, you are truly remarkable. You enabled us to eliminate a high-ranking evil spirit at minimal cost, Chen Shui praised without reservation. Humph, who would have thought? Though your strength is mediocre, your intellect is commendable, Yang Chan remarked coldly, tilting her delicate face upward. Chen Shui, taken aback by Yang Chan's words, stared at her in disbelief. Are you serious? I have witnessed Jiang Chen's prowess firsthand. He chased a top-tier evil spirit through the entire building with bare hands. That sense of pressure is something I will never forget. Given that the other party had not displayed their formidable strength, Chen Shui wisely refrained from making any further comments. She turned to Jiang Chun and asked, "Where shall we go next?" At this, Yang Chan instinctively glanced at Jiang Chun, only to remember she had previously stated that she would be in command. Her face flushed slightly, and she reluctantly said, "For the sake of your recent contribution, we shall temporarily defer to your leadership." Her tone was unwilling, and she turned her head away afterward. Jiang Chen, observing the prideful demeanor of this young lady, could not help but smile wryly. As a man in his 40s, he found it inappropriate to bicker with a young girl. "Very well, I shall dare to lead, Miss Yang." After giving her a graceful way out, Jiang Chen directed his attention to the only solitary building on the playground. Let us investigate that structure. Equipment room in Jiang Chen's eyes. This was the most chilling edifice within any school. He recalled a saying from the village elders during his childhood, "Do not enter solitary houses. Do not contend with the dead." A solitary house refers to a building that stands alone within a radius of several hundred meters, containing only a single room. Such places are inhospitable to all but those with exceptionally strong destinies, for typically, if a spirit were to take residence at night, they would seek out an uninhabited room. However, in solitary houses, spirits would be compelled to share the same room as the occupant, leading to severe illness for the latter. Moreover, long-abandoned solitary houses may be overtaken by mysterious entities, and intruding upon such spaces is akin to contesting for a dwelling with the deceased. The consequences of such encounters could be dire and terrifying. Be cautious. Many have perished in the equipment room, Chen Shui cautioned. Oh, pray, elaborate, Jiang Chun inquired, intrigued. The information was extensive, and he had only skimmed the highlights. Chen Shui nodded and recounted. Initially, a security guard met his demise here. He was rather cunning. After securing a position at the school, he relinquished his rental apartment and stealthily obtained a key to the equipment room, taking up residence there at night. On the 6th day, he inexplicably perished, and the interior door was smeared with bloodied palm prints, suggesting he attempted to force it open. However, the equipment room was locked from the outside with a heavy padlock, remaining ajar whenever the guard entered each evening. No one knows what he endured. Following that incident, several more disappearances occurred at the school, with the bodies discovered within the equipment room. Moreover, it has been reported that individuals passing by the equipment room in the evening have heard lively noises emanating from within, yet upon investigation, they found it utterly vacant. Hence, it is likely that more than one spirit haunts this place. We must tread carefully. Chen Shui's expression was grave. As she spoke, the trio arrived at the entrance of the equipment room. Tap, tap, tap. Jiangshan stepped forward and knocked on the door, calling out, "Is anyone there? If not, I shall be entering." After a brief pause of 3 seconds, silence enveloped the surroundings. In the next instant, Jiang Chun yanked open a nearby window and tossed in the ghostly corpse he had dragged along. The 2 women behind him were left in stunned silence. What a tactical play. Your heart must be quite dark. You knocked on the door but chose to enter through the window instead. No, you didn't even go in yourself, but rather discarded a corpse inside. How utterly ridiculous. The body Jiang Chun threw landed with a dull thud on the ground. He then forcefully unlatched the iron lock and flung the door open, illuminating the interior with a bright flashlight, revealing the equipment room in its entirety. It was empty, yet the temperature was chillingly low. Jiang Chun focused his demonic energy in his eyes, perceiving the walls riddled with vengeful palm prints and signs of dragging. With clarity shines the light, all evils retreat. Chen Shui produced a talisman, sending it into the equipment room. The yellow paper burned in the air, casting a faint white glow that briefly illuminated the handprints on the wall before fading away. From the lingering vengeful prints, it was evident that several spirits had occupied the space previously, yet they had departed just hours ago. Chen Shui's gaze turned peculiar, pondering whether they had collectively ventured forth to cause harm or had been dealt with by someone else. Chapter 50. The target is myself. The 3 individuals gazed thoughtfully at the empty equipment room, a sense of unease lingering in the air. They all harbored a vague suspicion that the disappearance of the ghosts concealed some peculiar intricacies. Should we inform Qin Zhe and Lu Kai? Chen Shui inquired. Jiang Chun remained noncommittal. Yang Chan cast a glance at the dormitory area and then at the teaching building, a cold smile gracing her lips. Perhaps not just yet. Given that everyone harbors their own agendas, and we are the weakest, it is prudent to keep some secrets known only to us. Jiang Chun regarded her with surprise. Previously, he had assumed she belonged to the category of the leggy yet dim-witted, but it appeared she had discerned the situation as well. Indeed, while Qin Zhe's arrangements appeared flawless, they possessed an evident flaw to astute minds. The fact that men were permitted entry into the female dormitory was a serious violation of school regulations. And Director Ma Hong did not confine his oversight solely to the teaching building. He governed the entirety of the school. Jiang Chun believed that individuals as experienced as Lu Kai and his companions could not possibly overlook this. Yet, they had agreed as though it were of no consequence. This indicated that not only did Qin Zhe harbor intentions, but Lu Kai's group also had their own motives. Qin Zhe sought assistance to distract the director, allowing him to investigate the clues regarding the female student within the teaching building, to uncover her name and ultimately resolve the matter. Once the female student was done, the task at Xiangyang High School would be more than half accomplished, securing the greatest merit. What, then, did Lu Kai and his associates desire? Jiang Chun pondered briefly. Arriving at no conclusion, he chose not to dwell further, beckoning the 2 women. Let us proceed without concern for the intricacies, since the ghosts have vanished. As the records indicate, only that paper-burning security guard remains on campus. Once we resolve him, we shall observe the unfolding events. The trio retraced their steps across the playground, where 5 or 6 flower beds, each 4 meters in diameter and encircled by cement tiles, were haphazardly scattered between the teaching area and the playground. representing the primary green spaces of Shenyang High School. By a flower bed adorned with shrubs and roses, a flicker of flame caught their attention. A middle-aged man's voice, muffled and indistinct, emerged, weeping yet inadvertently tinged with a sinister mirth. The juxtaposition of laughter and sorrow echoed through the desolate school. "Oh, how tragic! My brother, your demise is so dreadful. Why did you have to leave me all alone? Your suffering is unbearable. Your bones have been shattered." Hiki, truly pitiable. Illuminated by the flickering flames was a spirit tablet, upon which a few characters were inscribed in a crooked manner. Kneeling before the tablet was a man clad in a security uniform. His visage was terrifying, half of it contorted in tears and the other half in laughter. His exaggerated expressions rendering his features grotesque, increasingly uncanny upon closer inspection. From behind, his shoulders trembled slightly, as if engulfed in profound sorrow. Yet, concealed from view was a gleaming kitchen knife clutched in his hand. He lamented the fate of his brother, brutally slain and dismembered, while clutching the knife, his eyes glinting with malevolence. "Pray tell, how shall we proceed to eliminate him?" The security guard, in tears, abruptly paused, realizing he overheard a plot to murder someone. "It's quite simple. We shall lure him out and, while engaging him in conversation, catch him off guard." Is this truly a conspiracy? It completely drowned out my lamentations. A faint smirk appeared on the guard's lips. The conspirators' voices were loud enough for him to hear clearly from across two flower beds. Zhang Hua, the ghostly guard, felt a surge of curiosity, momentarily forgetting his sorrow. He crouched low, tiptoeing closer to discern who this man and woman intended to harm. "Indeed. Let us proceed as planned. After we eliminate him, we shall bury his body in the flower bed to ensure it remains undiscovered. But how shall we exonerate ourselves?" "That is simple." Zhang Hua listened intently as the duo elaborated on their meticulously crafted scheme: murder, concealment of the body, and fabrication of an alibi. It was evident they were not merely speaking idly. They intended to act tonight. This fueled his intrigue further, and he leaned closer to the flower bed, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Yet, the one detail that eluded him was the identity of their intended victim. His curiosity grew, akin to the itch of a cat's claw. "Come, let us commence our plan." Just then, Zhang Hua noticed the two rising as if to depart, and his curiosity proved too strong to resist. He approached them. "Wait. Could you share with me the identity of your target?" His sudden appearance startled the pair. "You overheard our conversation?" The man shot him a dangerously piercing gaze. "Fear not. I am a vault of secrets. I assure you, I will not speak a word." Zhang Hua dismissed their apprehensions with a sly grin, gesturing dismissively. "But you must tell me, who is it that you intend to kill? If you remain silent, I shall summon aid." The man and woman exchanged glances, seemingly communicating silently. "Very well," the man replied coldly. "I shall tell you, but this is our secret plan. Do not dare to disclose it." Zhang Hua's lips twitched. They were already conspiring so loudly, it hardly seemed like a secret. All right, I shall comply." Driven by his overwhelming curiosity, he acquiesced to their terms. Jiang Chun leaned in, shrouding the exchange in secrecy, covering his mouth with a hand, and whispered ominously, "The one we intend to kill is named Zhang." The revelation struck Zhang Hua like a thunderbolt. Their target was none other than himself. Suddenly, realization dawned upon him. But in that instant, a hand like an iron claw seized his neck, and Jiang Chen's face loomed ominously before him, breaking into a sinister grin. Mighty Bull Demon Fist. The surge of demonic power manifested in a crushing grip, causing Zhang Hua's neck to emit a series of sharp cracks as his bones shattered. "You seek death," Zhang Hua suddenly realized, and a stack of paper money materialized in his hands, igniting spontaneously. He forced a voice from his throat. "Jiang Chun, you have met a most tragic end. Your body is riddled with knife wounds, your bones shattered." This malevolent curse awakened a peculiar force. Jiang Chen's pupils dilated in shock as a searing pain surged through his right arm, as if it had been struck by a blade. Crack! At that moment, a whip-like kick swooped in from the side. Yang Chan had made her move. Not only that, but a brilliant golden light erupted from the bushes behind Zhang Hua. A golden talisman. Chen Shui, who had been hiding there, also launched her sudden attack. Chapter 51. Yang Chan, whose mind approaches the demonic having endured previous trials. The trio's coordination had become second nature. Their strike unleashed a thunderous momentum, a terrifying assault converging upon them. Zhang Hua, compelled to forsake the burning paper money in his grasp, raised his left arm to shield against the biting lash of a leg. A resounding thud echoed as his arm twisted grotesquely, nearly breaking under the force. The golden light behind him posed an even greater threat. and in a desperate attempt to evade, he ultimately found himself ensnared by the golden sigil at his left waist. An explosive sound erupted, and blood and flesh splattered. Die. Jiang Qin's other hand clenched into a fist, delivering a true forceful blow of the bull demon fist. His opponent attempted to evade, yet grasped by the neck. There was no escape. Zhang Hua was met with a punch to the face, leaving one half of his visage indented. A knife-like wind howled past, stinging Jiang Qin's cheek as a crafty whip-like leg struck again, the specially crafted battle boot crashing down upon Zhang Hua's head. Not only that, Chen Shui brandished a peachwood short sword, plunging it into the back of Zhang Hua's heart. Jiang Qin unsheathed a spring knife, plunging it fiercely into his opponent's heart with 5 or 6 swift thrusts. Clang! Zhang Hua met a tragic end, perhaps more harrowing than his previous demise. The trio panted heavily. Zhang Hua was far superior to a mere running specter, just a step away from being a top-tier malevolent spirit. Among them, Yang Chan possessed the greatest strength, nearly matching that of the specter. Chen Shui ranked second. Although an ordinary D-grade, her talismans wielded astonishing destructive power. Jiang Chun was the least formidable, not having entered his transformed state, his strength oscillating between D and D. Thus, the rapid defeat of Zhang Hua exacted a significant toll on them. It was an exhilarating and perilous battle. Excitement sparkled in the eyes of both women. Jiang Chun glanced at the panel. Having vanquished 2 spirits, his previously dwindled ghostly energy of 2020 surged past 3,000, eliciting a delighted smile from him. Who would have thought? Your strength is not formidable, yet you exhibit a gentlemanly demeanor, daring to lead against such a formidable spirit. Yang Chan tilted her head, unsure if it was praise or mockery. Jiang Chun had charged forward for the sake of ghostly energy, yet he could not reveal this motivation. Contemplating, he fixed his gaze on Yang Chan, smiling gently. Surely we cannot have our esteemed Miss Yang take the lead. If you were to sustain an injury. At this point, he touched his nose, abruptly falling silent. He had intended to add that if she, a lady of stature, were to be hurt, it would surely lead to tears. However, reflecting on his own age, he found it inappropriate to scold a young girl and chose to remain silent. Little did he know. Upon hearing his words and noticing his unwavering gaze, Yang Chan's expression transformed dramatically as she pondered something. No. Despite Wei Wei's proactive nature, he treats her with utmost courtesy, as if she were a younger sister, without any undue advances. Conversely, only in my presence does that extraordinary composure fade, revealing words that vex me. Could it be? He does not truly harbor feelings for Wei Wei, but instead utilizes her to draw closer to me, knowing my connection with her? With this thought, Yang Chan couldn't help but feel her cheeks flush and heart race. She had heard that some boys, lacking in the ability to express their affection, would provoke the girl they liked into anger to capture her attention. And tonight, Jiang Qin had already irritated himself several times. Now, he uttered such heartfelt words. Though his stature was humble, he bravely stood at the forefront, merely to shield himself from emotional harm. Was this a confession? Yang Chan could not help but avert her gaze from Jiang Qin, feeling her cheeks burn as if they could fry an egg. She pressed her lips together and with a scoff, turned her head away. Even if you are so fond of me, I shall not yield easily. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Chun's expression grew grave. This Yang Chan possessed a profound cunning. He had restrained himself from uttering the latter part of his insult. Yet she had still astutely perceived it. This woman was terrifying. It would be unwise to provoke her. He silently mused, elevating his assessment of Yang Chan from a mere tall and simple-minded girl to one of near supernatural intelligence. Nearby, Chen Shui observed the silent exchange between the two, initially feeling a twinge of displeasure. However, she soon realized that the atmosphere bore no trace of romantic tension. Yang Chan bit her lips, a mixture of embarrassment and anger, seemingly wrestling with her thoughts. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun appeared apprehensive, as if facing a formidable adversary. Chen Shui even thought that the next moment might see them embroiled in a fierce argument, devoid of any semblance of flirtation. Just as she sensed the tension escalating, a voice crackled through the walkie-talkie. We are under siege by top-tier malevolent spirits in the girls' dormitory, requesting assistance. Hurry, we can barely hold on. It was Lu Kai's voice, punctuated by another man's furious shout. Trouble had arisen. Jiang Chun exchanged glances with the others. Let us go check it out. The three raced towards the dormitory area. Meanwhile, in a classroom within a certain teaching building, Qin Zhe heard the commotion and a smile slowly graced his lips. An opportunity had presented itself. He swung a fist, mercilessly dispatching a female student held down by Qin Hai and Qin Feiyang. Then, he ushered the two out the door. However, instead of descending to provide aid. They headed upstairs. Z brother, aren't we going to help? Qin Feiyang inquired. This is all part of the plan. Do not fret. As long as we swiftly locate the student who pushed, discover the name of the most terrifying spirit in the school, and eliminate her, we will have the means to rescue others. Qin Zhe replied, his demeanor sunny and carefree. Yet, Qin Feiyang seemed poised to voice another thought. A sharp glare from Qin Hai silenced him. Let Xiao Zhe dictate our actions. Less chatter. Qin Feiyang sheepishly closed his mouth. Below the girls' dormitory, a fierce battle raged between a person and a spirit. Ma Hong, tall and imposing, with only the whites of his eyes visible, donned a tattered suit. His form enveloped in a heavy aura of resentment, each movement instilling dread. He was the school's headmaster, and no student dared defy him. Each strike he delivered felt akin to a stern teacher chastising, inciting an instinctive reluctance to desist, breaking into the girls' dormitory and wielding a knife on campus. Your life is forfeit. Ma Hong's voice resonated powerfully, momentarily disorienting his opponent as he pressed him forcefully against his chest, leaving behind a dark handprint. You wretched creature. Lu Kai retreated several steps. He was a lean man in his 30s, wielding a butcher's knife in his left hand and carrying a jar in his right. Lu plunged the knife into the jar's opening, giving it a couple of shakes before withdrawing it, now stained with dark dog blood, and delivered a vicious slash. Ma Hong stepped back, but still felt the sting as the blade grazed his left arm, instantly leaving a gash that sizzled and emitted wisps of white smoke. Defying school rules and assaulting school authorities. Have you grown weary of life? Ma Hong charged forward in a frenzy. The two engaged in a relentless exchange of blows, locked in a fierce struggle. At that moment, Jiang Chun and his companions arrived. Chapter 52, Bloodstained Notes. The pursuer of spirits, Lu Kai's methods are merciless. Each strike he delivers embodies a desperate tenacity. Unfortunately, such a combat style proves effective against extraordinary individuals, but falls short against malevolent spirits. No matter how fearless one may be, can they truly rival the audacity of a ghost? Ma Hong, a towering figure cloaked in heavy resentment, is formidable even among the most vicious of spirits. He withstands Lu Kai's blade and delivers a crushing blow that indents Lu's chest. 3 dark handprints mar Lu's body as the curse seeps into him, his complexion growing pallid and his movements increasingly sluggish. 3 years of hardship and struggle. Lu's combat prowess ranks high among his peers. Though he cannot match the likes of Zhao Eru, he far surpasses the average extraordinary being. Alas, he faces Ma Hong, a man whose chest is riddled with cracks and whose aura of resentment is alarmingly potent, nearing the threshold of a half-step malevolent spirit. 3 observers watch coldly, refraining from intervening. Lu Kai notices them but directs most of his attention toward the academic building, hoping that only a master like Qin Zhe can come to his aid. After a prolonged silence, the situation remains unchanged. As Lu continues to grapple with Ma Hong, he glances at the onlookers and grits his teeth. Yang Chan, is it? You cannot assist me here. Go upstairs. My friends are trapped. Yang Chan remains silent, turning to look at Jiang Chun. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Chun inquires, did you not review the materials before embarking on your mission? Lu Kai, momentarily taken aback by the question, quickly regains his composure, casting a profound glance at Jiang. You are astute. Let me be frank. Our intentions are not malicious. I am aware that we have been outmaneuvered by Qin Zhe. However, seizing a collective D mission is no small feat. Our goal is to resolve the haunting in the girls' dormitory swiftly and then join forces to subdue Ma Hong. The rewards would be substantial, equating to 2 or 3 typical missions. But the spirit in the girls' dormitory is more formidable than I anticipated. During our skirmish, Ma Hong breached the dormitory. If we are caught between them, it would spell doom for the 3 of us. I had no choice but to descend and confront him. The spirits above are terrifying. My companions are no match for them. Your abilities, even if you ascend, it will be challenging. But at least you can buy time for Qin Zhe to fulfill his own objectives. We are all extraordinary beings. He would not wish to endanger us gravely. Lu Kai, beseech you, save them. Lu Kai, battered and bloodied, having coughed up blood multiple times, with his left shoulder crushed by Ma Hong, his arm hanging limply, requests no assistance for himself but only the salvation of his companions. Jiang Chun ponders for a moment before striding toward the girls' dormitory. You trust his words so readily? Yang Chan scoffs. Do you genuinely believe that once Qin Zhe achieves his goals, he would return to rescue us? Jiang Chun turns, smiling. I do not shy away from contemplating the darker aspects of human nature, yet I steadfastly believe in the existence of goodwill. Little Yang Chan, Have you heard the saying? If everyone contributes a little love, the world will become a better place. By extending kindness to others, we also find joy within ourselves, do we not? The corridor was cold and dim, a narrow space suffused with an oppressive atmosphere. Yet, as Yang Chan gazed upon Jiang Qin's radiant smile, she felt an unexpected warmth that was almost blinding. She bit her lip, hesitant to meet the youthful gaze before her. He referred to her as little Yang Chan. Has he truly ceased his pretense? Is he now preparing to pursue me openly? But I am Lin Youwei's dearest friend. How could I possibly usurp her most cherished person? In that moment, Yang Chan's mind was a battlefield of conflicting thoughts. Jiang Qin regarded the girl with astonishment. Surely she could not have taken his earlier remarks seriously. They were clearly nonsensical. After all, he couldn't very well confess, I have yet to reach my full potential. In the face of absolute power, all schemes are but trifles. Jiang Qin cast a complex glance at Yang Chan. This girl, at times astutely clever, at others blissfully naive, may have sustained some injury to her mind during her years of ghost hunting. He reached out to pat her shoulder, offering an encouraging glance before turning to depart. Yang Chan stood frozen, and as realization dawned, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Goodness! Is he encouraging me to defy societal prejudices and strive for my own love? A beautiful thought, but I shall not betray Weiwei. Resolutely, she reaffirmed her stance, muttering to herself in a manner that betrayed her inner turmoil. Behind her, Chen Shui gasped in shock. Betray? Weiwei? It appeared Jiang Qin had indeed spoken the truth. Yang Chan harbored such inclinations. Chen Shui couldn't suppress a sharp intake of breath as she hastily pursued Jiang Qin, leaving Yang Chan behind. While she respected her friend's views on love, the darkness of the corridor made her uneasy. What if Yang Chan were to suddenly make an unwanted advance? On the fourth floor of the girls' dormitory, power had long been cut, leaving the corridor in gloom, illuminated only by the faint glow of emergency exit signs every 3 dorm rooms. At the far left of the hallway, a middle-aged man clutched a note, his face pressed against the wall as he quietly surveyed the inky darkness of the restroom. His name was Zhang Su. After Lu Kai had gone to confront the top malevolent spirit, he and his companions began to withdraw. As he passed the 4th floor, Zhang Su felt a sudden tap on his shoulder, a note thrust into his hand. He turned to see a woman with disheveled hair fleeing swiftly down the corridor. In a moment of impulse, he pursued her, seemingly oblivious to the fact that his current task was not to deal with phantoms, but to urgently evacuate the building. The atmosphere within was thick with resentment, the presence of at least a formidable malevolent spirit weighing heavily upon him. Where is Sister Sun? Zhang Su murmured to himself. Anxiety etched upon his features. Together, we could ambush it, trapping it in the restroom for a swift resolution. Should it escape, pursuit would become exceedingly difficult. He pondered intensely, plotting how to handle this ghost, completely disregarding his own perilous situation. The note in his hand was stained with blood, dark vapors continuously invading his nostrils. His breath growing labored. Perhaps I should take the initiative. Sister Sun would surely respond to the commotion. His plans grew increasingly audacious. His body slightly hunched as if preparing for action. At this moment, from the depths of darkness, a slender, snow-white arm emerged, tapping gently on Zhang Su's shoulder. Startled, he instinctively lunged forward, pivoting to strike into the shadows with his knife. Lower your voice. It's me, the woman hissed. Sister Sun? Zhang Su paused, surprise washing over his features, replaced swiftly by joy. Thank goodness. Why did it take you so long? I've spotted a formidable malevolent spirit and have been watching it for ages. Soon we shall. From the murkiness, a middle-aged woman stepped forth, her expression a peculiar blend of incredulity and concern as she regarded Zhang Su. Have you lost your mind? Have you forgotten we are in the midst of a life-or-death situation? The spirits within this building are so formidable that even the leader finds them troublesome. With him absent, encountering them now would mean certain doom. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Su stood frozen, lost in a trance for a considerable time. Suddenly, his eyes widened in realization, recalling the events that had transpired. I was just bewitched? What a terrifying entity! He exclaimed. We must flee. Sister Sun cast a wary glance towards the restroom, where faint female laughter echoed, and the two hastily distanced themselves, racing towards the staircase. Wait a moment, Sister Sun. Aren't we supposed to go downstairs? Zhang Su questioned, bewildered. How do you think I realized you were missing? Sister Sun replied, her countenance darkening as she scanned the floor below. As I neared the 3rd floor, I heard a strange woman's voice calling out a name in the corridor. We were cornered. There are spirits on the 3rd floor too. Our only option now is to ascend to a higher level and and find a dormitory to hide in, praying our leader can come to our rescue. So that was the situation. Zhang Sun nodded in understanding. Meanwhile, on the 6th floor of the female dormitory, a middle-aged woman clutched a blood-stained note, pursuing the silhouette of a female ghost down the corridor. Do not run. I am almost upon you. Chapter 53. Xiaoyang Chan. What a coincidence. Shall we go together? In the pitch-black corridor, a few individuals ascended, aided by the light emanating from their mobile phones. As Jiang Chun climbed the stairs, he observed the walls, which were infested with black mold and irregular patches of peeling white plaster, resembling a place long abandoned. This was quite abnormal. It had been less than 6 months since everyone had evacuated Xianyang Middle School, and logically, there should only be a thin layer of dust accumulating. The walls were damp, with water droplets forming in certain areas, and a pungent odor of mildew permeated the entire dormitory building. What had transpired here? A trace of perplexity flickered in Jiang Chen's eyes. He had perused the records of the female dormitory, yet the events documented therein bore little connection to water. Perhaps it was the excessive humidity in the air that rendered breathing significantly more laborious upon entering the building. Chun Shui retrieved a talisman, holding it delicately between her fingers, her gaze scanning the surroundings with heightened vigilance. The further they ascended, the more her heart raced, a sense of foreboding settling within her. In addition to the incidents noted in the records, it seemed that other sinister occurrences had transpired here. The overall level of terror within the female dormitory likely rivaled that of the academic building. Yang Chan also voiced her analysis in a low tone. Although she possessed extraordinary abilities close to D, the sensation of being watched sent shivers down her spine as she traversed the stairs. Were it not for the fact that Jiang Chun, a novice, was leading the way, she would have turned back long ago. Chen Shui, please investigate the school archives. Aside from the cursed notes and room 444, are there any indications of other terrifying incidents? Jiang Chen suddenly spoke up from the front. Chen Shui wasted no time. She nodded and promptly began searching on her phone. With her wealth of experience in missions, she understood that in the realm of supernatural events, survival often hinged on adhering to the directives of a trustworthy companion. As Chen Shui delved into the archives, Jiang Chen and Yang Chan remained on high alert, the three of them proceeding methodically up the stairs. Previously, they had attempted to contact Lu Kai's 2 companions via walkie-talkie, yet received no response. They resolved to ascend to the top floor, planning to investigate each level thoroughly should they not encounter any obvious disturbances along the way. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, an eerie silence enveloped them. Jiang Chen lingered for a moment, scrutinizing the corridor before continuing upward, with Chun Shui closely following. Unbeknownst to them, as Yang Chan stepped onto this level, a sudden chill coursed through her, prompting her to execute a swift kick to the side. Was it merely an illusion? Her long leg met only empty space, and she furrowed her brow, scanning the dimly lit corridor, which was devoid of any presence. Moments ago, she had felt a cold hand brush against hers, as if a specter lurked in the shadows. Perhaps I am simply overreacting. Yang Chan turned her head, preparing to rejoin the others, when suddenly she seemed to notice something, her elongated eyes widening in shock. Raising her right hand, she opened her palm to reveal a blood-stained note. Scrawled upon it were several jagged, distorted characters. This isn't right. Yang Chan's face paled as she instinctively averted her gaze. Yet, as she lifted her head, she found herself confronted by a pale woman's face emerging from the darkness, grinning grotesquely at her. Hee. Yang Chan. Come quickly. The woman, with her hair disheveled, ran away while revealing a sinister expression. Yang Chan momentarily lost her focus, and a fierce look unexpectedly appeared on her face. Filthy creature, dare to provoke me? Halt. She seemed to have forgotten that she had come with 2 teammates and pursued deep into the corridor alone. Ahead, Chen Shui appeared unfazed, completely oblivious to the commotion behind her. However, Jiang Chen, halfway up the stairs, suddenly halted, turned around, and discovered Yang Chan was missing. He seemed unfazed, calling out to Chen Shui before chasing deeper into the corridor. A smirk appeared at the corners of his mouth. Indeed, she had come. This was the 3rd floor, and one of the legends of the female dormitory originated here, the cursed note. A girl from dormitory 303 had tragically drowned in the restroom, and subsequently, her dorm mates received a note inscribed with incomprehensible symbols. That very night, one of those girls met a horrific end in the restroom at the corridor's end. On the 3rd day, the last girl from that dormitory also perished. Thereafter, girls would occasionally receive cursed notes, and that night, they would inexplicably die in the restroom at the end of the corridor. While ascending to the second floor, Jiangchen had not paid much attention. But on the third floor, he lingered for a moment, hoping to receive that cursed note. Little did he expect that this malevolent spirit was indeed treacherous. After the two ascended, it stealthily left the last person behind, intending to pick them off one by one. At the end of the third-floor corridor, Yang Chan gazed at the shadow of the ghost rushing into the restroom. She hesitated briefly, and her remaining rationality warned her not to act impulsively. Should she wait for them to come before taking action? However, this ghost fled upon encountering her, seemingly not very formidable. Perhaps she could eliminate it directly, demonstrating to that little brat Jiang Chun that sometimes brute strength surpasses cunning. With this thought, Yang Chan's eyes sparkled as if she had made a decision. But just as she was about to step inside, a figure swiftly darted past her, entering the restroom ahead of her. The individual smiled slightly at her as they passed, their deep voice inviting her. "Oh, little Yang Chan, what a coincidence. Shall we go together?" Yang Chan halted her steps, glaring at Jiang Chen's retreating figure, spitting in disdain. "Pervert." Soon after, she frowned. A ghost had just rushed in. This restroom was certainly not a place to linger. "Hey." She attempted to warn Jiang Chan, but was pulled back by Chun Shui behind her. The latter looked at her oddly. "Do you remember what just happened?" Upon hearing this, Yang Chan abruptly froze, her pupils dilating. Indeed, why had she acted so recklessly? The supernatural entities in this building were not to be trifled with. Why had she pursued alone? Regaining her composure, she felt a layer of cold sweat gather on her back, filled with dread at her previous actions. This entity could even deceive the extraordinary. Could it be that the information was erroneous, and the ghost behind the cursed note was not merely a lesser evil, but a formidable one? Yang Chan, clutching the bloodstained note, spoke somberly. She then glanced towards the restroom and thought, "No, Jiang Chun." Chen Shui calmly reassured, "Do not worry. We shall follow the instructions. He will be fine." Yang Chan furrowed her brow, perplexed. She could not discern whether Chen Shui held confidence in Jiang Chun or was utterly indifferent to his fate. It was important to recognize that, given the current circumstances, the entity inside was likely a powerful malevolent spirit. With the combined strength of the three, they stood only a slim chance of survival against such a formidable foe. Jiang Chun entering alone was akin to courting death. Chapter 54. The vengeful spirit. Jiang Chun entered the restroom, which had been neglected for half a year. It lacked the typical foul odor of a public toilet. Instead, a lingering scent of decay pervaded the air, rendering it quite uncomfortable. Drip, drip, drip. A faint sound of water dripping echoed from an unknown source, piercing the profound silence. All the stall doors were closed. Jiang Chun, displaying utmost politeness, approached and rapped gently on the first door. "Is anyone there? Is there someone inside?" His actions momentarily bewildered a pale-faced female specter within one of the stalls. Knocking on the restroom stall door, what an oddity. Did he expect someone using the toilet to rise and open the door for him? When Jiangchen knocked on the first stall, the door swung open, yet he did not enter. With a hint of disappointment, he sighed and moved towards the second stall. Bang, bang, bang. The heavy sound of knocking resonated once more. This time, the ghost was utterly stunned. Finding an unoccupied stall could be deemed normal, but to seek out another one after discovering an empty toilet, what was his intention? Was he searching for someone already occupied? As this thought crossed her mind, the ghost's pupils dilated in shock. In the dead of night, a man knocking on the women's restroom door to seek out someone using the facilities. Wasn't he that the very definition of a pervert? A wave of panic surged within her, and her ghostly aura intensified by 15. Quickly, the second stall door was knocked open, yet Jiang Chun still did not enter. Instead, he sighed, "Oh, in such a beautiful night, is there truly no one here?" The ghost's expression darkened. Her initial suspicion was confirmed. He was indeed a pervert with vile intentions. The ghostly aura surged by another 40. Before long, Jiang Chun had knocked open 3 more stall doors, yet still found no one. His gaze slowly drifted towards the last closed door. "It's over, he has set his sights on me." The ghost trembled in anxiety, desperately bracing herself against the door. The thought of being discovered by this pervert sent shivers down her spine. To her surprise, Jiang Chun did not knock again. Instead, he entered the adjacent stall. Oh, in the dead of night, trying to find a companion for a visit is proving futile. This place is so dark, could it possibly harbor a ghost? Upon hearing his words, the ghost's tense expression suddenly relaxed. It turned out he was not a pervert, he merely sought a companion. She then realized, of course, I am a ghost. Why should I fear a pervert? In fact, it seems this living person is more afraid of encountering a ghost. Hee hee. Sometimes the more one fears something, the closer it draws near. The ghost grinned sinisterly, her body contorting grotesquely as she crouched like a spider on the floor. Her ghastly face leaned towards the gap beneath the two stalls, adorned with a chilling smile and a hint of anticipation. She planned to make a sound to lure him closer, eagerly awaiting his reaction upon seeing her horrifying visage. In the dead of night, in an abandoned dormitory, within an empty restroom, an apparition of a ghostly face would surely drive an ordinary person to madness. As the specter leaned closer, preparing to utter her haunting words, a flicker of doubt crossed her mind when her gaze fell upon a particular spot. What was reflecting the light? Two orbs, occasionally shifting. How reminiscent they were of a pair of human eyes. Wait a moment. Upon closer inspection, she discerned a face beneath the partition, its eyes wide open, unblinking and fixed upon her. A chill coursed through her veins. She had deceived herself upon entering the stall. She hadn't squatted at all, but had been spying on her. Ah. The ghost recoiled in terror, her contorted limbs flailing wildly, shrinking into a corner. This was a reflexive response of a female student confronted by a deviant. Ghostly energy surged to 99. Jiangchen touched his nose, bemused. I haven't even delivered my lines, and yet you fled in fright. After a moment's contemplation, he attempted to console her. Ahem, dear sister, do not be afraid. I am no good man. At this, the ghost scoffed. Deviants never acknowledge their true nature. Wait, did he just claim not to be a good person? A wave of unexpected realization surged within her, ghostly energy increasing to 36. Outside, Chen Shui and Yang Chan exchanged incredulous glances. What on earth just transpired? How did it suddenly shift to Jiang Chen comforting the ghost, urging her not to fear? They stood, dumbfounded. Here was a living person, intruding upon a ghostly restroom in the dead of night, exhibiting no fear, and even turning to comfort the spirit. Was this rational? Within the restroom, the ghost's trembling form stilled. In her instinctive fear, she had forgotten the fact of her own demise. Coming to her senses, an expression of deep resentment crawled across her face. Ah, you relish in frightening others, do you? The specter's torso contorted unnaturally, her limbs bending at impossible angles, rising to a grotesque stance as she crawled with her back towards the ground, emitting a series of ominous cracking sounds from her bones. The raw malice radiating from her was unmasked, as she resolved to confront the source of her ire, to crash into the adjacent stall and shred that. With a thunderous crash, she burst through the door, resembling a monstrous creature. Another resounding bang echoed as she flung open the next stall, only to find it utterly vacant. The enraged ghost paused, bewildered. Where had he gone? Stagnating in place, a horrifying thought crept into her mind. Perhaps throughout this entire restroom, she was the sole occupant. Who, then, was the man who had just spoken to her, and that face with wide, unblinking eyes in the darkness? A ghost? No. The specter raked her fingers through her hair, reminding herself firmly that she was the ghost, unable to frighten herself. But where had that living man vanished to? Peering out from her stall, she noticed that all the other stall doors were shut. A flicker of surprise crossed her face, quickly replaced by a sinister smile. Oh, so he wishes to play hide and seek with me. If I catch him, the consequences will be dire. Bang. One door flew open, revealing emptiness. Bang, bang, bang. 3 more doors followed suit. The specter of the female ghost wore an increasingly sinister smile, for only one door remained to conceal a presence. With an unhurried gait, she approached, her pallid visage revealing the most terrifying of smiles. I've caught you. The door swung open with a resounding bang. Indeed, Jiang Chen was inside. Yet he too wore a smile. Let me correct you, it is we. Heavenly Tao, the root of all energies. Golden light talisman. Thunderous leg. A brilliant golden radiance surged forth, accompanied by an elongated whip-like kick. The ghost stood there, utterly dumbfounded. Deep within her heart, a phrase echoed. You say you fear ghosts? Come, allow me to reveal the true nature of humanity. The malevolence of human hearts is indeed profoundly insidious. Chapter 55. The eye removal surgery. The female ghost was a formidable malevolent spirit, her prowess surpassing that of the running ghost, but falling short of the paper-burning guardian. The ensuing battle held no suspense. The sounds of her anguished roars echoed through the restroom. You shall all perish. None shall escape this building. She was on the verge of awakening, proclaiming, You will meet a fate far worse than mine. Ha ha ha. The entire confrontation unfolded in less than a minute, which was to be expected, as the most challenging aspect lay in the preparations and luring the enemy. Jiang Chen executed a series of provocative maneuvers to incite the female ghost's emotions and divert her attention. Seizing the opportunity, He and the two women concealed themselves in the first stall, where Chen Shui employed a breath-concealing talisman to mask their presence. When the female ghost pushed open the door, the three struck with precision, seizing the initiative. At that moment, victory was already assured, as they beheld the corpse of the female ghost collapse, rapidly decaying and darkening. Their expressions grew increasingly grave. The malevolence in the restroom did not dissipate upon her demise. Rather, it thickened, and the sound of dripping water from an unknown source grew ever louder. Drip, drip, each sound struck like a hammer against their hearts, inducing discomfort. Who was the she that the ghost referred to? Yang Chan gasped for breath, her long, powerful legs tensed, ever vigilant of her surroundings. A chill crept through her. Could it be that a supreme, malevolent spirit still lurked within this building? If that were the case, their entry had been akin to serving themselves on a platter. Chen Shui lowered her head to continue examining the files. Jiang Chun pondered the matter, and his gaze fell upon the note in Yang Chan's hand. To his astonishment, the bloodstains on the note had dissolved following the ghost's demise, revealing a series of crooked characters. The trio huddled together, scrutinizing the note until they discerned the final two characters, ghost. Piecing together the preceding text, it seemed the author of the note intended to convey that someone was a ghost. After further discussion yielded no clarity, they resolved to ascend the stairs. Upon reaching the fourth floor, their demeanor grew solemn as they quietly entered the corridor. This was the site of the second eerie tale involving the female dormitory, room 444. Jiang Chun had perused the accounts of this incident. Typically, a floor of dormitories comprises 20 rooms, making the existence of room 444 improbable. The supernatural event had actually transpired in room 414. It was said that a girl, after reading a horror novel, found the room number 444 intriguing and decided to embellish her dormitory number with 2 strokes of a marker, transforming it into 444. That night, residents from surrounding dorms reported hearing incessant knocking sounds, which persisted until morning. However, the students residing in room 414 claimed not to have heard anything unusual. The girl, recalling something, hastily erased the extra strokes from her door. On the second night, the knocking ceased. Yet, what went unnoticed was that the disappearance of the knocking could signify only 2 possibilities. Either the knocker had departed, or the knocker had already entered the place they sought. By the third day, all students in room 414 were found dead in their dormitory. After that, this place became a storage room. Yet students often claimed to hear voices coming from within at midnight. The trio arrived at dormitory 414, discovering the door ajar and the room cluttered with debris, devoid of anything else. Much like the equipment room on the playground, it was evident that lingering resentment remained, yet the specter was nowhere to be seen. After utilizing a talisman, Chen Shui spoke solemnly. What could this possibly signify? Yang Chan furrowed her brows in contemplation. Jiang Chun, too, appeared deep in thought. Suddenly, frantic footsteps echoed from the staircase, accompanied by a woman's piercing wail. Please, don't run away. Stay and keep me company. It's so dark here. Want you stay with me? The voice, seemingly pleading, was laced with a hint of mockery, creating an eerie atmosphere. Sun Jie's complexion turned pale as she pressed her right hand against her left, blood seeping through her fingers. Even as a seasoned practitioner, terror consumed her heart in that moment. A female ghost pursued her, crawling grotesquely on the ground, limbs twisted unnaturally. The specter was gnawing on something, producing a crunching sound. It was Sun Jie's 4 fingers. Her leader was ensnared by a formidable malevolent spirit. Her companion had gone missing on the 4th floor, and their fate remained uncertain. I am no match for this ghastly entity. It's over. I am sorry, Mom and Dad. Despair flooded Sun Jie's mind as she desperately raced down the stairs. Yet, the ghost behind her was clearly toying with her. Its speed was beyond her capacity to escape. As Sun Jie reached the 4th floor, a booming male voice resonated down the corridor. Ah, are you afraid of the dark? Just wait there without moving. I'll keep you company. I take great pleasure in helping others. The voice was fierce and agitated, tinged with a trace of excitement, causing both Sun Jie and the ghost to pause in astonishment. You certainly don't sound like someone who enjoys helping others. The ghost replied. Sister Ghost, I understand your loneliness. This place is indeed too dark. Come, let me perform an eye removal surgery for you. So you need never fear the horrific things lurking in the shadows again. Jiangchen burst forth from the corridor, brandishing a spring knife, his eyes gleaming with fervor. The ghost appeared momentarily stunned. You say you're afraid of the dark, yet you offer to help me remove my eyes? Are you a fool? The ghost's malevolent aura intensified, He really? Then hurry and assist me with the surgery. After a brief pause, the ghost began to laugh ominously. Sensing that the man before her, though fierce in appearance, lacked genuine strength and was even weaker than the woman missing 4 fingers. All right, just wait for my 2 assistants. Jiang Chen nodded. At that moment, Yang Chan and Chen Shui rushed over, their speed surpassing Jiang Chen's current state. However, Jiang Chun's reflexes had been swift. Upon hearing of a ghost, he had dashed forward as instinctively as if summoned to a feast, leaving the 2 to lag behind. They're here, Sister Ghost. Let us get started. Jiang Chan's lips curled into a broad smile, while the ghost's sinister grin froze upon her face. In the next moment, the 3 individuals sprang into action. Seeing this, Sister Sun, who was desperately fleeing for her life, hesitated not for an instant. Ignoring her injuries, she turned to retaliate. Like Yang Chan, she was a master of ancient martial arts, her movements fierce and precise. With each punch she threw, a sharp wind followed, leaving deep imprints upon the walls. However, despite her valiant efforts against the 4 attackers, the female specter perished more swiftly than the ghost encountered on the 3rd floor. Yet, her demise only intensified the malevolent energy within the building. Jiang Chen observed with alarm as droplets of water began to multiply on the walls, and soon, the sound of dripping that had previously only echoed in the restroom resonated ominously in the corridor. The 4 present felt their hair stand on end, unaware of the implications, yet acutely aware of the perilous situation they faced. Let us flee at once. We must abandon Zhang Che, Sister Sun declared solemnly. It was not fear of death that prompted her words, but rather the grim realization that a malevolent entity far more terrifying than they had imagined was about to manifest within the building. Even if they ascended the stairs now, it would be futile to save Zhang Che. It would only lead to further loss of life. Chapter 56. Amphibious Apparition. A resounding thud echoed from above as Zhang Che, in a frantic scramble, burst forth from room 510, positioned directly across from the stairwell, desperately shouting, "I'm here. Don't leave me behind." His visage was ashen, his body trembling uncontrollably. Moments earlier, he and Sister Sun had taken refuge in this dormitory, but not long after, he glimpsed through the crack of the door a ghost pursuing another Sister Sun down the stairs. Zhang Che was paralyzed by indecision. Unable to discern which Sister Sun was human and which was a specter, he dared not make a judgment. For the most horrifying possibility loomed. What if Sister Sun had perished long ago, and both were apparitions? However, upon hearing the sounds of battle below and the exchanges of voices, Zhang Che concluded that the Sister Sun beneath was indeed the genuine one. Yet, the Sister Sun beside him began to exhibit peculiar behavior. Her breathing grew labored, and her gaze in the darkness resembled that of a famished beast. Realizing he could no longer afford to hesitate, Zhang Che hurled himself against the wooden door and charged out, calling for help with all his might. Meanwhile, within the dormitory behind him, the female specter crouched on the floor, a grotesque expression twisting her features as she lunged towards him. Fortunately, Jiang Chen and his companions heard the commotion and rushed to his aid. They all struck simultaneously, their fists and feet delivering swift blows, talismans igniting with explosive force, ultimately vanquishing the female ghost. Go, run. With the battle concluded, Yang Chan paid no heed to anything else, shouting as she turned to dash downstairs. The others followed suit, racing for their lives. The temperature in the dormitory plummeted to a chilling degree following the ghost's demise. As they reached the 2nd floor, a thunderous crash resonated. The heavy iron door below had been slammed shut. Yang Chan's expression darkened. Was the ghost below? Sister Sun's face mirrored her concern. Drip, drip. The droplets on the walls multiplied, descending at an increasingly rapid rate. At that moment, Zhang Che's pupils constricted. Look, up there. The group paused, tilting their heads to discover that, in addition to the walls, water droplets were also forming above the staircase. Drip, one droplet fell, striking Sister Sun's shoulder, causing her to furrow her brow and emit a hissing sound. Be cautious. These droplets are problematic, she warned gravely, pulling back the fabric from her shoulder to reveal her fair skin, marred by a patch of a sickly bluish hue. Sister Sun attempted to clench her fist, but her complexion darkened further. My left arm has completely lost sensation. We must not allow any droplets to touch us. The others turned pale, realizing that the accumulating droplets above the staircase were increasing in number. If they all fell, there would be no escape. Yet, this was not the most despairing development. A chilling woman's laughter echoed unexpectedly through the pitch-black corridor. The group beheld a woman, her figure swollen, ascending from the 1st floor. Her hair was drenched, her entire body soaked, leaving behind a trail of water stains, as if she had just emerged from a body of water. Upon sighting the woman, Chen Shui's expression hardened. I understand now. There is a peculiar entry in the school records. When the curse of room 303 transpired, there were actually only 3 girls. Their 4th roommate had drowned during the summer break. Among the 3 young women, the last one, before her untimely demise, feverishly sought information about the 4th roommate at the school. After receiving a definitive response from the administrative office, she dashed out of the school in a frenzy. Yet, the following day, her lifeless body was discovered in the 3rd-floor restroom of the girls' dormitory. Shortly after her death, cryptic notes emerged, stained with blood, revealing the ominous messages. So-and-so is a ghost. Run quickly, she is returned. Perhaps that semester, dormitory 303 was still inhabited by 4 individuals, yet one by one, the living were met with their grim fates. Those who perished retained a flicker of sanity, attempting to warn their remaining roommate through these notes. Regrettably, the distinction between the living and the deceased rendered the messages incomprehensible to humans. It wasn't until the last girl remained that she began to grasp the troubling nature of the 4th roommate. Upon discovering that this individual was deceased, she fled in terror. But ultimately, she could not escape her destined demise. Now, before us, stands the 4th inhabitant of dormitory 303, the drowned ghost. A chilling laughter escaped the drowned ghost's lips as her pallid visage turned towards Chen Shui. You may be more astute than the others. Yet having taken the life of my sole companion, you must remain here to accompany me. As she spoke, she advanced 2 steps forward, without warning, lunging towards Chen Shui. Golden light talismans, Chen Shui exclaimed, hastily brandishing her talismans. However, the once infallible golden light talismans were seized in the ghost's grasp. With a surge of malevolent energy, she crushed the talisman with ease. A sinister grin spread across her horrifying face, brimming with disdain. What? Chen Shui gasped in disbelief. The Taoist talisman, embodying the essence of purity and light, had been shattered by this wretched entity, signifying her overwhelming strength compared to the practitioner. Suddenly, a swift kick and a powerful punch were unleashed. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Shui and Sister Sun unleashed their most formidable attacks, desperately seeking a glimmer of hope. The drowned ghost merely let out a derisive laugh, her swollen, pale arms effortlessly capturing their strikes, twisting with a brutal force. Ugh! Yang Chen emitted a muffled groan of agony. With a resounding thud, she was hurled into the hallway, her left ankle grotesquely twisted, marked by a deep, dark handprint radiating an eerie cold that caused the blood in her leg to congeal. Soon after, a sickening crack echoed as Sister Sun suffered a similar fate. Her wrist twisted and flung against the wall, blood gushing forth, her complexion as pale as parchment. Zhang Che, undeterred by the peril, charged forward. Yet, he was seized by the ghost's grip around his neck, lifted into the air, and violently thrown down the staircase, his head colliding with the steps, leaving him battered and breathless. This is not merely a malevolent spirit. Yang Chan's face drained of color as she whispered in a tone laced with despair. It is a half-step malevolent ghost, a being more terrifying than Principal Ma Hong. Upon hearing this revelation, dread washed over the group, their bodies prickling with fear, sinking into utter hopelessness. Initially, they had believed this to be a top-tier evil spirit, and under such assumptions, they thought their combined strength might hold out long enough for reinforcements, such as Qin Zhe or Lu Kai, to arrive. However, in the face of the malevolent spirit, unless all 9 individuals are at their peak condition from the very beginning and remain steadfastly united, there may linger a faint glimmer of hope for survival. At present, however, there is absolutely no avenue for escape. The drowned ghost appears unhurried in its intent to slay the group, advancing slowly. Chen Shui, with a visage etched in terror, retreats, while only Jiang Chun remains stationary, gazing intently at the apparition, his expression contemplative as if he is endeavoring to articulate his thoughts. As the drowned ghost draws closer, a hint of perplexity crosses its features. Are you not afraid of me? There is nothing to fear, Jiang Chun replies. I have been solitary for 18 years, and I find you rather charming. Might it be possible to find a place to converse about life and share our dreams? The drowned ghost is taken aback. How absurd. After being single for so long, you find a ghost appealing? The ghostly aura intensifies. I have long pondered a question. When water spirits ascend from the depths, do they not experience thirst? Jiang Chun inquires further. The drowned ghost pauses. I comprehend your implication, but why employ the term thirst? You ought to pose that inquiry to a lustful ghost. The ghostly aura increases again. Furthermore, since you can traverse both sea and land. Do water spirits qualify as amphibious beings or merely as aquatic phantoms? Jiang Qin's questions leave the drowned ghost momentarily stunned. Why are we discussing the sea again? Your pace is rather swift. The ghost's aura escalates once more. Despite its momentary bewilderment, the drowned ghost's pallid eyes betray a menacing glint. Oh, this young man is quite intriguing. Then, let us have you stay here first to keep me company. With grotesque, swollen hands, it lunges toward Jiang Qin's heart. Very well. Since you dread solitude so profoundly, Jiang Qin murmurs, I shall assist you in permanently resolving that dilemma. Once one has departed this life, solitude ceases to exist. Transforming into a demon. Bung Boer Ba. Chapter 57. The Wind of Sun, the Fire of Li, the water of Qin. Ancient powers surged within him, and a mysterious ink-black hue seeped into Jiang Qin's pupils. His aura began to shift. His gaze turned somber and chilling, evoking a sense of dread akin to that of a creature lurking in the depths of dark waters. Ding! A random selection revealed the divine ability, Demonic Rain Technique. Jiang Qin could sense that this one-star card surpassed the previous Dragon of the Sea by a notable margin. He chuckled. Ah, my ghostly sister, come forth. I shall alleviate your solitude for eternity. His sinister gaze swept over, causing the drowned ghost's pupils to quiver as though a monster had fixed its stare upon her, instilling a primal fear within her. At this moment, Jiang Qin's hand had already grasped her swollen wrist. With his other hand, he unleashed a ferocious punch. The mighty bull demon fist. Fueled by a torrent of demonic energy, this strike was nothing short of terrifying, producing a sonic boom that left the onlookers wide-eyed. Bang! The drowned ghost's abdomen caved in deeply, her body arching grotesquely backward. She lowered her head in disbelief, struggling to comprehend why a living being, who appeared weaker than her own ghostly servant, had suddenly become so formidable. It was not only his strength, it was the aura surrounding him, otherworldly, malevolent, terrifying, and grotesque, that compelled even a ghost to feel the instinctive urge to flee. Ghostly energy 80. Help! I feel so unwell. Is there anyone who can save me? Ugh! The female ghost suddenly bowed her head, emitting a chilling wail, her face contorted in agony as she gasped for breath. Moments later, she lifted her head to gaze at Jiang Qin, her expression a mix of mockery and confusion. Wait, how can you still breathe? Aren't we submerged in water? Shouldn't we all be drowning? As the female ghost's ominous voice echoed, the corridor turned damp, vapors rising to form a thick mist. What is happening? Ugh, I can't breathe. It's so suffocating. Sun Jie, Yang Chan, and the others clutched their throats, faces contorted in pain. Zhang Su even collapsed to the ground, limbs flailing like a drowning person. They were merely experiencing an indirect effect. Jiang Qin, who met the ghost's gaze head-on, found himself enveloped in the densest fog. Yet, he remained unaffected, instead looking at the female ghost with a puzzled expression. Sister Ghost, have you forgotten? I am a fish. How could a fish drown? This statement left the ghost utterly stunned, her eyes narrowing in disbelief as she scrutinized Jiang Qin. After a long pause, the corners of her mouth twitched as she contemplated a disturbing possibility. This person was gravely ill, possibly suffering from a cognitive disorder, believing himself to be a fish? Damn. Ghostly energy 90. The female ghost's expression soured. Her ability to bewitch was predicated on instilling a sense of impending doom, leading her target to genuinely believe they were drowning, which would trigger a physiological response and result in death. However, if he fundamentally believed himself to be a fish, her influence would be rendered ineffective. Yet, dear Sister Ghost, you are clearly human. Won't you encounter problems remaining submerged? As Jiang Qin observed the female ghost lost in thought, he took the initiative to speak. Allow me to assist you. A piece of obscure knowledge. Once one becomes a corpse, one can no longer drown. The female ghost retorted, curse you. Ghostly energy surged by 72 points. Jiang Qin struck again, and the ghost swiftly countered, the weight of her resentment colliding violently with her chaotic demonic power. In the corridor, the two engaged in relentless combat. After a brief period, it became evident that the female ghost was at a disadvantage. One of her arms was brutally torn off, and her face bore numerous slap marks, deepening her internal resentment. Fight as you will, but to insult me while doing so. What does ghostly etiquette matter? I shall retaliate. The female ghost, unable to endure further, roared fiercely. The walls on either side and the ceiling of the corridor trembled with an abundance of water droplets. This was her trump card, a challenging feat to harness. It required a living being to be plunged into the depths of terror, then a small incision made upon them, suspended from the ceiling, allowing every drop of their blood to coalesce into a droplet of her water. With these droplets in existence, even the most formidable among the school would hesitate to enter the female dormitory. This was her last resort, one she wished to avoid utilizing. Yet, Jiang Qin's foundational power had now approached D grade, augmented by a formidable one-star transformation card, placing his combat prowess perilously close to that of the legendary demonic king during his transformation. The pressure he exerted in battle was immense, forcing the ghost to act recklessly. A sharp, piercing roar echoed, shattering every window on the floor. More terrifyingly, the droplets capable of corrupting the extraordinary fell simultaneously, clear and pristine. Yet to Qin Shui and her companions, they appeared as a monstrous flood of death. One drop had already rendered Sister Sun's arm useless. Should all of them descend, none in attendance would escape unscathed. The impact on the hand would lead to blood stagnation, immobilizing it. But what if it landed on the heart or the brain? Such a phenomenon would not tolerate stagnation. A sudden halt would mean cardiac arrest and brain death. Run! Sister Sun desperately scrambled to her feet. Yang Chan, however, shook her head helplessly. There is no escape. In despair, she closed her eyes. Among them, she was the strongest, acutely aware that droplets were falling from above and below, leaving no avenue of retreat. Qin Shui clutched a jade pendant shaped like a sword, piercing her middle finger to infuse her body with a surge of true energy, temporarily elevating her to D level. Her eyes blazed red as she bellowed, "Make way!" Striding forward, she produced a crimson talisman. Qi in the heavens, Kuan on the ground. Sun Wind, Li Fire, Fire Dragon Talisman. She recited the I Ching, unleashing a torrent of wind in the corridor, conjuring a wave of flames that distorted the very air with its terrifying heat. The female ghost, alarmed, swiftly raised her hand to conjure a wall of water. Yet, the flames extinguished. The onlookers were left speechless. Jiang Qin, having stepped aside, opened his mouth, his expression one of exasperation. You were so loudly. And yet this is the result? However, this is quite normal. Qin Shui, having resorted to her trump card, has barely stepped into the realm of D. In other words, she is equivalent to the weakest of the top-tier malevolent spirits, while the female specter before her is but a half step into the realm of the vengeful. The disparity in strength is insurmountable. Thus, the battle holds no suspense whatsoever. With a casual swipe of her hand, the female ghost sends Qin Shui flying, a derisive smile gracing her lips. Yet, in the next instant, her smile freezes upon her visage. Water KN. These two words escape Jiang Qin's lips. And as he speaks, the vengeful water, cascading like raindrops, appears to be magically suspended in midair. This scene is nothing short of breathtaking. To the uninitiated, it seems as if time has been momentarily halted. Yang Chan, shrouded in despair and with her eyes closed, waits in vain for the sensation of droplets upon her face. When she finally opens her eyes, she is greeted by this surreal spectacle. Jiang Qin's right hand is raised, and the multitude of droplets trembles in unison. Originally pure and transparent, they gradually become shrouded in a layer of inky darkness. Ghostly Energy 99. The female ghost stares, utterly flabbergasted. The vengeful water, I painstakingly condensed. How can you so casually seize it with a mere gesture? Moreover, as a living being, why do you appear even more sinister than I? This vengeful water, upon falling into your grasp, instantly turns black and emanates a chilling aura. Chapter 58. You were even more ruthless than this. While the female ghost was lost in thought, Jiang Qin's right hand formed an imaginary grip, and the suspended droplets of water, as if drawn by an unseen force, plummeted to the ground with bullet-like speed. Are you attempting to use my own vengeful water against me? Upon witnessing this scene, the female ghost chuckled. The terror of these droplets lay in their fusion of heavy resentment, combined with the final breaths of various souls, transforming them into entities of utmost malevolence. Any living being that came into contact with them would undoubtedly meet their demise. Even extraordinary beings, protected by true energy, would find the parts of their bodies touched by these droplets rendered nearly useless. Not even ordinary malevolent spirits dared to approach them. Yet, the female ghost herself could not possibly fear these droplets. Upon impact, they indeed left no trace of influence upon her. However, when the droplets shattered, releasing tendrils of dark, demonic energy, it was as if she had been struck by bullets, her form erupting with gaping wounds. Bang, bang, bang. What? Why is this happening? She cried out in agony, resembling a victim of a machine gun assault, her body convulsing violently from the recoil, flesh torn asunder, sending sprays of blood mist into the air. Ghost Energy 57. Ghost Energy 68. Ghost Energy. The system notifications rang out ceaselessly, eliciting a smile of exhilaration from Jiang Chun. The onlookers, witnessing this brutal spectacle and then glancing at the maniacally laughing Jiang Chun, could not help but shiver simultaneously. When they engaged in ghost hunting, they too encountered bloody scenes, yet deep down, they felt a profound discomfort, suppressing their nausea as they fought. But Jiang Chun derived such joy from tormenting ghosts. His smile was undeniably sincere, radiating heartfelt delight. Such ruthlessness. He was no ordinary person. Ultimately, under the relentless barrage of droplets resembling a machine gun's fire, the female ghost was reduced to a pale, pulpy mass. If one were to remain silent, no one would believe that this pile of flesh had been humanoid just a minute prior. At that moment, Jiang Chun's eyes sparkled with a brilliance that nearly illuminated the surroundings. With this encounter, his accumulation of ghost energy exceeded 1,000. This was the greatest harvest he had achieved from a single ghost thus far. Regrettably, such a feat would likely be difficult to replicate. Jiang Chun understood that this was merely a fortuitous coincidence. The droplets contained the female ghost's resentment, which he manipulated using the demon rain technique, infusing them with demonic energy to obliterate the ghost. In this process, not only did the demonic energy inflict damage, but the ghost's own malevolence simultaneously aided in recovering from her injuries. This allowed the female ghost to endure over 20 seconds of torment before her soul was utterly shattered. In her extreme suffering, she yielded a vast quantity of ghost energy. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your ghost energy has surpassed 5,000, reaching the standard for system upgrade. Would you like to spend 1,000 ghost energy for an upgrade? The subsequent notification jolted Jiang Chun from his euphoria. He stared wide-eyed, momentarily dazed. An upgrade? It required a full 1,000 ghost energy. Was this an upgrade or a heist? It was worth noting that this amount equated to a 2-star demon transformation card. Ding! After the upgrade, new system functionality, enhancement, will be unlocked. Upon hearing this prompt, Jiang Chun fell into contemplation. He was quite surprised. He had not anticipated that the demon transformation system possessed more than just card-drawing capabilities. What exactly would this so-called enhancement entail? Is it the enhancement of oneself? Or certain objects? He attempted to silently inquire about these questions, yet the system responded with an unsettling silence, offering no reply. Jiang Chun pondered for a moment and silently declared, upgrade. On one hand, he was intrigued by the function's potential, while on the other, he recognized the necessity of long-term planning. After all, his current ghostly energy was not in short supply. With 1,000 units, he could afford to spend a bit. Soon, the panel displayed a reduction in ghostly energy from 5010 to 4010. A notification chimed, indicating that the ghostly energy had been deducted, and the upgrade commenced, lasting for 8 hours, during which the system's functions remained operational. The cold, electronic female voice echoed in his mind. By tomorrow morning, he would witness the results. Jiang Chun nodded, feeling a sense of anticipation swell within him. Having completed these actions, he turned his gaze and was met with the astonished expressions of several individuals. Even Jiang Su was gasping in shock, barely suppressing exclamations of horror. Initially, Jiang Chun felt a sense of pride, but he soon noticed the way their eyes darted away when he looked their way. What was the matter? I saved them. Surely they are not afraid of me. He cleared his throat and took a step forward, only to see them all retreat in unison. Even Sister Sun, who was gravely injured and unable to rise, crawled backward. Jiang Chun. Though they were all extraordinary individuals, Jiang Chun's methods were particularly ruthless. It was akin to a butcher. While others swiftly dispatched their prey with a single stab, Jiang Chun preferred to laugh maniacally while brandishing 2 knives, trailing blood as he relentlessly pursued the pig, leaving it utterly unrecognizable, reduced to a mere puddle of flesh. Such a butcher would elicit nothing but terror among his peers. Haha, please do not be alarmed. I do not typically handle supernatural incidents in such a manner, Jiang Chun reassured them warmly, having observed their escape from the brink of dread. Upon hearing his words, Sister Sun and Jiang Su's expressions softened somewhat. However, Yang Chan hesitated, her lips parted as if to speak, but held back. She recalled the hapless running ghost, the clearly delineated security ghost, and the nearly driven mad toilet ghost. Indeed, he was often far more merciless. Chen Shui, on the other hand, twitched her lips in remembrance of the beauty ghost's terrifying screams after being dragged into a room. and the mirror ghost who had pursued her down the stairs demanding to see her entrails. Suddenly, Sister Sun had a revelation. Jiang Su grew anxious. Jiang Chen nodded. Let us go. He was not particularly worried about Lu Kai. Rather, he feared that Ma Hong would flee after committing his heinous act. However, when they rushed downstairs, the scene that unfolded surprised him. Lu Kai was, astonishingly, still alive, half kneeling on the ground, his knife embedded in the concrete. Beside him lay a large, severed arm, decayed and blackened, a phenomenon only produced by a corpse that had been possessed by a ghost. Was this Ma Hong's arm? Jiang Chen scrutinized the middle-aged man on the ground with surprise. Judging by their previous encounter with Ma Hong, he seemed to possess merely ordinary D strength. A considerable distance away from Ma Hong, who was dangerously close to being a half-step into a malevolent spirit. According to Jiang Chen's expectations after their descent, even if Lu Kai were to survive, he would be left severely injured. Unexpectedly, the situation unfolded in a starkly opposite manner. Ma Hong, having lost an arm, was forced to retreat. Boss, Brother Lu. The two rushed forward in haste. Lu Kai, with his head bowed, struggled to turn and, upon seeing the unscathed individuals, displayed a look of astonishment. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he exclaimed, "Don't come any closer. Leave." At that moment, his right hand clutched a blade, while his left hand, rendered powerless and hanging limply, bore a gaping wound deep enough to expose bone, nearly cleaving his palm in two. Crimson blood pooled around him. Lu Kai was acutely aware of the dire state he was in. It was not merely the excessive blood loss that plagued him. The final strike he had delivered had cost him a portion of his vitality. With that single stroke, he had sacrificed years of his lifespan, depleting all his true energy and stamina. Although he had successfully severed an arm, temporarily startling Ma Hong into retreat, Lu Kai sensed that, given the opponent's insidious and malicious nature, he had not entirely withdrawn. It was possible that at this very moment, he lurked in the surrounding darkness, waiting. Should Lu Kai reveal even a hint of weakness, Ma Hong would undoubtedly pounce, employing the most vicious methods to bring about his demise. Chapter 59. I adore this strictly regulated school. What's going on, Lu Gu? Sister Sun, upon hearing the commotion, raised her hand to halt Jiang Su, refraining from approaching recklessly. In the realm of supernatural events, any inadvertent action could potentially entrap one in the schemes of malevolent spirits. Since Lu Kai had advised against their advance, he undoubtedly had his reasons. Lu Kai remained silent, lifting his left hand to retrieve his phone from his pocket. The weight of the device caused his palm to tilt backward, giving the impression that it might break entirely. The wound on his hand appeared pale, blood seeping from the raw flesh, a sight both alarming and shocking. Despite the pain, he struggled to move his fingers, astonishingly managing to type. Sister Sun and Jiang Su exchanged anxious glances, puzzled as to why Lu Kai did not utilize his intact right hand. Suddenly, a thought struck Sister Sunday. Could it be that he was so weakened that he could not even rely on a knife for support, unable to kneel steadily? Was he merely enduring to intimidate the lurking headmaster? Before long, a message arrived on his phone, confirming her suspicions. I have lost all fighting capability. Ma Hong hasn't fled far. I can sense him watching me from the shadows. We must escape this school. Something is gravely amiss here. After sending the message, Lu Kai took a deep breath, his gaze sharpening as it swept across his surroundings, concealing his trepidation. Yet deep within, he was engulfed by a cold dread. The true master of Xianyang Middle School had yet to reveal himself, and already, Ma Hong was perilously close to becoming a formidable specter. How terrifying must the actual master be? Lu Kai began to regret his involvement in this mission, yet there was no antidote for regret in this world. All he could do now was use his frail body to hold back Ma Hong, hoping for a slender chance of survival. Sister Sun shared the message with the others. Lu Kai observed them, initially expecting them to flee in a panic. To his astonishment, one young man's eyes seemed to glitter momentarily as he scanned the surroundings. After a brief contemplation, he dramatically cleared his throat, producing a sound akin to kacha-kacha, and spat onto the ground. What audacity! Spitting indiscriminately, a blatant violation of school rules. Lu Kai felt a jolt of alarm within. He was merely putting on a brave front, temporarily intimidating Ma Hong. If the latter truly charged forth, they would all be doomed. Yet, he dared not intervene, as that would reveal his own trepidation. Instead, he could only suppress his indignation, his face flushed and eyes wild, desperately signaling to Sister Sun and Jiang Su to halt this reckless behavior. In the meantime, Jiang Chen, after expectorating, looked around the darkness with an expression brimming with anticipation. as if beckoning, "Come and catch me. Hurry up." In a shadowy corner, a robust figure's pallid eyes flickered. Having served as the headmaster for so many years, it was the first time he had encountered such an audacious student. Ma Hong could scarcely contain his agitation, nearly rushing out, but then he noticed Lu Kai, armed with a knife, exchanging glances with the young man. A trap. The realization dawned upon him. The opponent had dealt him a significant blow previously, and this provocation was an attempt to lure him out. Huh, how naive to underestimate me, Ma Hong. With a disdainful smile, he felt a surge of anger, his malevolent aura intensifying. Ma Hong scoffed with disdain, having recognized the conspiracy, gaining 35 ghost energy. Upon hearing the system notification, Jiangchen initially felt elated, as it indicated that the adversary was indeed nearby. However, he was soon struck by confusion. What conspiracy? How come he was unaware of it? After waiting for a moment without any movement, he pondered briefly before turning back towards the girls' dormitory. Not only did he enter, but he also emerged, then re-entered repeatedly, swaggering with an audacious demeanor. Lu Kai watched in astonishment. The act of a male entering the female dormitory was a serious violation of school regulations. Moreover, his relentless hopping at the entrance of the girls' dormitory was a blatant affront to the disciplinary director. Was this young man truly fearless? In the shadows, Ma Hong clenched his remaining fist tightly, seeing no immediate effect. Jiangchen boldly stepped into several dorms on the first floor and shortly after emerged with an array of colorful items. The onlookers were left utterly flabbergasted, stealing the private garments of female students. How ruthless. Ma Hong's decayed chest heaved violently, his pallid eyes fixated on Jiangchen, noticing that his actions still bore no fruit. Jiangchen casually discarded a few pieces of clothing and strode over, seizing Chun Shue's hand dramatically, exclaiming, "Classmate Shue, might I have the honor of inviting you for a stroll on the playground tonight?" Although she understood the intent was to lure out the ghost, Chun Shue's face flushed involuntarily as she lowered her head, barely managing a faint tone. Lu Kai was left trembling in shock. Early romance. Was there anything more egregious in violating school rules? In the shadows, Ma Hong's teeth, stained with remnants of flesh, were clenched tightly, his primal instincts nearly overwhelming him. After a brief pause, Jiangchen made it clear to Lu Kai that there were even graver violations than early romance. He then seized Yongchan's hand. Initially, she was on the verge of exploding with indignation. "Classmate Xiao Chan, would you have the honor of joining me at the arcade after school for a round of King of Fighters?" Upon hearing this, Yongchan momentarily forgot about being grasped. Her willow-like brows furiously furrowed. Why was Chun Shui being invited to the playground, while she was being asked to play video games? Just as Jiangchen was about to explain, a furious voice erupted from the darkness, spitting indiscriminately, entering the girls' dormitory, stealing clothing, and most importantly, simultaneously engaging in early romance with two female classmates. "You even wish to go to an arcade? Classmate, you have severely violated the regulations of Xiangyang Middle School. As the disciplinary director, I must announce your punishment: death." Heavy footsteps echoed as a towering figure, over 2 meters tall, with only one arm and clad in tattered attire, charged forth like a tank. His expression was furious, clearly at his wit's end. Observing this, Jiangchen smirked. "I quite appreciate the strict regulations of this school. They resonate with me. However, Mr. Ma, have you not also violated school rules? Your disheveled appearance on campus is quite unbecoming. And where is your left sleeve? Deliberately presenting yourself in bizarre attire and leading students astray. Mr. Ma, your situation is quite serious." At these words, Ma Hong's expression faltered. "My entire left arm was severed. Do you question me about my sleeve? What nonsense." Ghost Energy 95. As the newly appointed Director of Education, I, representing the school's Academic Affairs Office, have decided to impose upon you the punishment of expulsion from this institution. Jiangchen spoke sternly, his expression grave. "What are you saying? I am still here. How can there be a next Director of Education?" Ma Hong retorted, advancing towards Jiangchen, his right hand raised high, infused with a ferocious ghostly energy ready to strike. Chen Shui and others hurriedly retreated, daring not to obstruct the enraged entity. "You will perish, and then there will be one," Jiangchen replied, his demeanor indifferent. With a snap of his fingers, a drop of water shot forth from above his head like a bullet, piercing through Ma Hong's palm and creating a gaping wound. Previously, facing a drowned ghost, the demon rain technique had only been able to tear apart a small piece of flesh, yet Ma Hong, being merely a top-tier malevolent spirit, succumbed to a single drop of demon rain that was sufficient to obliterate his ghostly form. "What?" Ma Hong's voice trembled, disbelief evident in his tone. Jiang Chun did not afford him the chance to react. With a swift motion of his right hand, hundreds of droplets of demon rain, which had already coalesced above, cascaded down in unison. Chapter 60. Students in the abandoned classroom. Bang, bang, bang. A series of explosive sounds erupted as blood holes continuously appeared on Ma Hong's body. The minor water manipulation technique is a fundamental application with a broader approach to controlling water, yet it lacks specialization. In contrast, the demon rain technique is more singular and powerful. The evident distinction between the two is that Jiangchen, utilizing minor water manipulation, must first crush a bottle of mineral water, whereas the demon rain technique can directly condense moisture from the air to form demon rain. Each droplet of demon rain harbors demon energy, wielding tremendous power. In fact, Jiangchen speculated that this divine ability likely derives from the blood rain technique of the Saint Dragon King, and its formidable strength is hardly surprising. After all, this nine-headed insect's father-in-law has certain connections with the Bull Demon King, making him a significant demon in his own right. Years ago, he polluted a Buddhist tower and continued to thrive, demonstrating his profound background and strength. Ma Hong desperately attempted to shield himself with resentment, but was still bombarded by 100 droplets of demon rain, leaving his body riddled with wounds. Jiang Chun strode forward and unleashed a powerful punch, creating a gaping hole in Ma Hong's chest, obliterating all his accumulated resentment. Clink. Having previously violated school regulations, Jiang Chun had nearly exhausted the ghostly energy that Ma Hong could provide, thus he did not squander any time. This encounter resulted in over 600 units of ghostly energy added to his tally. Lu Kai stood by, utterly astonished. The Ma Hong who had tortured himself to near death was so easily dispatched. The others, though witnessing this for the second time, could not suppress their inner shock. After all, Jiang Chun was remarkably young yet possessed such prowess, marking him as an extraordinary talent in Jiangbei City. Most importantly, they had never heard of such an individual before. He may very well hail from some hidden faction. After resolving the issue with Ma Hong, Sister Sun applied some healing ointment to Lu Kai's wounds, administered a pill, and instructed Zhang Su to carry him as they made their way. The drowned ghost from the girls' dormitory, Ma Hong, represented two terrifying entities, yet neither was the true master of Xiangyang High School. They understood that the risk assessment for this mission had gone awry. This place was undeniably beyond their capability to handle. Their immediate task was to safely exit the school and report back to the underworld. As they passed the teaching building, the group heard the sounds of combat and piercing screams. Looking up, they spotted several figures engaged in battle atop a nearby building, including Qin Zhe and a few disheveled female ghosts in school uniforms, one of whom emanated an extremely potent aura of resentment, akin to Ma Hong's. Zhang Su inquired. Having been trapped in the girls' dormitory, he was unaware of Lu Kai's plea for help, which Qin Zhe had ignored. Seeing the current scene, he instinctively assumed that Qin Zhe was ensnared by the ghosts and could not come to their aid. Be quiet, Sister Sun scolded sharply. She and Lu Kai had long discerned Qin Zhe's intentions and understood that his absence was not due to an inability to escape. Even if he harbored ghostly thoughts, they were all engaged in the same mission. Should he encounter trouble, not only would the underworld hold him accountable, but the Qin family would not let the matter rest either. At this moment, Lu Kai pondered carefully before speaking. He has navigated the realm of the extraordinary for many years without the backing of a prominent family. His journey to this point reveals a remarkable character. Despite having recently encountered a betrayal, he remains composed, weighing the pros and cons with a calm demeanor. Brother Jiang, the Qin family is formidable and a force we cannot afford to provoke. I suggest we intervene. He turned to Jiangchen, seeking his counsel. What do you propose? Does my Yang family fear the Qin family? Yang Chan retorted, her brows furrowed in indignation. Qin Shui also displayed signs of frustration. However, considering that Jiang Chun and his companions lacked any significant backing, if Qin Zhe were to perish at Xiangyang Middle School, they would undoubtedly face severe repercussions. She nodded in agreement, suggesting, we could raise our voices to alert them, urging them to flee together. Jiangchen, what are your thoughts? That scoundrel Qin Zhe has wronged us. Should we not reciprocate? Yang Chan's fiery nature emerged as she spoke passionately. Rest assured, if trouble arises, I will have my father support you. Though opinions diverged, an unspoken understanding prevailed among them. In their ranks, the strongest dictated the course of action, and all eyes turned to Jiang Chun. After a moment of contemplation, he declared with a sense of resolve, Old Lu is correct. as extraordinary individuals. We cannot turn a blind eye to suffering. As he spoke, he turned, surveying his surroundings, ultimately fixing his gaze upon a darkened corridor of a nearby building. Suddenly, he shouted, "Halt! That female ghost, do not flee." With that, he hastened after her. The others remained momentarily stunned. "Ah, I understand now." Sister Sun was the first to react, shyly smiling as she echoed, "Ghost ahead, do not run." Soon, Chen Shui and the suddenly enlightened Yang Chan followed suit, calling out as they pursued, "What is happening?" Zhang Che appeared bewildered. Lu Kai sighed, shaking his head, "Do not question, just follow suit." He recognized Jiang Chen's intention to ensnare someone, a strategy aimed at mitigating future inquiries from the underworld. This was customary. Should a collective task result in casualties, the survivors would be subjected to investigation and possibly even polygraph examinations. It would not suffice to claim, "We witnessed Qin Zhe and his companions being besieged, but chose to betray them out of spite." Instead, it would be far more plausible to assert, "We intended to offer assistance, but were unexpectedly hindered by the sudden appearance of a ghost." In no time, they ascended to the second floor. Jiang Chun had originally intended to reach this level and descend via another staircase, thereby accessing the previous flowerbed area while keeping their distance from the building where Qin Zhe resided. This way, the fate of their adversaries would no longer concern them. However, while traversing the corridor, he stumbled upon an eerie sight. In a classroom shrouded in darkness, a multitude of students sat attentively, while at the podium stood a female teacher. Her mouth sewn shut and eyes gouged out, conducting her lesson. No sound escaped her lips. Her hands gestured towards the blackboard, not with chalk, but with a severed finger. All the students sat rigidly in place, for any deviation from the rules would result in merciless punishment, even death. Even in their lifeless state, they wished to evade such horrifying torment and abuse. Jiang Chun leaned against the window, observing intently. He discovered that among the lifeless students seated below, 5 were high school children, while the other 2 were adults, 1 male and 1 female. The man had a camera hanging around his neck, its lens lodged with a discolored eyeball, while his own eyes were mere gaping wounds. Curiously, the whereabouts of his other eyeball remained a mystery. The woman was clad in a white dress, her neck contorted beyond 90 degrees, her head bent at an impossible angle, her long hair concealing her entire face. They appeared to be a couple seeking thrills, or perhaps content creators pursuing supernatural adventures, yet they had unwittingly stumbled upon this truly haunted derelict school. Jiang Chun murmured. He also observed that the remaining students exhibited peculiarities. For instance, one girl was upside down, her skull caved in, likely having met her demise in a headfirst fall. Another student dangled from a beam, his face a ghastly shade of bluish white. Suddenly, the female teacher seemed to perceive something, her gaze sweeping towards a window on the corridor side, where she spotted a shadowy figure peering furtively into the classroom. A silent laugh escaped her as the corners of her stitched mouth twitched, her hollow eyes curving in a manner that was utterly terrifying. The female teacher rose and walked toward the door. Wandering outside during class hours was a severe violation of school regulations. Chapter 61. The ailing physical education teacher in a dimly lit classroom. A group of long-deceased students turned their gaze towards the teacher as he suddenly rose, their pallid, lifeless eyes fixated on Jiang Chun by the window. A chilling atmosphere permeated the air. Behind Jiang Chun, others sensed something amiss, their hearts tightening in apprehension. Being scrutinized by so many apparitions simultaneously was indeed a troublesome predicament. However, Jiang Chun remained unfazed. After a moment of contemplation, he strode purposefully to the door, coincidentally locking eyes with the female teacher who had just opened it. Before she could utter a word, he took the initiative. "Ms. Yang Qin, isn't this my class? What are you doing here?" The female teacher was momentarily taken aback, speechless. Jiang Qin continued, "And why have I heard that you've been telling others that I'm unwell?" Yang Qin appeared even more perplexed, pulling out a small notebook filled with crooked black script inscribing the same name repeatedly, though none could decipher what it was. Realizing the significance of her severed finger, Jiang Chun understood that all the books and blackboards in this school were scrawled with that same name, leaving her no choice but to write in blood. Indeed, Yang Qin wrote in vivid red with her severed finger, "Who are you?" "I am the physical education teacher who started this semester," Jiang Chun replied, turning to scold under his breath. Then, with a teasing tone, he remarked, "Ah, I see. Given that I have yet to teach a single class since my arrival, it's understandable you wouldn't recognize me." Upon hearing this, Yang Qin paused, then suddenly comprehended. It was only natural she had not encountered the physical education teacher before. She then cast a discontented glance at Jiang Chun. The newcomer seemed oblivious to the norms. Why would a physical education teacher, rather than properly be ill, desire anything else? What should I call you? I have urgent matters to attend to in this class. Otherwise, should I compel you to fall ill again? Jiang Chen's lips twitched slightly. Even in death, the homeroom teacher's habits remained unchanged. The mere mention of a physical education teacher inevitably led to discussions of illness. Throughout his childhood, he had always believed that exercise was detrimental to health, for among all the subjects, it was only the physical education teachers who appeared the most frail, frequently succumbing to ailments. No, the semester was nearing its end. There was no way he would miss this class. Jiang Chun's resolve was firm. Yang Qin's expression darkened instantly, a hint of menace emerging from her hollow eyes. She fixed her gaze upon Jiang Chun and wrote, "Let us step outside to talk." Jiang Chun did not refuse. The two turned down the corridor and arrived at the stairwell. Avoiding the student's gaze, Yang Qin's terrifying visage seemed to curl into a sinister smile as she inscribed on the paper, "Think carefully. Would you prefer I tell the students you are ill, or that you have passed away?" At this, Jiang Qin's demeanor shifted. "Ms. Yang, we are all civilized individuals here. Are you attempting to engage me in some societal game?" Yang Qin remained silent, revealing a bloodied knife in her hand, her expression oscillating between amusement and scrutiny as she assessed Jiang Chun. "Do you truly believe no one is here to defend our physical education teacher?" Jiang Chun retorted with a cold laugh. "Brothers, come out." Upon hearing these words, Yang Chan and her companions, who had concealed their presence with a breath-concealing talisman, rushed out from their hiding spot on the stairs. Yang Qin, startled by the sudden turn of events, instinctively swung her knife at Jiang Chen, intending to force him aside before fleeing to the classroom. However, a powerful hand seized her wrist firmly, and Jiang Chen smirked, declaring, "Today, I shall vindicate our physical education teacher. From this day forth, let every student partake in physical education, and may we, the physical education teachers, no longer be frail and ailing. Attack her." With that command, the group launched their assault. In the ensuing chaos, a woman's head soon rolled across the corridor. Yang Qin, though a formidable top-tier malevolent spirit, was significantly weaker than the director, Ma Hong, and was quickly overwhelmed by the collective onslaught, succumbing within mere seconds. This encounter granted Jiang Chun over 400 units of ghostly energy. "Stay here for now. I will assess the situation in the classroom. If the moment is right, I will signal with a clap, and you can break through the windows to join me," Jiang Chun instructed, turning towards the classroom. The others remained momentarily stunned, particularly Lu Kai and his group. "Break through the window. But we are respectable practitioners, not bandits," Zhang Se muttered, only to be met with a slap from Lu Kai. "What do you know? When dealing with spirits, any effective method is a good method. This young man's strategy is commendable. Pay attention and learn well." Having consumed a medicinal pill, Lu Kai had regained his mobility and regarded Jiang Chen's retreating figure thoughtfully, with a glint of insight occasionally flickering in his eyes. Chen Shui and Yang Chan, now well-versed in the situation, asked no further questions. They had reached a consensus. Following Jiang Chun in exorcising spirits was a rather pleasant experience. As long as they adhered to the plan, they could conserve their strength and ensure their safety. Upon entering the classroom, a myriad of sinister gazes fixated upon him. Any ordinary practitioner would likely feel their hair stand on end in such an atmosphere. Yet, Jiang Chun remained at ease, smiling as he nodded at the students, his eyes inadvertently gleaming with eagerness and hunger. "It seems teacher Yang Qin has been called away unexpectedly. I shall conduct today's lesson," he announced. As he spoke, a chilling voice interjected, "Teacher, why did you come to class without a lesson plan? That violates class rules." His gaze fell upon a boy with an exaggerated grin stretching to his ears, who was staring at him with a malevolent glint. At that moment, all the students in the classroom rose in unison, their expressions menacing, seemingly poised to collectively punish Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun was taken aback, suddenly comprehending why Yang Qin had deliberately averted the student's gaze when she threatened him earlier. It was not out of fear of frightening them. Rather, it was because, even if a teacher contravened class rules, they would face repercussions and be collectively scrutinized by the students. Surrounded by so many malevolent spirits, even a top-tier malevolent spirit would find no respite. Jiang Chen had previously expended considerable energy in battle, leaving him with less than 30% of his demonic power remaining. Recklessly engaging in conflict could lead to his own detriment. However, he remained composed, his expression turning serious as he struck the podium with a resounding slap. What are you doing? Have you lost your senses? Is it permissible for you to interrupt while I am speaking? Have you forgotten what kind of teacher I am? I am your physical education instructor. There is no lesson plan required. Why are you all standing? Are you attempting to rebel? His barrage of reprimands resonated loudly, leaving the students momentarily stunned. The most striking aspect was Jiang Qin's demeanor while speaking. It bore no resemblance to that of an ordinary teacher, but rather exuded the authority of someone at the level of a dean, instilling a profound sense of fear within them. Moreover, upon reflection, the students recognized the validity of his point. After all, a physical education teacher indeed has no need for a lesson plan. Consequently, they awkwardly settled back into their seats. Chapter 62. Those uninformed might mistake me for a tyrant within the classroom. An atmosphere of brief silence descended, tinged with a hint of awkwardness. The students had initially intended to assert their dominance over the new teacher, perhaps even to devour him metaphorically, but to their surprise, they found themselves on the receiving end of a scathing reprimand. Very well, let us resume the lesson, Jiang Qin announced. While contemplating how to devise a methodical way to outmaneuver these students and avert a potential assault. How amusing, teacher, a girl in the front row suddenly interjected. In stark contrast to the ominous demeanor of her peers, she appeared rather composed, her features exquisitely crafted. Yet, upon prolonged observation, an unsettling impression arose. Her face seemed disjointed, with each individual feature, nose, mouth, eyes, beautiful in isolation, yet bizarre when assembled together, almost as if it were a collage. What is it? Jiang Qin furrowed his brow, directing his gaze toward her. Just now, Zhang Yang interrupted, contravening our class rules. Ordinarily, such behavior warrants punishment, yet you have chosen to overlook it. Are you truly unaware of the regulations at Xiangyang High School? Are you genuinely a new teacher? She queried with a sinister undertone. A cluster of students again revealed their predatory glances. Should this be a fraudulent teacher, they would stop at nothing to eliminate him. Upon hearing her words, Jiang Qin's eyes sparkled with realization. He cast an appreciative glance at the girl. Thank you for the reminder. This is indeed a matter that requires discipline. Zhang Yang's actions must be met with strict consequences. However, teacher, are you familiar with our methods of punishment? She retorted, her smile growing more malevolent. Jiang Qin's gaze shifted, recalling the knife that Yang Qin habitually carried. He looked toward the restless students and grinned wickedly. Let us impose upon Zhang Yang the penalty of receiving 3 cuts from me. Upon hearing this, the students collectively sighed in disappointment. Such a cruel form of punishment clearly indicated the new teacher's inexperience. The atmosphere grew heavy with despair, and the ghostly energy in the room surged by 25. As Jiang Qin approached with the knife, Zhang Yang, the boy with the wide grin, glared at the girl in the front row with clenched teeth. Thanks a lot, teacher. I did not mean to defy you. I merely wished to remind you that I forgot to bring the lesson plan. Could you perhaps be a tad gentler? He pleaded, turning to beg for mercy. Jiang Qin responded with a benevolent smile. Ah, this child recognizes his mistakes, which is commendable. Do not worry, I am not a cruel man. The reason for your punishment is to uphold the integrity of our class rules. We shall merely go through the motions. I will lightly tap you with the knife. Relax. Zhang Yang exhaled in relief upon hearing this. At that moment, Jiang Qin extended a hand and placed it on the back of his head. A wave of unease washed over Zhang Yang, and he trembled. Wait. If you intend to cut me, you need not hold my head. What are you planning, teacher? In a panic, he felt a surge of ghostly energy. 30. Fear not. I am merely obstructing their view to facilitate my ruse. Jiang Qin assured him with a reassuring glance. Yet, Zhang Yang, this time, did not dare to trust him, struggling to break free. Jiang Qin's powerful grip ensnared the boy's head like an iron claw, his right arm raised high as the glint of a spring-loaded knife flashed coldly. With the hardened skull was pierced through. The knife twisted, emitting a chilling sound of shattered bone. Under the onslaught of demonic energy, the boy, with his mouth agape, did not have time to utter a single cry before he met his demise. The surrounding students stood in stunned silence. Good heavens! Such cruelty! To say 3 strikes would be an understatement. This one strike was fatal. Jiang Qin released his hold, and the lifeless body crumpled to the ground, quickly oxidizing into a darkened state. As for the 2 additional strikes, let them be regarded as a chance for Zhang Yang to redeem himself. May he heed this lesson in his next life. Upon hearing this, the system notifications rang out once more. The students grimaced. The boy is gone. And yet you speak of him? Forget it. Since the atmosphere has reached this point, Let's forego the lesson today and instead focus on our class rules and decorum. Jiang Chun murmured, making a decision as his gaze swept across the classroom, causing a group of students to fall into a heavy silence. They nervously glanced toward the girl in the front row. Why do you even have to speak? You. Why bring a camera to class? Dare to use electronic devices during the lesson? Jiang Chen's eyes scanned the room until they landed on a boy with a camera. The boy blinked in confusion. Teacher, my eyes are in this camera. Without it, I cannot see the blackboard. Do you think yourself amusing? You would rather hold a camera than your own eyes? Jiang Chun strode over, the bloodied knife still in hand. The camera boy bared his teeth. Are you a dog? Why do you care? Wait, did you just insult me in your thoughts? Jiang Chen's gaze turned ominous. The camera boy was taken aback. You can hear my thoughts? Bringing electronic devices into the classroom and insulting the teacher will result in the punishment of confiscating your heart. With that declaration, Jiang Chun unleashed a power piercing through the boy's chest and extracting a rotting, dark red heart, entwined with curses and resentment, still beating. The camera boy let out a horrified scream. Why are you screaming so loudly? If you didn't know better, one might think I was abusing students in class. That would be slander against a teacher. A crime deserving of further punishment, crushing your heart. As he spoke, Jiang Chun exerted force, causing the heart to explode. The camera boy fell to the ground in defeat. A cacophony of shocked gasps filled the room. Good grief. Are you really a teacher? You must be a devil. Let this serve as a warning to all. Do not commit such foolish errors. Jiang Chun declared, once again searching for his next target. In this tense atmosphere, every student sat up straight, fearful that any misstep might draw his attention, making them the next victim. Jiang Chun circled the classroom until he reached a student with his head down, suddenly barking, Is this how you attend class? Sit up properly. Stand up. The student, with his head still on the floor, turned slightly, his pale eyes glancing upward. Teacher, I have always sat this way. No other teachers have ever commented on it. Besides, how can I stand up like this? What tone is that, speaking to a teacher in such a manner? Defying the teacher in class is a grave offense, and thus you shall be punished. Jiang Chun paused, his voice chilling as he declared, You shall die a dismembered death. The upside-down ghost gritted its teeth. I will fight you to the end. The malevolent aura surged forth, propelling it forward with ferocity. However, Jiang Chun seized its legs with a powerful grip and forcefully tore its body apart with a swift motion. With a sickening rip, it was left in two halves, carelessly discarded upon the ground. After ruthlessly eliminating this student, Jiang Chun contemplated for a moment and then solemnly added, Dare to lay a hand on the teacher again, and your deskmate shall die alongside you. The upside-down ghost's deskmate. Chapter 63. The Forbidden Name. Damn it, we die together with our deskmate. In the dimly lit classroom, a group of ghostly students bared their teeth, feeling an unsettling chill deep within. The new teacher, seemingly jovial and amiable, concealed a ferocity akin to that of a blood-soaked butcher beneath his gentle facade. If this continues, he will surely slaughter us all. The deskmate of the headless ghost, a boy with blood-stained lips and a distended belly, rose fervently, declaring, Classmates, we must resist, otherwise none of us shall leave this classroom alive tonight. Indeed, this teacher is employing a deceptive strategy. His murderous intent is overwhelmingly palpable. The hanging ghost ominously echoed, Let us fight back. There may still be a chance for survival. The atmosphere in the classroom grew sinister as terrifying apparitions began to murmur darkly. A chilling breeze swept through, and the temperature plummeted. Outside, a group of onlookers, their lips twitching with disbelief, had overheard Jiang Chun's earlier actions, leaving them utterly astounded. Hearing the ghost's comment on his lethal nature nearly caused them to burst into laughter. How absurd. The ghosts are accusing a human of being excessively murderous. Judging by the malevolent aura, each of these ghosts from Xianyang Middle School must have claimed at least a dozen lives. Yet, such ruthless beings were thrown into disarray by Jiang Chun, willing to risk breaking school rules to band together and strike back. With the vengeful ghosts fixating on him, Jiang Chun felt a prickling sensation on his scalp. After all, he had expended a considerable amount of demonic energy during his previous attacks, and he was uncertain if he could contend with the remaining 4 malevolent spirits. However, he remained composed. Suddenly, he clapped his hands and called out towards the front door, Who is there? At this proclamation, the students poised to attack remained unmoved, for as malevolent spirits, they had taken countless lives and were not easily swayed by such rudimentary tactics. Yet, in the next moment, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed. The ghosts froze, eyes fixated on the entrance. A girl in the front row, clutching a knife, stealthily hid behind the door, ready to launch a surprise assault on whoever entered. Then, suddenly, bang, bang, bang. With a series of sharp sounds, the windows shattered and figures surged in. The ghosts, transfixed at the door, were left astonished. Have the living become so cunning? Alas, they had no chance for regret. Jiang Chun seized the opportune moment, and alongside Yang Chan, Lu Kai, and others, the classroom erupted with the sounds of talisman explosions, fists and feet striking, and the anguished wails of the vengeful spirits. Moments later, the battle concluded. Limbs and remnants littered the floor. The crowd erupted in excitement, capturing photographs to upload to the Underworld app, reaping significant rewards from this encounter. Jiang Chun was particularly exhilarated. Though the circumstances had been somewhat hurried and the ghostly energy less than perfect, he had nonetheless harvested over 1,200 units of ghostly power from the seven spirits. This, in addition to the earlier encounters with Ma Hong and the female homeroom teacher. His malevolent aura had escalated from the upgraded 4010 to a staggering 6320. This was indeed a considerable fortune. It would enable him to significantly enhance his strength, allowing for better survival in this increasingly perilous world. As a few individuals tidied up the aftermath in the classroom, the battle atop the opposite teaching building was nearing its conclusion. Only one female student in uniform remained. But she was imbued with the strongest resentment, teetering on the brink of becoming a formidable spirit. Despite her numerous injuries, she exuded a fierce hostility, continuously roaring and attacking. I told you, it wasn't me. Why? Why do you force me? Her voice was laced with grievance and malice. Her body was battered, with many parts grotesquely twisted, as if she had plummeted from that height countless times, enduring inhumane torment. Moreover, she had always been an aberration. Did she not deserve to perish? Why? Why seek vengeance upon me? She has no right. I am the normal one. She is merely a freak. The more grievously the girl was injured, the more venomous her words became, seemingly bestowing upon her some peculiar strength. Dragging her wounded body, she held her own against Qin Zhe and his companions. Enough. This has gone on long enough. Qin Zhe, elegantly retreating from the fray, assessed the situation. With 2 at D and 1 at D level, should they unleash their full potential, this female ghost would not have endured to this moment. Throughout this confrontation, he had conserved his energy to confront the most terrifying spirit within the school. Brother Hai, Fei Yang, prepare to deliver a decisive blow, Qin Zhe commanded. Despite being the foremost of the younger generation in his family, he exhibited great politeness, showing respect to his cousin and kindness to his younger brother. This quality of humility, despite his remarkable talent, earned him much admiration within the extraordinary circles of Jiangbei City. All right, Zhe, they replied. Qin Hai summoned his true energy, and his already robust right arm seemed to swell, delivering a powerful punch. Thud. The ghost's head was jolted to the side, her neck nearly snapping. At that moment, 2 short daggers, gleaming with a chilling light, pierced into her scapula, a wave of intense cold rendering her arm movement sluggish. Yet, she continued to roar, seemingly capable of further attacks. However, Qin Zhe produced a small drum of green leather, flicked a finger, and a haunting melody filled the air. The expressions of all present, himself, 2 companions, and 1 ghost, fell into a state of paralysis. Qin Zhe smiled confidently, stepping forward, channeling his strength through his chest and back, unleashing a long punch. At the moment of impact, a resounding crack echoed, akin to an explosion, reverberating powerfully. If a master of ancient martial arts were present, they would instantly recognize this as the fire form of the 12 shapes of Xingyi Quan, Cannon Fist. A faint glow of fire enveloped Qin Zhe's fist, and upon striking the ghost's body, a shrill hiss erupted, creating a substantial gash in her chest. He gazed at the nearly lifeless ghost, smiling as he inquired, I shall ask you once more, what is the name of the girl you pushed down? The female ghost, nearly depleted of her spectral energy, resembled a flickering candle in the wind, her fierce demeanor finally waning. In a low voice, she inquired, do you truly wish to know her name? Once uttered within these school walls, she shall manifest. Are you not afraid of death? A look of terror crossed the ghost's face, and she resolutely refused to reveal the name. Understanding dawned upon Qin Zhe, who nodded slightly before seizing the female ghost and bringing her to the edge of the rooftop. Your ghostly essence has been exhausted in battle. Now you merely cling to this possessed corpse for survival. If this body shatters, your soul shall scatter along with it. He chuckled softly, refraining from further words, extending his hand to suspend the ghost in midair. The ghost's pale eyes fixated intently on Qin Zhe, her expression growing Very well. You all wish for death, do you? Her body trembled uncontrollably as she opened her mouth, her voice quaking as she uttered the name that was deemed taboo at Xianyang High School. Bai Ling. Chapter 64. The wolf appears. How should the sheep survive? After receiving a satisfactory answer, Qin Zhe smiled faintly and then released his grip. The girl in the school uniform fell from the rooftop. Yet instead of the anticipated dull thud of flesh striking the concrete, a soft plop resounded. Qin Zhe was taken aback and looked down. There lay the girl in the school uniform, her back to the ground, a delicate, pale arm piercing through her chest, her uniform stained with mangled flesh and dark blood. Qin Hai and Qin Feiyong also noticed something amiss as they leaned over the edge. Below stood another girl in a school uniform, petite, yet with an exaggeratedly distended abdomen. Her clothing torn apart, revealing skin marred by writhing black veins. One hand was thrust through the girl in the uniform, allowing her to writhe, while the other clutched a severed arm, blood smeared across her face as she gnawed on it. Seemingly aware of the trio, she tilted her head back and flashed them a smile. The chilling crunching sound sent a shiver down the spines of Qin Zhe and his companions. If their eyes did not deceive them, that severed hand also belonged to a ghost, a case of fellow beings turning against one another. The ghost below, known as Bai Ling, was among the most vicious of her kind. The air was thick with resentment. This was at least a half-step malevolent spirit, Qin Feiyong uttered, a hint of fear in his voice. Qin Hai shook his head gravely. This entity is likely nearing the threshold of a true malevolent spirit. Xiaoza, do you have confidence? From the moment they encountered the girl in the uniform, both had realized that the taboo in this school would be a half-step malevolent spirit. They assessed their abilities and trump cards, concluding they could handle it. Thus, they chose to inquire about the name of this ghost. However, Bai Ling's strength surpassed their expectations. Qin Zhe pondered for a moment and nodded, with the demon sound drum present. If Brother Hai consumes the Blood Sun pill, we can engage her. Upon hearing the words Blood Sun pill, a struggle flickered across Qin Hai's face before he gritted his teeth. Very well. As long as Xiaoza can successfully enter the martial sect, this will all be worthwhile. Qin Feiyong beside them hesitated to speak. While the Blood Sun pill could indeed unleash tremendous physical power in a short span, it would also harm the foundation of the practitioner, hindering future progress. Under normal circumstances, no one would willingly consume it. He was about to voice his concerns when Qin Zhe spoke first. Brother Hai, perhaps we should withdraw. This time, the judgment from the underworld was flawed. A half-step malevolent spirit nearing true malevolence should be classified as AC level solo mission. Abandoning the task would still yield compensation, so it wouldn't be a total loss. However, Qin Hai had already retrieved a vial, pouring a blood-red pill into his palm. At his words, he resolutely shook his head. This mission represents the best opportunity. If we delay, Xiaoza, you may exceed the age requirements for the martial sect. Our Qin family needs a prodigy. Having said that, he tilted his head back and swallowed the pill whole. The moment the pill entered, it transformed into a torrent of heat, surging violently within him, prompting Qin Hai to emit a muffled groan as his insides felt ablaze with pain. Alongside the agony came a surge of power. His skin turned crimson, radiating intense heat, and a hint of scarlet tainted his eyes. Tiger fist, bear style. Qin Hai roared, unleashing the simplest yet most brutal moves from the 12 forms of Xingyi Quan, his entire being resembling a vividly striped tiger as he leapt from the 4th floor. His arms, heavy and powerful, struck down like a mighty bear. A thunderous crash resonated throughout the school, the concrete floor cracking inch by inch, particularly where Qin Hai had landed, revealing a pit nearly a meter wide. Nearby, Bai Ling continued to gnaw on her severed limb, laughing joyously as she effortlessly evaded Qin Hai's full-force strike. On the rooftop, Qin Zhe realized that waiting any longer was futile, and with a fierce shout, he commanded, Feiyong, take action. With that, he dove down like a great rock, aiming to grasp Bai Ling with a sharp precision. Qin Feiyong also joined the fray. However, after several exchanges, Bai Ling wore a sinister expression, continuously evading their attacks without engaging them directly. Her speed was astonishing, making her a difficult target. The most perilous moment occurred when Qin Zhe used a magical sound to temporarily immobilize her. Qin Hai delivered a ferocious punch, striking her between the brows, causing her forehead to cave in instantly. Yet, after taking a few bites from the flesh of the uniformed girl, she swiftly recovered. Something was amiss. Qin Zhe felt an unsettling dread creep into his mind. With their strength, and with the Blood Sun pill enhancing high go, they should have been able to handle even the strongest of half-step vengeful spirits, unless... He gazed at Bai Ling, who was incessantly devouring her kind. A horrifying thought began to surface within him. At that moment, Bai Ling had completely consumed the severed hand, her belly swelling even larger, a smile of unfathomable delight spreading across her face. For the first time, she spoke, her laughter ringing like silver bells, crisp and melodious, yet sending chills down the spines of Qin Zhe and his companions. Along with her laughter, her aura visibly intensified. Why do you wish to harm me? What have I done wrong? I'm just as old as you. We are clearly classmates. Why do you call me a freak? Why? Her laughter turned maniacal. Ah, freaks. We are all freaks. As her stomach slowly shrank, her aura surged fiercely, eventually crossing a threshold, enveloping the entire square in a chilling presence. This is... Qin Feiyang's teeth chattered, feeling as though his blood was freezing. Qin Zhe and Qin Hai shared equally grim expressions, both trembling as they uttered in unison, "A vengeful spirit. A vengeful spirit." They could scarcely believe that during the battle, a half-step vengeful spirit had actually transcended, transforming into a terrifying entity. This was an existence beyond mere evil spirits, imbued with intense malice, possessing eerie abilities that defied comprehension, capable of cursing a person from a distance or rendering them in a state of living death with a mere glance. Without a master of C rank or above to counter it, a vengeful spirit was an invincible force. Countless D-rank extraordinary individuals would be utterly powerless against it. If Jiang Chun and his companions were present, they would surely remain vigilant. Previously, in the equipment room and the girls' dormitory 414, a number of spirits had mysteriously vanished, seemingly devoured by Bai Ling, who intended to ascend to a formidable ghost this very night. However, since Qin Zhe and his companions had chosen to abandon their rescue efforts, they naturally refrained from sharing this information. The expressions of Qin Zhe and his friends were etched with utter despair. They exchanged glances and, without uttering a word, turned and fled. The only glimmer of hope at this moment was that Bai Ling had only recently transformed into a vengeful spirit, which might render her unfamiliar with her newfound powers. Yet, even under such circumstances, they chose to evade rather than confront her. This was indeed the prudent course of action. However, the horror of a vengeful spirit surpassed all imagination. A chilling wind swept through, and Bai Ling floated behind Qin Feiyang, her pallid hand reaching out to touch his back. "Zige, save me." Qin Feiyang shivered, every hair on his body standing on end. Qin Zhe glanced back for a fleeting moment, a glimmer of determination sparking in his eyes. "All right." He flicked his fingers against the surface of a small drum. Both Bai Ling and Qin Feiyang froze in place. A short distance away, unaffected by the incident, Qin Hai frowned and remarked, "This won't do. Her power is too formidable. She won't be immobilized for long, and Feiyang is ensnared, making rescue impossible." Indeed, in the blink of an eye, Bai Ling regained her composure. In the next moment, her hand pierced through Qin Feiyang's back, crimson blood spilling forth. After a brief pause, the frozen expression on Qin Feiyang's face returned to life as he felt the excruciating pain within him. His eyes widened in horror. "No." On the other side, Qin Hai suddenly comprehended the situation, disbelief washing over his features. "Xiao Zheyu." Before he could finish his reprimand, he noticed Qin Zhe fleeing while drawing closer to his position. "Cousin, you once told us a tale in our childhood. When the wolf approaches, a sheep seeking survival need not outrun the wolf, but merely must be swifter than its companions." "Thank you, cousin." The smile on Qin Zhe's face exuded warmth, akin to a spring breeze. However, the droplets of blood that had splattered onto him when the female ghost pierced Qin Feiyang's chest lent him an air of grimness. Chapter 65. The Dreaming Ghost. Bai Ling extracted a vibrant heart and devoured it whole. The warm, viscous blood was imbued with the resentment and unwillingness of Qin Feiyang before his demise, serving as the most nourishing sustenance for a specter. Subsequently, she gnawed haphazardly at the corpse, seemingly losing interest, before breaking into a faint smile and pursuing the two once more. Qin Hai's expression was a tapestry of complex emotions. He was loath to accept that his cousin, whom he had safeguarded since childhood and who had recently been willing to consume the Blood Sun pill for a brighter future, was now intent on his own demise. I should have anticipated this. Extraordinary individuals tasked with missions, accustomed to bloodshed and human nature, are often engaged in a constant battle with their inner selves, typically reticent in the presence of outsiders. Those who still jest and exhibit gentility are either innately strong-willed or have long since succumbed to madness, becoming the darkest of lunatics within. Xiaozhe, I have watched you grow, and I know you lack such formidable fortitude. Yet, I have persistently refused to believe that you would truly forsake all principles, allowing yourself to betray kin and friends. One day, you will tread the most erroneous path. The Dark Alliance was founded by individuals like you. Qin Hai let out a roar of indignation. He had already witnessed Qin Zhe raising the small, green-skinned drum in his hand and understood that his own strength could not withstand the terrifying melody of demonic sound. Ah, have you finished? Qin Zhe replied coldly with a laugh. Brother Hai, you still enjoy imparting lessons, even in your final moments. I lack your philosophical musings. I merely wish to convey one message. After your departure, I shall take good care of sister-in-law. You, wretched beast. Qin Hai's eyes widened in fury as he lunged forward recklessly. Ha ha ha. Qin Zhe erupted in maniacal laughter. Since his facade had been shattered, he chose to fully unveil his darkest side, a form of release in itself. Thud, thud. With a light tap of his fingertips, Qin Hai's advancing form suddenly froze, collapsing straight down. Qin Zhe cast a lingering glance at him before turning and sprinting toward the school gate. When Qin Hai regained consciousness, he felt a hand grasping the back of his neck, sending chills down his spine. Ah! Within the campus, a desperate scream echoed. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun and his companions had captured their photographs and scavenged potential ghostly artifacts, hastily descending the stairs to depart. As they approached the flowerbed area, they were startled by the piercing scream. Another scream followed, sounding distinctly human rather than ghostly. What was happening? Yang Chan furrowed her brow. It must be Qin Zhe and his group. Sister Sun exclaimed. Sai Lu Kai let out a long breath. He understood that they had stirred a significant trouble. However, he was seasoned in navigating tumultuous waters and remained composed in critical moments. The trio of Qin Zhe possesses formidable strength if even they encountered a crisis. This school must harbor grave issues. Now is not the time for discussion. We must flee. Escape while simultaneously dialing for urgent aid from the underworld. The group quickened their pace. However, with varying levels of strength and the presence of injured members, they found themselves converging at the school gate just as Qin Zhe arrived. He was a formidable practitioner of ancient martial arts, sprinting with an alarming speed that could leave even the world champion sprinter far behind. At that moment, he appeared somewhat disheveled, a bloody handprint marring his left shoulder, and his face was ashen with fear. After Qin Hai's demise, Bai Ling quickly pursued him, forcing Qin Zhe to expend a life-preserving artifact to fend her off, a perilous endeavor that nearly cost him his life. The harrowing experience left him breathless, his gaze akin to that of a frightened beast, filled with terror and ruthlessness. He would seize any chance for survival, regardless of the cost. Upon seeing the group, a glimmer of excitement flickered across Qin Zhe's face. Wonderful. You are here, he exclaimed, striding towards them with feigned composure. This school harbors a half-step, vengeful spirit. Together with Qin Hai and Fei Yong, we managed to inflict severe injuries upon it. With your help, we can surely vanquish the specter. The prospect of a half-step vengeful spirit was tantalizing. Not only would each of them earn a substantial amount of points, but the achievements from subduing it could also grant them entry into some elusive sections. Qin Zhe's words were enticing. Yet, among those present, who was not a cunning fox with centuries of experience, you are fleeing for your life, yet you urge us to retaliate. It's as if you have I intend to betray my teammates written across your forehead. A melodious, silvery laugh pierced the air abruptly. At the sound, an involuntary chill ran down everyone's spine, reminiscent of the primal fear one feels upon encountering a ghost for the first time. Damn it. Lu Kai turned to look, his eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets. Damn. Aside from Jiang Chun, everyone with a modicum of understanding cursed as they beheld Bai Ling and the palpable, dark resentment that surrounded her. Regardless of their previous encounters with such formidable spirits, their years of experience in exorcism allowed them to immediately discern the nature of this entity. It was a vengeful spirit, a creature that demanded lives. In unison, they turned to flee. However, as Qin Zhe reached a certain distance, he lifted a small drum of green skin and began to tap it rhythmically, the sound echoing hauntingly in their ears. Instantly, the group stood frozen in place. He quickly dashed towards the school gate, confident that the throng would provide him with enough cover to escape to safety. Beyond lay a greater number of living souls, and the vengeful spirit would not pursue him alone. A smile of relief spread across Qin Zhe's face. He was on the verge of escaping what seemed to be a certain death. Yet, as he passed by the group, he noticed one young man who had not turned to flee. His eyes, a peculiar shade of brown and green, glimmered eerily in the darkness. Qin Zhe was initially startled and cautiously distanced himself, but soon realized his error. This individual too had been affected by the haunting melody of the drum and appeared to be the first to succumb, despite his strange demeanor. What Qin Zhe overlooked was that Jiang Chun had shown signs of dazedness even before the drum had been struck. To be precise, upon catching sight of Bai Ling, he was instantly entranced, as if ensnared in a trance. The moment she appeared, a notification echoed in his ears: Malevolent Energy 1. Malevolent Energy 1. With intervals of approximately 1 second. This was indeed the ghost of my dreams. If this continues, in merely 2 months, I shall be invincible. Jiang Chen's heart surged with exhilaration, his gaze towards Bai Ling ablaze with fervor, and he found himself unconsciously swallowing. His ravenous demeanor left even the formidable specter momentarily taken aback. Malevolent Energy 120. Chapter 66. The transformation of the Demon Deer Master. The resounding notification of surpassing 100 alerts jolted Jiang Chun from his stupor. Upon regaining his senses and surveying the scene before him, he swiftly comprehended that Qin Zhe, that young rascal, had ceased his act and brazenly betrayed them, intending to use them as a shield against the terrifying female ghost. With a scoff, Jiang Chun pursued him, determined to detain Qin Zhe. The fleeing figure seemed to sense something and turned his head, astonished. How can you disregard the demon sound drum? To Qin Zhe's further astonishment, this peculiar individual, who had previously claimed to be of D rank, now exhibited a speed that was not in the least inferior to his own D ancient martial arts prowess. The distance between them had shrunk to less than 5 meters. If he were to ensnare him, it would pose a significant problem. Weren't you saying you would eliminate this semi-ghost? Why are you running? Stay and fight alongside us. Jiang Chun sneered, his words accompanied by a thunderous exhalation. This was the result of the special lineage of the special envoy being ignited by the little green drum, placing him in an extraordinary state. Without such an enhancement, he would not have been able to catch up to Qin Zhe with his current meager strength. Qin Zhe gazed at the man before him, whose dual pupils glimmered in a peculiar hue, and felt a twinge of trepidation. Even more troublesome was the malevolent spirit pursuing them. As his thoughts raced, a sinister grin spread across his face. Wait, take a good look at your companions. That ghost is already upon us. Do you plan to risk your life to save me, or do you wish to rescue them instead? Those 2 lovely ladies regard you with admiration. Can you bear to watch them perish at the hands of that ghost? Admiration, my foot. Yang Chan is practically itching to devour me, Jiang Chun silently cursed. Yet he could not help but furrow his brow slightly as he glanced back. The female ghost had drawn near, her gaze hungrily fixated on the living. Even he felt a spine-chilling terror in the presence of this specter. A ghost, indeed, he murmured, realizing that this was no mere foe to be dealt with by a mere 1-star transformation card. He glanced at Qin Zhe once more, his eyes filled with profound meaning. Before turning away, transformation, the master deer power. In the next moment, he felt every cell within him roar. An indescribable torrent of immense demon power surging through him like a raging river. Jiang Chun experienced an unprecedented strength, clenching his fist in astonishment. With his current demon power, unleashing the mighty bull demon fist could potentially bring down an entire building. Moreover, his physique underwent a terrifying enhancement. The vitality within him surged to the point of bursting forth, radiating like a brilliant light, almost breaking free from his very being. Ding! Randomly acquired supernatural abilities. Overpowering demon body, Palm Thunder. Upon hearing the notification, Jiang Chun's eyes widened in disbelief. What? This supernatural ability? The Palm Thunder was renowned among enthusiasts of ancient mythology as a formidable power. He hadn't anticipated that, instead of acquiring the 5 Thunder technique, he would receive this extraordinary ability. Both were Taoist supernatural powers, and their strengths were difficult to compare. However, in Jiang Chun's personal view, the Palm Thunder was undoubtedly more extraordinary. Due to the records concerning it, there was once the character of Duobao Daoren in Investiture of the Gods, who was the former incarnation of the Buddha, used to ensnare and kill disciples of the Chan sect. On another occasion, it was employed by the leader of the Tongdi sect against the leader of the Yuanshi sect. Furthermore, these 2 accounts originate from ancient mythology rather than the Panga novels. Although merely a minor manifestation of lightning, its power is undeniably formidable enough to defy the heavens. A moment of clarity flashed through Jiang Chen's mind as he instantly grasped two formidable techniques. Without hesitation, he strode forward to confront Bai Ling. During this process, the power of the demon body activated, visibly elevating his physique, and his already terrifying aura surged once more, rendering him akin to a furnace of vitality. The recently awakened Yang Chan and others found themselves momentarily dazed, as if a humanoid sun was barreling towards them, prompting them to scream and hastily evade. In the next instant, boom! Jiang Chen, now towering at 2 meters 45, with exaggerated muscles, struck the concrete ground with a palm, creating a terrifying pit. Beneath his hand lay Bai Ling, who was struggling and displaying a face of terror. Spirit energy 170. Spirit energy 220. A hissing sound emanated from Bai Ling's body, as Jiang Chen's formidable vitality scorched her energy, causing it to dissipate. Simultaneously, she felt incredulous at the turn of events. She had believed she would ascend to the ranks of a fierce ghost tonight, poised to unleash a reign of terror. Yet, the script was decidedly amiss. The man before her was alarmingly overpowering. The astonishing pressure emanating from him made her soul tremble, as though she were facing a nemesis. A prey in the hunt. How unfortunate am I? Why must everyone bully me? My plight is unbearable. You shall all suffer the same fate as I. Bai Ling suddenly shrieked in agony, her face contorting into the most malevolent expression as she fixated on Jiang Chen. A sinister force stealthily crept up Jiang Chen's spine, seemingly aiming to inflict upon him the same suffering as Bai Ling. Then, hissing, the surging vitality evaporated it instantly. Spirit energy 350. Bai Ling was taken aback. Her wails caught in her throat, the expression of malice frozen on her face. Are you truly so unfortunate? Jiang Chen leaned in closer, nearly touching Bai Ling's face, his eyes sparkling with fervor and excitement, musing that fierce ghosts are indeed splendid. The spirit energy he accrued was astonishingly high. Spirit energy 400. How could I withstand such ferocity? Spirit energy 500. The more she pondered, the more terrified she became. At that moment, Jiang Chen lifted her as one would a chick, murmuring, "Ghost sister, seeing you in such despair, I shall sacrifice a friend to help you vent your frustrations. I hope you find some relief. Consider this your last supper before your complete demise. Cherish it well." With that, he flung her aside. Meanwhile, Qin Zhe had already dashed out of the school gate, his face alight with excitement. He had survived. At the last moment, that peculiar man nearly left him behind. But that fool chose to return to certain death for the sake of a few friends and a woman. Indeed, only those who, like himself, have cast aside all emotions and morals are most suited to survive in this era. Just as Qin Zhe was basking in his own sense of superiority, a resounding explosion reverberated. A massive crater was formed in the ground before him, and the once pristine skin of Bai Ling was now charred and decayed in several places. She slowly lifted her head, her eyes glinting with a savage, bloodthirsty intensity, fixated upon him. Chapter 67. The Cunning Malevolent Spirit. Released. Qin Shao gazing upon that terrifying visage. Qin Zhe felt as though the very blood within his veins had congealed, his heart gripped by an indescribable terror. He retreated desperately, his trembling hand striking the small drum with fervor. Yet, Bai Ling was only momentarily affected, appearing momentarily dazed, and with each frantic beat, Qin Zhe found his vital energy depleted. Even as he hastily shoved a gathering spirit pill into his mouth, it proved futile. "Please, do not come any closer." His countenance turned ashen, cold sweat drenching his back. However, after a few steps back, Qin Zhe was astonished to see that Bai Ling's expression mirrored his own anxiety. She cast a fleeting glance in his direction before abruptly retreating, darting into the distant woods as if seeking escape. Boom! A resounding crash echoed as something struck the ground ahead. In the moonlit night, a towering figure emerged from the swirling dust, his eyes devoid of emotion, emanating an overwhelming sense of pressure. Standing there with his arms crossed, he effectively blocked Bai Ling's path of retreat. The female specter crouched low like a wild beast, emitting a dangerous growl, yet instinctively inching backward. "Do not fear, Qin Shao. I shall come to your rescue." Jiang Chen suddenly spoke, urgency and concern lacing his tone, his sincerity radiating warmth. Yet, his pace forward was agonizingly slow, akin to an elderly person taking a leisurely stroll, making one wonder if he was merely out for a post-meal promenade. "It's you?" Qin Zhe exclaimed in shock. He never anticipated that within their ranks lay such a hidden expert. Realizing the implications of Jiang Chen's actions, he clenched his teeth. This scoundrel was not here to save him, but rather to drive the spirit toward him. He aims to end my life. Brother, let us speak calmly. Grant me a chance for survival, and the Qin family shall repay you handsomely in the future. I assure you there shall be no retaliation. We can be the best of brothers. Qin Zhe hastily implored. Your words are a bit excessive, Qin Xiao. We are on the same team. My rescue is a matter of course, requiring no compensation. Jiang Chun proclaimed with grandiosity, his bravado evident. Then do hurry up. Qin Zhe's forehead throbbed, barely restraining his expletives. At that moment, Bai Ling was forced to retreat further, now within a mere 4 meters of him, while behind lay Chen Shui and the others. Their eyes filled with murderous intent. He had just ensnared them with his malevolent drum, and they were sworn enemies. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed several of them drawing weapons, their faces set with lethal intent. Oh, I see. Jiang Chun slapped his forehead, a look of enlightenment dawning upon him. Qin Xiao, you wish for me to expedite my rescue, correct? No problem. With that, he strode forward, indeed moving faster than before. However, there was no semblance of an intention to save. Simultaneously, Bai Ling was pressed to retreat even more rapidly, closing the distance to Qin Zhe. Her face now wore an expression of resentment and unwillingness, and suddenly, a sinister thought crossed her mind, her laughter ringing out like silver bells. Are not the living most concerned about their kin and companions? She laughed once more, her voice echoing ominously. Qin Zhe's expression suddenly changed, for the laughter initially echoed in front of him. As he basked in the enchanting sound, he lost his focus and realized that the sound had crept behind him. A pale, ghostly hand emerged from the shadows, clutching his throat. Devoid of any spiritual energy, Qin Zhe had no strength to resist. He could only take deep, striving to appear compliant and avoid provoking the terrifying specter. If you wish to take my life, you shall have to sacrifice your companion first. What will you choose? Bai Ling's face was rife with mockery. Upon witnessing this scene, Jiang Chen's expression shifted dramatically as he furiously shouted, You beast, let go of young Master Qin. Release him at once. His pupils dilated, breath coming in gasps, his face betraying concern and worry. Behind the school gate, Lu Kai, Yang Chan, and others could not help but grimace. For a moment, they found it difficult to discern whether Jiang Chen sought to doom Qin Zhe or genuinely wished to save him. His acting was so convincingly real that it was reminiscent of an award-winning performance, leaving others perplexed. Seeing that his admonitions yielded no results, Jiang Chun stepped forward in a frenzy. Bai Ling did not flee, having previously realized that her speed could not match that of her opponent. Running would serve no purpose. Slap! Jiang Chen approached without hesitation and delivered a resounding slap that sent Bai Ling's head askew. Will you release young Master Qin? He bellowed. Spirit energy 660. Bai Ling felt her teeth nearly shatter. She experienced a profound humiliation, yet recognized that she was no match for the man before her. Thus, with sharp nails, she gently slashed Qin Zhe's neck, intending to use it as leverage to instill fear in Jiang Chun. Feeling the sharp pain at his throat, Qin Zhe was taken aback, his face contorted in agony as if he had consumed 10 pounds of bitter melon. Why hit me? Why not take it out on him instead? Look at how your companion suffers. Do you not regret your earlier actions? Bai Ling taunted, a sinister smile gracing her lips. Qin Zhe opened his mouth, almost wanting to retort. Have you lost your mind? Turning into a ghost? We are clearly adversaries. Your words only invite further wrath. As anticipated, the next moment, smack! Jiang Chun delivered a vicious double slap, shattering Bai Ling's cheekbone, leaving half her face sunken and appearing both tragic and terrifying. Cunning specter, I have no desire for idle chatter. Release young Master Qin, or your demise will be excruciating. Spirit energy 900. Bai Ling's eyes blazed with fury. Had she not been so thoroughly crushed moments before, knowing she stood no chance of victory, she would have recklessly thrown herself at the man before her. Feigning indifference toward her companion, she coldly extended her hand, pressing it against Qin Zhe's arm, her expression one of menace. I had just intended to end their lives to create an opportunity for my escape. He will not save me. Qin Zhe could not help but vocalize his predicament. Yet, Bai Ling remained unfazed. Inside the school, Yang Chan wore a cold smirk. Qin Zhe appears utterly paralyzed by fear. Forgetting that the cunning of ghosts operates on a distinctly different logic from that of humans, the others nodded in agreement. Once a person becomes a ghost, they transform entirely into a different entity. The most primitive of vengeful spirits drift aimlessly through their eternal existence. merely replicating certain patterns of their former lives or repetitively uttering familiar phrases. A somewhat more advanced malevolent spirit retains a modicum of communicative ability, which it employs to ensnare the living. The more formidable ghosts exhibit greater cunning, yet their intellect is still confined to the realms of causing harm, instilling fear, and deceiving others, maintaining a cognitive capacity akin to that of a 5-year-old child. Naturally, as their power escalates, these spectral beings grow increasingly astute. It is said that at the level of a ghost king, their intelligence surpasses that of the greatest scientists and strategists in human history. Mastering the art of intrigue and manipulation of human nature, each ghost king having once wrought unimaginable calamities upon this world. Chapter 68. The Spiritual Leader, Closest Friends Crack. Blood dripped to the ground as Qin Zhe let out a tortured scream, gritting his teeth. Bai Ling had torn off one of his arms, casting a threatening glance at Jiang Chun before discarding the bloody limb onto the floor, erupting into a series of bell-like laughs. The next moment, slap, slap, slap. Jiang Chun showed no mercy, delivering several resounding slaps, dislocating Bai Ling's jaw, rendering her unable to laugh any longer. How dare you treat young Master Qin in such a manner? It appears you are recklessly courting death. Qin Zhe felt a tightening grip around his neck, his face turning a ghastly shade of green. You wretched creature, I thank you. Do you truly care nothing for his life? Bai Ling's voice had plunged into a chilling silence. I care immensely. Young Master Qin is our spiritual leader, a dear friend. If you wish to kill him, you must first seek the approval of my formidable companion. Jiang Chun exclaimed, his emotion surging, raising his hand once more in a fit of rage. This time, Bai Ling did not stand idly by to absorb the blows. With fierce determination, she crushed Qin Zhe's neck, his face contorted with resentment and despair as he fixed a deathly glare upon Jiang Chun, gradually succumbing. Then, in a flash, Bai Ling's figure darted back with incredible speed. Yet, Jiang Chun was swifter still, descending upon her with a brutish force, slamming her to the ground, effectively subduing her. Raising his massive fists, he struck down twice, obliterating Bai Ling's head into a puddle of flesh. However, her headless corpse began to tremble violently. A chilling resentment coalesced where her head had been, reforming into a visage still marked by blood, its expression rife with malice. This spectacle left Jiang Chun wide-eyed with excitement. From the moment he began until now, he had accrued nearly 2,000 ghostly energies, and yet, astonishingly, she was still not dead. Why? Why must everyone bully me so? I am so miserable. Bai Ling howled, her aura intensifying beyond what it had been before. Nevertheless, Jiang Chun's colossal fist was raised once again. Boom. She was struck silent by a single blow. This time, Jiang Chun refrained from further assault, sensing that should he strike her down once more, her soul would truly dissipate. He pondered for a moment before hoisting Bai Ling up and addressing the others. I have matters to attend to. Wait for me here. He then made his way toward the nearby teaching building. The onlookers exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting a profound shock that was difficult to articulate. Lu Kai and the others fared slightly better, as they were unfamiliar with Jiang Chun, merely astonished by encountering a concealed master, thus finding it somewhat easier to accept the reality. On the other hand, Yang Chun's typically proud face now wore an expression of bewilderment. She could hardly fathom it. The boy she often spoke of, who seemed to exist in an entirely different realm from herself and Lin Yue, had proven to be so incredibly powerful. More terrifying still was the implication of his age, representing a terrifying innate talent. Surely, those contemporary prodigies from the secluded sects could not surpass this. Yang Chun couldn't help but bite her lip, lowering her head, her expression a tapestry of complexity. Chen Shui was initially engulfed in shock, but suddenly recalled her experience with the beauty spirit, causing her expression to shift. What did Jiang Chun intend to do by bringing the female ghost inside? The crowd was momentarily stunned. At that moment, a piercing scream from Bai Ling echoed through the teaching building. What do you want to do? You can't insert there. The onlookers exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions growing increasingly strange. Meanwhile, inside the classroom, Jiang Chun plunged a knife into Bai Ling's chest, pinning her against the wall as he stroked his chin, deep in thought. Ghost Energy 200. Ghost Energy 4. Ghost Energy 3. Ghost Energy 3. Ghost Energy 1. He realized that after he struck, the incessant notifications of ghost energy would momentarily rise to 3 or 4 points, only to fall back to 1 shortly thereafter. Did this mean that ghost energy was not continuously acquired merely by being near a vengeful spirit, but rather that the intensity of the spirit's resentment could trigger fluctuations in ghost energy? The gaze between the human and the ghost lingered for approximately 5 minutes. After accumulating nearly 300 points of ghost energy, Jiang Chen noted that the notifications ceased. He sighed softly, confirming his suspicions. Yet this also implied that his plan to bring Bai Ling back and wait for invincibility 2 months later had been dashed. For both humans and ghosts, emotions have a threshold. For instance, after he had been slapping her repeatedly, the ghost energy provided by Bai Ling had dwindled from an initial furious 900 points to a mere 20 when she became increasingly numb. In such circumstances, unless he took further action to breach her psychological limits, the ghost energy would reach its cap. This phenomenon mirrored human experience. Prolonged pain or pleasure ultimately leads to emotional desensitization. Given this, dear ghost sister, you seem to have lost your utility. Jiang Chen's face was mostly obscured in shadow, lending him an air of malevolence, while his robust physique towered over her, exuding an oppressive presence. Bai Ling's heart raced with terror. Her spine turned icy as she trembled, pleading no. Please don't. With a swift motion, her pale ghostly arm was severed, and Bai Ling emitted a harrowing wail. I'll fight you to the bitter end. Yet, Jiang Chen's current strength was overwhelmingly superior to hers, and the gap between them was insurmountable. Subsequently, he relied on his terrifying demonic form to incessantly torment her. Within the classroom, Bai Ling's piercing screams reverberated persistently. Outside, the crowd was filled with dread. Goodness, could this Jiang brother have lost his way? Zhang Su swallowed hard, his face a mask of fear. Some individuals, through their prolonged encounters with ghosts, had witnessed too much darkness, leading to mental instability and a descent into a frenzied state characterized by cruelty and bloodlust, which was referred to as being lost. What did you say? Yang Chan instinctively glared. After all, she perceived herself, Jiang Chen, and Chen Shui as a team, having the closest familiarity with one another, and thus should naturally align together. Upon hearing others speak of Jiang Chen in such terms, she immediately reprimanded them. However, after a moment of reflection, she coughed lightly. Yet, it is not without possibility. In my years of ghost hunting, I have yet to encounter a being as ruthless as him. Chen Shui. She truly wished to express that you have interacted with Jiang Chen too infrequently. Were you to engage with him more, you would come to realize that even the most bewildered individuals might not perceive this man as ruthless. Chapter 69. Apologies, my brother. For damaging your wife above the abandoned haunted school, the sudden whirring of propellers filled the air. As the military helicopter descended from hundreds of meters above, a figure leaped downwards. In the instant before landing, a shroud of inky darkness enveloped her, followed by a resounding boom as a powerful shockwave surged outward for dozens of meters. As the dust settled, a woman clad in a leather combat suit, her silhouette graceful, strode towards the crowd with long strides, her voice icy and penetrating. Where is the malevolent spirit? The group stood together, appearing relaxed and unperturbed, but Su Lei remained vigilant, keeping a distance of 5 or 6 meters while observing them intently. Simultaneously, her shadows silently merged with the night. Lu Kai stepped forward, addressing her. Greetings, esteemed emissary. The malevolent spirit has, likely been dealt with. He cast a barely perceptible glance at the ground before quickly averting his eyes. The others, oblivious to the underlying tension, gazed at Su Lei in awe. The sight of her descending from such a height was nothing short of breathtaking, accentuated by her flawless beauty, which amplified the visual impact. At that moment, the helicopter descended to an appropriate altitude and lowered a rope ladder. For individuals clad in identical black combat suits slid down the ladder to a height of over 20 meters before leaping to the ground. 3 men and 1 woman. Youthful in appearance, yet emanating a chilling aura that caused Lu Kai to wear a solemn expression. D-level experts. He thought silently, realizing that the underworld was indeed in need of reinforcements. The urgent request for assistance concerning a malevolent spirit typically warranted at least 2 C-level emissaries. Yet only 1 C-level along with 4 D-level operatives had been dispatched. Moreover, Lu Kai observed that the 4 wore damaged combat suits, suggesting they had been hastily pulled from an ongoing mission. What do you mean by likely dealt with? Su Lei inquired coldly. Her shadow re-emerged beneath her feet, and this time she did not doubt the group, but gestured for the emissaries behind her to proceed and attend to the injured. Sun Jie and Lu Kai were gravely wounded, having only received rudimentary bandaging during their journey. Oh well. Lu Kai scratched his head, chuckling awkwardly. As an experienced veteran, he had discreetly activated the communicator at his collar the moment the helicopter appeared. Meanwhile, within the teaching building, Jiang Chen emerged. dragging the decayed remains of Bai Ling. The malevolent spirit is dead. Su Lei turned to him, her previously indifferent expression shifting for the first time. It's you. She recognized him as the scoundrel who had remarked on her figure at the Zheng holiday resort. Her gaze soon fell upon the remnants of the malevolent spirit, which, despite being utterly dissipated, still exuded a chilling aura, prompting her to scrutinize it closely. Even a sea-level expert would face considerable risk to slay a malevolent spirit. Did you kill it? How did you manage to kill a malevolent spirit? She demanded. That matter does not fall within the purview of the Underworld's inquiries. Jiang Chen replied calmly. The Underworld's inquiries pertain solely to whether the cause of a fallen comrade's death is related to the living. They possess no authority to probe into the secrets of extraordinary individuals. Su Lei's expression turned grim, but she quickly regained her aloof demeanor. Her previous curiosity had been purely innocent. Go, investigate the scene, ascertain the causes of death for the deceased, and bring their bodies back to be returned to their families later, she commanded. The four Grim Reapers nodded in unison. Their chilling gazes sweeping over Zhang Che and Chen Shui, causing their bodies to stiffen. From the pupils of one Reaper, they glimpsed a weeping infant, and from another's back, they saw a female ghost lying prone, her pallid face turning to reveal a sinister grin. There is a saying in the realm of the extraordinary. When you gaze directly at the malevolent, it has already set its sights on you. The few who had exhausted their vital energy suddenly felt a wave of dread wash over them. Su Lei stepped forward, placing herself protectively among them. The encroaching malevolent energy was dispelled with a mere wave of her hand. Apologies, they have just returned from a mission and may have encountered a fierce battle, struggling to contain the spirits within them. After a moment of panic, everyone nodded, indicating they were fine. However, as the Reapers passed by the teaching building, the prone female ghost turned her head to gaze at Jiang Chun, her face twisted in a ghastly grin. Jiang Chun immediately felt an oppressive weight upon his back, as if a rigid, icy corpse had settled atop him. To avoid drawing too much attention, he had already dispelled his overpowering aura, rendering him vulnerable. The weight on Jiang Chen's back intensified, multiplying from 1 to 10. Hee, is it heavy carrying me? The woman's sinister laughter echoed in his ear. Not heavy, just rather uncomfortable, Jiang Chen replied candidly. Polite ghost, are you? The ghost retorted, her malevolence surging, doubling her weight to an estimated 1,000 pounds. And now? It's even more uncomfortable. Dear ghost sister, please do come down, Jiang Chun requested with utmost courtesy. Hee. The ghost laughed. If you want me to get off, why don't you do it yourself? Reluctantly, Jiang Chun nodded. All right. He reached back to grasp the icy hand resting on his shoulder, feeling it out before he warned, Dear ghost sister, be cautious, for I may not be gentle in my endeavors. Do as you please, the ghost scoffed. As a ghost accustomed to riding upon backs, it was indeed peculiar for her to be easily dislodged. Fine, Jiang Chun conceded, gripping tightly. With a cracking sound, he forcefully broke the ghost's fingers, causing her smile to falter, an ominous premonition creeping in. Yet, it was too late for regrets. His iron-like grip had firmly ensnared her hand, and with a slight bend of his back, he unleashed his strength. In one swift motion, he hurled the ghost downwards like a sandbag. But that was not the end of it. A layer of demonic energy emanated from Jiang Chen's feet, saturating the ground. Boom! The sudden and thunderous explosion startled everyone. The prone ghost, her body shattered on one side and her forehead deeply caved in, emitted a piercing and anguished scream. Standing aside, Su Lei observed with a cold gaze, eager to gauge Jiang Chen's capabilities, her mouth agape in astonishment. She had not anticipated such ruthlessness from him. Restoring the specter under her command would require no less than 3 to 5 jars of Yin energy. The male specter was also visibly shaken, his face turning an unhealthy shade of green. Jiang Chen glanced at him, a grin spreading across his face. My apologies, brother. I inadvertently damaged your wife. I shall be more cautious in the future. Upon hearing this, the male specter's complexion grew even greener, seemingly on the verge of turning entirely so. The crouching specter, wearing an expression of deep embarrassment, crawled back onto his back, appearing utterly miserable and no longer daring to cast eerie grins at the living. Enough. Carry out your orders and do not disgrace yourselves here, Su Lei admonished sharply. The 4 specters hastily departed. She turned her gaze back to Jiang Chen. Offering no further words, her silence signified a form of acknowledgement. Concerning Chen Shui and her companions, the loss of control exhibited by her subordinate specter posed a potentially lethal threat, prompting her intervention and a nod of apology. However, with a peer of equal standing. Such formalities were unnecessary. He would handle the threat himself, and it would be of little consequence if he chose to discipline the troublesome specter. As for any potential offense, those who dwell in the liminal space between life and death are seldom overly sensitive. Now, due to the recent collective mission, 3 extraordinary individuals from your team have perished. I am here to conduct a routine inquiry, Su Lei stated, pulling a pale finger bone threaded with red string from her combat attire, her demeanor turning serious as she regarded the group. Chapter 70. Jiang Chun? This is astonishing, quite literally. Lu Kai's expression shifted. Everyone turned their gaze toward him. He first glanced at Su Lei, noting her lack of opposition, and then spoke. If I am not mistaken, this object is related to a blood-stained, vengeful spirit. Bloodstained? Upon hearing this, several individuals widened their eyes in astonishment. A blood-stained, vengeful spirit is a malevolent entity entwined with profound resentment, clothed in garments soaked with blood. It is wicked, dark, fierce, and maddened. Such descriptors fail to encapsulate even a fraction of its terror. This creature transcends the realm of vengeful spirits, capable of instigating widespread slaughter with ease. Its abilities are bizarre, sometimes. Merely coming into contact with an item touched by a bloodstained vengeful spirit can lead to the bizarre demise of a D-grade extraordinary individual. Indeed, Lu Kai nodded. The Jiangbei City Underworld Bureau once surrounded a bloodstained spirit. A friend of mine observed from a distance. It was a liar spirit, one that deceives the living. With each successful lie, it would sever a finger from its victim. When there were no fingers left to sever, it would resort to exceedingly cruel methods to kill the individual. This liar spirit caused a tremendous incident at the Jiolong building in the Southern District. It lied over the intercom 11 times, and most people believed it. The grim outcome was that out of over 1,000 individuals in the building, fewer than 200 survived. It is said that the Jiangbei City Underworld was enraged and dispatched an elite team to sever 10 of the liar spirit's fingers. Su Lei glanced at him with surprise. You possess some knowledge. However, there is one point you are mistaken about. That liar spirit had not yet reached the bloodstain level. Merely a half step. It perished at the hands of our captain. Liar spirit's finger bones can detect lies. So you all would do well to answer truthfully to avoid unnecessary trouble. Upon hearing this, the others looked at Su Lei with astonishment. Individuals like Qin Shui and Yang Chan, hailing from esteemed families, as well as seasoned veterans like Lu Kai and Zhang Su, had certainly heard of the infamous Huangquan team within the Jiangbei City Bureau's C-grade squad. Allegedly, their captain is a madman. Each ghost that falls to their hands meets a pitiful end. Let us begin with you. Are you aware of how the other 3, Qin Zhe and his companions, perished? Su Lei directed her gaze toward Lu Kai. I only know that Qin Zhe was killed by a vengeful spirit. As for the other 2, I am uncertain. But I suspect they were immobilized by Qin Zhe using a ghostly artifact as bait, ultimately falling victim to the vengeful spirit, Lu Kai replied, his words carefully measured. This is because he had previously attempted such tactics while fleeing. Su Lei glanced at the pristine finger bones in her hand and nodded. The situation is as you described. A recording device at her waist captured the dialogue, which would later be archived in the underworld files. After a moment, Su Lei spoke coldly. Qin Zhe, during a collective mission, acted against his teammates to save his own life, thereby violating underworld regulations. Although he is deceased, we will hold the Qin family accountable. What were you doing when Qin Zhe met his demise? She inquired, adhering to the protocol. Lu Kai hesitated for a moment, observing coldly. The adversary was exceedingly formidable. And at this moment, Qin Zhe had already betrayed his comrades and turned against them, which was only reasonable. Su Lei nodded in agreement. She then posed several questions to the group. The responses were largely consistent, and the indicators revealed no deceit among them. However, when she finally inquired about Jiang Chun, his answer was somewhat unexpected. When Qin Zhe perished, I was attempting to save him, but regrettably, I was too late. Su Lei was taken aback. Their initial encounter had been laced with banter, leaving her with a rather unfavorable impression of him. Yet, she did not anticipate that this seemingly frivolous youth could exhibit such magnanimity in the face of betrayal. Such a quality is indeed rare among extraordinary individuals. Upon hearing his response, Su Lei felt a surge of respect and regarded him with a complex expression. I must admit, had I been betrayed by my allies, merely refraining from taking his life would have been a commendable act in my eyes. Your approach, however, commands my admiration. Though I hope your kindness does not ultimately lead to your own detriment, she subtly cautioned, offering Jiang Chen a faint smile. In her years of grappling with darkness, It had become increasingly rare to witness such brilliance of humanity in extraordinary beings. Jiang Chun returned her smile with a radiant one of his own. What a sunny youth he was. Su Lei momentarily lost her composure, but swiftly resumed her icy demeanor, nodding in a formal manner. Very well, the inquiry is concluded. Observing the exchange between the two, the onlooker's facial muscles twitched uncontrollably. Sunny? Jiang Chun was practically a beacon of sunshine. If you have no further questions, you may take your leave. The two severely injured individuals may accompany me to the underworld for complimentary treatment, Su Lei stated, glancing down at the sheets of paper presented by her subordinates. At that moment, several spectral agents were transporting 3 corpses towards the helicopter. They had conducted a brief examination of the bodies, and indeed, there were signs of Qin Hai's weapon having struck Qin Hai and Qin Feiyang. This further absolved them of suspicion, prompting Su Lei to render her judgment on the spot. No, thank you. There's no need for trouble, Lu Kai replied stiffly, declining the offer. Under normal circumstances, they would have eagerly accepted the medical assistance. However, tonight was different. 3 young members of the Qin family had perished, and their formidable kin were likely already in the underworld, seeking an explanation. It would be foolish to accompany them now. Very well, we shall take our leave. Su Lei nodded and boarded the helicopter. The powerful wind swept away the dust from the ground as the helicopter ascended slowly, and several spectral agents departed from the scene. Brother Jiang, I owe you a great debt of gratitude. Should you ever require my assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Here is my business card. Lu Kai clasped his hands, exuding a strong sense of camaraderie. Humph, I suppose I owe you a favor as well, Yang Chan retorted with a snort. You've saved my life twice. Does that not imply I must repay you in kind? Chun Shui teased, her large eyes sparkling with mischief. They all understood that without Jiang Chen's intervention, they would have faced certain demise tonight, whether from Qin Zai's treachery or the malevolent spirit, Bai Ling. Even if they had exhausted their trump cards, survival would have been an impossibility. You wish to repay your debt, do you? Jiang Chen pondered for a moment. Why not do so now, rather than waiting for the future? The crowd was momentarily taken aback. Take out all the materials on you. I have an urgent need. Let us settle this matter once and for all. By the way, Chen Shui, stay behind. Upon hearing these words, the corners of everyone's mouths curled slightly. Are you truly that earnest? Relationships should not be so easily severed. Chen Shui suddenly crossed her arms, her expression shifting dramatically. What do you mean? Are you truly asking me to offer myself in return? She glanced around, noting the desolation of the surroundings, devoid of even a bed. Is this what you intend? At this thought, her face flushed deeply, reaching the tips of her ears. It's difficult to hail a cab around here. You shall escort me back later. Chen Shui. Everyone. Chapter 71. I still prefer your untamed nature. The crowd was initially taken aback by Jiang Chen's straightforwardness. Soon, a wave of relief washed over them. Being able to repay a favor on the spot was undoubtedly a good thing. After all, with the conversation reaching this point today, should Jiang Chen call upon them in the future, they would find it difficult to refuse. However, given the formidable troubles he often encountered, their involvement could very well lead to perilous outcomes. This situation was undeniably awkward. Moreover, their reluctance to decline was not merely a matter of honor. The primary reason lay in Jiang Chen's immense prowess. Refusing him could easily result in dire consequences. Excellent, Brother Jiang, Lu Kai exclaimed with great nonchalance, rummaging through his pockets until he finally produced a small pouch filled with darkened dog blood, alongside a small iron box. This blood, derived from a robust black dog born under a specific astrological alignment, was reputed to possess the ability to see malevolent spirits from birth. Once spilled, even the most malevolent of ghosts would be compelled to retreat. Inside the box was a premium grade of red sand, aged over 50 years. Thank you. Jiang Chen nodded appreciatively. Before long, the others also began to unveil various ghost-repelling materials they had on hand, generously offering them. Subsequently, with the exception of Chen Shui, the rest departed. Lu Kai and the others were returning to tend to their injuries, while Yang Chan eagerly counted her spoils, eager to procure items that would enhance her abilities. Although she hailed from the prestigious Yang family, the strict traditions often limited the support she could receive. Thus, she needed to undertake tasks herself to earn merit points. After their departure, Jiang Chun began to sift through the array of materials. It was nearly sufficient. During the recent encounter with the demon, there had been a particular supernatural technique he had refrained from employing, not out of desire, but due to inability. The technique, known as the Palm Thunder, required intricate combinations of symbols to be inscribed within the palm beforehand, enabling a sudden and devastating strike during combat. Next, Jiang Chen crushed several materials into powder and mixed them. Dipping his index finger into the red sand, he recited obscure incantations. Wind, thunder, earth, fire, the five viscera open. Then the great clarity. His fingertips traced complex lines in the air. Chen Shui observed from the side, initially believing Jiang Chen was inscribing spells. However, after a few moments, she discerned that it lacked any coherent structure. The vivid crimson lines etched upon his palm appeared ancient and enigmatic, yet bore no semblance of any legitimate technique, and notably, not a single ripple of true energy was emitted. This realization confirmed to Chen Shui that Jiang Chen was merely toying around. "Are you interested in the ways of Tao?" she inquired after a prolonged observation. "The formations and symbols cannot be drawn haphazardly. Judging by the vigor you displayed in battle, you must be a practitioner of the external 8 gates. If you wish to learn the ways of Tao, I could discreetly teach you a thing or two. Be cautious with such erratic markings. They may attract unwanted entities." Chen Shui spoke with a serious demeanor. Jiang Chen shot her a sidelong glance. "My grandfather is 80 and still thriving." "Excuse me?" Chen Shui responded in surprise, struggling to keep pace with Jiang Chen's erratic thought process. "Do you know why he has lived so long? Why? He never meddled in others' affairs." Chen Shui scoffed, turning her head away, muttering in dissatisfaction. Despite Jiang Chen's overwhelming strength as a member of the Chen family, she harbored her own pride and confidence in her abilities. Unappreciative of kindness. "Let us see what kind of bizarre talisman you can conjure." Jiang Chen began to chant incantations, his fingertips dipped in various materials, intricately tracing mysterious and esoteric lines and characters on his left palm. The first talisman array alone filled his palm with densely packed symbols. Strangely, as he completed the final stroke, the markings abruptly vanished. He proceeded to create another talisman array. He meticulously completed a total of 18 talisman arrays, intricately connecting and intertwining them. Upon finishing the last stroke, Jiang Chen, even in his transformed state, was drenched in sweat, panting heavily. He realized that after battling a vengeful spirit, he had barely expended 1/10 of his demonic energy, yet now he was nearly depleted. It appeared that my earlier judgment was indeed accurate. Even a mere palm thunder far exceeds ordinary abilities. The entirety of a 2-star demonic card's energy was just sufficient to sketch a single palm. A smile of undeniable delight crept across Jiang Chen's face as he dipped his fingers in gold powder. There remained one final step, the unification of the 18 arrays, converging at the thunder talisman. Only then would the palm thunder be deemed complete. As he began to draw the final strokes, the gold powder suddenly shimmered brilliantly, and the previously vanished 18 arrays reappeared simultaneously, stacked above Jiang Chen's palm, radiating a cataclysmic aura. Simultaneously, a torrent of ethereal energy surged from the surrounding air, flooding towards him. Chen Shui, having turned her back, felt her pupils dilate in disbelief. Upon seeing the 18 stacked talisman arrays, she was rendered speechless. A combined array of 18? How could this be possible? It was well known that anyone capable of sketching more than 2 combined talisman arrays was considered a master of formations in this era. And 18 was nothing short of a fantastical tale. As she sensed the terrifying energy emanating from the arrays, she felt as if she were in a daze. Could it be? Am I dreaming? Jiang Chen continued his task, his fingers gliding over the intricate and complex arrays, the gold powder binding them together. As he completed the final stroke, the 18-layered talisman array swiftly shrank back into his palm, leaving behind a singular ancient golden symbol. In that instant, Chen Shui suddenly realized that her inner energy recovery had come to a halt. It seemed as if the ethereal energy in the air within a radius of several hundred meters had been completely siphoned away at that moment. Yet, she paid no heed to this, hastily closing her eyes, fervently recalling the talisman arrays in her mind. They were too profound, too brilliant, too ingenious. These talisman arrays appeared as exquisite works of art, captivating her entirely, akin to a famished man encountering a beautiful woman in the nude after decades of longing. Regrettably, that beauty quickly adorned herself again. She shut her eyes, desperately attempting to memorize the details, only to realize that she had retained less than 5. Damn it! Why can't I remember? My memory is undeniably excellent. Chen Shui was on the verge of losing her mind. Suddenly, she cast a pitiful glance at Jiang Chen, her eyes shimmering with pleading. "Just let me have one more look, Jiang Chen. I beseech you." Jiang Chen tilted his head, regarding her with a sidelong glance. I must admit, I prefer the rebellious demeanor you displayed just a moment ago. Chapter 72. The pianist at the barbecue stand Chen Shui felt a flush of embarrassment as she recalled her earlier remarks. Jiang Chen's mastery of the array was likely far superior to her own, and yet she had the audacity to call others' efforts mere scribbles. However, she soon found herself humming in contemplation. After all, who would have imagined that a brutish fellow, who spent his days wielding a sandbag and chasing after ghosts, would possess such knowledge of the arcane? One may observe, but one cannot do so for free, Jiang Chen stated, his gaze fixed upon her. Chen Shui, her long and shapely legs encased in denim, instinctively tightened them and asked, "What do you intend to do?" My request may be some. Jiang Chen hesitated, noting that his fervent gaze appeared to linger around her chest. Chen Shui felt a wave of anxiety wash over her, prompting her to retreat a few steps. Excessive request? Given the circumstances of a lone man and woman, one can easily surmise the other's intentions. She thought. Just tell me what it is, she inquired, her face tinged with a hint of red, unwilling to give an immediate affirmative. I would like to exchange for your jade sword, Jiang Chen replied, somewhat sheepishly, aware that it was her life-saving artifact. Yet, one of his guiding principles was to never incur a loss. It was not merely a matter of profit, but a matter of principle. Chen Shui was momentarily taken aback. I thought you were going to ask for something significant, yet you merely desire a jade sword? Am I a striking beauty to be compared to a mere life-saving talisman? She initially sighed in relief, but then, a mix of frustration and indignation crossed her face as she reached into her neckline and pulled out the small sword. Take it, take it. Jiang Chen accepted the sword and, almost instinctively, brought it to his nose for a sniff. It has a delightful milky fragrance, he murmured, only to be met with Chen Shui's fiery glare. Men. The sword was of modest quality, classified merely as a low-grade artifact. Its unique function allowed it to absorb the spiritual essence from the air, enabling the wielder to temporarily elevate their power by 1 or 2 levels at critical moments. However, if one possessed overwhelming strength, the effect would be significantly diminished. I chanced upon this in the black market, she explained. Now, is that satisfactory? Her eyes sparkled with anticipation. Very well, but you should hasten. Time is of the essence, Jiang Chen urged. His demon energy was rapidly depleting. In truth, triggering the palm thunder required minimal energy, but manifesting the array demanded a considerable amount to sustain it. With a mere thought, Jiang Chen infused his demon energy into the golden symbol upon his palm, illuminating it with a resplendent glow as 18 layers of intricate patterns emerged. Chen Shui was instantly captivated, bending forward to observe closely, her eyes wide with wonder and amazement. You need not strive to memorize everything. It is impossible for you to recreate this combination array, and each separate pattern is incomplete on its own. However, gleaning some insights from this will be well worth your artifact, Jiang Chen advised. In truth, had Chen Shui possessed the ability to sketch a powerful array after viewing it, he would have withheld it entirely. As the saying goes, to possess a treasure is to invite trouble. Merely offering some insights is inconsequential. Upon hearing this, Chen Shui exhibited no reaction. She had anticipated this long ago. Approximately 7 or 8 minutes later, the transformation concluded with a chime, revealing no permanent divine abilities or demonic features acquired. Unsurprisingly, his expression remained grim. Jiang Chen suspected he must have been African in his past life. Simultaneously, he realized that this transformation system was entirely different from the alluring and frivolous depictions in other novels. When it stated 1%, it meant precisely that, no exaggeration. The experience was strikingly authentic. A wave of power receded, leaving Jiang Chen enveloped by a profound sense of weakness, as if his very essence had been siphoned away. The runes lost their demonic power support and fell back into his palm. Where did it go? Chen Shui exclaimed, her anxiety evident as she stamped her foot. Jiang Chen, unfazed by her distress, swiftly retrieved a small vial and popped 2 glimmering spirit-replenishing pills into his mouth. He had previously discovered that these could restore demonic energy. As the pills dissolved on his tongue, they revitalized his nearly parched body. Once he felt a surge of demonic energy sufficient to activate the Thunder Palm technique. He turned to the frustrated Chen Shui beside him. That little time was hardly enough for anyone to witness. Jiang Chen, you cunning merchant. I haven't had my fill yet. I want to see more. The girl threw a tantrum, clutching her sleeve fervently. Jiang Chen, somewhat exasperated, replied, "All right. Come find me in a couple of days, and I shall show you again." "Really?" At this promise, Chen Shui's face lit up with delight, her eyes glinting with a barely perceptible cunning. In truth, her earlier gains were already quite formidable, both in terms of understanding the array and insights into cultivation. She felt that if she secluded herself for a month or two, she might very well ascend to D, transforming from an unremarkable side branch of a prominent family into a formidable power in her own right. Jiang Chun nodded in silence. "Let us go. Take me home first." "All right, Boss Jiang." Chen Shui responded obediently, resembling a diligent secretary, occasionally stealing glances at him as though he were a treasure, particularly when her gaze fell upon his left hand, which seemed to ignite her interest. Perhaps overly exhilarated, Chen Shui drove the car as if it were about to take flight. Fortunately, it was the early hours of the morning, and the roads were nearly devoid of vehicles and pedestrians. As they entered the city, only 2 streets remained until they reached the Yuyuan residential complex. At a street corner, a mobile barbecue stall was in operation, with a middle-aged vendor grilling skewers, the sizzling sounds punctuated by splattering juices, seemingly preparing some fresh animal entrails. Seated at a foldable table was the sole customer, clad in a trench coat with his face concealed beneath a hat. Before him lay a heap of discarded skewers. Appearing bored as he waited, he mimicked piano playing with his hands on the table. No sound emanated from his actions, yet his expression was one of profound enjoyment, as if he could hear the silent symphony of his fingertips dancing. Just as Jiang Chen glanced over, the man elegantly lifted one hand, while the other rested on his chest, as if expressing gratitude to an unseen audience. Due to the vehicle's excessive speed, it zipped past in a blur. What Jiang Chen failed to notice was, after the man took his final bow and ceased playing the piano, the owner of the nearby barbecue stall suddenly stiffened, collapsing to the ground. Blood began to seep slowly from beneath his shirt at the abdomen. The man then stood up, adjusted the brim of his hat, and a peculiar smile curled at the corners of his lips as he made his way toward the direction in which 911 had departed. Chapter 73. The Puppeteer. Upon returning home, Jiang Chen reclined on the sofa, gazing at the system panel to reflect on the night's gains. Host: Jiang Chen, Ghost Chi. 9120 Demon Transformation Cards. Lonely Straight Prince, 2 stars. Tiger Vanguard, 1 star. Divine Abilities. Mighty Bull Demon Fist, 1 star. Items: Enchanted Drum, medium grade, superior. Concealed Chi Jade Sword, low grade, superior. Spirit Gathering Pill, low grade. Medium, Blood Condensation Powder, low grade, inferior. A jar of Yin Chi, non-rank. Unquestionably, the most significant acquisition was the Ghost Chi, amounting to over 7,000. His total Ghost Chi was nearing 10,000, just a step away from unlocking the 3-star Demon Transformation card. Additionally, he had obtained the Enchanted Drum from Qin Zhe, a medium-grade superior artifact valued at over 20,000 hell points, a luxury only affordable to sea-level warriors. In Jiang Chen's hands, the drum showcased particularly formidable effects, capable of immobilizing foes while simultaneously awakening his own bull demon bloodline, unleashing explosive physical prowess. With a resounding beat, he would charge in and strike. The combination of control and explosive power would undoubtedly spell disaster for any fragile opponent. Moreover, concerning hell points, Jiang Chen accumulated a total of 800 points from slaying numerous malevolent spirits, with the formidable spirit by Ling contributing 1,600 points. The D collective mission bonus multiplied his total by 1.5, culminating in 3,600 points. This illustrates the immense value of spirits retaining a trace of humanity. For instance, the water ghost Sun Miling had rewarded him with 3,000 points, surpassing the bounty for a single formidable spirit. The rewards were commendable. His diligent efforts throughout the night bore fruit, and the weariness etched on his face dissipated, replaced by a hint of joy. He never forgot that this was an exceedingly perilous world. Just earlier, he had scrolled through the news on the Hell app while in the car, discovering that a sea-level team, classified as Ape Squad, had perished at 9 o'clock last night while addressing a supernatural incident, presumably falling victim to a blood-clothed spirit. Each sea-level team is typically led by at least one sea expert, with members being the elite among sea-level practitioners. Yet, before the might of a blood-clothed ghost, they remained utterly defenseless. Reports indicated that the team's members were discovered in a gruesome state, dismembered and mangled as if subjected to a torturous execution. Sea-level prodigies possess remarkable vitality, often surviving severe injuries that would incapacitate others, yet this resilience seemed to curse them in the face of such torturous demise. No one could fathom the agony and despair experienced by the members of that team before their tragic end. A whole squad of sea-level experts, extinguished in an instant. This world was indeed terrifying. Jiang Chun inhaled deeply. Although he currently held a life-saving trump card, enabling a brief surge to sea-level power, it remained insufficient. A single blood-clothed spirit could obliterate all his defenses and claim his life. He must strive harder. Afterward, he took a shower and lay down to rest, anticipating that upon awakening the next morning, the system upgrade would be complete. Outside Yuyuan community, shortly after Chen Shui's 911 departed, a man clad in a trench coat emerged from around the corner. As the man walked, his 10 slender fingers seemed restlessly engaged, continuously converging, expanding, twisting, and transforming into various shapes with an astonishing dexterity that would likely leave even the finest concert pianists in awe of his joint flexibility. A peculiar smile adorned his face as he approached the entrance of the community. Inside the security booth, the drowsy guard, Old Li, suddenly lifted his head, as if struck by a revelation upon noticing this strange figure. Instantly, he reached for his baton. "What do you want?" "Non-residents aren't allowed entry." The man paid no heed to Old Li's words. His lively hands slightly rose, and several invisible threads were cast forth. Just as Old Li hesitated, contemplating whether to sound the alarm, he felt sharp pains prick at several points on his body, akin to the sting of a bee. "You." His words caught in his throat. His expression became abruptly vacant. After a moment of bewilderment, a rigid, grotesque smile stretched across Old Li's face, as if something were pulling at his skin, causing his flesh to wrinkle. Upon closer inspection, his smile resembled that of the man. "Ah, it's a resident. Welcome home." Old Li's mouth moved stiffly as he grasped the access card from the table and hurried to unlock the door. However, just a few steps into the community, Old Li collapsed suddenly, crashing onto the cement ground, bloodied and bruised. "What did you say? A puppeteer has arrived in Jiangbei City and has killed 37 people? What is that bunch from the patrol team doing?" In the Jiangbei City Underworld Bureau, within the 3rd Group S office, a burly man resembling an iron tower bellowed into the phone. "Deputy Chief, among the 37 deceased, 7 are from the patrol team." The voice from the other end left the robust man momentarily stunned, causing him to crush the cup in his hand, grinding the glass into powder. His furious voice echoed in the office. "Damn it! Who dares to touch my people? They are courting death. Report the location. I will take Team B there." The man's eyes glinted with murderous intent, his face quivering with rage, resembling a ferocious tiger ready to pounce. The last sighting was at a barbecue stall on Xingfu Street. After that, he disappeared. We may need the think tank to scour the entire city's surveillance for any leads. Judging by the residual aura at the scene, this puppeteer was no ordinary foe. He was likely a sea-level expert. The voice on the other end grew solemn. "Damn, what of the sea level? I am heading there now. If I find him, I will tear him apart. I will make him regret it." With that, the burly man slammed down the phone and bellowed as he strode out. "Have the think tank investigate the puppeteer who killed tonight on Xingfu Street. All of Team B's little rascals, one and all, come with me." In the office, several clerks quickly rose to contact the think tank, while others swiftly notified the members of Team B. The deputy chief of the 3rd Group, Qiu Hong, was notoriously temperamental, and whenever he erupted in fury, it often signaled a significant event. Moreover, upon hearing the term puppeteer, the staff of the 3rd Group immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. If the Dark Alliance were akin to a despised rat, the puppeteer is the most vicious among this group of rodents, reveling in the act of biting. While other members of the Dark Alliance may appear in a city without inciting much alarm from the local underworld authorities, the emergence of the puppeteer inevitably heralds a wave of bloodshed. They are a band of bloodthirsty lunatics, grappling with profound psychological issues. Their penchant for toying with the corpses of others manifests an obsession with necrophilia to such an extent that it is said the puppeteer cannot find solace in slumber unless a corpse lies beside them. Such individuals are, in many respects, more terrifying than specters. While ghosts may kill with a semblance of pattern, these individuals act solely on their whims. To them, ordinary people hold no more significance than ants, mere creatures to be crushed for a fleeting moment of delight. Chapter 74. An intruder in the shadows within the confines of the Yuyuan community, a man stepped into the elevator, greedily inhaling the air, closing his eyes to savor the moment as he pressed the button for the 12th floor. As a puppeteer who had long been in contact with corpses, he had become adept at discerning the subtlest nuances of human breath. Anyone he had encountered would find it impossible to escape his grasp. Oh, the exquisite aroma of blood symbols. It was utterly delightful. He wondered which incompetent had met his demise at the hands of a mere boy who had yet to fully mature. Liang Si, in his 40s, wore a face pale as parchment beneath the brim of his hat, devoid of color, a testament to years spent away from sunlight. After all, if the house had ample light, the corpses he collected would quickly begin to stink. Blood symbols were typically assigned only to the elite of the Dark Alliance, with the weakest among them being no less than C rank, or individuals possessing unique abilities. Such individuals were often formidable in combat and possessed a keen intellect. To Liang Xi's surprise, based on the aura he sensed during his approach, the young man he was targeting appeared to possess only D-level strength. Moreover, his vigilance was woefully lacking. It was evident that he had just returned from a mission, in his most vulnerable state, yet he flaunted his sports car in public. The blood symbol on his arm left unguarded. It seemed that the Dark Alliance had been enjoying an easy life lately, allowing even the most useless of individuals to wield blood symbols. With a cold smirk, Liang Si stepped out of the elevator. He lingered in the hallway for a moment before swiftly making his way to room 1201 on the right. His footsteps were silent, not triggering the motion sensor lights in the corridor. In the darkness, Liang Si's fingertips glided over the keyhole, and then his index finger trembled in rapid succession, subtly manipulating the lock with an invisible thread. The entire process was executed without a whisper. After a brief moment, the door creaked open. The hinges, too, were ensnared by the thread, causing the door to glide open silently like a prop in a puppet show. The man entered, his breath vanishing in an instant, akin to a specter gliding into the bedroom. He could hear the rhythmic sound of steady breathing. Pushing the door open, he found Jiang Chen deeply asleep, his left hand resting outside the covers, blissfully unaware of the presence that had invaded his home. Standing at the bedside, Liang Si's face twisted into an eerie smile, satisfied with his stealthy entrance. Though he derided the boy as worthless, he recognized that anyone capable of killing a Dark Alliance member wielding a blood symbol must possess considerable skill. To so easily capture a target from the hunting list was indeed a cause for celebration. After surveying his prey for a fleeting moment, Liang Si hesitated not. Producing a gleaming scalpel, its blade subtly stained with a hint of crimson, he thrust it toward Jiang Chen's heart. Yet, just as his hand descended halfway, a searing pain erupted from his chest, where a triangular yellow talisman, suspended by a red string, resided. Instantly, the hairs on his body stood and fear flickered across his face. Without a second thought, he withdrew his hand and retreated. At that moment, a cacophony of sinister sounds filled the air. Liang Si remained frozen for only the briefest of moments before he burst through the bedroom door, crashing through the corridor window. Leaping from the 12th floor without the slightest hesitation, an embodiment of the resoluteness forged upon the knife's edge of life and death. Within the confines of his chamber, Jiang Chen sat upon the bed, the radiance of the thunder talisman on his left hand gradually waning. In the obscurity, his hazel eyes emitted a faint glow. Alas, this old rascal was as vigilant as a rabbit. He had discerned the anomaly during his journey. Although the adversary had disguised themselves adeptly, to the point of perfection, it was unlikely for an ordinary extraordinary being to harbor any suspicion. Yet, having undergone multiple transformations, Jiang Chen possessed a terrifyingly keen instinct akin to that of a wild beast. Even while racing in a high-speed sports car, he could still detect the metallic scent of blood from the barbecue stall. It was human blood. Utilizing the lightning in his palm, he had orchestrated this trap, inviting his foe into the snare. The sole miscalculation was that the opponent's strength exceeded his expectations. The influence of the demonic sound drum on him was negligible, which was profoundly alarming. For Jiang Chen had witnessed firsthand in the black market how C-class experts from prominent families were affected, allowing them enough time to act. It appeared that the man he encountered moments ago was undoubtedly of C caliber or higher. Rising, Jiang Chen glanced into the corridor and confirmed that the adversary had fled through the window before returning to shut the door. He had no intention of recklessly pursuing someone of at least C prowess. Although he could grit his teeth and confront them, it was unnecessary. When faced with a criminal, what was the simplest course of action? Jiang Chen picked up his phone and dialed the number for the underworld. "Please speak," the operator responded crisply, refraining from any superfluous dialogue, for it was common knowledge that a call to this number indicated a dire emergency. "I am at 124 XX Road, You Garden community. I was just attacked by a member of the Dark Alliance. Their strength is formidable, at least see, and they may have killed along the way. Please dispatch assistance promptly to prevent their escape. Additionally, their abilities are particularly cruel, seemingly capable of manipulating corpses. Understood, I will. Wait, what did you say? See. Even the trained operator could not help but raise their voice, initially interpreting Jiang Chen's calm demeanor as indicative of a minor incident. The revelation of a Dark Alliance member escalated the gravity of the situation. Moreover, that old rascal was clad in a trench coat and reeked of decay. Hurry and send someone. Do not let him escape. Jiang Chen was adamant, reiterating his concern about the potential escape of the adversary. If Liang Xi had overheard this conversation, he would likely have shouted in exasperation. All right, I will report this immediately. Please ensure your safety. Hurry, notify Deputy Team Leader Chiu of the third group that we have located the puppeteer. The address is. Jiang Chen shouted urgently. Realizing the operator had not yet hung up, he then heard hurried footsteps, the sound of dialing, and the clattering of keys. Certainly, one could perceive the organized urgency of the Underworld Bureau's professional capability amidst this frenetic atmosphere. After ending the call, Jiang Chen pondered deeply. After a moment of contemplation, he slapped his thigh in frustration. Damn, I should have indicated that this old rascal is likely a B-class expert. Only then would the response be sufficient to prevent any possibility of escape. A grave oversight. Alas, one cannot ascertain when this old rogue will be apprehended. Jiang Chen murmured to himself. He resolved that after obtaining the 3-star transformation card, should the underworld still fail to capture the culprit, he would venture forth to seek the villain himself. After all, it is not the theft that incites fear, but the lingering thoughts of the thief. Unbeknownst to Jiang Chen, however, was the fact that his thoughts were rather prescient. He had already begun to fixate on the rogue. Chapter 75. Enhancement, Spirit Gathering Pill. Remarkable effects on the other side. Chiu Hong was originally heading towards Happiness Street when he received the news. He immediately reversed his direction, pressing the accelerator to the floor. The specially designed black vehicle surged forward through the night. Observing this, several coldly charismatic men and women aboard drew their weapons, preparing for combat. They donned identical black combat uniforms, emblazoned with a palm-sized insignia on their left breast, and the ancient characters San E inscribed on their left cuffs. Silence enveloped them. The atmosphere within the vehicle heavy, simmering with a tempestuous intent to kill. Were a malevolent spirit to find itself inside, it would likely be terrified to the very core. The composition of each district's underworld enforcement agency is fixed. Initially, there is the EN officer group, followed by various teams. For instance, in Jiangbei City, there are 6 EN officer groups, each divided into 4 teams ranked A, B, C, and D, determined entirely by strength. The most formidable, Team A, is led by a peak B master who also serves as the group leader, with all members being pseudo-B level experts. This team is the ace of Jiangbei City, perpetually facing the most perilous tasks. Additionally, there are patrol units. Only C-level teams are qualified to enter the official structure of district EN officer groups, while the remaining rookie EN officers form D-level teams and some E-level teams, relegated to nighttime urban patrols. In contrast to extraordinary individuals, EN officers have shorter lifespans but experience swifter improvements in strength. Therefore, patrol EN officers typically ascend quickly, reaching a level sufficient for inclusion in the formal team, thereby infusing fresh talent into the EN officer squads. As the deputy leader of Team 3 and concurrently the captain of Team Sanyi, Chiu Hong oversees this area, where the fallen were part of their patrol unit, some of whom had already garnered their attention and engaged in several exchanges, essentially serving as their reserve members. To have perished so unjustly at the hands of a puppeteer was a bitter pill to swallow. All members of Team Sanyi were seething, their gazes cold and resolute. Subsequently, everything that transpired was beyond Jiang Chen's knowledge, for upon hearing the alarm from downstairs, he peacefully lay down to continue his slumber. The following morning, a notification sounded. Ding, system upgrade complete, enhancement function added. This system prompt roused Jiang Chen from his dreams. Glancing at the time, he noted it was past 7. Ding. The enhancement function allows for the consumption of ghostly energy to strengthen items, and repeated enhancements may even allow an item to undergo a complete transformation. The system dutifully outlined the new features and their usage. Rising from his bed, Jiang Chen contemplated before reaching for a small vial on his bedside table, which contained a low-grade medium spirit gathering pill. Enhancement. He poured out one pill and silently intoned his intent. Ding. Would you like to consume 5 points of ghostly energy to enhance this item? Yes. In the next instant, he felt a gentle warmth radiating from his hand. Ding. Enhancement complete. Congratulations. Host has obtained Spirit Gathering Pill 1. Is that all? He stared in astonishment at the pill in his hand for a moment before pouring out another for comparison. In the end, he discovered that the one version appeared to be more rounded and translucent than the others. However, lacking the expertise of an alchemist, he could not ascertain any further changes based solely on appearance. AMU, Jiangchen was quite straightforward, swallowing it whole. The pill dissolved instantly upon contact with his mouth. A surge of overwhelming demonic energy coursing through his flesh, almost seeping from his pores. Such a potent effect. It was at least 3 times the recovery speed and volume of the ordinary spirit-gathering pill he had consumed the previous night. After ingesting it, Jiang Chun was able to make a clear assessment. His eyes sparkled with excitement. This item could prove invaluable. Consuming one in a critical moment could very well save his life. And this was merely the effect of one. What might happen if he continued to enhance it? With a joyful murmur, he suddenly found himself filled with boundless curiosity regarding this enhancement function. Recalling the system's introduction that mentioned how enhancing an item to a certain degree could transform it entirely. System, enhancement. 1. Proceed with enhancement. Ding. Would you like to consume 10 points of ghost energy to enhance the Spirit Gathering Pill 1? Yes. 2. Enhance again. 3. On the third enhancement, he expended 20 points of ghost energy. As Jiangchen spoke again, the system prompt displayed a change. Would you like to consume 100 points of ghost energy to enhance the Spirit Gathering Pill 3? The required ghost energy had surged to 100 points. At that moment, the Spirit Gathering Pill in Jiangchen's hand had transformed from its previous pale blue hue to a lustrous emerald green, resembling a gemstone, subtly exuding a faint medicinal fragrance. Gritting his teeth, Jiangchen urged, continue. The cost was indeed substantial, yet he still wished to accumulate 10,000 points of ghost energy quickly to draw a 3-star transformation card. Nevertheless, having come this far, spending a little more to test the limits of the enhancement function seemed highly advantageous. At present, he felt that if he were to swallow the 3 Spirit Gathering Pill upon depletion of his demonic energy, he could likely restore his state in a remarkably short time. Having expended only 35 points of ghost energy, it was akin to possessing a formidable trump card. What transformation would occur when he consumed 100 points for the next enhancement? Ding. Enhancement commencing. The consumption of 100 ghost energy points made Jiangchen's hand, which held the Spirit Gathering Pill, feel distinctly warm, almost scorching. In the next moment, a crimson flame erupted from his palm, enveloping the pill. He could not help but widen his eyes, sensing that the pill was undergoing a marvelous transformation within the flames. Nearly 30 seconds later, ding. Enhancement complete. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Spirit Nurturing Pill. Jiang Chun gazed at the dark green pill resting gently in his palm. Its texture smooth and warm, emitting a distinctly unusual fragrance, and his eyes widened in astonishment. The Spirit Nurturing Pill? He had never heard of such a pill. Suddenly, he seemed to recall something and opened the Underworld app marketplace, entering the 3 characters to search. As expected, there were no results. Could it be that this was a pill produced through system enhancement, one that did not exist in the present world? The last time I encountered a post, someone speculated that the Taoist alliance, including the aristocratic families and various hidden sects, as well as the 6 formidable leaders, likely experienced a discontinuity in their cultivation. Jiang Chun shook his head, refraining from delving further into conjecture, for such thoughts seemed trivial at present. He scrutinized the spirit-enhancing pill in his hand, which emanated a fragrant aroma, filled with curiosity regarding its efficacy. Merely inhaling its scent significantly accelerated his demonic energy recovery, roughly equating to the effect of consuming an ordinary spirit-gathering pill. Should he choose to swallow it, he surmised it could restore a substantial amount of demonic power, potentially allowing him to lavishly expend energy in a short span of time. Jiang Chen murmured, formulating a reasonable hypothesis. If this were indeed the case, coupled with a technique that demanded immense energy, the results would be formidable. He vividly recalled the time he embodied the chaotic Demon King, wielding the heavenly blade of chaos to obliterate a half-step ghostly being, which had nearly depleted his entire reservoir of demonic energy. Such high consumption, devastating techniques would undoubtedly harmonize exceptionally well with the spirit-enhancing pills. Furthermore, should he acquire ample ghostly energy in the future, He would endeavor to draw upon the 2-star demonic transformation card to challenge the mighty Deer Strength Immortal, in hopes of permanently obtaining the Palm Thunder technique. If he were to succeed, each time he conjured the Palm Thunder, he would also require the spirit-enhancing pills. Alas, it necessitated an astounding 135 units of ghostly energy to reinforce a single pill, rendering it excessively expensive as a consumable. Jiang Chun felt a pang in his heart at this realization. In regular combat, a 3-reinforced spirit-gathering pill sufficed. With this thought in mind, he retrieved the remaining 2 spirit-gathering pills, enhancing all of them to 3. Chapter 76. This individual once sought to unlock your phone, by the way. Is it possible to further enhance the spirit-gathering pill? Jiang Chun's gaze shifted, and he silently contemplated. However, a notification chimed. This item can no longer be enhanced. It appeared that after a so-called metamorphosis, items reached their limits. Nonetheless, this was still astonishing. Merely a bottle of spirit-gathering pill costing 50 netherworld points could yield such results. What if it were something else? For instance, a ghostly weapon? The more Jiang Chun pondered, the brighter his eyes became. He retrieved the inferior mid-grade ghostly weapon he had been using recently. The spring knife he had seized from the scheming ghost's possession. Ding. Would you like to consume 5 ghostly essence to enhance this item? Yes. Enhancement successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Murder Spring Knife 1. Unlike the previous elixir, the moment the enhancement was completed, Jiang Chun immediately perceived a marked difference. The once gleaming white blade now bore an additional layer of gray, its steel-like quality significantly amplified. The inherent chill emanating from the weapon nearly doubled. Continue enhancing. Consuming 20 ghostly essence. 2. This time, the edge was noticeably sharper. 3. Would you like to consume 220 ghostly essence to enhance the Murder Spring Knife 3? Jiang Chun hesitated momentarily. Yet, recalling that if he opted for a D-grade collective mission next, spending an additional 200 would not be excessive. Enhance. Once again, the crimson flame surged. This time, the process lasted over 40 seconds. A short blade, entirely of obsidian steel, radiating a chilling aura, lay in Jiang Chun's grasp. Its overall appearance had transformed. No longer a spring knife, it had become a palm-sized short blade, with the hilt and blade fused into one, perhaps due to its coloration. It was easily overlooked at a mere glance. Enhancement complete. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the Murder Short Blade. Jiang Chun observed for a moment, his eyes lighting up. Initially, he thought it was an illusion, but upon channeling his demonic energy, the blade's presence diminished even further, especially when concealed within the palm of his hand. To the point where he instinctively overlooked it himself. Murder Short Blade, no wonder, if wielded adeptly, it might even deceive a ghost, Jiang Chun murmured. He could almost envision a scene during battle where a ghost, desperate and unyielding, would clash with him, only to find a sharp short blade piercing through its skull beneath a sudden strike. Furthermore, the blade's sharpness and the density of its ominous energy, its resilience had improved by at least tenfold. He pondered what grade it might now possess, inferior extreme, or perhaps mid-grade. Jiang Chun, lacking expertise, could not discern. Yet when he attempted to snap the blade, he found that with his current prowess, nearly at D, he could not achieve it. At the very least, it far surpassed the initial beauty ghost's sharp knife, perhaps even capable of withstanding the force of a chaotic world blade. Jiang Chun concluded, his excitement mounting. The expenditure of 290 ghostly essence was certainly worthwhile. Next, he reached for the jade smallsword. Ding. Would you like to consume 50 ghostly essence to enhance this item? This time, the initial enhancement requires a staggering 50 ghostly energies. No. Jiang Chun shook his head, opting not to proceed further with the enhancement. His primary objective remained to accumulate 10,000 ghostly energies in order to draw a 3-star transformation card. He was testing a hypothesis. It appeared that the required ghostly energy for enhancement indeed fluctuated according to the quality of the item. With the black market opening next week, it seemed a prime opportunity to seize some treasures. He chuckled softly to himself, his eyes shining with anticipation. In the black market, the items were a mixed bag. Some were of such ambiguous quality that even the vendors themselves were unaware of their true grade or utility. Although many who sought bargains often fell victim to scams, there were indeed instances where individuals procured valuable items at remarkably low prices. Now, equipped with enhancement capabilities, he felt as though he had an unfair advantage. Certain he could secure a lucrative deal. By the way, how much ghostly energy does this item require for enhancement? Jiang Chun reached out to touch the item of greatest value in his possession, a small green drum. Ding. Would you like to consume 500 ghostly energies to enhance this item? The result was quite alarming. The initial enhancement demanded a full 500 ghostly energies, equivalent to 5 one-star transformation cards. Goodness, that is exorbitantly pricey. Jiang Chen could not help but gasp, exclaiming that he could not afford such enhancement. After a rough calculation, it dawned on him that to enhance it to its limits, his remaining 8,000 ghostly energies might not suffice. Simultaneously, his gaze shifted, and he swallowed hard. This immense expenditure undoubtedly implied that the effects of the enhanced magic drum would far exceed his imagination. The ghostly energy was still insufficient. The potency of the enhancement feature post-system upgrade surpassed Jiang Chun's expectations, yet it left him yearning even more for ghostly energies. He needed to refine his approach to acquiring them. With no classes today, he pondered for a moment before opening a certain online marketplace to purchase several psychological texts: The Weakness of Human Nature, The Origins of Fear, How to Influence Others' Emotions, The Theory of Emotional Bondage, first-person accounts of those with phobias, desire, and suffering. After completing his selection, Jiang Chen opened the Underworld app to search for suitable supernatural occurrences. While others returning from tasks often required 3 to 5 days to recuperate and heal their inner selves, he seemed to bypass this entire process. Upon reflection, it made sense. After all, in the supernatural events Jiang Chen had experienced, it was typically the spirits that needed time to recuperate and heal. The Puppet Factory in Huasyan on the outskirts. D. Collective C. Individual. The corpse outside the car window on Section 17 of Maoming Road. D-Grade Individual. Tracking the Dark Alliance member. Ghost Hansun C. C-Grade Individual. The peaceful community on the outskirts. C. Individual. Note: extremely dangerous. The app indicated a nearly 30% increase in recent supernatural and horror incidents. The impending surge of malevolent energy in the living zone of Fengdu had ensnared numerous masters of the 9 provinces, leading to rampant chaos among both the Dark Alliance and the Spectres. Jiang Chen's gaze fixated on the first incident. The description states that several employees working the night shift at the Huasyan Puppet Factory encountered peculiar incidents. Initially, they did not pay much attention to these occurrences. However, one employee, equipped with a facial recognition-enabled phone, returned from the restroom during the night shift to find his phone illuminated. Upon unlocking it, a message appeared: "This individual has attempted to unlock your phone." The automatically captured photograph distinctly depicted a cheerful doll resembling a young girl adorned in festive red attire, with rosy cheeks. Chapter 77. The Gu Family's Crisis. A sudden departure. This incident startled all employees, leading some to report to the local authorities, which revealed that the doll factory had already experienced 3 cases of disappearance. The missing individuals were all migrant workers with no relatives or friends in the area, and their families typically contacted them only once every 6 months. Consequently, these disappearances were concealed by the factory owner. According to his account, this was primarily due to the recent surge in sales of Shidong, resulting in a staggering daily revenue for the factory. To avoid impacting business, he planned to delay reporting the incidents until the market became saturated and demand diminished. Later that evening, Jiang Chen perused the latest news from the realm of extraordinary. There were reports of the death of a renowned master and the resolution of a troublesome supernatural event, alongside alarming new information about formidable entities, urging everyone to exercise caution. In contrast, the previous light-hearted news had virtually vanished, subtly hinting at a sense of urgency. After all, should Fengdu truly descend into chaos, it would be a catastrophic blow to the realm of extraordinary beings in Jiuzhou, which had already suffered immense losses during the last upheaval and had yet to recover. The most talked-about news was the announcement of the contemporary heir of Wuzong, one of the 6 leaders of the Dao Alliance, descending from the mountains to contribute to the troubled Jiuzhou. Upon hearing this news, the other 5 leaders, including the Jingyi School, Tianshidao, Qingqing Sect, Maoshan, Longxiang Temple, Lingbao Sect, and even the traditionally enigmatic Qi family, known for their mastery of the prophetic chart and their unique status among the 6 leaders, all dispatched their current heirs. They also brought along a cadre of skilled practitioners, forming a formidable force that could not be overlooked. Even a certain Yama from the Yama Hall expressed gratitude on the Underworld app. The Yama Hall represents the highest authority in the Nether Realm and currently consists of only 8 members. The previous chaos in Fengdu had claimed 4 Yama, and only 2 had been replenished since. Ideally, following a 10-year cycle, by the time of the next turmoil in Fengdu, there would still be 10 imposing figures standing guard, warding off all dangers. Unfortunately, They were 2 years short. Moreover, the premature turmoil was not merely a matter of timing. It also involved the Tao Alliance's experts who had not yet regained their strength, as the 6 royal-level masters they could muster would prove crucial. Jiang Chun recalled a post he had read describing that during the upheaval, when 16 royals gathered, their every gesture exuded earth-shattering energy, surpassing even the most extensive nuclear explosions. Had the conflict erupted at the intersection of the Forbidden Zone and the current world, it could have potentially created a gaping hole in Blue Star. Interestingly, he had also experienced a Fengdu turmoil 8 years prior. At that time, he was unaware of its significance, but he vaguely remembered that night. Thunder and lightning clashed. The sky turned ominously dark, and a torrential downpour ensued, the heaviest in recent years. Fortunately, Jiang Chun possessed the soul of an adult. Otherwise, the 12-year-old version of him, alone at home, might have been left with lasting psychological scars. That night, he was relatively untroubled. He only worried about old Zhang, who was on the night shift, making numerous calls to advise him not to return in such dreadful weather, assuring him that he would be fine at home. The phone went unanswered. Yet old Zhang remained remarkably nonchalant, spending the night at the funeral home and returning the following morning on his rickety second-hand imitation harp. The turmoil had arrived a full 2 years early, a significant period indeed. Not only were the masters of the Wang realm unable to gather sufficient forces, but there might also be other unforeseen complications. Jiang Chun murmured, sensing that the roots of a great calamity lay hidden within this matter. One must possess sufficient strength to survive in chaotic times, and his desire to grow stronger became increasingly urgent. Afterward, he perused the information on the Huastin Puppet Factory via the Underworld app, dedicating the remainder of his time to acquiring knowledge about the world of extraordinary individuals, its history, and various commonalities. After all, Jiang Chun was still a novice in this realm. Dinner at Sister Hong's home. Ever since discovering her true identity, Jiang Chun had been somewhat cautious upon entering. The decor of her residence exuded elegance. The European chandelier, larger than a round table, resembled a magnificent work of art. The walls were adorned with numerous paintings whose names he could not recall, while the cabinets displayed an array of vases and porcelain. Previously, he had assumed them to be mere fakes. However, after one visit, he connected Sister Hong's wealth to a search for an image of the chandelier, discovering it was crafted by a top European artist valued at 4.5 million. Jiang Chun was astounded, realizing that the items in Sister Hong's home were likely genuine, with each potentially worth millions. Soup's ready. Xiaochen, why are you sitting so far away? Afraid I might eat you? Sister Hong placed a pot of nourishing, kidney-tonifying soup on the table, blowing gently on her hands and teasingly admonishing him. Jiang Chun, casting a glance at a watch carelessly discarded on the table, presumably removed by Sister Hong before cooking. He could not identify the paintings or antiques, but he recognized this particular item, a Patek Philippe YGC 89, worth over 3,000. If he were to accidentally spill soup on it, he would likely end up serving Sister Hong as a laborer to repay her. Oh, is the Ghost Master short on funds? Noticing his gaze, a mischievous glint sparkled in Sister Hong's eyes, and she was about to tease him further when the phone rang. Go ahead and eat. I need to take this call. She quickly wiped her hands and took her phone to the restroom. After Jiang Chun had consumed half a bowl of rice, Sister Hong returned, her expression fraught with urgency and apology. Xiaochen, oh no, Master Jiang, can we set off tonight? Sister Hong felt quite embarrassed. It was already dark, and she had delayed until now to mention their departure, making him travel at night. Jiang Chun had anticipated something was amiss. He remained at a distance from the table, one hand holding the bowl while he hastily shoveled food into his mouth, responding indistinctly, Sure, no problem. We typically work at night in our line of work. That is wonderful. You keep eating. I'll go get the car from the garage. After speaking, Sister Hong felt her cheeks flush slightly, realizing she had pressed him too hastily while he hadn't finished his meal. Yet, recalling her mother's trembling and fearful voice during their earlier conversation, she could not afford to wait another moment. Last night, an unsettling incident occurred at home. Several skilled exorcists banded together and managed to vanquish a malevolent spirit. Initially, it seemed the matter was resolved, but by morning, as they sought to gather a few more individuals, they discovered that a female cleaner had mysteriously vanished from the manor. Her body remained elusive. It was only moments ago that Red Sister's mother returned to her room to change clothes. Upon opening her wardrobe, a lifeless body emerged before her eyes. To her horror, it was within a small cabinet designated for intimate garments, where the cleaner's corpse had been forcibly crammed. Contorted into a grotesque shape, her face turned outward, staring unblinkingly into the void. The moment the cabinet door was opened, the visual shock was unimaginable. Red Sister's mother nearly succumbed to a heart attack on the spot. Rather than calling her daughter for assistance, she cautioned her against returning home. Previously, she had harbored the belief that with so many capable individuals, the situation would ultimately be resolved, allowing her daughter to return with grace. However, this incident shattered her confidence and instilled a profound sense of helplessness. Perhaps the vast Gu family fortune was destined to be obliterated by this bizarre occurrence. And perhaps none of those currently within the Gu residence would survive. This prompted her earnest warning for Gu Hongya not to come back. Yet, Red Sister felt a deep attachment to her mother, coupled with unwavering faith in Jiang Qin's abilities. After 2 years of companionship, she sensed a unique aura about this youth, as if no challenge could ever prove insurmountable for him. Having witnessed his exorcism firsthand, the aesthetic brutality with which he dealt with malevolent spirits left an indelible psychological impact on her, fostering an immense trust in his exorcistic prowess. Surely, he would resolve all predicaments. As Red Sister descended the stairs, her hands clenched tightly, she murmured to herself, "In times of insurmountable challenges, women often seek a pillar of support." Yet what complicated her feelings was that this reliance was placed upon a youth 10 years. Chapter 78. The stiff dance posture beneath the night sky. A sleek black BMW glided along the desolate streets of Jiangbei City's remote southern outskirts, where not a single vehicle could be seen at this hour. In the driver's seat, Hongjia donned a sharp athletic outfit, shedding the allure of her customary silk nightgown, yet exuding a newfound briskness. This ensemble accentuated her voluptuous curves with striking clarity. Her hair was simply tied back into a ponytail, radiating a hint of youthful exuberance that belied her 30 years. In truth, Hongjia was exceptionally well preserved, her skin fair and delicate, smoother than that of many younger women. It was merely her frequent choice of an updo and dark nightgowns that lent her a more mature air. By the way, Xiaoqin, do you need to understand the details of the supernatural events for exorcising spirits? Hongjia suddenly inquired. Aware of Jiang Qin's busy schedule, she refrained from burdening him with excessive details after he had agreed to take on the matter yesterday. Now that they were about to address the issue, she casually offered her reminder. Coming from a prestigious background, she possessed a modicum of emotional intelligence. Go on, Jiang Qin nodded in response. Previously, when I mentioned it to you, I merely alluded to some strange occurrences at home. In truth, this incident transpired after my father returned to his ancestral village. I vaguely heard my mother mention that our Gu family was once a prominent clan, wielding considerable influence in earlier times. However, for reasons unknown, my grandfather's branch was expelled from the family lineage. Subsequently, the Gu family fell into decline, retaining only a modicum of influence within the local village. As my father achieved greater success in business, he initially kept silent about the family's past. Yet, as he aged, he seemed to yearn for a sense of belonging, accepting several distant relatives back into the Gu family and supporting some in starting their own companies. Over a month ago, he casually mentioned the family tree, which prompted a large group of people to return to the village to persuade all Gu family members to reintegrate our branch. In truth, there was little opposition, for the glory of the Gu family was nearly a century old. The current Gu Corporation represented true prestige, a coveted entity that countless individuals aspired to join. With just a nod, their sons and daughters could gain entry. Who wouldn't he be pleased? Shortly thereafter, the village held a grand banquet, formally inviting my father back to honor the ancestors. According to my mother, they returned to the village a month prior. After reinstating our family in the genealogy, my father also expressed the intention to relocate my grandfather's grave to the ancestral burial grounds of the Gu family. This plan proved somewhat contentious, as the ancestral tomb housed the most esteemed members of the Gu lineage, revered by many, with numerous descendants still living. My grandfather, having been cast out from the family tree, would now rest alongside these highly respected ancestors, which caused some older relatives to feel uneasy. However, once my father announced his intention to donate 60 million to the village for development, several elders in charge eagerly volunteered to personally carry my grandfather's coffin. Some among them were of considerable seniority, whom I would address as granduncles. It is said that the Gu family village hosted a banquet lasting 6 days and nights, rivaling the grandeur of the ancestral rites from the family's most prosperous era. 6 days later, in the dead of night, the villagers ascended the mountain to retrieve the coffin. My mother refrained from attending, as it is deemed inappropriate for women to be present during such grave undertakings. Later, Around 1 in the morning, she witnessed my father descending with a group of uncles and able-bodied men from the Gu family, their faces smeared with dirt and fatigue. A few members were conspicuously absent. My father uttered not a word and departed the village under the cover of darkness with his companions. Upon his return, a series of misfortunes began to plague our household. Initially, Uncle Jiang, the guard, went missing, only to be discovered lifeless, buried headfirst in the flower bed. Subsequently, one of my cousins exhibited signs of mental instability, often conversing with her reflection in solitude. On one occasion, in a fit of madness, she shattered every mirror in the house, leaving herself bloodied and battered. After that incident, she descended into complete insanity, fleeing at the mere sight of a mirror, eventually disappearing into the undeveloped wilderness behind the villa area, never to be found. Following this, my father sought the counsel of a renowned expert, only for the next day to reveal the expert's body hanging from a scenic tree. In the aftermath, he summoned several acquaintances known for their extraordinary talents, but each met with tragic fates, either succumbing to madness or death. Ultimately, the only recourse was for our family to relocate to this place, Fushan. As Hongjie recounted the tale, Jiang Chun looked up to see the faint outline of a towering mountain emerging ahead. After a while, as they drew close, he noticed the slopes adorned with towering poplar trees, lined up along the winding mountain road, reminiscent of a cinematic landscape. He was somewhat astonished. This mountain was indeed worthy of being a tourist attraction, and it housed a villa area owned by the Gu family. It could only be said that the affluent truly know how to indulge in life's pleasures. Yet, this indulgence had ironically become a dire predicament in light of recent events. The location was exceedingly remote. Despite the formidable entities the Gu family had provoked, the underworld had not classified the situation as an urgent matter. Indeed, prior to this journey, Jiang Chun had perused the details of the Gu family incident on the Underworld app. Though it was at Hongjie's behest, the world was perilous, and he could not afford to act recklessly. Should he encounter a vengeful spirit, there would be nowhere to lament his fate. The account of the Gu family's troubles was largely consistent with what Hongjie had shared, and the think tank assessed that the malevolent entity they had attracted was likely of C-class strength. It was no wonder Hongjie remarked that many capable individuals had come, only to meet with demise or madness. Typically, those who engage with such affluent families are not of notable caliber. Few C-class experts would undertake such thankless endeavors. While the underworld points have a purchase value of 1 point for every 10,000 Zhou coins, earning 30 million from a wealthy individual does not equate to obtaining 3,000 underworld points. Despite the listed acquisition price, it is rare for extraordinary individuals to sell their points. Everyone understands that underworld points can procure items that ensure survival in the presence of spirits, while money remains a challenging currency to barter with. However, upon arriving here, the peculiar occurrences not only persisted but escalated in intensity. Hongjie continued her narration. The day after arriving at the villa district in Fushan, my cousin encountered a disturbing incident. That evening, as he and his wife were preparing to retire for the night, they were suddenly startled by a knock at the door. My cousin's wife instinctively rushed to the balcony to ascertain the identity of the visitor, while my cousin exhibited a rather peculiar reaction, insisting on descending to open the door despite her attempts to restrain him. Fearing for his safety, she followed him downstairs, only to be met with an uncanny sight. The villa doors stood wide open, chilled winds sweeping through the entrance, and the streetlight appeared to be malfunctioning. In the shadows of a nearby thicket, something seemed to stir. Meanwhile, my cousin stood at the threshold, engaged in a bizarre performance that resembled a dance, albeit with joints that appeared unnaturally rigid, rendering the scene almost comical. However, his wife found no humor in the spectacle. The more she observed, the more she felt that her husband was not merely stiff, but rather imitating something else, something with joints that were, indeed, rigid. Chapter 79. Ensure he harbors no resentment subsequently. My cousin, while performing a peculiar dance, dashed into the hillside of the villa district and never returned. Gu Hongya herself felt a chill creep down her spine as she recounted the tale. What could cause joints to become so rigid? The answer was singular: death. A deceased individual standing outside the villa in the dead of night, instructing my cousin to dance, was a terrifying notion, especially since my sister-in-law had witnessed the entire spectacle with such clarity. It is said that she remained relatively composed at first, promptly informing her family of the unsettling incident. However, a few days later, she began to exhibit erratic behavior, occasionally dancing inexplicably, her stiff movements sending shivers down the spines of those who beheld her. In a bid to prevent her from vanishing again, her family had no choice but to confine her. Dancing. Jiang Chen nodded, noting this crucial detail. The information gathered by the underworld had been collected several days prior. Only from Hongjie could he acquire first-hand accounts, for it was indeed a matter concerning her family. Later, my second brother encountered another alarming event one night. Following this, Hongjie recounted several terrifying occurrences. Due to the recent acceptance of distant relatives by Gu Yumin, the Gu family manor now housed numerous residents, leading to an increase in bizarre incidents. Some resulted in fatalities, others in madness. While some appeared outwardly normal, yet exhibited strange behaviors at night. The entire Gu family manor seemed shrouded in an eerie and unnerving gloom. Did no one attempt to escape? Jiang Chen inquired. Indeed, many sought to flee from the onset. My father was indifferent. As long as they were not part of the Gu family, he allowed them to leave. Even after arriving at Fushan, peculiar happenings persisted, prompting some of the Gu relatives to stealthily depart. On one occasion, my second sister-in-law also ran away. When the family called to inquire, her maternal home reported that she had not returned. It was then that everyone realized a chilling possibility and hurriedly contacted the families of all the escapees, only to discover that none of them had returned. Fortunately, when my elder brother, who was engaged in business abroad, and my third brother, accompanied by capable individuals, returned, it was said they encountered no strange occurrences. The manor now seemed to be a place one could enter, but not exit. By the way, there's also... What is that? Hongjie seemed eager to unveil something further, her gaze suddenly captivated. Ahead, by the roadside, lay a dark heap of indistinguishable objects, too distant to discern. As they approached, she realized it was a collection of mangled, wrecked vehicles, crumpled together, with their occupants likely crushed beyond recognition. How could there be such a series of accidents in this area? A perplexing thought surfaced in Hongjie's mind. Ahead lay a sharp bend. The inner side abutted a mountain, and the outer side plunged into a cliff, indeed a notorious accident-prone zone. Yet, the sheer number of wrecks clustered together, at least 5 or 6, was alarming. Anyone with common sense would surely know to slow down upon witnessing such a scene. How could they repeatedly fall into the same trap? Furrowing her brow, Hongjie became acutely cautious, preparing to decelerate. Just then, a blaring horn pierced the air. Beep beep. A pair of jarring honks suddenly erupted from her left side, the volume astonishingly loud. Moreover, Hongjie had been entirely oblivious to the arrival of a vehicle in the previously empty left lane. This unexpected noise startled her, causing her to inadvertently slam on the accelerator. The BMW 7 Series surged forward with ferocity. Hongjie's pupils dilated, her mind awakening in an instant, yet it was too late. The car to her left was encroaching, and ahead lay a pile of wrecked vehicles. At this speed, a collision was imminent, and she could already envision her fate mirroring that of the cars ahead. At that critical moment, Jiang Chen suddenly leaned over, gripping the steering wheel with one hand while pressing her leg onto the gas with his foot. His lips curled into a subtle smile, his voice calm and composed. Have you ever heard of navigating a drainage ditch? For reasons unknown, Hongjie's frenzied heart began to settle. What? Even though she had no idea if this young man could drive, in that instant, she relinquished her grip on the steering wheel, entrusting their lives to Jiang Chen's control. He intently fixed his gaze ahead, seemingly waiting for the opportune moment. After a brief half-second, he executed a rapid maneuver, cranking the wheel sharply to the left while flooring the accelerator. The already precarious BMW screeched as its tires clawed at the pavement, emitting a primal roar. Hongjie's eyes widened further, her face a canvas of astonishment. It was only then that she realized there was indeed a path to salvation. Instead of retreating, they would surge forward, taking advantage of the gap before the car on the left could advance, and with sheer velocity. They would dart between it and the heap of junked vehicles at an acute angle. However, this required immense courage, cool-headed judgment, and exceptional skill. Even professional race car drivers might falter in such a situation. Could he truly accomplish this? Gazing at Jiang Chen's serious profile, Hongjie bit her lip. Waiting to witness this miraculous feat in the next instant, the BMW's front end swung violently. Then, with a resounding crash, it collided with the car on the left. Ah, what? In the midst of the violent impact, Hongjie could only stare in disbelief. This was not at all what she had envisioned. Where was the drainage ditch maneuver? They had collided directly. Even more astonishing awaited her. Jiang Chen's smile broadened as he pressed the accelerator to the floor. ramming the BMW against the adjacent vehicle, propelling it forcefully towards the barrier. The other driver, clearly bewildered, quickly regained composure, frantically turning the steering wheel and flooring the accelerator, barely managing to halt their vehicle after crashing against the cliffside barrier. Had they veered out just half an inch more, the rear tires would have been suspended, and the force of the collision would have sent the car plummeting off the cliff. Jiangchen maintained pressure on the accelerator for nearly half a minute, the tires smoking as they ground against the concrete, emitting a noxious burned odor. It seemed he finally grasped the situation, easing off the gas with a hint of regret in his sigh. That was close. Thankfully, nothing went awry. Hongjia, beside him, was filled with trepidation. This was no ordinary close call. While others simply drove, his driving was akin to a deadly art. She contemplated that if the driver from the opposing vehicle were to perish in today's accident, it would be challenging to classify the incident merely as a traffic mishap. At the very least, it would amount to intentional homicide. "Allow me to handle this," Hongjia interjected, considering a monetary resolution to avoid protracting matters unnecessarily. "Leave it to me. I am well versed in social intricacies and can assure you he will not utter a single complaint," Jiangchen replied, shaking his head as he opened the car door and descended. Chapter 80. Could you not anticipate in advance? The door of the opposing vehicle swung open, and a middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 40s, stepped out with a grim countenance. With a resounding bang, he slammed the car door shut and turned to point an accusatory finger at Jiangchen, ready to unleash a torrent of curses. "You damn! How could you even drive? Look at what you've done to my car." Jiangchen, his face a mask of fury, interjected with a fierce demeanor that overshadowed the man's voice. The man was momentarily taken aback, although he had initially honked intentionally to provoke, according to traffic regulations. It was clear that the rear vehicle had abruptly accelerated and changed lanes, rendering the opposing party wholly liable. Why was he speaking so aggressively? This led the man to a fleeting doubt. Could it truly be my fault? After a moment of scrutiny, and confirming that he was not at fault, he maintained a stoic expression. "If I'm not mistaken, you rear-ended me, right?" "Indeed," Jiangchen retorted, brimming with righteous indignation. "But couldn't you have anticipated my intention to accelerate and moved out of the way in advance? How did you even obtain your driver's license?" The man's face grew increasingly dark. "Anticipate? You really know how to spin words. You crashed into me and somehow it's my fault for not dodging? Just think, if you had also accelerated at the same moment, wouldn't this accident have been averted?" "Brother, I'm not trying to criticize you, but even a dog would shake its head at your reaction time. What is the most vital aspect of driving on the road? Being observant and aware of your surroundings. In the future, pay attention." As Jiangchen spoke earnestly, adopting a tone of concern, the man found himself momentarily speechless. His jaw clenched tightly. He struggled to formulate a retort. The crux of the matter was that he failed to realize one critical point. When the opposing party chooses not to engage in rational discourse, attempting to reclaim the narrative through argumentation becomes nearly impossible. "Fine, I cannot argue with you." The man gritted his teeth. "Let the traffic police determine the responsibility when they arrive. But tell me, why, upon seeing that you were about to smash me against the guardrail, did you still press the accelerator? Were you attempting murder?" Jiangchen paused for 5 seconds before responding with deliberate calmness. "You see, I was somewhat slow to react and didn't have time to lift my foot off the gas. It's understandable." Upon hearing this, the man glared fiercely at Jiangchen. "You were not slow to react when you interrupted me just now. Furthermore, even if one were slow, how could you keep your foot on the accelerator for 30 seconds? In this understanding, you've absolved yourself, while I, the victim, am left speechless, correct?" The man's face contorted with rage, his muscles twitching, and dark spots began to emerge on his otherwise normal complexion, reminiscent of post-mortem lividity. His expression darkened further. Meanwhile, Jiangchen received a series of notifications in his ears. Ding, Ghost Energy 50. Ding. He glanced at the display, his expression brightening. For since the moment of the collision, his ghost energy had surged from 8625 to over 9,000. "Then tell me, how shall we resolve this matter?" the man asked, his gaze icy. He had become evidently abnormal, his skin a ghastly pale, his head slightly askew, and a portion of his forehead concave, as if he had endured a violent impact. Jiangchen appeared oblivious to any irregularity. "All right, my friend, since you are so reasonable, I shall not make things difficult for you. Just compensate me with whatever cash you have on hand, and we shall part ways." Inside the car, due to Jiangchen obstructing her view, Hongjia had yet to notice the man's peculiar state. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, she was left utterly dumbfounded. You crashed into someone else's car and expect to be compensated? She mused that claiming to be well-versed in human affairs was indeed a gross understatement. Even Bao Longxing would address you as master. And you still want me to pay you? The man, too, wore a look of disbelief. Yet soon a strange smile crept onto his face as he reached into his bosom while advancing forward. Very well, I shall give you all the money on me. But your life belongs to me. As he drew closer, his smile widened, and with a sudden motion, he brandished a gleaming knife aimed at Jiang Chen's heart. Jiang Chen, whose hand had remained tucked in his pocket, finally moved, delivering a swift slap. The man scoffed derisively. I wield a knife, and you use your palm? What do you intend to fight me with? He made no attempt to evade, intent on confronting violence with violence. In the next instant, the blade sank into flesh. The man's hand froze midair, his head tilted in disbelief as he glanced at the short knife that had inexplicably embedded itself in his neck. You. He uttered his final word, his corpse turning foul and black as it collapsed. A smirk crept across Jiang Chen's lips. 3 consecutive notifications flashed before him, indicating that his ghostly energy had reached 9430. He was somewhat taken aback. Only a top-tier malevolent spirit that he had not previously tormented would trigger 399 notifications upon death. This suggested that the man was indeed a top-tier malevolent spirit. His strength equivalent to a D oddity. After his last performance as the Deer Strength Immortal, Jiang Chen's residual foundational strength was merely close to D. The ability to achieve a one-hit kill seemed entirely attributable to the assassination knife. What a splendid item! It might truly rival a mid-grade ghost weapon. Moreover, its stealthy execution could even deceive spirits. Jiang Chen glanced at the obsidian short knife in his hand, wiped away the blood on the man's clothing, stowed it back in his pocket, and turned to leave. Observing the man's fallen body, Hong Jie was momentarily stunned. She recalled Jiang Chen's earlier words, ensuring that he bore no grievances. He truly just killed him outright, leaving no room for complaints. In light of the boy's ruthlessness, Hong Jie gained a clearer understanding. However, she was not foolish. After her initial shock, she quickly realized that she had stumbled upon a supernatural incident. For it was impossible for a normal person's corpse to decay so rapidly. Jiang Chen opened the front car door and was about to get in when he suddenly paused and opted for the back seat instead. Hong Jie, though somewhat perplexed, wisely refrained from probing further. She first reversed the car to assess the damage. Although the front had crumpled, it was still operable. Are you settled? She inquired politely. Jiang Chen nodded and then glanced to the left. What about you? Upon hearing those words, Hong Jie momentarily fell into a daze. Huh. She turned her head to confirm. Yet the back seat was undeniably occupied solely by Jiang Chen. However, this motion inadvertently caused her gaze to sweep across the rearview mirror, and to her dismay, in that fleeting glimpse, it appeared as if 2 figures truly occupied the back row. Yet, upon turning her head again, she found nothing but emptiness behind her. Jiang Chen wore a peculiar smile, and the scene before Hong Jie filled her with an overwhelming sense of absurdity and dread. Could it be that something was lurking within the mirror? Her gaze gradually shifted back to the rearview mirror. In the reflection, she beheld a woman in a sky-blue dress. Her body marred by numerous wounds, flesh grotesquely exposed, a terrifying specter. The figure leaned forward, a pallid face wearing an ambiguous smile, nearly brushing against her back. She froze for 3 seconds, her pupils dilating gradually. Finally, a piercing scream escaped her lips as Hong Jie pressed her body forward, collapsing against the steering wheel. Gasping for breath, cold sweat cascading down her back, her body trembling uncontrollably from fear. This was unlike the previous encounter with the ghost at the door. This was the closest she had ever been to something unclean. There was not even a door separating them. She could almost smell the pungent scent of blood emanating from the figure. Chapter 81. My ID number is Little Chun, what should I do? Hong Jie was at a loss. Jiang Chun was her only lifeline. However, after calling out twice, she received no response. Summoning her courage, she slightly turned her head, casting a furtive glance behind her, and in that instant, her heart tightened, the feeling of dread intensifying. The scene before her was too bizarre. Jiang Chun, whom she regarded as her savior, was now leaning forward, his face nearly touching the grotesque visage of the female ghost. He appeared utterly earnest, as if listening intently to something. Such an eerie action was more unsettling than the apparition itself. What on earth was happening? Was this ghost truly that formidable? An unsettling thought crossed Hong Jie's mind. Perhaps Jiang Chun had also fallen under its spell. She remained pressed against the steering wheel, her body leaning forward as much as possible, her alluring contours unmistakably visible, presenting a somewhat shameful posture. However, at this moment, Hongjie could not afford to dwell on such thoughts. Her inner self was engulfed in a profound chill. The terrifying female ghost, who had suddenly entered her car, had become her only companion, now utterly abnormal. Hongjie could already foresee her impending dismal fate. Huff, huff. She breathed heavily, daring not to move, her heart racing to an unbearable degree. The terror within her was nearly driving her to madness. Just then, Jiang Qin's voice broke the silence. All right, I understand. The sound was like a celestial melody to Hongjie. Little Chun, are you all right? Hongjie, it has something to say to you. It. Hongjie was momentarily taken aback. Yes. Don't you remember? This should be the cousin you mentioned to me. Upon hearing this, Hongjie fought to suppress her fear, tilting her head slightly to discern more closely. Moments later, her eyes widened as she barely recognized the figure of the cousin who had smashed all the mirrors in their home and subsequently vanished into the mountains. We were hardly acquainted, yet she still remembered me? She doesn't wish to harm me? Is this the bond of kinship? A myriad of emotions surged within Hongjie, causing her tense body to relax just a fraction as she turned her head. What does she wish to tell me? Despite the ghost's terrifying appearance, the sense of dread within Hongjie lessened significantly. Simultaneously, a hint of sorrow flickered in her eyes, evoking pity for this cousin. Oh, Jiang Chun chuckled softly. She says you are about to die. If you don't believe it, take a look in the mirror. It reveals your demise. He continued. She also said to hurry and join her. It's so cold in the mirror. As his words fell, the ghost tilted her head back, revealing a chilling grin toward Hongjie, her pale eyes glinting with an eerie light. Hongjie's body immediately stiffened, the warmth in her heart evaporating entirely. This deceased cousin was clearly cursing her, and this could very well be a portent of her impending doom. Oh, and she mentioned that if you draw closer to the mirror, you will be able to hear her voice, Jiang Qin added. It was evident that the ghost's lips were moving continuously, whispering softly, which was why Jiang Chun needed to lean in closely to catch her words. The mirror. Upon hearing those words, Hongjie instinctively recoiled from the rearview mirror. Her reaction sparked a glimmer of insight in Jiang Chun, who stroked his chin. Deep in thought, could it be that the ghost outside is merely an illusion, while the true specter resides within the mirror? What should I do? Hongjie gazed at Jiang Chun in a state of confusion and helplessness. Since this is the only wish your cousin had after her death, why not fulfill it for her? Jiang Chun pondered for a moment before providing his answer. Hongjie appeared reluctant, unable to bring herself to look at the mirror. Just think. How many people have the chance to witness the manner of their own demise? Are you not even a little curious? Jiang Chun encouraged her gently. His words tightened Hongjie's heart, causing her to doubt whether Jiang Chun had already been ensnared by the ghost. After a moment of internal struggle, she clenched her fists, gritting her teeth, and turned the rearview mirror downwards. What she saw within the mirror was a horrific reflection of herself, her face drenched in blood, her head grotesquely contorted, with a mixture of white brain matter and blood trickling down her visage. A black plastic strip was lodged in her right eye, resembling a windshield wiper, piercing through her skull entirely. A sharp intake of breath escaped Hongjie as she trembled uncontrollably, unable to comprehend the terrifying events that led to such a ghastly demise. Unbeknownst to her, she found herself increasingly engrossed, her body leaning forward unconsciously, her face almost touching the rearview mirror. Ha ha ha, Cousin Hongjie, what a tragic end you met. A woman's voice suddenly echoed in Hongjie's ear. Upon hearing this voice, she momentarily froze, her eyes gradually becoming glazed over, her lips forming an unconscious murmur. How tragic. I am so tragic. I died in such a miserable way. Death? Yes, it seems I should have perished. The mirror even reflects my demise. My time has come. After a brief moment of murmuring, she, as if driven mad, slammed her foot on the accelerator. Given the car's current trajectory, a single push on the gas would send the vehicle careening over the guardrail and plummeting off the cliff, potentially leading her to meet the same gruesome fate as depicted in the mirror. Just then, a broad and powerful hand firmly grasped Hongjie's thigh, preventing her from pressing the accelerator. Haha, I see now, so that is how it works. Jiang Chun's deep voice resonated. Dear ghost sister, might you assist me in gauging my own demise? He leaned towards the rearview mirror, asking with a grin. The ghost, witnessing her intended victim being restrained, revealed a more sinister glint in her pale eyes. It's a matter of first come, first served. She dies first, then you. Ah, I see. I lack proper etiquette. So might I be allowed to cut in line? How audacious. Do you really wish for death while trying to jump the queue? The ghost could no longer maintain her composure, her lips twitching slightly. Ghostly energy 80. Do not regret your choice. Suddenly, the ghost leaned closer to Jiangchen in the mirror, grinning malevolently. You are already dead. Look into the mirror. There lies your demise. Jiangchen, unwavering, gazed intently, intrigued. Wait a moment, dear ghost sister. Is this mirror malfunctioning? Where is the depiction of my death? Within the mirror, Jiangchen appeared unscathed, a smile gracing his lips. The female ghost's expression stiffened in disbelief. Impossible. How could he remain unaffected by my powers? Ghostly energy 50. The ghost in the mirror narrowed her eyes, a malevolent glint flashing across her face. Meanwhile, a woman seated behind quietly extended a pale, ghostly hand toward Jiangchen's head. Come, this one. Jiangchen seemed all too willing, plucking 2 strands of his hair and offering them to the ethereal figure in the rear. He proceeded to divulge information. My name is Jiangchen, Jiang as in rivers and lakes, Chen as in myriad stars. My birth date is. I reside at. My ID number is. I understand the rules of your kind, dear ghost. Do these details assist you in any way? His demeanor radiated warmth. He neither resisted nor harbored any reluctance, showing utmost cooperation. This left the female ghost flabbergasted, her face a canvas of astonishment. You merely wished for a couple of strands of hair, and yet you've revealed your ID number? Ghostly energy 99. Ghostly energy 80. Ghostly energy 50. Jiangchen's actions stirred a tempest of emotions within the female ghost, fluctuating between suspicion and indignation, as if he were belittling her. After several oscillations of feeling, the ghost clutched Jiangchen's hair, unleashing a series of sinister laughs. Jiangchen, you are about to meet your demise. The mirror reveals your fate. A chilling aura enveloped the car as Jiangchen's hair ignited in an eerie blaze, reducing to ash. In the rearview mirror, the woman and the ghost vanished, leaving Jiangchen seemingly alone in the vehicle. Raising his gaze, he noticed that this time, his reflection in the mirror had indeed changed. Yet rather than instilling fear within him, this transformation rendered the ghost beside him wide-eyed with terror. Chapter 82. The Transformation of the 3-Star Demon Card. The bear monster within the mirror, Jiangchen had morphed into a creature with the head of a tiger and the body of a man. His mane was a rich shade of brownish yellow, with a tuft of white fur on his forehead that vaguely formed the character for king. His languid yet commanding gaze emanated the overwhelming authority of a jungle monarch. Unlike a true tiger, his eyes, resembling brass bells, glimmered with a sinister, blood-red hue, as if they were ready to devour anyone in their sight. Occasionally, a sound emanated from his nose, as thunderous as a storm. Roar! Jiangchen opened his mouth to speak, but the reflection in the mirror erupted with a deafening roar that shattered every piece of glass in the chilling scene rendered the ghostly woman in the mirror utterly pale, her eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets, as her body trembled uncontrollably. She was on the verge of madness. Though she had become a ghost, she had never encountered such a creature, a monster exuding an aura of malevolence. A monster! Help! The ghostly woman screamed in terror. Ding! The psychological defenses of the mirror's killer ghost crumbled. Ghostly energy 99. Jiangchen. He hadn't even done anything yet, and he felt somewhat guilty for accumulating such ghostly energy. After a brief contemplation, he turned to the ghostly woman and slowly opened his mouth. Roar! Another thunderous tiger's roar erupted. This time, the ghostly woman, terrified, desperately pushed the car door open and stumbled out, as a chilling aura surged from the mirror, seemingly attaching itself to her body. Jiangchen began to understand the situation. The entity outside was the corpse of the mirror's killer ghost. She typically inhabited the body, moving about, and when encountering a living person, she would enter a mirror to reveal the victim's death. Using a mysterious and inscrutable power, she would guide the person towards that fatal outcome, ultimately leading to their demise. As the eerie energy from the rearview mirror dissipated, Jiangchen in the mirror returned to his original form. He sighed in regret and promptly pushed the door open to pursue her. Why not give it another try? Perhaps my earlier curse was not executed properly this time. I'll offer you 5 strands of hair. Don't run away, ghost sister. I implore you to harm me once more. Inside the car, Hong Jie gradually emerged from her dazed state. Upon hearing Jiangchen's earnest shout, she shook her head vigorously. Am I still under the ghost spell? She glanced at the unfolding scene, her expression a mixture of bewilderment and disbelief. Here was Jiangchen, a living man, chasing after a female, patiently comforting her and urging her not to lose heart, even earnestly requesting her to harm him again. Was this a demand a normal person could make? Hong Jia was utterly flabbergasted. I must still be dreaming. She quickly closed her eyes and shook her head vigorously, attempting to awaken from this bizarre. Just moments ago, it felt as though she had acknowledged her own death and was truly about to follow a certain path to end her life. Thankfully, Jiang Qin had saved her. Yet at that moment, he seemed to have transformed into a being more terrifying than a ghost. Upon this realization, Hong Jia opened her eyes once more, fixating on Jiang Qin, who was relentlessly pursuing the female ghost with a short blade in hand, a deranged smile gracing his face. After a prolonged gaze, she resolutely shook her head. No, he need not transform into a monster. He was far more terrifying than any specter. Ultimately, after countless attempts to console and encourage him proved futile, Jiang Qin, with a gaze filled with disappointment, was compelled to strike with decisive force. Alas, you are the most cowardly ghost sister I have encountered. May you find courage in your next life. A ghost's existence is fleeting. Why not harm a soul? Chase a dream, or pursue your passions rather than being perpetually pursued by a living being. Losing a shoe in the process? Jiang Qin raised his blade high, offering the ghost a final piece of advice as her demise approached. Before him, the mirror-dwelling murderer, barefoot, was frantically sprinting along the mountain road, desperately attempting to escape the monster trailing behind her. Terrified, she was paralyzed, unable to resist. With a powerful strike of the bull demon fist, imbued with demonic energy, Jiang Qin surged forward, plunging the blade into the ghost's back. Clang, watching the figure gradually collapse, Jiang Qin lost in contemplation as he made his way back. He was astonished by the earlier turn of events. Who would have thought this ghost would reflect his former self as the demonized General Yin, in a state of complete demonization? He could feel the formidable pressure and power emanating from that image, albeit only within the confines of the mirror. He had intended to investigate further. Yet this ghost possessed such spirit that she refused to cooperate, even to the point of death. Nevertheless, the outcome was still commendable. Jiang Qin glanced at a system notification, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your ghostly energy has surpassed 10,000, granting you access to the 3-star demonization card draw. Previously, after slaying the male driver, his ghost energy had reached over 9,400. The terrified female ghost, in her flight, had continuously contributed to his ghostly energy, ultimately amounting to nearly 900 points. This meant Jiang Qin could now draw a 3-star card. Returning to the vehicle, he addressed the astonished Hong Jia. Let's drive. He then opened the panel to check the details. Host, Jiang Qin, Ghost Energy, 10,380 demonization cards. Solitary Noble, 2-star. Tiger Vanguard, 1-star. Divine Powers. Powerful Bull Demon Fist, 1-star. Items. Demon Sound Drum, medium quality. Assassination Dagger. Spirit-infused Jade Sword, lower quality. Spirit-infused Pill, Spirit Gathering Pill 3, Blood Condensation Powder, lower quality. A can of Yin Energy, non-grade. After confirming, Jiang Qin suppressed his excitement and silently intoned, System, assist me in drawing a 3-star demonization card. Ding. Would you like to 000 Ghost Energy to draw a 3-star demonization card? Although he had anticipated this, the thought of exhausting his long-accumulated energy still weighed heavily on him, and his breath quickened slightly. Draw. Ding. The drawing commences. A series of fierce and violent phantoms materialized, the oppressive aura and sinister energy washing over Jiang Qin, sending chills down his spine and raising goosebumps. The phantoms ultimately coalesced into a robust figure with a dark visage, clad in black armor, a dark robe billowing with wide sleeves, wielding a black tassel spear. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the 3-star transformation card, Xiong Pai Monster. Jiang Qin was momentarily taken aback, his breath quickening, eyes gleaming with excitement in the darkness, his face betraying uncontainable joy. Fortune had truly smiled upon him. He had previously studied that even among cards of the same star rating, there could be significant disparities in strength. For instance, the mischievous Demon King ranks among the pinnacle of 1-star transformation cards, while other 1-star cards might struggle merely against top-tier malevolent spirits. Yet, this particular card could effortlessly vanquish those formidable foes. The disparity is indeed considerable. The strength variation hinges upon the creature's inherent power. The Xiong Pai Monster, widely recognized as the black bear spirit known for its cunning, is undoubtedly a formidable entity, based on Jiang Qin's comprehension of Journey to the West. In the original text, it was depicted engaging in fierce combat with the Monkey King, the two clashing from the cave's mouth to the mountaintop, battling amidst clouds, exhaling mist and stirring the winds, until the sun sank in the west, with no clear victor. After the confrontation, the Monkey King remarked, "I could hardly gain the upper hand. It was merely a draw." Although the black bear spirit could never truly rival the Monkey King, this highlights its formidable prowess. Furthermore, when Guanyin arrived, she chose to take it to Mount Luojia as the guardian deity, indicating her recognition of its strength and potential. In summary, within the realm of 3-star transformation cards, it undoubtedly ranks as a peak combatant. In fact, Jiang Chun had previously estimated that the Xiong Pai monster would be at least a 4-star transformation card. He was pleasantly surprised to have drawn it now. This could certainly serve as his trump card. After drawing the card, he opened his eyes. Ahead on the darkened path, a few glimmers of light appeared, revealing the outline of a grand villa complex. Gu Family Manor, he had arrived. Chapter 83. The wardrobe nailed shut. The front cover of the dilapidated vehicle was dented, its glass shattered, and the almost irreparable BMW 7 Series came to a halt before the villa's entrance. To the left lay the parking lot entrance, yet Hong Jie, in her anxious haste, paid no heed to parking. Inside the security room, the elderly guard, his face lined with wrinkles, set aside his newspaper and eyed the car outside with vigilance. Upon seeing Hong Jie disembark, disbelief washed over him. After a brief moment of hesitation, he hurriedly rose to open the door. "Miss, is it truly you returning?" As Hong Jie and Jiang Chun stepped out of the vehicle, she paused, uncertainty flickering across her face. "Uncle Zhao?" Tears glistened in the old man's eyes. "Indeed, it is you, miss. At long last, you have returned. Heaven be praised. How much suffering must a young girl endure while away? Come in, come in." Suddenly recalling something, he opened a small gate in the iron fence, casting furtive glances around as he gestured, seemingly fearful of something lurking nearby. Once they entered, Uncle Zhao hastily locked the door with a heavy iron padlock. "Things have been quite unsettled here lately. One night, I witnessed a headless woman leaping towards me from outside. It terrified me. You too haven't encountered anything ghastly, have you?" Uncle Zhao inquired with genuine concern. Regarding Jiang Chen's identity, he prudently refrained from probing further. After all, he was a servant. Even though he was familiar with the fourth miss, it would be foolish to presume a position of seniority. "No, we didn't," Hong Jie replied, glancing at Jiang Chun as a slight smile tugged at her lips. "That is splendid news. However, alas, your return is ill-timed. There have been numerous incidents at the estate recently, and many have fled. By the way, will you see the master or find a vacant guest room first?" Uncle Zhao, perceptive as he was, managed to convey concern for Hong Jie while subtly affirming his loyalty, all the while acknowledging the complicated relationship between her and the master. "I shall go see him," she stated, her expression cooling at the mention of her father. "Very well. The master has relocated here. He resides over there." Uncle Zhao retrieved a flashlight from the security room. "Allow me to escort you. Your return will surely delight the madam." With a beaming smile, the old man led the way. Jiang Chun took note of his surroundings. The entire villa complex was encircled by towering red walls, a precaution due to the undeveloped land behind Fushan, teeming with wildlife. Before them stood a row of elegant 3-story villas, each a testament to the craftsmanship of a renowned architect. Residents included not only Hong Jie's family, but also numerous members of the Gu clan, forming a substantial lineage. However, despite it still being shy of 9 o'clock, the area felt desolately quiet, with only a few households alight. The recent series of strange occurrences had evidently prompted the inhabitants to retire early, seeking refuge beneath their covers, praying for safety until dawn, a common response among the ordinary in the face of supernatural phenomena. Shortly thereafter, Uncle Zhao guided the two into an unlit villa. After ushering them into the living room, the old guard smiled and turned to leave. "The master and mistress may have already retired for the night. Miss, you may enter alone. I shall return to my post." As the two ventured into the living room, Hong Jie illuminated the space with her phone's flashlight, searching for the switch on the wall. At that moment, Jiang Chun unexpectedly inquired from behind her, "Do you know this security guard?" "Yes, that's Uncle Zhao. He has been with my father since my childhood. He was a driver in his youth, and now, in his old age, he watches over our home. He has always been kind to me. But if he is an acquaintance, why is he watching us stealthily from outside?" Jiang Chun remarked ominously. Her hand, poised to find the switch, froze in disbelief as she turned to face him. only to discover a pair of malevolent eyes peering through the gap in the villa's door. "What? Uncle Zhao, is that you?" Hongjia exclaimed impulsively. Upon hearing her words, there was a hurried sound of a door slamming shut outside, followed by the clanking of iron chains and the sound of a lock engaging. "What are you doing?" Hongjia exclaimed in alarm, attempting to rush forward, but she hesitated. A chilling realization striking her. A wave of dread surged from her feet to the crown of her head. "Wait, I remember now, my mother mentioned that Uncle Zhao. Uncle Zhao had a night shift and died in the security room. His head was severed. A sheen of perspiration formed on her forehead, and a shiver coursed through her. Just moments ago, she had been conversing with a man who was, unbeknownst to her, already deceased. Jiang Qin stepped forward, tugging at the door, only to find it locked from the outside. With a forceful pull, he managed to wrench the door open, but the handle was secured with an iron chain. Through the crack, they could faintly discern a shadowy figure holding something, its gaze menacingly fixed upon them. Suddenly, a series of ominous thuds echoed from within the dark recesses of the villa. Hongjia had yet to locate the switch and, filled with trepidation, drew closer to Jiang Chun. "What should we do?" "Fear not. The situation is quite clear," Jiang Chun reassured her. "The ghostly security guard outside may be lurking with a weapon, and the sudden noises within this deserted villa are unsettling." Hongjia grimaced. "The more you describe it, the more terrifying it becomes." At that moment, maintaining composure was paramount for survival. "Let us first ascertain who is making the noise. Perhaps they will cease, as we are frightened." Upon hearing this, Hongjia opened her mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. "Your caution is excessive. Moreover, you hardly seem frightened." However, as Jiang Chun advanced deeper into the villa, Hongjia had no choice but to follow. They traversed a corridor, moving towards the source of the sound, arriving at the door of a bedroom. The noise was unmistakable, muffled yet rhythmic, punctuated by the occasional metallic clink. Jiang Chun pushed the door open, casting the beam of his phone's light within, yet nothing peculiar caught his eye. The room was simply furnished with a bed and a mahogany wardrobe. The sound emanated from within the wardrobe, explaining its muffled quality. Approaching it, he noticed a tool hammer on the floor, accompanied by several long iron nails stained with blood. Before me stood a cabinet door, firmly nailed shut. At this moment, the door trembled incessantly, as if a person were inside, striking against it. Occasionally, a nail would fall loose, and now only 3 remained. Was the cabinet secured to prevent something sinister from escaping? Or had someone once imprisoned a living soul within, nailing the door shut, thereby suffocating her to death? Jiang Chun murmured to himself. Beside him, Hongjia turned pale, her complexion drained of color. Initially, the atmosphere felt scarcely frightening, but with such analysis, the tension escalated dramatically. Are you truly an exorcist? Or perhaps you are a devil incarnate? Chapter 84. The Dancer Little Chin. Suddenly, Hongjia pointed towards the wardrobe door, her eyes wide and trembling as she exclaimed, She has come out." Jiang Chun turned his head to glance and noticed, accompanied by a knocking sound, 2 nails eerily protruding from the wardrobe door, falling to the ground. Beneath the door, where only 1 nail remained, a gap was pried open, revealing a pale ghostly hand and a distorted, bloodied face partially exposed. "It's you," a sharp, vengeful female voice echoed. "You are the ones who nailed me in here. Why did you do this? Why did you kill me? It's so suffocating in here. I want to stuff you in as well, so that no one can find you." The voice of resentment was laced with a hint of sinister laughter, reaching an unsettling crescendo. Hongjia's complexion turned pale at this revelation, and she hurriedly explained, "No, we did not harm you. But it's just us here," the female ghost replied, her tone chilling and mocking. "If I was not killed by you, who else could it be?" Hongjia attempted to offer further clarification, but Jiang Chun, stroking his chin, nodded thoughtfully. "Logically speaking, this young lady is correct. There are only the 3 of us in this room. We are allies, and she is the victim. Thus, it can be inferred that she was indeed the one we can find within the wardrobe." Hearing this, Hongjia was stunned. "You're just going to admit that? Won't this ghost try to kill us?" At that moment, Jiang Chun suddenly grinned, revealing a set of eerily white teeth. "Oh, how did you manage to escape? It seems the nails were not driven in securely enough. Hongjia, keep watch at the door while I re-nail her back inside. If anyone approaches, alert me immediately. We must ensure no one discovers our involvement in this matter." At this command, Hongjia trembled visibly. Jiang Chun's demeanor resembled that of a seasoned and deranged killer, sending chills down her spine. After speaking, he picked up the hammer and iron nails from the floor. Enhance. Ding, would you like to expend one ghostly energy? One by one, the iron nails, each about the length of a palm, transformed into a dark, sharp form, emanating a chilling aura. Jiang Chun then pressed the nails against the wardrobe door, coldly instructing, "Withdraw your hand." The ghost momentarily froze, taken aback by the unexpected and decisive admission from her adversary. "Since you are the reason for my demise, come and experience the same agony I endured." The ghost, instead of retracting her hand, cackled maniacally, straining to reach out, as if to drag Jiang Chun into the wardrobe. In response, Jiang Chun raised the hammer and, with a resounding thud, drove the iron nail through her hand, blood splattering as the ghost's hand was pinned to the wardrobe. "Ah!" she cried out in anguish. Why can you hurt me?" Amidst her suffering, confusion flickered in her eyes. How could an ordinary iron nail inflict pain upon her ghostly form? "You were told to let go. Look how perilous it is," Jiang Chun remarked, gently caressing the ghost's hand as he consoled her. "It hurts, doesn't it? Don't worry. This time I will be more careful, and I won't harm your hand again." After speaking, he picked up another nail and pressed it against the cabinet door, precisely where the ghost's face would be. "Let me be." The ghost's expression darkened, as if to say, "You can harm my face, but not my hands, right? You wretched creature." Moreover, the cabinet was so small that her body was cramped within it, making it impossible to yield. Ghostly Energy 80. There are countless construction rules, but safety is paramount. If construction is not conducted properly, it may lead to tears shed by loved ones. Dear ghostly sister, I must earnestly caution you. Please do not position your face beneath the nails while we are working. It is quite perilous. Now, I shall count to 3, and I hope you can willingly step aside, understood? A sinister laughter erupted from the ghost. The chilling atmosphere enveloped the entire room, as the remaining doors of the wardrobe swung open and shut violently, creating a cacophony of bangs. She had been thoroughly provoked and was prepared to lash out recklessly. 1, 2, 3, bang! A palm-sized black iron nail was driven deep into the ghost's forehead. The terrifying aura that filled the room dissipated in an instant, leaving only her piercing scream. "Oh!" Ding! Notifications chimed incessantly, and Jiang Chun's face lit up with joy as he prepared to continue his work. Just then, a sound of chains being dragged echoed from outside, followed by the creaking of the door as it swung open, revealing a figure stepping inside. The footsteps were light, suggesting the presence of an elderly person. In the corridor, Uncle Zhao, the security guard, no longer brandished a baton and flashlight. Instead, he wielded a knife imbued with a chilling aura, its blade stained with congealed blood. His expression had shifted from joviality to something more sinister. Uncle Zhao approached the room at the end of the corridor and pushed the door open, only to find the ghost lying weakly on the floor. Her body bore numerous signs of having been crushed, her head twisted at a 90-degree angle, and her forearm was broken, presenting a horrifying sight. Even more disturbing were the iron nails embedded in her body. Hee. Uncle Zhao licked his lips, excitement coursing through him as he approached. Besides consuming human energy, ghosts could also grow stronger by devouring their own kind. He grasped the ghost's head, preparing to bring it to his lips, when he noticed her gaze fixed intently upon him, her lips weakly moving as if attempting to say something. Hee. Little Ping. It was I who introduced you to the Gu family. Now that you are on the brink of death, do you have any last words for this old man? Uncle Zhao leaned in closer, finally catching her faint words. Behind? He paused, suddenly realizing that Little Ping was not looking at him, but rather at something. Behind him? He threw the ghost aside and lunged forward. However, it was too late. In the darkness, a large hand reached out, and a man stood behind the door, looking down at the crouching old security guard with a cold smile. Swish! The large hand clasped around Uncle Zhao's neck, and a short knife plunged into him. Ding! Ghostly Energy 99. To everyone's surprise, Uncle Zhao was not killed by a single strike. Instead, the dark energy surrounding him diminished significantly. He lunged forward, executed a roll, and turned to face his opponent, brandishing a kitchen knife with a sinister expression. You, who have slain the residents of this estate, as the security guard here, I possess the authority to end your life. Upon uttering these words, Uncle Zhao's dark aura visibly intensified. It was acceptable for him to consume the residents, yet he would not permit an outsider to do the same. Such arrogance from a mere security guard. Jiang Chun approached with a mocking smile. His malevolent demeanor rendered Uncle Zhao momentarily uncertain about who truly embodied the bizarre. Just as Uncle Zhao gritted his teeth, preparing to strike, a sudden sound of drums echoed, startling him. In the next moment, an overwhelming sound enveloped him, and he realized he had lost all sense of consciousness. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen's eyes, shrouded in darkness, erupted with an eerie azure glow. His muscles visibly swelled, and his vitality surged exponentially. He stepped forward, abandoning the need for stealthy daggers, and unleashed a powerful punch. Mighty Bull Demon Fist. With a sickening sound, Uncle Zhao's chest was brutally pierced, leaving a gaping wound, and his corpse began to decay rapidly. The nearby female ghost's eyes nearly bulged out in disbelief. She was merely a malevolent spirit, while Uncle Zhao was a formidable half-step ghost. Witnessing such a violent demise was truly terrifying. In truth, this was to be expected. Jiang Chen was already on the verge of reaching D level. Once he struck the magic drum, he ascended directly to that tier of power, even surpassing it by a slight margin. Coupled with the instantaneous eruption of the Mighty Bull Demon Fist and the magic drum's immobilization of the elderly guard, alongside the prior ambush that left Uncle Zhao weakened, it resulted in this instantaneous kill. This led Jiang Chen to reflect. Had he permanently inherited the heaven-slicing blade, he would not have needed to go through such complications. A single strike would have obliterated a half-step ghost entirely. Turning away, he had no intention of further tormenting the female ghost on the ground. Seizing the moment while his blood surged, he delivered a resounding slap. With a loud bang, the ghost's head exploded, splattering blood and flesh across the walls. Such a scene would undoubtedly instill terror, making any onlooker believe a vicious spirit had slaughtered several living beings. Fortunately, Hong Jie had been instructed by Jiang Chen to hide in the adjacent room. Otherwise, witnessing this horror might have left her with deep psychological scars. Where is she? Jiang Chen pushed open the door to the next room, furrowing his brows, sensing something amiss. The window was ajar, and he spotted Hong Jie standing outside in the open space, engaged in a peculiar dance. The movements lacked any semblance of grace, instead growing increasingly unsettling with each passing moment. Her stiff limbs suggested she was akin to a dancing corpse. Hong Jie, Jiang Chen called out. She did not respond. At that moment, her expression was vacant and hollow, her gaze fixated on something in the darkness ahead, as though it had completely captivated her attention. Whom is she imitating in this dance? Jiang Chen murmured to himself as he climbed out of the window. Chapter 85. He is on the brink of decay. Quickly shut the door upon emerging. Jiang Chen followed Hong Jie's gaze and discerned a figure shrouded in darkness afar. It was evident that it was a man. His lips tinged with a purplish hue, his face rigid, and his eyes vacant and numb, exuding an indescribable horror. The man was mimicking the dance of Hong Jie. More accurately, it was Hong Jie imitating his movements as she danced and advanced toward him, having already distanced herself several meters from the window. As if sensing Jiang Chen's presence, the man turned his lifeless, fish-like eyes toward him, the corners of his lips twitching into an eerie smile. Jiang Chen felt a sudden heaviness enveloping his mind, a voice incessantly urging him to follow suit, to mimic the dance. Consequently, he too began to dance in kind. At that moment, Hong Jie bit down on her lower lip, her expression contorted in agony. Tears streamed from her glassy eyes. Though her consciousness was alert, her body was entirely beyond her control. Since the instant she spotted the man, she could not suppress the urge to replicate his movements, inexorably drawing closer to him. The only prayer she could offer was that Jiang Chen would soon realize her absence. Yet, as she prayed, her thoughts spiraled. Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun. Huh? Xiao Chun. The anguish etched on Hong Jie's face froze as she beheld Jiang Chen executing the dance with remarkable finesse, his movements fluid and graceful, slowly surpassing her own. Was he also ensnared by the specteress enchantment? And judging by the circumstances, he appeared to be ensnared far more severely than she. Not only was Hong Jie rendered speechless, even the dancing specter was momentarily taken aback. This living being, so passionately devoted to dance. A flicker of fondness arose within the specter, its ghostly essence increasing by 15. Soon, Jiang Chen arrived at a short distance from the dancing man. A hint of confusion flickered in the man's vacant gaze, as though he sensed something amiss, his brow furrowing in deep contemplation. Ultimately, he reached no conclusion. Forget it, he thought. With a smile, he performed a perilous gesture, his hands slowly lifting to clutch his neck, the grin on his face becoming ever more pronounced. Hong Jie's eyes widened in horror as she anticipated the dreadful scene that was about to unfold. Yet, her hands were uncontrollably mimicking the man's actions, moving toward her own delicate neck. No. Stop. In the midst of her despair, Jiang Chun executed an unexpected move that neither the man nor the specter could foresee. He raised his hands slowly, then touched the specter's neck. Huh. Both man and specter gasped in disbelief. Yet, upon further reflection, it seemed rather logical. Strictly speaking, he was merely imitating the dance of the specter, albeit with greater precision than Hong Jie. Wait. The dancing specter, seemingly long deprived of speech, cleared its throat and issued a rough sound. That's not how you do it. You should choke yourself, understand? Like this. As it spoke, it lowered its hands before again grasping its own neck, repeatedly demonstrating the action. Jiang Chun followed suit, repeatedly tightening his grip around its neck. Damn fool. The dancing ghost cursed under its breath, maintaining a stoic expression as it lunged towards Jiang Chun's face. Although it could only absorb the yang energy from the living by taking their lives, it could no longer suppress its irritation. In response, Jiang Chun retaliated with a swift grasp. The dancing ghost chuckled, thinking how could a mere mortal possibly be faster than itself? In the next instant, a sharp blade pierced through its right eye socket. Jiang Chun's large hand gently enveloped the ghost's incredulous face, applying slight pressure until it toppled backward, its corpse rapidly decaying and darkening. This was a malevolent spirit, its power comparable to that of the woman in the cupboard. Once the dancing ghost perished, Hong Jie collapsed, kneeling on the ground, gasping for breath as her entire body was soaked in sweat, her face reflecting a profound sense of relief at being revived. However, when her gaze fell upon the man's silhouette ahead, her facial muscles involuntarily twitched slightly. Jiang Chun's methods of exorcism were always so unexpected, eerie, and uncanny, leaving one unable to fully relax even after being saved, as a lingering sense of dread loomed that he might subject them to something even more terrifying in the next moment. Let us go, Hong Jie, Jiang Chun called. Moving forward, weary and nearly exhausted, Hong Jie glanced around at the surrounding darkness, where the indistinct outlines of flowers and trees seemed particularly strange, sending a chill down her spine as she hurried to catch up with Jiang Chun. Several nearby villas had extinguished their lights. As they approached the 8th villa, which still emanated light, they found the atmosphere unnervingly quiet. The door stood ajar, a faint, unpleasant smell wafting through with the gentle breeze. Something was amiss. It was the scent of human blood, fresh, indicative of both male and female victims. Jiang Chun's expression grew grave. Hong Jie's concern deepened. How can you be so familiar with this? You can tell it's human blood just by the scent, and even determine its freshness and gender. What have you been through to acquire such skills? There's another one who has been hanged, Jiang Chun added. Unable to contain her astonishment, Hong Jie exclaimed, You can smell that too? No, Jiang Chun replied, pointing towards a room directly opposite the door. I can see it. Through the door, they could discern a young man in staff attire hanging from a chandelier, his face a sickly shade of purple, lips ashen. Strangely, his lips were closed. Yet there was the faintest hint of a smile at the corners of his mouth. Hong Jie was taken aback. She had been too tense earlier to notice the corpse, mistakenly believing Jiang Chun possessed an extraordinary sense of smell that allowed him to discern the manner of death. When a person hangs, they gasp for air due to oxygen deprivation, which should leave their mouth agape and tongue dangling. This is a common depiction of the hanged ghost in many films. His appearance was far from normal. He was likely on the verge of a corpse transformation. Jiang Chun murmured to himself. Upon hearing this, Hong Jie immediately grew anxious. Quick, close the door. Jiang Chun was quite anxious. After listening, he nodded and quickly pulled her inside, shutting the door behind them and locking it securely. Hong Jie was left in a state of shock, turning her head to look at Jiang Chun. I merely suggested closing the door, not entering, and then locking it. Are you afraid that this corpse might undergo a transformation and find itself starving for the flesh of the living? Chapter 86. The unusual Lu Ma. Upon entering, they were greeted by an even more pungent scent of blood. Moreover, a faint voice echoed through the house, calling out, Miss Nan, where are you? Hurry and come out. Something grave has happened. Run with me. The voice was barely audible, as if the speaker was attempting to stifle their own tone. Fearful of being discovered, Sister Hong cast a wary glance at the peculiar corpse hanging before her, then lifted her gaze towards the upper floor, where she spotted a furtive figure lurking in the corridor. This individual, clad in the uniform of the Gu family, was an elderly woman, stooped and timidly knocking on a door while constantly glancing around, as though she feared something ominous. It seemed to be Lu Ma. Sister Hong, this time, refrained from acting impulsively and turned to Jiang Chun. Xiao Chun, Is Lu Ma a ghost? Jiang Chen shook his head. No. Sister Hong exhaled in relief and gently called out. Lu Ma? The elderly woman in the corridor startled, turning around to scrutinize them for a moment, her expression gradually shifting to one of surprise. Is that you, Miss Hongya? My heavens, you have finally returned. Indeed, it was Lu Ma. It appeared they were at the residence of her elder brother. Sister Hong explained to Jiang Chen. Lu Ma was the postpartum caregiver my sister-in-law hired during her confinement. She was diligent and thus stayed on to assist with household duties. Lu Ma tiptoed down in a hurry, anxiously whispering. Miss Hongya, quickly, there is trouble at home. What is happening? Sister Hong inquired. Lu Ma approached and spoke in hushed tones. The night before last, the guard Xiao Li suddenly cried out, alarming the entire family. I, along with Master Zhou from the kitchen, were the first to respond, as we reside in the staff quarters nearby. We only saw that the locked villa door had inexplicably swung open, and Xiao Li was nowhere to be found. Outside, there seemed to be a woman in white, and curiously, she appeared to be headless. She hopped away, which was quite terrifying. Strange incidents have been occurring frequently at the villa lately. I never imagined it would reach us here. Tonight, Boss Gu went to discuss matters with the old master, leaving Miss Nen home alone, and just now, Xiao Li returned. I was so frightened that I hid immediately. From the crack of the door, I noticed that Xiao Li seemed quite abnormal. He was silent, with a pallid complexion, hopping as he walked, and would bite anyone he encountered. Several individuals in the household have been bitten to death, and those who succumbed bore a most unsettling appearance. Fortunately, he did not discover me. After biting someone, he departed. I initially intended to flee as well, but considering my age and that I have lived enough, I decided to look for Miss Nan. To my dismay, she was nowhere to be found. This is good news. It indicates that Miss Nan is alive. I wish to take her to find Boss Gu, but she is hiding and refuses to come out. If Xiao Li returns, it could be perilous. Upon hearing her words, Sister Hong was taken aback. Another headless woman in white? Xiao Chun, Uncle Zhao mentioned this woman as well. Jiang Chen nodded. Indeed. Miss Hongya, regardless of the circumstances, hurry. You all should leave and seek out the old master. There are several eminent individuals gathered there, reputed to possess the ability to exorcise malevolent spirits. That place is assuredly safer. Lu Ma declared, eager to open the door. Hongjie shook her head. We must find Xiaonan before we depart. However, if we call out too loudly, it may attract Xiao Li back. Lu Ma insisted, you all go ahead. I, an old woman, am not afraid of death. I will stay here to look for Miss Nan. After a moment of contemplation, Hongjie responded, I shall call her. With that, she retrieved her mobile phone and dialed a number. The three held their breath in anxious anticipation. Ring, ring. The crisp sound of the phone reverberated distinctly within the silence of the villa, emanating from a room on the left side of the third floor. So this is where she is. Lu Ma nodded. Quickly, let us ascend and find her. Taking the lead, she was followed by Jiang Chun and Hongjie. As they passed the central room on the first floor, Lu Ma peered inside, her expression tinged with fear. This is the new chef, Master Zhou, who was bitten to death by Xiao Li and is now hanging here. Each time I pass by, I feel as if he is watching me. She shivered slightly as she spoke. Hongjie felt a chill run down her spine. Upon reaching the second floor, Hongjie suddenly gasped, covering her mouth in shock. There lay the bodies of two female employees, presumably the regular maids, their faces a ghastly shade of blue and their lips ashen. More terrifyingly, the two corpses were positioned directly facing the staircase, as if they had turned to look upon hearing footsteps. What? Lu Ma was utterly horrified. They were not like this just moments ago. What? Are you suggesting that the corpses' positions have changed? Hongjie's eyes widened, a sense of dread washing over her. Lu Ma nodded, and as she was about to utter something, her mouth fell agape in astonishment. You. What are you doing? Jiang Chun had stepped forward, producing an iron chain, complete with a lock, from some unknown source. He wrapped the chain around the necks of the two corpses several times, then secured it around the corridor railing, pulling it taut before locking it in place. Lu Ma and Hongjie stood in stunned silence. The manner in which the corpses were treated rendered their appearance even more grotesque and eerie, yet there was also a note of pity, for their necks were nearly crushed. Deeply sunken, their heads almost detached. What the hell are you doing? The lowly corpse spirit seethed. Malevolence 9. Malevolence 9. The zombie Lu Ma was taken aback. She had seen many living bodhisattvas, but this was her first encounter with a living Yama. Are you truly this cruel to the dead? Malevolence 80. All is well now. This should ensure that the positions of these two corpses remain unchanged. Jiang Chun dusted off his hands as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. This. Lu Ma hesitated. Let us prioritize finding Miss Nan. Inside the bedroom, beneath the bed, a young girl with a doll-like face and a voluptuous figure hung up the phone, her adorable visage now ashen. Beads of sweat trickled from her forehead as she fixated on the doorway, listening to the approaching footsteps, her heart nearly ceasing to beat. Do not come in, please. No. With a creak, the door swung open, and Lu Ma's wrinkled visage peeked in first. Upon spotting the girl beneath the bed, an eerie smile crept across Lu Ma's face, her complexion fading into an unsettling shade of purple. Miss Nan. So you are here, she said, advancing step by step. The fear etched on Gu Xiaonan's face intensified. Red Jia, witnessing this, suddenly comprehended the situation. Ah, Xiao Chun, did you not assert that Lu Ma was not a ghost? According to our customary parlance, Jiang Chun ventured further inside, declaring, she is a zombie. With those words, he burst into laughter, as if he had stumbled upon something extraordinarily exhilarating. Red Jia recoiled 2 steps, her expression one of horror. Lu Ma appeared abnormal. Yet Jiang Chun seemed even more so. Zombies should be quite resilient, right? Jiang Chun murmured to himself before abruptly slamming the door shut. In the next moment, a resounding thud reverberated through the air, a cacophony of ominous sounds enveloping them. Red Jia temporarily lost consciousness, and Gu Xiaonan, hidden beneath the bed, succumbed to the same fate. Lu Ma, momentarily startled, soon regained her senses only to find the lights in the room extinguished. In the enveloping darkness, a pair of eyes glowed with a sinister green light, watching her like a predatory beast. An inexplicable shiver coursed through her. Before she could react, a fist, as large as a sandbag, crashed mercilessly into her face, twisting her neck at an unnatural angle, nearly dislodging her head. Ding! Ghost Energy 99. Roar! You seek death. Bang! The room erupted with Lu Ma's incessant roars of fury, accompanied by dull thuds, the dislocation of bones, and the horrifying sound of flesh being pulverized. Outside, Red Jia felt a chill run down her spine, her facial muscles twitching uncontrollably. Xiao Chun was far too ferocious. Could Lu Ma, at her age, withstand such brutality? Chapter 87. One must learn to overcome fear after a prolonged wait. The terrifying sounds within the room finally ceased. With a tense expression, Red Jia watched as Jiang Chun emerged, his face smeared with blood, yet exuding an air of exhilaration that was somewhat unsettling. Following closely behind him was the trembling Gu Xiaonan. This adorable girl, possessing a notably curvaceous figure, now bore a pallid visage. Upon spotting Red Jia, she rushed into her embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. Auntie, I'm so scared, it was so terrifying. I thought I would never see you again, she cried. Red Jia gently patted her back, offering soft reassurances. Having watched her niece grow up, their bond had always been strong. Even after leaving home, Gu Xiaonan had visited her at the Yuyuan community on several occasions, and they shared a camaraderie akin to that of best friends, discussing everything under the sun. It's all right. This is Brother Jiang Chun, ahem. Red Jia hesitated briefly before amending. This Master Jiang will protect us. It then dawned on her that her niece was of a similar age to Jiang Chun. Gu Xiaonan was indeed the girl she had previously mentioned wanting to introduce to him. This idea stemmed from the deepening relationship they had cultivated over the past 2 years, coupled with recent events that had allowed her to perceive Jiang Chun's exceptional maturity and composure far beyond that of his peers. Such qualities are inherently alluring to women. Moreover, Red Jia had now come to realize the existence of spirits in the world. Even an outsider like her could discern Jiang Chun's remarkable ability to exorcise them, which could only be described as extraordinary. Not only could he exorcise spirits, but he could also potentially leave them with lifelong psychological scars, should they be fortunate enough to escape. In Red Jia's eyes, only the third-generation daughter of the Gu family, with her exceptional looks and figure, was worthy of Jiang Chun. Yet, she now found herself wavering. Throughout their encounter, Jiang Chun's displayed prowess had far exceeded her expectations. Yet the cruelty of his methods and the abnormality of his psychological state had also surpassed her imagination. Is this a spirit exorcist? Gu Xiaonan suddenly recalled something and quickly hid behind Red Jia, her legs still trembling as she looked at Jiang Chun, clearly haunted by some horrific ordeal she had just endured. Seeing the young girl so frightened, Jiang Chun quickly flashed a friendly smile, revealing a set of bright white teeth. Do not fear. I am a legitimate spirit exorcist. I only harm spirits, not humans. I will not cause you any harm before your demise. The chilling implications of his words caused both women's bodies to stiffen, a wave of dread coursing down their spines. You would harm someone even after. Truly, I am confronted with a living demon. Had Red Jie not possessed some understanding of Jiang Chun, she might have fled in terror. Instead, she managed a stiff smile. Do not be afraid. Xiao Chun is quite familiar with me. You might have even seen him during your previous visits to Yuan community. He is merely fiercely righteous, which may explain his rather ruthless methods when dealing with the sinister. She uttered a justification she scarcely believed herself, attempting to comfort Gu Xiaonan before quickly asking, Xiaonan, do you know where your grandparents are? Quickly, lead me to them. Oh, all right. Gu Xiaonan cast a fearful glance at Jiang Chun before turning to descend the staircase. Jiang Chun, however, followed closely behind with an expression of unbridled excitement, entirely elated by the remarkable surprise brought to him by Lu Ma. Indeed, zombies proved resilient. Under his relentless onslaught, Lu Ma had contributed nearly 1,000 units of ghostly energy. It is worth noting that her level of resentment was equivalent to that of a top-tier malevolent spirit, making such a bounty truly extraordinary. Zombies, what a treasure. I wonder where one might find more of them. I shall check the local app later. Jiang Chun mused internally, realizing that this visit to the Gu family estate was undoubtedly fortuitous. As the group reached the second floor, Gu Xiaonan remained largely unperturbed, while Hong Jie's complexion darkened. An empty iron chain hung from the corridor railing, and the two corpses that had previously occupied the space had mysteriously vanished. The corpses had transformed. Having endured numerous experiences, Hong Jie had gained a modicum of insight. She shouted while pulling Gu Xiaonan back, seeking Jiang Chen's protection. At that very moment, beneath the staircase railing, two terrifying female faces suddenly tilted and emerged, adorned with eerie smiles as they bounded forward at an alarming speed. Xiao Chen! Help! Hong Jie exclaimed, startled. Jiang Chun leapt over the two apparitions, feeling little trepidation, for they were merely low-level undead. Yet, he found himself contemplating whether his previous methods had indeed been excessively brutal. Having pummeled Lu Ma to the point of chaos might leave Gu Xiaonan with a lifelong psychological scar. Perhaps it would be best to spare the young girl from such trauma. After a brief moment of reflection, he positioned his fingers like a sword and proclaimed, Heaven and earth are boundless. The universe grants its law. Freeze. With a pointed gesture, he struck one of the undead on the forehead, causing its convulsing form to abruptly cease. Jiang Chun understood that, when confronted with the supernatural, the most familiar figures to ordinary people, Taoists and monks, could provide the greatest psychological comfort. Indeed, upon witnessing this spectacle, Hong Jie was taken aback. So Xiaochen possesses such authentic exorcism techniques, he must come from a prestigious lineage. Gu Xiaonan also breathed a sigh of relief. He truly is an exorcist. How impressive. At this moment, Jiang Chen's technique undoubtedly aligned more closely with the esteemed image of a traditional master from Jiuzhou, making it easier for others to accept. However, just as the two began to relax, a resounding bang erupted. The undead that Jiang Chun had struck in the forehead seemed to succumb to an immense force, its upper skull exploding in a shower of blood. Hong Jie, Gu Xiaonan. Witnessing this, a smirk tugged at Jiang Chen's lips. Yet he felt no embarrassment. He ceased feigning composure and forcefully pressed his hand against the face of the other undead, lifting it violently and smashing it into the adjacent wall. Another spray of blood ensued. Turning back, he saw Gu Xiaonan's face had turned even paler. He momentarily forgot his previous words and stated earnestly, one must learn to grow and be resilient. In the future, only those who dare to confront their fears may find even a sliver of hope for survival. With a cold finality, he led the way downstairs. At the stairwell, a headless corpse lay sprawled across the floor, accompanied by a contorted body embedded in the wall. This ghastly scene elicited expressions of trepidation from the two women. However, Hong Jie clenched her fist and quickly adopted a serious demeanor. Xiaonan, Jiang Chun is right. Now that we are aware of the existence of ghosts in this world, we must learn to be resilient and confront our fears in order to conquer them. After uttering these words, she gritted her teeth and stepped onto the blood-soaked ground, descending the stairs. To face fear, to survive. Yu Xiaonan's heart raced, her ample chest rising and falling with evident anxiety. She repeatedly recited Hong Jie's and Jiang Chen's words, gritting her teeth, clutching the stair railing, and attempting to inch forward. Her expression oscillated between fear, determination, hesitation, and resolve. Ultimately, Despite breaking into a cold sweat, Gu Xiaonan successfully crossed over the headless corpse and made her way down the stairs. Upon reaching the bottom, it seemed she had surmounted an internal hurdle. In the face of such horror, her legs no longer trembled, and her gaze had grown significantly firmer. When she glanced at Jiang Chen again, a hint of reverence flickered in her eyes. "Thank you, Brother Jiang." "Xiaochen, thank you." Hong Jie sincerely expressed her gratitude. Jiang Chen had not only saved their lives but had also consciously guided them, teaching them how to confront the malevolent, a profound kindness indeed. Jiang Chen waved his hand dismissively, nonchalantly. After all, this was merely a small remedy following his earlier blunder, hardly worth mentioning. Certainly, Hong Jie was not mistaken. Overcoming fear is indeed one of the strategies for confronting the sinister. On one hand, as long as one remains unafraid, they do not provide the ghosts with vital energy. And in the presence of others, they can avoid becoming the primary target of the malevolent. On the other hand, if one succumbs to excessive fear, their legs may weaken, causing them to miss potential opportunities for escape. Chapter 88. The Upside-Down Corpse. Free from anger, the three descended the stairs, making their way towards the entrance of the villa. During this process, Hong Jie seemed to have noticed something. She turned her head for confirmation and softly warned, "Xiao Chun, the corpse that was hanging earlier has also vanished." Jiang Chen nodded. "No need to rush. Let us first locate the living within the manor, and we shall return to search for it later. Rest assured, it won't stray far." Initially, upon hearing Hong Jie mention another missing corpse, Gu Xiaonan felt a chill run down her spine. However, Jiang Chen's words left her in utter shock. Shouldn't a normal person feel cautious and alert upon realizing a corpse was missing? Why was his immediate thought to return and seek it out so boldly? She gazed at this young man, who was roughly her age, and for the first time felt a sense of needing to look up to a peer. In the past, Gu Xiaonan had always been the one others admired, whether it was her studies, family background, intellect, or figure. As they exited the villa, they proceeded in a singular direction. "Nan, where are your parents? Knowing that strange occurrences have been rampant in the manor, why aren't they with you?" Hong Jie inquired during their walk. They went to consult with Grandpa. Before leaving, their faces were quite grim, seemingly due to the bizarre disappearance of a ghost exorcising expert invited by my second uncle earlier this evening, Gu Xiaonan replied, a hint of trepidation in her voice. "They mentioned that Grandpa's place is the most perilous, advising me to stay at home and be cautious. I just returned a couple of days ago. Grandpa said the Gu family is in trouble, and all clan members must return to assist. On the very night I arrived, I encountered something strange. The housekeeper chased after a headless woman in white and vanished into the darkness. I never imagined she would return tonight, her demeanor now frightfully unsettling." As she recounted this, she couldn't help but steal a glance at Jiang Chen. Even in the darkened room, she could vaguely sense how the housekeeper met her tragic end at this man's hands. If one were to speak of fear, the housekeeper paled in comparison to him. Gu Yumin was in the gravest danger, yet he had not met his demise. What did the malevolent spirit lurking behind intend to achieve? Upon receiving this information, Jiang Chen fell into contemplation. This foul entity had been unleashed by Gu Yumin's desecration of the ancestral tomb. It must harbor a deep-seated hatred for him. Yet it refrained from taking his life. Was it hoping to summon more members of the Gu family? What was it coveting? Could it be the bloodline of the Gu clan? Jiang Chen murmured to himself, a vague suspicion beginning to take form in his mind. He recalled another detail. The ghost that knocked on the door that evening, which had clearly died in Building 4, had specifically come to knock on Hong Jie's door in Building 1. Perhaps it had been drawn by something. According to information Hong Jie had previously shared, the Gu family's ancestors had once held considerable prominence. It was possible that this did not merely pertain to worldly power. The Gu family might have once belonged to a vast lineage of extraordinary individuals. Their descendants' bloodline, distinct from that of ordinary folk, could easily attract spirits, thus becoming the object of desire for the lurking foul entity. Of course, this was merely Jiang Chen's conjecture. Furthermore, this hypothesis unveiled an even larger enigma. Once a prominent clan of extraordinary individuals, now they have recklessly plummeted from grace. How is it that within merely a century, they have descended to such depths of ignorance regarding their own legacy? The Dao Alliance is aware of the plight of this once great clan. Do they choose to remain indifferent? Or are they constrained by fear or other prohibitions that prevent their intervention? The ancient laws of the 9 provinces ought to represent one of the most formidable forces in the world. Why has the Dao Alliance nearly faded from the annals of history? What could be the reason behind this? Is it related to the resurgence of terror? Or perhaps the realm of the living dead? Jiang Chun harbored a nagging suspicion that a monumental secret lay beneath these events. While he pondered, his arm was suddenly yanked. Turning his head, he saw Hong Jie and Gu Xiaonan, their faces etched with terror, frantically signaling him. Following their gaze, he noticed a cluster of large ornamental trees. Standing 2 to 3 meters tall, exquisitely pruned, yet at this moment, the grove appeared exceedingly eerie. Under the pale moonlight, 5 or 6 corpses grotesquely dangled from the branches. Some were clad in the uniforms of the estate staff, others in Taoist robes, and one in a tailored suit. Yet, each shared the same horrific visage, protruding eyes, ghastly pallor, and waxen skin, their expressions frozen in a grimace of terror, as if they had witnessed something unspeakably dreadful before their demise. What was even more unsettling was the sensation that, as they approached, the dangling corpses seemed to shift their gaze towards them. It feels as though they are watching us. Gu Xiaonan stammered in fear. Xiao Chun, what should we do? These bodies give me such an eerie feeling. Huh. Xiao Chun. Hong Jie, mid-sentence, realized Jiang Chun had vanished. Scanning the area, she found him already at the edge of the grove, muttering to himself, "This is too bizarre. Judging by their state, they must have been hanged. However, if they died by hanging, their heads should be facing upwards. Could it be that someone strangled them and then hoisted them up?" The 2 women, who had reluctantly followed him, grimaced at the thought. The already chilling scene became even more horrifying with this suggestion. At that moment, Jiang Chun began to climb the trees, untying one of the bodies from the rope and flipping it over before rehanging it properly. Upon completing this task, he descended, stroking his chin thoughtfully, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction. Now, this appears much more visually pleasing. Who would hang someone by the ankles? With that, he set about righting each corpse, ensuring they were all positioned correctly. Hong Jie and Gu Xiaonan could only stare in disbelief at this spectacle. What sort of obsessive compulsion is this? Must you insist on hanging the bodies correctly? The discomfort was not theirs alone. Ghost Aura 58. Ghost Aura 47. The incessant notifications indicated that these suspended corpses were likely encountering such a situation for the first time. Someone was unable to tolerate their upside-down position and felt compelled to correct it. After turning each corpse upright, Jiang Chun took a few steps back and glanced at them, his brow gradually furrowing once more. Why did it seem that they appeared more aesthetically pleasing when suspended upside down? Especially the young female employees, who lost their original charm when displayed upright. After contemplating, he slapped his thigh and decisively declared, "They should be turned back." With that, he began to climb the tree again. How could they treat us like mere clay figures, shaping us as they please? The ghostly aura surged by 80. This felt rather disrespectful towards the spirits. The ghostly aura surged by 92. One by one, the upside-down corpses were enraged. Chapter 89. Exhausted Battle. Yet another, despair with agile movements reminiscent of a monkey. Jiang Chun swiftly ascended a tree once more. There, he discovered the lifeless body of a female employee, clad in her company uniform, her pristine thighs exposed to the elements. "Forgive me, dear sister. It is not my intention to disturb you. Alas, your demise is rather unsightly. Allow me to arrange your repose into a more dignified pose. It is a noble act that may accrue some merit, and should you wish to express your gratitude, you may do so through a dream," he mused. A sudden surge of ghostly energy enveloped him. 90. The female employee's spirit appeared utterly bewildered. "Do you possess no shame? You treat our lifeless forms as mere playthings and dare to claim you are accumulating virtue? What am I to thank you for this?" Strangely enough, as Jiang Chun lifted the corpse, he felt as if her bulging eyes were now fixated on him with an intensity that sent a shiver down his spine. What on earth? Why does this corpse gaze at me so? Surely, it cannot harbor feelings? We are worlds apart, dear departed sister, though you seem a kind soul. We are simply incompatible. Best to relinquish such hopes. Nearby, Hong Jie and Gu Xiaonan observed with slight twitching of their facial muscles. Initially, they believed the specter might indeed frighten this formidable man, only to realize he was preoccupied with the notion of a corpse developing an infatuation. Simultaneously, the hanging spirits around contributed to the eerie atmosphere with a surge of ghostly energy. How egotistical can one be to fear the affections of a mere corpse? 75. As he muttered to himself, Jiang Chun proceeded to turn the female employee over, binding her ankles with rope and suspending her once more. Yet, upon descending the tree, an unexpected incident occurred. His face aligned with that of the inverted corpse, and a sudden gust of wind caused her to sway towards him, her lips curving into a chilling semblance of a smile, a haunting grin that seemed to mock him. A peculiar, silvery laughter echoed through the air. Witnessing this terrifying scene, Hong Jie and Gu Xiaonan, standing at a distance, felt as though they had plunged into an icy abyss, their breaths nearly stifled with trepidation. The sight of the corpse, smiling wickedly as it drew near, was utterly bizarre. The temperature around them plummeted, and the atmosphere thickened with an oppressive tension. Amidst this stifling dread, a resounding clap shattered the silence. A forced kiss is not sweet, dear corpse. I have already stated our incompatibility. Your advances are utterly excessive, Jiang Chun exclaimed in indignation, directing his gaze towards the swaying figure of the female employee, whose face appeared grotesquely sunken on one side. His expression radiated a sense of profound grievance. Roar, you seek your own demise. The female employee could no longer contain her wrath, clutching her sunken visage, her whole being exuding a terrifying malice that transcended into the realm of malevolent spirits. Her gaze fixed upon Jiangchen, brimming with a venomous intensity that sent chills down his spine. Jiangchen felt as though an invisible hand was tightening around his neck, but given his current physique, it did not pose a significant threat. To destroy what one cannot possess. Corpse sister, your thoughts are exceedingly malicious. Such a mindset will not attract a man. He maintained his composure, even indulging in playful banter. At that moment, the surrounding corpses, suspended in grotesque positions, ceased their charade and glared at him with malevolent intent, causing Jiang Chun to feel a tightening sensation around his neck, as if gripped by multiple hands. His gaze sharpened, demonic energy coursing through him, and warmth radiated from his neck as the insidious, malevolent force dissipated. However, just then, blood-soaked hemp ropes came flying from all directions, ensnaring his neck. As the hanging spirits revealed sinister grins. We've caught you. Seeing this, Jiang Chun chuckled. No, it is you who are ensnared. He then grasped the ropes, and with a silent incantation within his heart, unleashed the great power bull demon fist. With a terrifying surge of strength, he yanked violently, causing several hanging corpses to plummet to the ground like dumplings. In that instant, Jiang Chun leapt forward, seizing the only remaining female employee still suspended, deftly slicing through her bindings with a concealed dagger, and the two fell to the ground. The female employee served as a cushion, crashing heavily onto the earth. Jiang Chun then rose leisurely, refraining from further words, and activated the great power bull demon fist once more, thrusting his dagger mercilessly towards his opponent's brow. A sickening squelch echoed as the female employee's head burst apart. At that moment, the remaining hanging corpses began to stir, their faces twisted in malevolence as they advanced on Jiang Chun, intertwining resentments filling the air with a terrifying aura. He produced a small drum, unleashing a cacophony of dark melodies. In the shadows, Jiang Chun's pupils transformed into an eerie brown-green hue, heavy breaths emanating from his lips, resembling he unleashed his fury, engaging in battle with 5 hanging corpses. Blood and flesh flew in all directions, laughter and screams intertwining in a gruesome symphony. The scene was utterly macabre. Nearby, Hong Jie quickly covered Gu Xiaonan's eyes, yet her own body trembled uncontrollably. The violence of the clash was too horrific. Severed limbs and dismembered bodies were strewn about, with a woman's severed hand landing barely half a meter from her. The overwhelming stench of blood was nauseating. Had she not witnessed Jiang Chun's merciless ghost-slaying methods several times prior, she might have fainted from sheer terror. Before long, the area was left in utter disarray. Blackened blood and decaying corpses littered the ground. In the forest, the eerie brown-green glimmer in Jiang Chun's eyes gradually faded, and his beast-like breaths began to subside. He breathed heavily, his demonic energy nearly depleted. This cluster of hanging corpses was no ordinary adversary. The weakest among them were high-ranking malevolent spirits, with 2 being top-tier evil ghosts, and the most formidable, a robed man, nearing the threshold of a formidable ghost. A different pseudo-class C expert would likely have been utterly exhausted by this encounter. Nonetheless, the rewards were substantial after this bout. He had amassed over 3,000 units of ghostly energy, and combined with his previous gains, Jiang Chun's total ghostly energy now approached 6,000. It is essential to understand that prior to entering the mountain villa, he had completely depleted his ghostly energy in an attempt to extract a 3-star demon card. Yet, in less than half a night, he was on the verge of acquiring another 3-star card. Not far away, Hong Jie and Gu Xiaonan stood in stunned silence, observing this scene. Andy, where did you find this Master Jiang? He is truly remarkable, unlike any exorcist I have encountered before. Gu Xiaonan's chest rose and fell with emotion, her gaze a mixture of fear and admiration. She had previously witnessed several esteemed exorcists in the villa confront a single ghost, and despite their preparations beginning in daylight, several innocent lives were lost before they could finally vanquish the malevolent spirit. The notion of Jiang Chun single-handedly dispatching a horde of ferocious ghosts was simply unfathomable. Hongjia parted her lips, hesitating to speak. At that moment, she was still gripped by trepidation. Although the ghosts had been eradicated, when Jiang Chen's deep green eyes swept over her, she felt a chilling wave run through her veins. Xiao Chun is a good person. He once saved my life. As Hongjia spoke, a sudden epiphany struck her. Wait, Xiao Chun, the numbers don't add up. There is still one more hanging corpse, the exorcist my father initially summoned. He is not among these 6 bodies. Before she could finish, the entire forest abruptly descended into a harrowing chill. A gust of wind swept through, revealing a man in a Zhongshan suit, hanging upside down from a tree, having appeared there unbeknownst to anyone. An aura of overwhelming terror emanated from him, far exceeding that of the previous 6 hanging corpses. A half-step ghost. This entity was on par with the terrifying spirits encountered at the resort, such as Sun Dai and the drowned female ghost from Xiangyang High School dormitory. Its mere presence could plunge ordinary individuals into unfathomable anguish. At that moment, Hongjia and Gu Xiaonan instinctively clutched their necks and sank to the ground, their faces flushed as if they were nearing death. Despair flickered in Hongjia's eyes as she observed Jiang Chun, who, after having dealt with 6 ghosts, was now leaning against a tree, clearly on the brink of exhaustion. The emergence of yet another formidable ghost was catastrophic. A palpable atmosphere of hopelessness enveloped the surroundings. Chapter 90. The disappearing souls and the sounds of chewing in the dark. The man in the Zhongshan suit did not possess the grotesque features typical of a hanged ghost. His pupils were not bulging. However, a slender black handprint marred his neck, suggesting he had been grasped by some unseen force. Or perhaps he had been gruesomely crushed by something. His square face exuded an air of righteousness, yet his ashen complexion added an eerie quality. He let out a sinister chuckle, lunging forward with a claw-like hand aimed at Jiang Chun's face, his long, dark nails gleaming with. The middle-aged man's expression shifted. He had already sensed the formidable strength of this living being and had concealed himself, allowing a few malevolent spirits to. To his surprise, the adversary had indeed fallen into the trap, exhausting all his energy. Do you think to take my life while I am weakened? Jiang Chun remained expressionless, retrieving a deep green elixir and swallowing it whole. The spirit-gathering pill surged through him, amplifying his power. With a flick of his fingers, the brown-green drum reverberated. The middle-aged man momentarily froze, caught off guard. With a powerful strike, Jiang Chun's fist, revealing the glint of a hidden dagger between his fingers, descended fiercely upon his foe's brow. Though his foundational strength was merely at the peak of D, the full brunt of his demon energy, combined with the unique power from the drum, was sufficient to obliterate a half-step ghost. Moreover, the opponent, eager to seize the moment, had closed the distance, making it all the more convenient for Jiang Chun to act. The convergence of these factors allowed Jiang Chun's punch to unleash an astonishing force. With a sickening sound, the middle-aged man's head exploded, dark crimson blood and shattered flesh splattering everywhere. Had it been an ordinary half-step ghost, it would have surely been rendered utterly spiritless. Yet, the zombie proved resilient, its headless body still twitching, seemingly attempting to flee. At that moment, Jiang Chun seized it, pinning it to the ground, brandishing the dagger high above, and plunged it repeatedly into the creature's heart and kidneys. His face became spattered with blood. As the middle-aged man's limbs fell limp and he finally lay still, the corpse began to decay and oxidize. Jiang Chun delivered a few more stabs before ceasing his relentless assault. The execution was executed with remarkable precision, as if he had labored on an assembly line for 8 years. The 2 women nearby were left in awe. Particularly, Hongjia knelt on the ground, gasping for breath, her expression fluctuating between exhilaration and shock, her mind nearly overwhelmed. Just moments ago, she had believed they were doomed. Little did she know, Jiang Chun had struck with ferocity, decisively subduing the terrifying apparition before she could fully comprehend the situation, delivering dozens of blows that left the corpse a bloody mess. Is this really resolved? Gu Xiaonan shook her head vigorously, her exaggerated bosom swaying as well, displaying a look of confusion, both adorable and alluring. Perhaps, she pondered, Jiang Chun had consumed some sort of pill that restored his vigor instantly. TSK, this little rascal certainly possesses a plethora of good fortune. No, wait. Before Hongjia could finish her thought, Her face suddenly flushed with embarrassment. She finally realized that her niece was still beside her. Earlier, in her usual teasing tone while conversing with Jiang Chun, she had mentioned something about being spirited and vigorous, even claiming that such a medicine was a good thing. How could her niece view her now? In an instant, Hong Jie began to search around, wishing she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Upon hearing this, Gu Xiaonan's eyes lit up. Auntie, could it be that you and Master Jiang share that kind of relationship? Is Master Jiang really that impressive? Observing her niece's sparkling eyes, Hong Jie felt both embarrassed and annoyed. She raised her delicate hand and playfully tapped her niece's head. Narrowing her brows, children these days really don't learn properly. What are you thinking? Gu Xiaonan, undeterred, puffed out her chest. I'm not a child anymore, Auntie. You're not even taller than me, Humph. Hong Jie was momentarily at a loss for words, gritting her teeth as she playfully swatted Gu Xiaonan's waist. Unable to retort further, though she had a fine figure herself, she could not compete with her enchanting niece. You little rascal. The two women exchanged playful banter, easing the tension of their near-fatal despair and the elation of surviving a calamity. Experiencing such a roller coaster of emotions in such a short span would have caused most individuals to crumble. Jiang Chen wiped away the bloodstains and approached, intending to speak. Suddenly, a woman's terrified scream pierced the serene night. Ah, something has happened. The expressions of the three shifted to solemnity as they rushed in a singular direction. Meanwhile, in the most opulent and grand villa of the Gu family estate, a multitude of individuals had gathered. This included Gu Yumin, the founder of the Gu financial empire, his 3 sons and their wives, 2 grandsons from the 3rd generation, and numerous distant relatives. Over 2 hours prior, they had convened to discuss the disappearance of a ghost exorcising master that had occurred earlier that evening. They ultimately decided to summon 2 other exorcists to search for him. However, even now, not a single ghost master had returned, as if they had vanished without a trace into the shadows of the estate. The atmosphere had grown increasingly tense. 10 minutes ago, all the lights in the villa had gone out, and someone faintly saw a headless woman leaping toward them from the darkness. That person shouted in alarm, but after a few cries, their voice was abruptly silenced. The crowd, illuminated only by the light of their phones, looked around and found that the person had disappeared, with faint sounds of agony and the stench of blood wafting through the air. Instantly, terror gripped everyone, draining the color from their faces. A minute later, the crowd began to stir again. Gu Yumin's stern reprimand forced them to regain their composure, but upon counting heads, they discovered yet another person was missing. Terrifying sounds of gnawing echoed through the darkness. All the capable ghost hunters had vanished, the villa had lost power, and the surroundings were as dark as thick ink, with the main doors closing without warning, unyielding to any efforts to reopen them. Those present felt as if they were trapped like lambs in a pen, awaiting the cruel fate that loomed ahead. A sob escaped from one of the younger members of the family. Born into the Gu family, they had yet to enjoy the splendor of wealth and were unwilling to meet their end so soon. Silence. An elder scolded, yet their own voices quavered with trepidation, for none could ascertain whether the next to perish would be themselves. In a mere 10 minutes, 10 of their loved ones had been dragged into the abyss, leaving perhaps not even a trace of their bones behind. The stench of blood within the house grew increasingly pungent. Gu Yumin was a spirited elder, appearing to be in his 60s, his back held straight and proud. In times of adversity faced by the Gu family, the mere presence of this elder instilled a sense of reassurance among them. It seemed as though there was no dilemma that this venerable man could not surmount. However, at this moment, despite his continuous admonishments, he could not quell the restlessness of the crowd. This elder, who had navigated the mercurial tides of commerce for most of his life without significant loss, could only sit despondently upon a stool, sighing repeatedly. Such is the weight of sin, such is the weight of sin. Chapter 91. The terrifying headless woman. The 3 individuals hurried through the manor, following Gu Xiaonan's directions toward the location where the elders of the Gu family were convening that night. As they advanced, the atmosphere grew increasingly frigid. Whether it was merely their collective illusion or not, the surroundings appeared to darken further, enveloped in an ominous shroud that seemed to obscure even the moonlight. As they passed the central square, Hong Jie noticed an individual bent over, wielding a shovel and digging into the earth. Beside him lay a bound woman, clad in black leather and shorts, her fair thighs adorned with a striking black rose tattoo. She bore several injuries, the most grievous being on her left shoulder, where it appeared a sharp object had struck, leaving a grotesque mess of flesh and blood from which dark mist emanated. The woman's brow furrowed in agony as she gritted her teeth. Upon witnessing this scene, Han Jia instinctively wanted to call out a warning, but when she lifted her gaze, she was taken aback to see another figure stealthily approaching the digger from behind, seemingly grasping something in hand. Was that Xiaochen? Despite the dim light only revealing his silhouette, something about his familiar mannerisms led Han Jia to conclude that this tiptoeing figure could only be Jiang Chun. Yet, when she turned back, Jiang Chun had mysteriously vanished. Xiaochen's behavior struck her as exceedingly peculiar, under the cover of night. Approaching someone from behind with a weapon in hand could easily paint him as a villain, Han Jia muttered to herself. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun had also drawn nearer to the shadowy figure. He observed that the individual was excavating a vertical pit, large enough to bury a person, evidently intending to dispose of the woman beside him. One hole was nearly complete when the figure suddenly shifted to the side and began digging a second hole. Brother, if you intend to bury someone, why dig 2 holes? Jiang Chun inquired thoughtfully. Without turning, the figure replied with a chuckle. Ah, but another person has arrived. Hasn't he? The implication was clear. He had long since detected Jiang Chun's presence, intentionally allowing him to approach while preparing a grave for him. The realization that his ambush had been thwarted and manipulated left most would-be assailants in a cold sweat. Yet, Jiang Chun was different. His gaze took on an eerie quality. You were aware of my approach all along, and yet you let me come closer. Such intellect deserves its fate. Before his words could fully escape a drumbeat sounded, and with a surge of speed, his dagger flashed with lethal brilliance, plunging into the back of the digger's skull. In that moment, the digger stood frozen, entranced by the dark melody, oblivious to the fate that awaited him. A violent surge of demonic energy erupted, and his head exploded with a thunderous crack. A moment later, a top-tier malevolent spirit was scattered, its essence dissipating into the ether. The woman beside them gaped in astonishment, her expression a mixture of relief and trepidation. Torn between the hope of salvation and the fear that she had merely escaped the wolf's den only to stumble into the tiger's lair. Jiang Chun lowered his gaze to her for a moment, ensuring she was not a specter, before bending down to sever the ropes binding her hands, and subsequently retrieving his phone. A peculiar person? Let me verify your identity through the Underworld app. Upon hearing this, the woman exhaled in relief and promptly fished out her phone. They exchanged QR codes. Jiang Chun discovered that the woman was named Han Yu, a fellow wanderer like himself. Yet the black rose on her leg hinted at a possible connection to the Underworld. Could you loosen the other ropes? Han Yu inquired. Jiang Chun shook his head. I'm afraid not. The situation in this manner is rather perilous, and I require further confirmation. As he spoke, he crouched down. I apologize for the inconvenience. Red Jia, having passed by after confirming the danger had subsided, was taken aback. It was her first time witnessing Jiang Chun speak with such politeness, expressing apologies and regret. Then she observed him extend his hand, gripping the soft flesh of the woman's face, tugging and pinching before finally releasing her. As he murmured, "She is indeed human," Red Jia couldn't help but gasp. Feeling a chill, your method of confirming identities is quite brutal. Beside her, Gu Xiaonan instinctively took a step back, relieved she had not been subjected to such a verification. Unbeknownst to her, Jiang Chun's earlier ruthless act of slaying Lu Ma in the room served as a test for Han Yu, regardless of whether she was human or ghost. Witnessing such a scene would evoke profound emotional turmoil. On the ground, Han Yu's lips curled in a grimace. A deep red mark marred her fair complexion, still stinging. Are you a devil? Is this how you confirm identities? Chuckling softly, Jiang Chun replied, I hope this lovely lady harbors no grievances regarding my methods of verification. Han Yu vigorously shook her head. No, not at all, thank you. Satisfied, Jiang Chun nodded. He was indeed a person who valued the feelings of others. Let us proceed. After releasing Han Yu from her bindings, he ventured deeper into the villa area. Moments later, he remarked, this should be the place. Odd, why are all the lights extinguished? Yu Xiaoan pointed toward the grandest building, her voice laced with confusion. Jiang Chun scrutinized it for a moment, then approached to try the door, only to find it coated in a layer of frost, more accurately, a chilling malevolence that rendered the temperature shockingly low. Touching it felt as if his hand might freeze instantly. Has the main entity made its move? This specter must be formidable. A sense of dread coursed through him. It seemed something more terrifying than Bai Ling lurked within. Bang, bang, bang. After a brief contemplation, Jiang Chun began to pound on the door. Nearby, Han Yu hesitated, unsure whether to just the malevolent aura emanating from the door was enough to indicate the horror concealed within. She could not fathom where this man derived his audacity to force his way inside. Mr. Jiangchen, she attempted to exclaim, over the past few days, I have discovered that the things in this manor are perilous. Several peculiar individuals who accompanied me have perished, including one with D expertise. Perhaps we should retreat for now. Report to the underworld and seek assistance. Jiangchen shook his head, stating, having come this far, we cannot turn back. Han Yu's facial muscles twitched. What do you mean by having come this far? Your rationale for courting death is rather frivolous. With a resounding crash, the door was finally smashed open, revealing a group of ashen-faced individuals. Initially startled, they soon displayed expressions of joy, as if they had grasped a lifeline, surging forward to crowd the entrance. At that moment, a muffled thumping echoed, and a headless woman in white emerged from the darkness, slowly positioning herself between the crowd and the doorway. The severed neck gushed blood. Her abdomen slightly distended, and her hands were smeared with blood and shredded flesh, creating an exceedingly eerie spectacle. The woman's belly quivered slightly with each movement. It appeared to constrict as though digesting something. Yet, even at its most reduced state, it still retained a bulging arc, suggesting the presence of something within. All members of the Gu family were rendered pale with terror, hastily retreating and huddling together, their bodies trembling uncontrollably, some even fainting on the spot. It was no wonder. Even Hong Jie, who had encountered many spirits alongside Jiang Chen, felt as if her skull might shatter at the sight of the headless specter. A profound fear enveloped her. As in a fleeting moment, she perceived that the headless corpse was her own, while her intact body belonged to that headless woman. Chapter 92, The Frantic Battle. That being's power? The headless corpse? Gu Xiaonan's complexion was as pale as a sheet, her trembling hands desperately searching her neck. She felt as though her head had vanished. Engulfed by a profound terror. Behind her, Han Yu's eyes widened in horror, her blood running cold, as if her scalp might explode from fear. The intense malevolence emanating from the headless corpse was something she had never encountered in her life. A vengeful spirit? No, that cannot be right. It was at least a high-grade vengeful spirit. Perhaps even a top-tier vengeful spirit? Han Yu's voice trembled uncontrollably. A small team of 6, including an elder of hers, all of whom were C-class experts, had perished a year ago at the hands of a top-grade vengeful spirit. Each one having their organs and eyes brutally extracted, their deaths ghastly. And here she was, merely a D-class. It was akin to an ant confronting an elephant. This headless corpse could easily end her life in the most tragic manner with just a flick of its finger. At that moment, a kindly-looking woman in her 40s, who appeared to be in her prime, suddenly made a discovery amidst the crowd, shouting despite her fear, Run. Xiaoya, hurry and run. Didn't I tell you not to come back? Just go. The woman was Yang Rong, the wife of Gu Yumin. Nearly 60 years old, but remarkably well-preserved, looking merely middle-aged. Trembling with fear, she waved her hands anxiously. Mom. Hong Jie bit her lip, momentarily overwhelmed with emotion. Before her eyes widened in terror, Mom. Be careful. It seemed Yang Rong's actions had drawn the attention of the headless corpse. In an instant, it leapt forward, appearing right before Yang Rong, its emaciated, blood-stained hands reaching for her heart. Beast, how dare you? Gu Yumin charged like a furious lion, exerting all his strength. However, his speed as an ordinary man was comparable to that of an ant crawling before the headless corpse, far too slow. Jiangchen kicked and shattered several floor tiles, propelling himself forward with a resounding crash, arriving before the corpse in the blink of an eye. With his left hand striking a small green drum, his right hand thrusting a short blade at an awkward angle, the ominous sound resonated. The remaining onlookers fell into a stupor. Jiangchen's eyes transformed into a deep green hue. Yet, his expression darkened abruptly. He was horrified to discover that the headless corpse remained unaffected, or perhaps the effect lasted only a moment, nearly imperceptible. Its pale, skeletal hand rose to deflect the dagger. With a clang, it was as if metal clashed against metal. This mid-grade magical artifact couldn't even pierce the skin of the headless corpse. Those who meddle often meet the most tragic ends. A dry, numbed voice echoed in the air, imbued with an indescribable terror. With a thunderous crash, Jiang Chun was hurled against a wall, shattering it upon impact. A horrific handprint indented his chest, blood streaming from his head and face. As the others regained their sense, they beheld this grim scene. All faces were ashen, steeped in despair. The sudden appearance of this savior, who was so swiftly defeated, brought forth the terror of the headless corpse, surpassing everyone's imagination. Xiaochun, Hong Jia's eyes were filled with anguish. At that moment, she felt the utmost despair and pain. Although her mother was rescued, the one who had saved her life multiple times, Jiangchen, was left in such a dire state. Nearly losing his life, her heart was overwhelmed with guilt and helplessness. The chilling laughter of the headless corpse echoed in the air, startling her as it suddenly appeared before Jiangchen, lifting him with the intent to tear him apart piece by piece and consume him. Xiaochun, Hong Jia's cries grew increasingly mournful. Unbeknownst to anyone, a strange, faint crimson hue flickered in her eyes. What a formidable body! It would surely satisfy that being. Perhaps its flavor surpasses even that of the Gu family's bloodline. The corpse scrutinized Jiangchen with apparent satisfaction. Yet, Jiangchen paid her no heed. He merely hung his head, nervously murmuring, "It hurts so much. Blood. It's all blood. I've lost so much blood. It's too painful." His blood dripped from his hair, creating a crisp sound as it hit the ground, exuding an intense, primal scent of ferocity. The headless corpse hesitated momentarily. Raising Jiangchen higher, she gazed into his eyes and perceived a wounded beast, an indescribable ferocity that even startled the headless corpse. The spirit within her was taken aback, sensing a surge of ghostly energy. "If I consume you, I shall no longer be so ferocious." She tightened her grip, a bloody gash appearing on her abdomen, as if preparing to feast this way. Jiangchen's expression grew increasingly frantic. He looked at the corpse with a twisted smile. "Who is it that will consume whom?" He silently chanted, invoking transformation into a demon. With a roar, a wave of demonic power surged forth, awakening ancient strength. Ding. Initiating demon transformation. Ding. Randomly acquired divine ability, Steel Bones. Ding. Randomly acquired divine ability, Minor Wood Control Technique. In a moment, Jiangchen, bloodied and battered, began to heal at an uncanny speed. The fissures on his head mended in the blink of an eye, and his deeply sunken chest quickly restored itself. Aside from the residual bloodstains, he appeared unscathed. Witnessing this transformation, the headless corpse let out a soft gasp, her demeanor shifting to one of seriousness as a dense aura of death enveloped her hands, reaching for Jiangchen's chest. Jiangchen did not flinch. In his eyes, a fierce glint shone. His fists clenched tightly. A layer of dark steel-like energy began to permeate his body. The corpse's sharp nails grazed his chest, leaving only a faint white mark. In the next instant, Jiangchen's fist struck the location of her heart, leaving a deep imprint. Ghostly energy surged by 600. "You seek death." The corpse roared in fury, lunging once more, her nails shimmering with a purple-black gleam. Jiangchen intercepted her strike, his palm receiving a cut. Expressionless, he seized her wrist and with a powerful throw, hurled her into the dense thicket behind the villa. Just as the corpse attempted to rise, "Fine." Jiangchen turned his gaze, uttering a single word that resonated like the tolling of morning and evening bells, clear and commanding. His eyes transformed into a deep emerald hue, both enchanting and terrifying. The entire forest seemed to awaken, with wild grasses growing uncontrollably and thorny branches thrashing about like sharp swords, ruthlessly piercing the corpse of the headless woman. Her nearly immortal body was now subjected to unimaginable torment and destruction. "Can you truly harm me?" A sense of panic surged within the depths of the woman's heart. Ghostly energy surged, 930. Jiangchen remained silent, his eyes filled with madness. With his right arm raised high, he gathered a terrifying demonic power, his hand clenched as he uttered a single word: "Kill." The entire forest transformed into a realm of slaughter. Every blade of grass became a sword capable of severing sun and moon, magnified infinitely in the sight of the headless corpse. A tree loomed like a majestic peak, crashing down with a thunderous roar, mercilessly striking down upon her. While this was merely the headless woman's perception, magnified by her surroundings, to an outsider, the scene was equally horrifying. The Gu family members and Han Yu witnessed the grass on the ground grow to sword-like proportions, suddenly chopping downwards, while nearby pine and cypress trees, having grown several times larger, bent under the weight, their trunks turning to iron as they struck the corpse, reducing her to a bloody pulp. At that moment, a hoarse voice filled with boundless resentment echoed, "You have forced my hand. Harnessing that being's power, for 100 miles, not a blade of grass shall grow." Jiangchen frowned, observing the headless corpse in this dire predicament as she reached toward her belly. He couldn't help but wonder, the being she spoke of, could it be the child within her womb? In the next instant, The woman pierced her own abdomen with a finger, a drop of crimson blood oozing forth. The moment this blood appeared, the surrounding flora wilted significantly, as if confronted by a natural enemy. Jiang Chen's gaze deepened profoundly. A specter? Chapter 93, Utterly Demonic. Terrifying power. When the drought demon emerged, the land was scorched for miles. Recalling the previous system notification, it became evident that the headless female corpse was a corpse specter, a ghostly entity born from the deceased, a variant of the zombie. Jiang Chen conjectured that the figure mentioned by the female corpse might very well be a drought demon. Instantly, his body tensed, and a prickling sensation coursed through his scalp. An ancient saying posits that a zombie first transforms into a drought demon and subsequently into a hound, the latter being a mythical beast shrouded in mystery, capable of wreaking havoc during the era of mountains and seas. Preying on dragons, a being of such grandiosity that it hardly warrants discussion. Thus, the drought demon represented the apex of zombie-like malevolence. Prior to forming this hypothesis, Jiang Chen had always believed that among the existing zombies, those that did not decay should be the most terrifying. The drought demon itself belonged to the realm of the arcane, appearing only in folklore, with no mention even in the underworld records. Yet, with a single drop of blood, the female corpse shattered his woodland killing formation. Such blood could only belong to the legendary drought demon. A single drop could herald a drought, and a mere trickle of its power could render the land barren for a century within a 10-mile radius. Such traits were not only thought-provoking, but also sent chills down one's spine. With a sinister chuckle, the female corpse pressed that drop of blood into her own heart. In an instant, her vengeful aura surged, the hem of her white dress even tainted with a vivid crimson hue. The others remained oblivious to the implications of this transformation. However, Han Yu, from a distance, was paralyzed with fear, collapsing to the ground, her voice trembling in disbelief. Half-step blood attire. She had forcibly crossed into the half-step blood attire realm. It was over. All was lost. Everyone here was doomed. The dread of blood attire was well known among extraordinary beings. The headlines of the Underworld app often chronicled the tragic fates of skilled individuals or powerful teams ruthlessly slain by blood attire. Blood attire signified the deepest despair and the most deranged aspects of humanity. It was a creature that had entirely transcended human boundaries, cunning, vile, despicable, mad, and brutal. No words could encapsulate even a fraction of the terror that blood attire embodied. No B-rank expert would willingly face blood attire alone. The mere appearance of such a being could instill dread in any division of the underworld. Although the female corpse before them merely exhibited a trace of half-step blood attire. For Han Yu, it was still an unimaginable nightmare and calamity. She was merely a D-rank. Even this man, who had suddenly unleashed formidable strength, remained at the C-rank level. A half-step blood attire was more than capable of slaughtering everyone present. Crack, crack. The female corpse's grotesquely crushed limbs twisted, producing a horrifying creaking sound. Then, her body contorted in a manner that defied the laws of physics. First, her waist arched upward dramatically, followed by her limbs extending straight as she crawled up from the ground. Hee-hee-hee, and eerie laughter echoed around her. Everyone momentarily fell into a daze. And when they regained their senses, the female corpse had vanished from her original spot, suddenly appearing before Jiang Chen. At this moment, her palm turned a vivid crimson. Streams of fresh blood oozing from her fingers, while her nails turned a deep purple, exuding an overpowering aura of death. She lunged toward Jiang Chen with such swiftness that it was nearly imperceptible. Even Jiang Chen, in his current state, felt an immense pressure. Every hair on his body stood on end, an instinctive reaction to the specter of death. However, as the female corpse drew near, he suddenly smiled, extending a hand to press against her chest. This was an act Jiang Chen had long contemplated, waiting for the most opportune moment. The transformation into a complete demon was at hand. In an instant, the demonic energy within him surged violently, flooding into his right arm. Jiang Chen's complexion visibly withered, turning a waxen yellow, as though his very essence was being drained. Within him, not a drop of demonic power remained. Simultaneously, his right arm underwent an unimaginable transformation, morphing into several stout, gray-brown branches that intertwined with one another, twisting like dragons and emanating a profound resonance, seemingly harboring a terrifying might. As Jiang Chen directed his will, the interlaced branches suddenly expanded, crashing forcefully against the corpse's chest. Amidst the sharp sound of shattering, The female corpse, now elevated to the half-blooded realm, had her chest brutally pierced as the robust branches gradually tore her apart. No, how is this possible? What manner of monster are you? In this moment, the female corpse's mind finally shattered uncontrollably. She had paid a tremendous price to harness that power, believing she could annihilate this presumptuous living being in return. Yet, what awaited her was the assault of several thick branches piercing into her body. Most crucially, despite having become a zombie and encountered countless malevolent entities and bizarre phenomena, she had never encountered a creature whose arm could transform into a branch, unleashing such terrifying destructive force. Fortunately, having been a zombie for nearly a century, she possessed considerable knowledge. Had it been a spirit that had recently died, it would likely have screamed in terror, frantically fleeing while shouting about monsters. After that strike, Jiang Qin's right arm reverted to its original state. Before him lay a horrifying pit, within which the upper half of the female corpse was nearly shredded to pieces. She was no longer a headless corpse, but had been reduced to merely half a torso and 2 legs. A collective sigh of relief swept through the onlookers. They momentarily set aside their astonishment at Jiang Qin's capabilities, for they knew he had triumphed. Tonight, they had survived. The joy of having escaped calamity brought smiles of elation to each face. Yet, their celebration was short-lived. Heh! Hee hee! The corpse's chilling laughter echoed once more around them, becoming increasingly deranged, imbued with deeper resentment and hatred. Ha ha ha, such power. You can only wield it once, can you not? Leaning against the wall to steady yourself, having used it once, you have reached your limit. Do you truly believe you have emerged victorious? I am not dead yet. Her words plunged the onlookers from the euphoria of survival into an abyss of despair as they gazed in disbelief at the pit below. A dense aura of death pervaded the air as the scattered flesh and blood began to twitch and crawl, gradually reassembling upon the corpse. In less than, the headless female corpse re-emerged before the crowd, its skin slightly torn and battered. Everyone's faces turned ashen. Although the corpse's presence had noticeably weakened, in stark contrast, Jiang Qin, who leaned against the wall with a pallid complexion, appeared nearly incapacitated. No one else present could withstand the corpse's advance. Master Han, can you contend with this wretched being in its current state? A member of the Gu family inquired hesitantly. Aside from Jiang Qin, there was another skilled exorcist in attendance. Han Yu's smile froze upon her lips as she bitterly shook her head. What are you joking about? This is a half-step blood garment, even severely weakened. It could extinguish my life with but a single hand. Master Jiang is exhausted. We are doomed, she proclaimed, her reluctance to engage evident. For she knew there would be no suspense in the outcome. The corpse, despite its diminished aura, still bore the vivid crimson at the hem of its skirt, indicating it had not yet fallen from the half-step blood garment level. Han Yu's words seemed to sentence everyone present to death. The atmosphere descended into a profound silence. The headless corpse advanced step by step towards Jiang Qin, the air around it trembling, echoing with its sinister laughter, laced with resentment and glee. He, with such monstrous power. Once I consume you, that individual may find great delight. Straining against the wall, head bowed and gasping for breath, Jiang Qin lifted his gaze to meet the corpse's stare. You say, who shall consume whom? In his hand, he held a jade-green pill, releasing waves of an unusual fragrance. Chapter 94, The Terrifying Dead Infant. Little Palm Thunder, the headless female corpse, dragged her shattered body forward step by step. Jiang Qin's actions did not instill fear within her. She believed there was no elixir capable of reviving a completely exhausted individual and restoring all their power instantaneously. Even if such a remedy existed, it would require time, during which she would have long since decapitated him. Jiang Qin raised his hand, placing a spirit-replenishing pill into his mouth. A wave of coolness spread through him, followed by a terrifying surge of spiritual energy that erupted within his body, assaulting every fiber of his being, every single cell. The roar of his chest echoed. Jiang Qin's skin flushed a deep crimson, and an uncontrollable brilliance burst forth from his mouth and nose. He shook his head, emitting a low, pained growl. The horrifying sound resonated throughout Fushan, causing all the birds and beasts to flee in a frenzy, rustling through the underbrush in a cacophony of sounds. The onlookers stood wide-eyed, their bodies tense, a chilling terror creeping down their spines as they gazed at Jiang Qin, their expressions filled with dread. In that moment, they felt as if they were confronting an ancient, ferocious beast. The headless female corpse's sinister laughter abruptly ceased. Her footsteps halted, In disbelief, she exclaimed, "Impossible. What have you consumed that allowed you to regain all your strength in an instant?" The ghostly aura around her surged. 920. Jiang Chen looked at her with a smile, seemingly about to speak, but in the next instant, he abruptly extended his right arm. With a thunderous crash, a massive brown tree trunk collided fiercely with the female ghost, shattering one of her arms into fragments. This trunk appeared ordinary, yet it was more robust than alloyed diamonds and harbored an immense spiritual power, one that even the formidable corpse could not withstand. This was the terrifying destructive force unleashed after completely demonizing a part of oneself. With a single strike, he could crush a half-step, blood-clad ghost. Ghostly energy surged. 999. The female corpse was evidently shaken, contributing a considerable amount of ghostly energy. Yet, almost immediately, she erupted into maniacal laughter. "Ha ha, you missed. This time, I shall not allow you the chance to consume the elixir." Her voice dripped with venom, tinged with fear. At that moment, the female corpse had only lost an arm, while Jiang Chen had once again exhausted his strength, his demeanor wilting. "Consume the elixir?" Jiang Chen chuckled, shaking his head. "There is no need. I have always believed in authenticity in battle. Fear not, dear sister. I shall not resort to elixirs to overpower you." Before his words had fully settled, a torrent of spiritual energy erupted from within him once more, seemingly inexhaustible and at his disposal. This was the formidable effect of the spirit-replenishing pill. In a brief span, his demon power could not be depleted, even after employing such an energy-draining technique as complete demonization. It would be replenished instantly after consumption. The female corpse's laughter once again froze. "You dare toy with me?" Ghostly energy surged. 999. Boom. Without giving her a moment to react, Jiang Chen extended his right arm, unleashing thick tree trunks that soared forth like dragons, effortlessly demolishing a section of the concrete wall and sending the female ghost crashing into the ground. Once more, it resulted in the shattering of an arm. Amidst the astonished expressions of the crowd, a brutal slaughter commenced. The roles of prey and hunter were irrevocably exchanged. The female corpse, in a desperate bid for escape, was relentlessly pursued by Jiang Chen, who loomed behind her like a horrifying specter. "Sister corpse, do not flee. Isn't my mighty arm enticing? Do you not wish to experience it?" He taunted. "Sister corpse, today you shun me, but I shall return tomorrow. Just let me touch you once, please." The headless female corpse, devoid of arms, fled in a panic, frantically seeking a path of escape. "If you dare to touch me, I shall lose a part of myself. You wretched creature, touch me, will you?" The atmosphere was charged with an eerie energy. The onlookers, witnessing Jiang Chen chase the female